the miseries which under all other governments accompanied old age. Now, 3 years earlier, Godwin, from whom Paine drew his inspiration, had, in his Political Justice, conceived the same hope of seeing the political revolution completed by a social revolution. In contrast to Paine, he had not suggested any practical expedient which would realize the idea, but he had, on the other hand, submitted the idea of individual property to a more rigorous criticism, based not on the idea of abstract right, but on the principle of utility. Here we have a remarkable vicissitude in the history of the doctrine we are studying. From the principle of the natural identity of interests it may be concluded that economic inequalities are justified, and that the interests of rich and poor are identical. From the same principle Godwin, who nevertheless claims to be a disciple of Adam Smith, draws unexpected conclusions, and arrives at a system of equalitarian communism. The theory of property, which was the subject of the 8th book of the Inquiry, did not suffer any modification in principle. Between the first and second editions, it was, however, much less developed in the first edition, where Godwin tried completely to suppress the expression right in the language of political philosophy, than in the second, where he recognized the existence if not of positive rights, which are absolute rights to the use or abuse of things, at least of negative rights, which are only the reciprocals of as many obligations. We have in reality nothing that is strictly speaking our own. We have nothing that has not a destination prescribed to it by the immutable voice of reason and justice. But, on the other hand, if there is an obligation for each man to assist his neighbor, each one has in return a right to the assistance of his neighbor. Hence a complete inversion of the vulgar notion of property. In the general problem of property, Godwin makes a distinction between two special problems, which have to be solved one after the other. First, who is the person designed for the use of a particular object? In the second place, who is the person to whom the preservation and distribution of any given quantity of these articles can most justly and most usefully be entrusted? It is this second problem which is the problem of property in the strict sense. To the first problem, the principle of utility can give only one answer. It bids me act always in that way which will be most profitable to society as a whole. Thus every member of this society has the right to exact that I shall act in the way which will be most useful to him, taking into account absolutely all interests concerned, his, my own, and those of the other members of the society. In more precise terms, every man has a right to that, the exclusive possession of which being awarded to him, a greater sum of benefit or pleasure will result, than could have arisen from its being otherwise appropriated. Point 2. But between the time when an object has been made fit for consumption, by the application to it of human labor, and the time when it is consumed, an interval elapses, and during this interval it is necessary that the article should not be given up to chance, but that some care should be taken to preserve it until the time when it is to be consumed. Who should be the factor or warehouseman during this interval? The man entrusted to see to the preservation and distribution of the object. This is the problem of property. For I do not call the man who chances to sit at my table the proprietor of what he eats there. Property implies some permanence of external possession, and includes in it the idea of a possible competitor. Now, of property there are 3 degrees. The first degree or the first form of property is directly deduced from the principle of utility. It is that of my permanent right in those things, the use of which being attributed to me, a greater sum of benefit or pleasure will result, than could have arisen from their being otherwise appropriated. The right of property thus understood may be stated in the adage, to everyone according to his needs. The second degree of property is the empire to which every man is entitled over the produce of his own industry, even that part of it the use of which ought not to be appropriated to himself, to everyone according to his labor. Such a right must be taken to be a negative right, a particular form of the right of individual liberty. It springs from the obligation which rests upon others never to force me by constraint to dispose in a certain way of the products of my industry. It cannot be considered a positive right. I have not the right to dispose at my own free will of the product of my labor. This second kind of property is therefore less fundamental than the first. It is in one point of view a sort of usurpation. It vests in me the preservation and dispensing of that which, in point of complete and absolute right, belongs not to me but to someone else. Finally, the third degree of property is a system, in whatever manner established, by which one man enters into the faculty of disposing of the produce of another man's industry. This is the system which is established in all civilized countries, the system of hereditary property. We say that our ancestors bequeathed their property to us. It is a gross imposition. The property is produced by the daily labor of men who are now in existence. All that their ancestors bequeathed to them, was a moldy patent, which they show as a title to extort from their neighbors what the labor of those neighbors has produced. This third kind of property is in direct contradiction with the second. Such is the doctrine. It sets up a double distinction. On the one hand, it distinguishes between the degree of property in which property is given to everyone according to his needs, in conformity with the principle of utility, and that in which it is allotted to everyone according to his labor, without taking needs into consideration, and on the other hand it distinguishes between the degree of property in which it is given to everyone according to his labor, and that in which everyone is disposing of the labor of someone else. Now this double distinction is in conformity with the traditional principles of the philosophy of utility. The first distinction had already occurred in Locke, and Godwin, like Locke, based the right of property on the direct consideration of utility. But he was more logical than Locke, for Locke, after having founded property on utility, immediately proceeded to found it on labor, starting from the consideration that labor determines the value of things in exchange, and implicitly admitting the postulate that nature is just. As to the second distinction, it occurs in Adam Smith, who treats the question from a strictly theoretical point of view, yet cannot avoid constantly introducing notions of justice. He sets himself to show how the transition from the primitive social state, in which property was founded on labor, to the actual constitution of property has come about, and Godwin may have drawn his inspiration not only from the thought but even from the expressions of Adam Smith. The real price of everything, said Adam Smith, what everything really costs to the man who wants to acquire it, is the toil and trouble of acquiring it. He further said that labor was the first price, the original purchase money that was paid for all things, and that, in this primitive state of things, prior to the accumulation of capital and the occupation of the soil, the whole produce of labor belongs to the laborer. 2 But, as soon as stock has accumulated in the hands of particular persons, some of them will naturally employ it in setting to work industrious people, whom they will supply with materials and subsistence, in order to make a profit by the sale of their work, or by what their labor adds to the value of the materials. 3 This profit must not be confused with a particular kind of wages, the wages of the labor of inspection and direction. Profits are altogether different, are regulated by quite different principles, and bear no proportion to the quantity, the hardship, or the ingenuity of this supposed labor of inspection and direction, and in the same way, as soon as the land of any country has become all private property, the landlords, like all other men, love to reap where they never sowed, and demand a rent even for its natural produce. 5 The existing social system is, therefore, for Adam Smith, as it is for Godwin, a system by which one man enters into the faculty of disposing of the produce of another man's industry. In the same way, again, when Godwin condemns the imposturing language, according to which property and wealth are things which the rich possess and which they transmit to each other from father to son, and when he does not want to admit into the world any other wealth than the labor of man, he sees, in what is wrongly called wealth, nothing but a power vested in certain individuals by the institution of society, to compel others to labor for their advantage. 1 In doing this, he is only taking up again, and giving a more dramatic form to, propositions of Adam Smith's. 2 Wealth is power. It is not political, civil, or military power, although it may happen to serve to acquire these. The power which that possession immediately and directly conveys, is the power of purchasing, a certain command over all the labor, or over all the produce of labor, which is then in the market. His fortune is greater or less, precisely in proportion to the extent of this power, or to the quantity either of other men's labor, or, what is the same thing, of the produce of other men's labor, which it enables him to purchase or command. Point 3. These were Adam Smith's words. Godwin now expresses himself in the same way. But how then can the same ideas, expressed in almost the same words, lead to such different conclusions with different authors? It is interesting to note the nature of the logical crisis through which the principle of the natural identification of interests passed 20 years after the publication of Adam Smith's classic, and 20 years before the appearance of Ricardo's book, likewise a classic. The problem can apparently be solved as follows. Godwin retains what may be called Adam Smith's naturalism, the distinction between the natural and the artificial, joined with the conviction that nature is just, and that the artificial is in opposition at once to nature and to justice. But Godwin draws, in a different place from Adam Smith, the dividing line which is so difficult to determine, between the natural and the artificial. No doubt Adam Smith closely connects the two ideas of individual property and of civil government, and asserts the union of these two ideas in a language which could be interpreted in an almost revolutionary manner. Wherever there is great property there is great inequality. For one very rich man there must be at least 500 poor, and the affluence of the few supposes the indigence of the many. The affluence of the rich excites the indignation of the poor, who are often both driven by want, and prompted by envy, to invade his possessions. It is only under the shelter of the civil magistrate that the owner of that valuable property, which is acquired by the labor of many years, or perhaps of many successive generations, can sleep a single mght in security. The acquisition of valuable and extensive property, therefore, necessarily requires the establishment of civil government. Where there is no property, or at least none that exceeds the value of 2 or 3 days' labor, civil government is not so necessary. But for Adam Smith, although civil government is necessary to protect the inequality of wealth, government is not the origin of this inequality too, and consequently it is a natural phenomenon, inseparable from the very production of wealth. 3. Godwin, on the other hand, sees in capitalism and in landed property the effect of inheritance, that is to say of a positive institution, a government artifice. The idea of property, or permanent empire, in those things which ought to be applied to our personal use, and still more in the produce of our industry, unavoidably suggests the idea of some species of law or practice by which it is guaranteed. Without this, property could not exist. Property, under every form it can assume, is upheld by the direct interference of institutions. 4 things should therefore be made to tend towards the primitive state of things, not only as it is defined by Adam Smith, and here is a new difference, in which everyone receives according to his labor, but in which everyone receives according to his needs, in conformity with the principle of utility. The objection is made to this equalitarian theory that the merits of individuals are different, and that they ought to receive different rewards. But of what rewards are we speaking? Are we to say to the individual, if you show yourself deserving, you shall have the essence of 100 times more food than you can eat, and 100 times more clothes than you can wear? 5. Here we find still the same conception of right understood as the power to use and to abuse a right which implies the power, to the detriment of the general interest, of the miser to accumulate without purpose goods which could have been distributed in such a way as to secure the well-being of thousands of individuals, and of the prodigal to waste his wealth without thinking whether or no he is making it serve a useful purpose. But the notion of justice is based not on the notion of merit, but on that of utility. Further, it is generally admitted that the miser makes a bad use of his fortune, but public opinion is, as a whole, favorable to the rich and generous man, who spends without reckoning and lives up to his fortune. He is, in truth, as popular as the miser is unpopular. Now Godwin's thesis is that the rich man, in so far as he is a rich man, cannot be socially useful. The distinction between rich and poor is an artificial distinction which destroys the 112THIRD identity of interests. Godwin draws all the logical conclusions from this thesis, and ends by developing the paradox that, in the use he makes of his fortune, the miser comes nearer to moral truth than the prodigal one. 6. Luxury is inseparable from inequality of fortune. A civilization based on luxury can only be justified on the ground that it is a necessary transition from a barbarous equalitarian to a ci/elist equalitarian. 7. The separa between the two notions of luxury and civilization must be established, and a criticism must be made of actual society which is founded on luxury. Luxury is not useful in the first place to the rich man, who enjoys it or who is held to enjoy it. Godwin distinguishes between four classes of good things: subsistence, the means of intellectual and moral improvements, inexpensive gratifications, and such gratifications as are by no means essential to healthful and vigorous existence, and cannot be purchased but with considerable labor and industry. This last class, which includes the pleasures of luxury, is the one which sets the most obstacles in the way of a fair distribution of wealth. The respective quantities of the objects which provide the first three kinds of satisfaction are very small indeed when compared with those which procure the fourth. It may be estimated that only 1/20 of the inhabitants of England are employed in agriculture. Further, agriculture is such that it absorbs the labourer's whole time during certain parts of the year and leaves the other parts of the year relatively free. We may take these free times as equivalent to a labour which, if directed with a sufficient skill, would suffice, in a simple social state, to make tools, to weave clothes, to fulfill the tasks of the butchers and bakers. Consequently, according to Godwin, it does not appear in any way ridiculous to admit that the work of one man in 20 in society would suffice to supply the rest with all the absolute necessaries of life. If then this labour, instead of being performed by so small a number, were amicably divided among the whole, it would occupy the 20th part of every man's time. Let us compute that the industry of a labouring man engrosses 10 hours in every day, which, when we have deducted his hours of rest, recreation, and meals, seems an ample allowance. It follows that half an hour a day, employed in manual labour by every member of the community, would sufficiently supply the whole with necessaries. If so many men work 10 hours a day, it is because, by reason of the unequal distribution of fortunes, the great mass of humanity works in order to supply the minority with pleasures of the fourth kind, vain pleasures, whose emptiness is demonstrable, pleasures whose essence lies in the love of social renown and distinction. But this is a passion which could be diverted and turned into a useful channel. The miser, at least, understands the vanity of these goods for which the prodigal spends so much money, and sometimes, in a naive way, thinks that he is, in this, serving the social interest. Is luxury, which is useless even to the rich man who enjoys it, at least useful to the labourer who gets work from the necessity of supplying the needs of the rich? Up to this point the criticisms of luxury offered by William Godwin are not noticeably different from the declamations which have been current with moralists in all times, with Epicurus as with Rousseau. But at this point, Godwin's observations become more interesting. They mark a definite advance on Adam Smith's economic theories, and show up clearly a lack of harmony of interests in actual society which Adam Smith had only noticed in a confused way. Given a state of society in which wealth is unequally distributed, the indigent can only find means of livelihood in as far as the rich offer them wages for labor. Thus it seems that the more the rich contrive to find new ways of spending their wealth, and invent new superfluities, the more the poor will benefit. But this is an illusion. All refinements of luxury, every invention that tends to give employment to a great number of laboring hands, are directly adverse to the propagation of happiness. For every new object of luxury invented simply means so much addition to the quantity of labor imposed on the lowest classes of society, and that without any increase, other than momentary, of wages. If every laboring inhabitant of Great Britain were able and willing today to double the quantity of his industry, for a short time he would derive some advantage from the increased stock of commodities produced. But the rich would speedily discover the means of monopolizing this produce, as they had done the former. The poor would not be paid more for 10 hours' labor, said Godwin in the Inquirer, than they had been for 8, they would not be paid more for 20 hours' labor, he had already said in the Inquiry, than they were for 10. For the rich are few, and the poor many, that is why, when the rich offer labor and the poor ask for it, the rich are masters and able to fix the wages of the labor at will, that is to say very low. Did not Adam Smith speak of their tacit but constant and uniform combination? Those who, by fraud or force, have usurped the power of buying and selling the labor of the great mass of the community, are sufficiently disposed to take care that they should never do more than subsist. To this conception of luxury Godwin may have borrowed from Helvetius. Luxury, wrote Helvetius, is harmful not because it is luxury, but merely because it is the result of a great disproportion between the wealth of the citizens. And he added, if the number of landlords is diminished, the number of day laborers will be increased. When these are so numerous that there are more workmen than there is work, then the day laborer will go the way of all kinds of goods, whose value diminishes when it is known. Besides, the rich man, who has more luxury even than wealth, has an interest in lowering the price of a day's work, and in offering the day laborer only the pay which is absolutely necessary for his subsistence. 3. Godwin, perhaps, likewise drew his inspiration from Burke, who, in a youthful work, a curious essay devoted to the defense of natural society, had contrasted the state of nature in which it is an invariable law, that a man's acquisitions are in proportion to his labors, with the state of artificial society in which it is a law as constant and as invariable, that those who labor most enjoy the fewest things, and that those who labor not at all, have the greatest number of enjoyments, and depicted, in moving terms, the state of slavery to which British industry reduces its laborers. But it is more interesting to notice that Godwin may here also have found in Adam Smith the origin of his theory. According to Adam Smith, when once the land is occupied and capital has accumulated, the laborer ceases to enjoy the whole produce of his labor. His wages are fixed as the result of a bargain concluded between himself and his employer, a bargain in which the master necessarily has the advantage. He makes wages fall until he is stopped by a lower impassable limit. A man must always live by his work, and his wages must at least be sufficient to maintain him. But how, then, did Adam Smith fail to perceive the consequence to be drawn from this definition of wages? For if, under the influence of a minority of rich men, wages tend to an inferior limit at which they allow laborers just to subsist, and nothing more, a new feudal system has, in this way, taken the place of the old. Burke was wrong when he said that the age of chivalry was gone. The feudal spirit still survives, that reduced the great mass of mankind to the rank of slaves and cattle for the service of a few. 2. Moreover, it was characteristic of the feudal lord that he spent his wealth in the practice of charity and hospitality. But the age of exchange had now succeeded the age of the free gift. It was in exchange for work that the rich now allowed the poor to subsist. Godwin was one of the first to show up this fact, which had only been dimly seen by Adam Smith, that the conditions in which exchange is carried on between members of one and the same society falsify its fairness and seem to compromise the identity of interests. When once commerce has become a profession, the buying and selling price of a commodity will always be different. If we purchase it of the manufacturer, he must not only be paid for the raw material, but for his industry and skill. If we buy it of the trader strictly so-called, he must be paid for his time, for the rent of his house, and for the subsistence of himself and his family. This difference of price must be left to his deliberation to adjust, and there is thus vested in him a large discretionary power. Will he always use this discretion with perfect integrity? 3. Godwin does not pursue the analysis far enough, and does not show in what sense the fixing of the price of an object for sale depends on the seller's discretion, nor in what sense and to what extent he finds himself unfettered by the necessity of economic laws. But further, comparing domestic service with slavery, he shows precisely what it is which is misleading in the theory of the so-called voluntary contract. While admitting that the servitude of an English servant is less severe, he asks whether, on the hypothesis that I could constrain a man by the pressure of a series of circumstances to sell himself as a slave and authorize him to spend the purchase money on decorating his person, he would any the less be a slave, for it is the condition under which he exists, not the way in which he came into it, that constitutes the difference between a freeman and a slave. 1. In actual society, founded as it is on the institution of individual property, there is a conflict and not a harmony of interests between the capitalist and the wage-earning laborer. Nevertheless, the principle of the natural identity of interests is not violated, since individual property itself rests on an artificial state of civilization, since it rests on positive governmental institutions. The end to be pursued is a society at once civilized and equalitarian, in which no one would be the owner either of the product of someone else's labor or even of the product of his own labor, but in which everyone would enjoy the product of his own labor, in proportion to his needs. By what means should the realization of this end be brought about? Godwin is compelled, by his intransigent liberalism, to condemn all legislative intervention, all revolutionary action, everything in fact in the nature of a constraint. Doubtless it is useful and consequently obligatory that I should distribute the produce of my labor among the various members of the society to which I belong, in proportion to their needs. But, on the other hand, it would be a bad thing if the members of the society to which I belong should claim to impose on me, otherwise than by persuasion, some one determinate use or other of the wealth which I have acquired by my labor. The economic system which permits a man to dispose of the produce of someone else's labor is a bad system in the view of anyone who supports the principle of utility, but any system of legal constraint which sought to substitute for this system a more equitable one, could be a remedy worse than the evil. Godwin goes as far as to be unwilling for inheritance to be suppressed by law, for, in the actual existent state of opinions and customs, such a law would necessarily be evaded. He asks that respect should be paid, in affairs of inheritance, to such laws and practices as are common to all civilized communities, and which may therefore be perhaps interwoven with the existence of society, and that only positive laws and established practices which are peculiar to certain ages and to countries too, for instance, the whole body of feudal institutions, should be annulled. In this, Godwin's program of reform comes to the same THL1G as the program of the French Revolution, though he had claimed that he went beyond this. It may be objected that a society founded on the equality of rights and community of goods, is not capable of permanence. This is true, if it is brought about by a violent and accidental revolution. It is necessaire that the reform of the laws should not precede the reform of custom and of ways of thinking, and, if by positive institution the property of every man were equalized today, without a contemporary change in men's dispositions and sentiments, it would become unequal tomorrow. It may be objected that it is incompatible with the fragility of the human spirit. That is so. If the human spirit be considered at its present point of development, the change to be brought about consists in the disposition on the part of every member of the society voluntarily to give up what would produce more utility when possessed by his neighbor than when in his own possession, and the time when this disposition will prevail is still far off. But this time will come, because the state of society in which this disposition prevails is in conformity with reason, and because, by the natural progress of things, human reason tends to grow constantly stronger. In short, Godwin lays down a new condition for the harmony of interests, that is to say, that men cease to be egoistic and become reasonable. But he holds that the human spirit naturally tends towards this final state. In other yards, he adopts the theory of progress and the principle of the natural identity of interests in the attenuated form which we have called the principle of the progressive/e identification of interests. It is on this theory that he takes his stand in order to refute, in Had is perhaps historically the most interesting passage of his book, what he calls the objection drawn from the principle of population. It had been calculated that the average cultivation of Europe could be improved to the point at which it would nourish 5 times the actual number of inhabitants. There is a principle in human society by which population is perpetually kept down to the level of the means of subsistence. The conclusion must therefore be drawn that the established system of property may be considered as strangling in their cradles a considerable number of our children. Consequently, also, whatever may be the value of the life of man, or rather what may be his capability of happiness in a free and equalitarian social state, the system which Godwin criticizes may be taken to put an end to 4/5 of this happiness and value at the threshold of existence. In short, it is for Godwin an ob/e as consequence of the principle of utility that the quantity of happiness experienced in a society is in proportion to the number of individuals capable of happiness and consequently to the total number of the individuals. Had not Paley interpreted the principle of utility in 1 Pol Justiu, BK8. Ild. BK8. Ch9. The economic problem 219 more or less the same way. 1. The end of all rational politics is to produce the greatest quantity of happiness in a given territory. But the happiness of a society is made up of the happiness of the isolated members of that society, and the quantity of happiness can only be increased by increasing either the number of beings who experience it or the pleasure of their experiences. Now, in the countries of Western Europe at least, where economic conditions come near to equality, the quantity may be taken to depend principally on the number of individuals. In any case, it may be assumed in all political argument that a greater amount of happiness belongs to 10 people living in comfort than could belong to 5 people living in luxury. Thus the aim of the politician should be the increase of the population, and it is in relation to this practical rule that Paley sketches an entire system of political economy, examining in turn every economic or fiscal measure, and approving or condemning it in proportion as it tends or does not tend to an increase of population. There is, however, a serious problem raised by the increase of population. In 1761, in his various prospects of mankind, nature, and providence, Wallace had begun by advocating the abolition of private property. By means of this revolution all social obstacles to an indefinite increase of human population would be suppressed. But not, added Wallace, natural obstacles, for the earth would be incapable of constantly nourishing a human race whose numbers were always increasing, unless its fertility could continually be increased, or unless, by some natural secret, like the philosopher's stone, a magician could invent some way of keeping humanity alive entirely different from anything at present known. In the end the earth itself would be full, and to find room for such multitudes as these, its dimensions would have to be constantly increasing. What a miserable catastrophe of the most generous of all human systems of government! Godwin thought he could solve the difficulty. The suppression of artificial needs on the one hand, and the progress of cultivation and industry on the other would make it possible for man to support a far larger number of men in a given space than was possible at the present time. Besides, this was foreseeing a danger which was too far ahead. 3/4 of the habitable world were not cultivated, the parts which were already cultivated were capable of incalculable improvements, myriads of centuries might elapse with a continually increasing population, and the earth might still be found sufficient for the subsistence of its inhabitants. But above all, with the advance of intelligence, man could prolong his life, and might even attain immortality. The function of reproduction would thenceforward become useless. The whole of humanity will be a people of men, and not of children. Generation will not succeed generation, nor truth have in a certain degree to reconnunance her career at the end of every 30 years. 1 Godwin did not look for this transformation of the conditions of the human race merely to the advance of medicine properly so called. Since, if Hartley is right, the reactions of the human body pass, according to a constant law, from the automatic to the conscious and to the voluntary, the day may be looked forward to when all man's actions will become conscious and voluntary, when the soul will become master of the body. Some theologians, Malebranche in particular, had submitted an analogous hypothesis on the subject of the relations of soul and body before the fall. The philosophers of perfectibility returned to the same conjectures, with the difference that they put the terrestrial paradise at the end and not at the beginning of history. A year after the publication of Godwin's book, Condorcet developed views which were analogous, though perhaps less utopian in their optimism, in his Esquisse d'un tableau historique des progrès de l'esprit humain. 2. He counted on the progress of science, and on the progress of the arts which is inseparable from it, to bring it about that a space of land which was growing constantly more crowded should produce a more useful or more valuable mass of consumable goods. But is this progress indefinite? Must there come a stage, when the increase in the number of men will be greater than the increase in their means, and there will necessarily result if not a continuous diminution of well-being and of population, which would be a truly backward step, at least a kind of oscillation between good and evil? Would not this oscillation in those societies which had reached this stage be an ever-present cause of poverty, which would be to some extent periodic? Would it not mark the limit at which all improvement would become impossible, and mark the stage which the perfectibility of the human species could attain in the immensity of the centuries, but beyond which it could never go? To this objection Condorcet answered, as Godwin had done, that the time in question was still far distant, and although, like Godwin, he counted on the progress of science indefinitely to prolong the life of the individual, he did not draw from it the same conclusions as Godwin. He counted above all, and in this he differed from Paley and Godwin, on a progress in human morality to put a stop to the prejudice in favor of an irrational increase in population. Men will realize that, if they have obligations with regard to creatures who are not yet in existence, they consist in giving them not existence but happiness. The purpose of these obligations is the general well-being of the human species or of the society in which they live, of the family to which they belong, and not the puerile idea of loading the earth with useless and unhappy creatures. There might therefore be a limit to the possible mass of subsistence, and consequently to the greatest possible population, without their one Godwin, Paul. Justice, Vol. 2 p. 885, 1st ed. 2 Progrès de l'Esprit High/Main, 9a Poke. The economic problem 221 resulting from this that premature destruction, which is so contrary to nature and to social prosperity, of creatures who have received life. Thus Condorcet abandoned the theory in which Paley and Godwin had seen a direct application of the principle of utility. But in spite of their differences, Godwin and Condorcet still had at least one idea in common, the idea of the indefinite perfectibility of the human species. All that in which the human mind differs from the intellectual principle in animals, is the growth of society. All that is excellent in man is the fruit of progressive improvement, of the circumstance of one age taking advantage of the discoveries of a preceding age, and setting out from the point at which they had arrived. One Condorcet held that Turgot, Price, and Priestley were the first and most illustrious apostles of the new doctrine. 2. But Priestley owed the doctrine to Hartley, that is to say to one of the precursors of the future associationalist utilitarianism. It was fundamental in the eyes of all the Jacobins of 1792, we shall see in what shape and after what vicissitudes it was to become an integral part of philosophical radicalism. Let us leave on one side Godwin's utopia in which reproduction becomes a useless physiological phenomenon as soon as man has conquered death, and the human race, remaining always equal in number, has no need to be renewed through reproduction, and let us likewise for the moment leave on one side Condorcet's idea that men will understand that the happiness of humanity is not directly proportionate to the number of men who are capable of happiness, and will learn to counteract the normal operation of the sexual instinct. Let us retain from both of them only the fundamental idea of indefinite progress, of the domination, growing constantly more perfect, of man over nature. Was not this idea confirmed by the rapid progress made at the time by industrial machinery? Adam Smith had paid only slight attention to this phenomenon. The commercial problem attracted L.J.'s whole attention. Almost his sole aim was to show, in free exchange and in the extension of commercial trade, the necessary condition of the division of labor and of the identification of egoisms. His theory formed a kind of abstract translation of the historical event of the American Revolution, to which may be attributed the original success in England of the ideas of commercial liberty. But now an industrial England was growing up, a new economic world which set fresh problems for the observer. The French Revolution accentuated this movement. While the continental powers were spending all their energy in revolutions and in wars, England was winning the monopoly of commerce and industry throughout the world. Advancing from one mechanical invention to another, the manufacture of cotton was being perfected, and was producing a new society in the north of England, with its own sufferings, its own joys and crises, of which Adam Smith had not dreamt a few years previously. It was here, in the world of big capitalists, that Robert Owen, himself a big capitalist, worked out and formulated his theory of overproduction, before giving an organization and a name to socialism. For if the progress of human industry, poverty continues and grows worse. Is there a causal relation between the two phenomena? Bentham and Paley, before Godwin, had asked the same question. Bentham recognized that the substitution of mechanical for human labor had disadvantages by reason of the principle of the limitation of industry by capital. If by making a more skillful use of natural forces a manufacturer became able to perform with 1,000 workmen the same amount of labor which required 2,000 laborers before the improvement in question, the result would not necessarily be to double the amount of the produce, for unless there happened to be an increase of pecuniary capital at the same time, it would not be possible to keep the same number of workmen, because the production and upkeep of the machines would also involve expenses, and because it might also happen that the workmen would not be paid at the same rate in different industries. Paley, for his part, considered the disadvantage temporary and negligible. The question is whether, ultimately, the demand for labor is diminished or increased. It is increased, Paley replied. Goods of a finer texture are worn in the place of coarser. This is the change which the invention has produced, and which compensates to the manufactory for every other inconvenience. Point 2. And this reasoning was enough to reassure Paley. But it is by no means enough to reassure Godwin as to the socially beneficent nature of machinery, to know that there will result from the progress of machinery an ever-increasing demand for labor. The thing for which he condemns civilization as it stands, founded on luxury and the inequality of conditions, is precisely this, that it requires from man an ever greater amount of labour for the same wage. He does not, however, think that machinery is to be held responsible for pauperism. The fault lies with the capitalists, with the actual distribution of fortunes, and with the respective conditions of the employer and the workman when the labor contract was concluded. Once the existing regime of unnatural inequality is abolished, the machines would have the result of enabling men to do without industrial cooperation and the division of labor which results from it, and which enslaves and represses the individual agents. 3. Today, the labor of several men is necessary in order to fell a tree, to cut a canal, to run a ship. But consider the complicated machines which man has invented, such as weaving machines and steam engines, and think of the economy of labor which they involve. Where will this progress stop? At present such inventions alarm the laboring part of the community, and they may be productive of temporary distress, though they conduce in the sequel to the most important interests of the multitude. But in a state of equal labor their utility will be open to no dispute. Hereafter it is by no means clear that the most extensive operations will not be within the reach of one man, or, to make use of a familiar instance, that a plough may not be turned into a field, and perform its office without the need of superintendence. It was in this sense that the celebrated Franklin conjectured that mind would one day become omnipotent over matter. This progress will end, then, by almost putting a stop to the necessity of manual labor. Lycurgus forbade it to the citizens of Sparta, the legislator of the city of the future might forbid it likewise, but the obligation to labor would no longer have to be cast upon slaves. Matter, or, to speak more accurately, the certain and unintermitting laws of the universe, will be the helots of the period we are contemplating. Thus leisure will be increased and put within the reach of everyone. 1. In short, the conclusions of Godwin's analysis are contrary to those of Adam Smith's analysis. For Adam Smith, the progress of the division of labor and the progress of machinery go hand in hand. For Godwin they go in inverse ratio to each other, or, if you like, the division of labor insensibly passes from man to inert matter. In Adam Smith's philosophy, the division of labor allowed all individual egoisms to be satisfied without conflict. For Godwin, on the other hand, once the artificial, unnatural, and rigid institutions which make man egoistical are abolished, he will no longer have need of egoism in order to live. The products of labor will he distributed in accordance with their utility, they will easily find their proper level, and will of their own accord flow from the place where they abound to the place where they are lacking. Egoism is the habit which springs from monopoly. We have emphasized Godwin's economic doctrine thus strongly for the same reason that we emphasized, above, Burke's political doctrine. Godwin deduced his theory of property from the principle of utility, from which Burke deduced his theory of government, a history of the principle of utility which did not take account of these. Two theories would therefore not be complete. With Godwin, who criticized the notion of private property in the name of the principle of utility, we come across a split in the doctrine, which has led, by a series of perfectly logical deductions, to modern socialism. Godwin drew inspiration from Adam Smith, just as William Thompson and Hodgkin, in some ways the precursors of Karl Marx, did later from Ricardo, and it is easy to follow the natural development from Godwin's doctrine to socialism. Robert Owen is known to have borrowed his ideas from Thomas Holcroft, the revolutionary agitator. But Holcroft was himself an intimate friend and a disciple of Godwin, and the analogies between the doctrines of Godwin and Robert Owen are striking. Small societies, strictly egalitarian, without distinction made between the sexes, without individual property, without laws, where the only existing authority would be simply the authority of arbitration. Why, however, were the intellectual radicals of 1832, who were no less than Godwin and Owen disciples of Helvetius, conservatives on the question of private rights, and hostile to the egalitarian and leveling system of Godwin and Owen. At this stage the paradoxical nature manifested by the march of ideas in history should be pointed out. Godwin's claim was to have derived his entire system from the single principle of public utility. Nevertheless, almost without lamouing it, he based it to a great extent on the principle of freedom of conscience, which has logically nothing to do with the principle of utility. But Godwin's intellectual liberalism tends to be confused, in its economic consequences, with the naturalist liberalism of Hume and Adam Smith. It shows the same antipathy to state interventions and to sudden revolutions. In this way, where in good logic he is furthest from the principle of utility, Godwin is far less removed than one would think from economists such as Smith and Ricardo. On the contrary, his theory of the right of property is a strict application of the principle of utility. Nevertheless, it is in this that he differs most profoundly from all the authors whose works were preparing the way for the future philosophical radicalism. With all of them, in fact, almost without their knowing it, the law of labor fills a place which is perhaps as important as the law of utility itself. Every pleasure is won at the price of a pain, it costs labor, or the produce of labor. But is it not to be feared that, if it is held just to allow the individual the free disposal of the produce of his labor, he will misuse this liberty and take advantage of it to set up kinds of property, which, when established in the form of positive institutions, will unjustly give to some the free disposal of the labor of others? To this question the reply came from Malthus. It is not from this side, he said, that we should be apprehensive of danger. In the conditions which nature makes for man, the danger is not that the produce of human labor may be badly distributed, but rather that human labor may not produce enough. In fact, in the same way that Burke's book called forth the answers of Mackintosh, Paine, and Godwin, in which we saw the principle of utility insensibly replace the principle of the rights of man in the theory of the democratic regime, so Godwin's book called forth Malthus' reply, and it was Malthus, and T. Godwin, who was destined to become one of the fathers of the radical church. But it was necessary to know Godwin in order to understand Malthus. 2. The principle of population. Robert Malthus. The economic condition of England at the end of the 18th century was an anomalous one. There corresponded to the rapid development of the great modem industry, a gradual disappearance of the state socialism of the 16th century on one side. The statute of apprenticeship disappeared bit by bit until in 1813 and 1814 it was altogether repealed, and, on the other, an application of this same state socialism in public charity, which became daily more unrestricted and more expensive. Taking his stand on the principle of utility, the reformer might have required that the principle of governmental intervention should be extended, and everywhere and in all matters maintained against the influences of the aristocracy and the employers. But the current philosophy was Adam Smith's liberal and anti-governmental naturalism. The reformers generally demanded that an attempt should be made to re-establish the harmony of the interests of all classes by extending all round the principle of governmental non-intervention, and they criticized the poor law and the right to assistance. It would have been enough to make the disciples of Adam Smith hostile to the principle of the poor law that they should favor, as they in fact did, a policy of financial economy. For the application of the poor law, which was becoming more and more relaxed, was expensive, and became more expensive every day. The crushing cost of the poor law was in a sense the price which the industrial aristocracy agreed to pay for the suspension of the Act of Apprenticeship, and which the landed aristocracy agreed to pay for the setting up of laws prohibiting the importation of corn. The result was that the poor rates, which in 1770 had risen to a little over £1,000,000, rose, in 1800, to nearly 4 millions. But this was not all. The very principle of public assistance, on which the poor law rests, was in contradiction with the principles of Adam Smith's economic theory. If the formula to everyone according to his needs J is the true expression of justice, then the right to assistance is justified. But Adam Smith's school seemed to prefer the other formula, according to which everyone has a claim according to his labor. It adopted this formula less, if you like, because it was the expression of a moral truth, than because it fairly represented the primitive reality of things, before the time when the appearance zero rent on land and profits of capital came to make the aspect of economic HPR P phenomena more complicated. Thus if the state wishes to conform to the nature of things, it should only give help in return for labor provided by the individual receiving help. Another preliminary question arises. If the maxim to everyone according to his labor expresses the reality of things, it must be because nature metes out pleasures with a parsimonious hand. But will there not moreover necessarily be a kind of aggravation of the harshness of this law of labor, which we have found to be constantly involved in the law of utility, as understood by Adam Smith? Can it be laid down as a principle that the labor of man is, or always will be, capable of producing what is necessary? The number of men tends to grow without ceasing, and with them the amount of labor provided, but will the amount of available subsistence grow indefinitely, or will it grow in the same proportion? In one of his essays, Hume tried to define the causes of the movements of population. The increase in population, which corresponds to the satisfaction of a natural instinct, is desirable in itself, for as there is in all men, both male and female, a desire and power of generation, more active than is ever universally excited, the restraints which they lie under must proceed from some difficulties in their situation, which it belongs to a wise legislature carefully to observe and remove. Without these difficulties the human ies would more than double every generation. But these difficulties are of two kinds. They are physical, and depend on the quality of available subsistence. They are also social. If everything else be equal, it seems natural to expect that, wherever there are most happiness and virtue, and the wisest institutions, there will also be most people. 1 To give abundance and security to subjects is therefore to contribute to the increase of population. Hume, in his inquiry, even goes so far as to hold that an equalitarian society is physically possible. It must, indeed, be confessed, that nature is so liberal to mankind, that, were all her presents equally divided among the species, and improved by art and industry, every individual would enjoy all the necessaries, and even most of the comforts of life, nor would ever be liable to any ills, but such as might accidentally arise from the sickly frame and constitution of the body. 2 Godwin never made use of a stronger expression than this. But a difficulty came in Hume's way. It is labor which gives things a value, and in an equalitarian society labor would not receive the necessary encouragement. Render possessions ever so equal, men's different degrees of art, care, and industry, will immediately break that equality. Or if you check these virtues, you reduce society to the most extreme indigence, and instead of preventing want and beggary in a few, render it unavoidable to the whole community. In reality, this objection contradicts Hume's observation as to the liberality of nature. In the treatise he went further still, and asserted not only that man cannot live without laboring, but also that it is not in the nature of things that his labor should be sufficient to enable him to live. We possess, he said, 3 kinds of goods: the internal satisfaction of our minds, the external advantages of the body, and the enjoyment of the goods which we have acquired by our labor and by our good fortune. In the enjoyment of goods of the first kind, we are always perfectly secure. Those of the second kind can be taken from us, but without any advantage accruing to him who deprives us of them. The last only are both exposed to the violence of others, and may be transferred without suffering any loss or alteration, while at the same time, there is not a sufficient quantity of them to supply everyone's desires and necessities. As the improvement, therefore, of these goods is the chief advantage of society, so the instability of their possession, along with their scarcity, is the chief impediment. Hence the necessity of the two institutions of justice and property, which are inseparable from one another. They both rest on the impossibility of dividing natural goods between men in quantities which are equal and sufficient to enable them to live. Adam Smith's language is, taken as a whole, more equivocal still. He studies the movements of population in their relation to the movements of wages. All species of animals naturally multiply in proportion to the means of subsistence, and no species can multiply more than this. But in a civilized society it is only in the lower classes of the people that the scarcity of subsistence can set limits to the multiplication of the human species, by means of the premature death of a large number of children. It is therefore the duty of the legislator to aim at once at an increase of population and at a decrease of poverty, by using all methods suitable for securing a liberal remuneration for labor, but the methods to be used cannot be other than indirect methods, consisting in increasing the productivity of labor, that is to say in increasing the amount of subsistence. Thus the argument is a circular one. What encourages the progress of population and agricultural improvement encourages that of real wealth and greatness. 3. Now, to encourage economic improvement of any kind whatever is precisely the same as to encourage wealth. It could therefore be said just as well or perhaps even better, what encourages wealth encourages population. There is here another ambiguity. Population, according to Adam Smith, is limited by the means of subsistence. Are we to take it that there is a kind of pre-established and permanent harmony between the two terms? This is the interpretation which Godwin appears to have adopted when, after reproducing Adam Smith's formula and writing that, there is a principle in human society by which population is perpetually kept down to the level of the means of subsistence, he adds, thus among the wandering tribes of America and Asia, we never find through the lapse of ages, that population has so increased, as to render necessary the cultivation of the earth. 1. Here we have at bottom the equivocal principle of supply and demand. Here nature supplies subsistence and humanity provides the demand. The general interest is assured, they maintain, by the fact that supply and demand are in equilibrium. It would be more accurate to say that the equilibrium of supply and demand does not ever exist, but that it merely tends constantly to re-establish itself as the result of disturbances in equilibrium which are painful crises for humanity. It should be added that Adam Smith was profoundly under the influence of the French physiocrats, who held that the cultivation of the soil naturally produced more than the amount necessary for the subsistence of the cultivator. This also to some extent explains the uncertainty of the expressions used by Adam Smith on this matter. He actually wrote that, in civilized and laborious nations, although a great number of people do not labor at all and consume the produce of 10 times or of 100 times more labor than those who work, yet the produce of the whole labor of the society is so great that all are often abundantly supplied. There are noticeable, then, in Hume and in Adam Smith, certain formulae which foreshadow Malthus. 3. But, as we have seen, in a somewhat equivocal form. Moreover, neither Hume nor Adam Smith applied their theory to the financial and practical problems raised by the poor law. In 1786, however, an economist, Joseph Townsend by name, who knew Lord Shelburne and Bentham, devoted a dissertation to the question, and based his criticism of them on what might even at this stage be called the principle of population. Townsend started by laying down the principle that it is necessary to labor in order to live, and that any legal arrangement which imposes the obligation to work is weak and ineffective as compared with the natural sanction of hunger. There must be some poor men, that is to say, men who are improvident and who are ready to perform the most servile, sordid, and ignoble of social functions. By this, the stock of human happiness is in the last reckoning increased. Hunger, the desire to get bread, make the hardest work acceptable and sweet. The poor laws, on the other hand, proceed from principles which border on absurdity, as professing to accomplish that which, in the very nature and constitution of the world, is impracticable. 44. In the progress of society, it is necessary that some should come to suffer from want. Townsend sets forth this necessary law in the story of the island of Juan Fernandez. A pair of goats were put on the island. They were able to multiply without difficulty or want until the time when the island was full. It was then necessary for the weaker ones to disappear in order that abundance should be re-established. In this way the goats fluctuated between happiness and misery, and either suffered want or rejoiced in abundance, according as their numbers were diminished or increased, never at a stay, yet nearly balancing at all times their quantity of food. 2. In cases of excessive population, the disappearance of a few, which was a partial evil, became a general good since it re-established abundance. The Spaniards wished to destroy the goats, and for this purpose brought to the island a pair of dogs. The dogs multiplied until the time when subsistence became scarce. Then a new kind of balance was established. The weakest of both species were among the first to pay the debt of nature, the most active and vigorous preserved their lives. It is the quantity of food which regulates the numbers of the human species. 3. Hence the impossibility, already pointed out by Wallace, of instituting communism of goods while leaving everyone free to marry. They would first increase their numbers, but not the sum total of their happiness, till by degrees, all being equally reduced to want and misery, the weakly would be the first to perish. In spite of the opinion expressed by Lord Kames that a nation can scarce be too populous for husbandry, as agriculture has the singular property of producing food in proportion to the number of consumers, for there is a point beyond which the fertility of the soil in conjunction with human industry can yield nothing, and when the human species has multiplied in proportion to this maximum increase of food, it will not be able to go any further. 6. It is thus absurd to cry out, as people do, population at any price. When industry and frugality keep pace with population, or rather when population is only the consequence of these, the strength and riches of a nation will bear proportion to the number of its citizens, but when the increase of people is unnatural and forced, when it arises only from a community of goods, it tends to poverty and weakness. 8. Now the poor laws are a beginning of communism, therefore Townsend condemns them one and all. Perhaps Malthus, 10 years later, came under the influence of Townsend's ideas, unconsciously and in a roundabout way, for it seems to us uncontestable that Condorcet, in the passage in his tableau which Malthus discusses, is himself discussing Townsend. In any case, Malthus had not read Townsend's little work, and yet the fable of the island of Juan Fernandez, by its striking form and by aphorisms which foreshadow not only Malthus but Darwin and Spencer, deserved to become a classic. But, for the principle of population to become popular, there was necessary on the one hand an economic crisis serious enough to show to everyone the pressing reality of the problem, and there were perhaps also necessary the pseudo-scientific formulae which were to contribute powerfully to the prestige exerted by Malthus' doctrine. The revolution broke out in France, at the end of 3 years, contrary to the principles which had up till then directed the prime ministers. Elie, England was brought to make war on the hereditary enemy. The expenses of the war, the difficulties of getting provisions from outside, and the very bad harvests of 1794 and 1795 caused an alarming scarcity, an economic crisis which occasioned popular troubles, led by the revolutionary societies. The government suppressed the troubles by force, and prevented future risings by the exception laws. But the economic crisis called for more decisive remedies than these. Hence the less rigorous application of the Poor Law. Hence Pitt's Poor Bill. The disciples of Adam Smith, chief among whom were Burke and Bentham, intervened in the debate and protested against measures which according to them made the evil worse instead of better. Burke may be taken to be chronologically the first to interpret political economy as a pure conservative orthodoxy. In 1795, he paused in his counter-revolutionary campaign, to present his thoughts and details on scarcity 1 to Pitt. In 1796, in his third letter on a regicide peace 2 he drew an optimistic picture of the economic condition of England, and of the progress she had made since the declaration of war. In both these writings, he insisted on the thesis of the natural identity of interests. 3. The entirely negative obligation of the state not to intervene in the economic relations of individuals with one another. He opposed all the schemes of public assistance, which the scarcity of 1794 and 1795 had called forth from theorists and politicians. He protested against any measure which would tend to establish a normal rate of wages. He did in fact contest that the rate of wages did not increase at the same time as the nominal price of provisions, but he added that it was not in the nature of things that the two quantities should vary as the function of each other. In the fixing of wages a distinction should be made between the men who are able to perform the normal work of a man and those who are unable to work, or who are able to work, but not to perform the normal task of a day laborer, women, children, and the aged. The inflexibility of law cannot make this distinction, whereas interest, habit, and the tacit convention that arise from 1,000 obscure circumstances produce a tact that regulates without difficulty what laws and magistrate cannot regulate at all. The first class of labor wants nothing to equalize it, it equalizes itself. The second and third are not capable of any equalization. Once this general principle is laid down, all proposed measures of economic regulation are easy to refute. To suggest levying a special tax on the farming interest is to fail to see that the interests of the farmer and the wage-earning laborer are the same. True, say the zealots of the sect of regulation too, when the laborer is young and fit, and the farmer and the laborer can treat on an equal footing, but in times of scarcity, illness, or old age, when the laborer is burdened with a numerous family, and cannot live or feed his family on the natural remuneration of his labor, should not his remuneration be raised by authority? Burke then asked the question whether the amount of subsistence in existence is sufficient to satisfy the demands of philanthropy. From the fact that the rich are few in proportion to the great number of the poor, Burke drew a conclusion diametrically opposite to that drawn by Godwin, that it is impossible to suppress poverty by making an equal distribution of the superfluity of the rich. 3. The richer the capitalist, the more his private interest is identified with the general interest, because he can be satisfied to draw a small profit from his capital. Burke affirmed that there had been a rise in wages. Certainly men were working more, but whether the increase in the amount of work supplied is, taken as a whole, a good or an evil, is a philosophical question which Burke would not follow Godwin in broaching. Without wishing to examine in all its aspects the policy of granting assistance to the poor, he stated that the English law assured a sufficient aid to decrepit age, to orphan infancy, and to accidental illness, and that, by the application of the poor law, the lower classes received annually from the upper classes 2 millions sterling. But he protested against any lenient interpretation of the spirit of the law. To make a poor man believe that he had a right to the assistance of the state without working, was to make him a promise which it was impossible to keep. The current expression "the laboring poor" was got only from the bon ton of the day. Those who labored must be recommended patience, labor, sobriety, frugality, and religion, the rest was downright fraud. It was a horrible aberration to call them the once happy laborers, for when we affect to pity as poor, those who must labor or the world cannot exist, we are trifling with the condition of mankind. 5. It is written that man shall eat bread by the sweat of his brow. The rules of commerce and the principles of justice require that everyone shall receive the price of his labor. The man who cannot live on the fruits of his labor does not take his stand on a right when he asks to live, he makes an appeal to mercy. Here the sphere of public justice ends, and that of private charity begins. In a fragment too which appeared at Geneva in 1798, through the efforts of Dumont, in the Bibliothèque Britannique, but which had been completed, says Dumont, many years earlier, Bentham for his part adopts without any alteration Adam Smith's principle that, population is in relation to the means of subsistence and to needs. Montesquieu, he writes, Condillac, Sir James Stewart, Adam Smith, the economists, have only one feeling on this point. Thus the method of increasing population does not lie in encouraging it directly by rewards and punishments, it lies in increasing the national wealth, or rather in allowing it to increase. In 1795, he discusses the article in the Declaration of Rights drawn up by CIs in the terms of which every citizen who is unable to provide for his own wants, has a right to the assistance of his fellow citizens, and in discussing it he is perhaps thinking as much of Godwin as of CIs. To acknowledge the right of every citizen to the assistance of his fellow citizens is to recognize his right to the assistance either of individuals taken separately or of the community. In the first case, to give to every poor person a right to the assistance of every individual who is not equally poor, is to overturn every idea of property. In the second case the article of the Declaration is very vague, for it is not enough to affirm a right, it must also be determined how the assistance is to be collected and distributed, the administration of assistance must be organized, inquiry officers must be appointed, the steps which the poor must take in order to avail themselves of their right must be regulated. And the question always arises, is the application of the right possible? It is possible to imagine a state of scarcity in which it would not be possible to provide bread for all those who needed it. How then can we change this, which is a duty of benevolence, into an absolute right? It would be giving the indigent class the falsest and most dangerous ideas. It would not only mean the destruction of all gratitude on the part of the poor towards their benefactors, it would mean putting in their hands arms against all owners of property. 3 Now this was to some extent the case in England during the years 1794 and 1795, and Bentham was led by the force of circumstances to study directly the problems raised by the application of the Poor Law. In February 1797, he addressed to Pitt some observations on the Poor Bill, and his attitude is a curious one. He thinks that it is enough to prove that the bill is an equalitarian measure in order to condemn it. The equalization system, as applied to wages, seems hardly less threatening to industry, and thence to property, to say nothing of the expense, than, as applied to property, it would be to property, and thence to industry. He condemns any attempt to establish a normal wage, either by direct or indirect means, and particularly he condemns in Pitt's bill what he calls the underability, or supplemental wages clause. Taking up Burke's objection in more detail, he asks whether this normal wage is to be the maximum or the minimum wage for a definite industry, or an average wage, taking all industries into consideration, or the maximum for the industry which employs the greatest number of workmen in the district. Add to this that the rate of wages, even valuing it at its lowest, varies considerably between one point and another. Will a man in each district be free to choose at his own discretion between so many different valuations? Besides, must one not choose, or can one, without contradiction, be favorable to the system of enclosures, which Bentham agrees with Burke in thinking equally favorable to the interests of rich and poor, and yet adopt the cow money clause in Pitt's bill, which tends to restore the ancient patriarchal communism? It is thought, no doubt, that when a man does his utmost, it is hard to leave him in a worse condition than his neighbors on account of an infirmity which is his misfortune merely, not his fault. But this sentimentalism is destructive of all kinds of positive law. How draw the line between the idle and the industrious, when you no longer stop at signs which cannot be disputed, such as old age and certain infirmities? Finally, the clause of the bill which Bentham calls the relief extension or opulence relief clause, specifies that anyone who has a house worth less than £30 shall be allowed the benefits of the law. We commiserate Darius, we commiserate Lear, but it is not in the power of parishes to give kingdoms, to banish not only misfortune but improvidence. Bentham did not treat the question merely as a theorist, he treated it also as a practical reformer, as a man of projects, in the outline of a work to be called Pauper Management Improved, which appeared at the end of 1797 in Arthur Young's Annals of Agriculture. He applied to the solution of the problem the principles which he had laid down in the Panopticon, not only the architectural principle of universal inspection, but the principle of the artificial identification of interests, what he called the duty and interest junction principle. In regard to the administration of his system of assistance by labor, he set forth a system of centralization and of administration by contract. The industry houses were to be ruled by a central board set up in the capital and modelled on the India Company's board, elected by all the members of a society with shares worth £5 or £10, which would exploit the labour of the assisted poor. The same principle as in the panopticon, the life assurance or life warranting principle gave the administrators an interest in preserving the life of those assisted. The same principle of publicity, the transparent management principle, submitted them to the control of popular or moral sanction. The same principle which defines the obligations of the administrators also defined those of the persons assisted. They were only assisted to the extent to which they worled, and the various principles which determine the conditions of their labor which Bentham describes in picturesque terms, as the self-liberation principle. No one will be liberated who has not paid the expenses of his keep by the product of his labor, the earn first principle, the piece work, or proportionable pay principle, the separate work or performance distinguishing principle. All these are only particular forms of the principle of the union of interest and duty. Moreover, according to Bentham, the project offered certain collateral advantages as well as the direct advantage. It would make it possible to stamp out begging, to relieve temporary indigence by a system of loans at interest, to substitute for friendly societies a universal and complete system of insurances against old age, of assistance in the event of marriage or unemployment, and of help in the upkeep of a more than average number of children. It would have, above all, a great pedagogic importance. 1. The education of the poor, which was much more socially useful than the education of the rich because of the numbers of the poor, had been neglected. Now, the industry houses would offer conditions under which poor children would be submitted to the most effective plastic power which could be thought of. The influence of the schoolmaster on the conduct of the pupil in ordinary life is as nothing compared with the influence exercised by the company over these its wards. Bentham, like Godwin, had always accepted the principle according to which individual characters are held to be the work of social conditions, but Godwin, who was liberal to a fault, vaguely looked forward to a state of civilized society without government, in which the natural identity of interests would no longer be compromised by the survival of any positive institution, and so any system of education would be useless. For Bentham, on the other hand, the despotic principle of the artificial identification of interests is the fundamental principle of his pedagogic as of his juridical philosophy. Bentham did indeed insist on the point that no pauper should receive aid except in exchange for labor, and that this labor should remunerate a private company. This company would nonetheless be a monopolistic company, and would govern the men whose interests were entrusted to it in accordance with the principles of a pedagogic and philanthropic despotism, which has few traits in common with the liberalism of Adam Smith and his school. The ideas which had been partially formed by Adam Smith's school owed the definitive, classical form, which they were to assume among Bentham's friends, not to Bentham but to Malthus. In 1796, when Pitt laid his bill on the table of the House, Malthus had not yet formed his theory. In an essay which he wrote at that time, under the name of The Crisis, he discussed the view put forward by Paley, according to which the amount of happiness in a country is measured by the number of its inhabitants, but he merely argued that the amount of happiness should be estimated the increase in number, if not by the actual number of the inhabitants, for an increasing population is the most certain of all possible signs of the happiness and prosperity of a state, whereas the present population can only be a sign of a happiness which is past. He writes, but though it is by no means to be wished that any dependent situation should be made so agreeable, as to tempt those who might otherwise support themselves in independence, yet as it is the duty of society to maintain such of its members as are absolutely unable to maintain themselves, it is certainly desirable that the assistance in this case should be given in the way that is most agreeable to the persons who are to receive it. 2 Consequently, he advocated outdoor relief and commended the special relief to be accorded to fathers of more than 3 children, as proposed in Pitt's bill. It was Godwin who, in 1797, converted Malthus to Malthusianism through reaction. Elie thus father was a Jacobin, a disciple of Rousseau whose executor he had been, and, more recently, a disciple of Godwin. In discussing with his father the economic ideas set forth by Godwin in his Inquiry, and particularly in his essay on avarice and prodigality, Malthus became aware of the principle which justified his resistance to the utopias of Godwin and Condorcet. For better still, it could be proved that he borrowed from Godwin, and even more from Condorcet, all the elements of the theory which he urged as against the two equalitarians. To Godwin he owed the actual term principle of population, and to Condorcet he owed several of the expressions of which he made use in his definition of the principle. Must there not come a stage, asks Condorcet, at which these two equally necessary laws, the law of the progress of human industry and the law of the progress of population, when come to contradict each other, the increase in the number of men exceeding the increase in their means? 5. Malthus takes up Condorcet's question, and answers it in the affirmative. He takes his stand on two postulates: the first, that food is necessary to man's existence, and the second, this he cannot establish without having first refuted one of Godwin's utopias, that the sexual passion is, and will always remain, more or less constant. But the amount of available food does not grow at the same rate as the population. Thus there is a conflict between these two necessary laws, they contradict one another in the nature of things. In this way considerations drawn from the physical and physiological worlds come to modify the conclusions which could otherwise be legitimately drawn from the principle of utility. Every man needs subsistence. Now it is in the power of society to remedy the present inequality in the distribution of the means of subsistence, therefore every man has a right to subsistence, and, consequently, to the assistance of his fellow men. Every man has need of subsistence, but nature does not provide subsistence in sufficient quantities to supply the needs of an ever-increasing number of men, therefore the right to subsistence is an illusory right, which is not founded on the nature of things. Condorcet, who was no doubt inspired by Townsend, foresaw that on the day when the conflict between the two necessary laws came about there would occur, if not a step which is actually retrograde, at least a kind of oscillation between good and evil which will be an ever-present cause of distress which is to some extent periodic. Malthus uses the expression for his own purpose. There comes a time when the amount of food which had originally to be divided between 7 million people, has to be divided between, let us say, 7.5 millions. Therefore there is a fall in the price of labor and a rise in the price of provisions. And hence, by an inverse movement, there results a decrease of births and a development in cultivation, with the consequent re-establishment of the proportion between population and means of subsistence. The situation of the laborer being then again tolerably comfortable, the restraints to population are in some degree loosened, and, after a short period, the same retrograde and progressive movements, with respect to happiness, are repeated. This sort of oscillation will not probably be obvious to common view, and it may be difficult even for the most attentive observer to calculate its periods. Point 2. But the danger of such a retrograde movement in population and in human prosperity is, according to Godwin and Condorcet, extremely far off. 3/4 of the habitable globe is now uncultivated. The parts already cultivated are capable of immeasurable improvement. Myriads of centuries NF still increasing population may pass away, and the earth be still found sufficient for the subsistence of its inhabitants. 3. It is equally impossible, thinks Condorcet, to give one's verdict for or against the future reality of an event which will have come about at a time when the human species will necessarily have acquired enlightenment, of which we can hardly form an idea. According to Malthus, on the other hand, the danger is a constant one. The amount of available subsistence is not a fixed amount which the increase in population is bound to reach at some future date, neither is the amount of available subsistence an amount which is always growing until it attains a determined limit beyond which it cannot go. The means of subsistence, like the number of men, may increase forever and be greater than any assignable quantity, but these two quantities do not increase according to the same law. The power of population is indefinitely greater than the power in the earth to produce subsistence for man. Population, when unchecked, increases in a geometrical ratio. Subsistence only increases in an arithmetical ratio. A slight acquaintance with numbers will show the immensity of the first power in comparison with the second. It was therefore a new development of that idea of indefinite progress which was fundamental to Condorcet, and to which Condorcet, a mathematician, liked to give a mathematical form which destroyed, in Malthus, the optimistic philosophy of indefinite progress. 1. The principle of natural identity found its application in Adam Smith only to those objects whose number can be indefinitely increased by human labor. It now appeared that a second restriction must be added to this one. The quantity of the products of labor may increase indefinitely, but the demands for these products also increases indefinitely, and according to a yet swifter law. The idea which had been dimly seen by Condorcet, and which Malthus emphasized, could be formulated as follows: a law of evolution is not necessarily a law of progress. Thus, thanks to the new ideas which Malthus borrowed from Condorcet, the principle set forth by Adam Smith and Godwin, according to which population is constantly determined in relation to the amount of the means of subsistence, assumes a definite mean. The methods nature uses to reduce the race of plants and the race of animals to the desired proportions, are lack of seed, illness, and premature death. To restrict the human race it uses poverty and vice. Poverty is the necessary consequence of the operation of the law, and Condorcet had already alluded to this. Vice is a highly probable consequence of it. Therefore the happiness of a given country is not measured by the number of inhabitants, but by the amount of subsistence, or to be more exact, according to the formula already suggested by Malthus in the Crisis, by the corresponding increase in population. Problems bearing on population had been disturbing inquirers for a long time already, but Richard Price and his critics adopted a method too exclusively statistical. Now statistics were not the method employed by the disciples of Adam Smith. The new economic science, based on the knowledge of certain primitive laws of human nature, adopted a synthetic method, and sought to discover derived laws which should partake of the certainty of the primitive laws. Population, Adam Smith tells us, is limited by the means of subsistence, but what must the word limited be taken to mean? Is it a question of an upper limit beyond which population cannot pass, but below which it can vary to an indeterminate extent? In this case we are unable to assert that the figure of population is rigorously determined for a given amount of subsistence. We have not yet found the law of population. But if the means of subsistence are a limit to population in the sense that population cannot, in any lasting way, either rise above or sink below this limit, then we can say, with a truly scientific exactness, that the amount of subsistence determines the number of consumers. By this the principle of the natural identity of interests seems to be seriously compromised. Indeed, if the theory of population is to have the character of a scientific theory, it is necessary that the human race, taken as a whole, should be held to be distressed or needy. But may we not go further, and ask whether the principle of the natural identity of interests, as stated by Adam Smith, would be applicable even to that future state of society without property or government, which the optimism of Godwin and Condorcet had foreseen. Once the progress of human industry has brought about abundance, egoism will become useless, at the same time as the institution of property and the phenomenon of exchange disappear. Now the theory of the harmony of interests implies just these very notions of property, exchange, and egoism. Malthus rejects the principle of the fusion of interests. He thinks that the feeling of benevolence is derived from egoism by a gradual evolution. To wish to substitute benevolence for egoism as the moving principle of society would only have the result of making the whole society feel the pinch of want, which is today only felt by the few. According to Malthus, we owe everything which distinguishes civilized from savage life to the established system of property, and to the principle of egoism, despite its apparent narrowness. 1. On this point Malthus appears American Samoa, the faithful trustee of the tradition of Adam Smith. For a science of value to be possible, the utilitarian economist, powerless to measure utility directly, measures it indirectly by means of labor. But men may give very different quantities of labor for an object of a given utility. The labor which measures the value must therefore be the maximum labor which a man is prepared to give in order to secure the enjoyment of the object. Thus, for the science of value to be possible, the maximum labor must be being constantly given somewhere, utility must appear as necessity, or again the economic man must appear as a necessitous being. Since Adam Smith's political economy would cease to be true when the limit of human progress foreseen by Godwin and Condorcet had been reached, the problem for Malthus was, at bottom, to find a law of progress which would ensure that the principles laid down by Adam Smith would be applicable forever. To apply the doctrine is to condemn the right to assistance and the poor laws in which it is sanctioned. The obvious tendency of these laws is to increase population without increasing subsistence. The victuals consumed in the workhouses feed the least worthy members of the social body and reduce by the same amount the portions which, if there were no poor laws, would fall to others who are worthier and more industrious. The poor laws were costly, so costly that accusations of malversation were rife. They were tyrannical. The law of settlement was denounced by everyone, beginning with Adam Smith. But in truth the poor laws failed to solve the problem of pauperism, not because malversation might occur in the management of the funds collected, but because they went directly against the very nature of things. If they were applied in a tyrannical manner, it was because everyone tacitly recognized that it was impossible to apply them in their integrity. It is no more possible to stamp out poverty than to stamp out pain. The accusation might be brought against the rich that by unfair coalitions they prolonged a period of poverty for the poor, yet no possible form of society could prevent the almost constant action of misery upon a great part of mankind, if in a state of inequality, and upon all, if all were equal. 1 The truth is that the pressure of distress on the lower classes of society is an evil so deeply seated, that no human ingenuity could reach it. Were I to propose a palliative, and palliatives are all that the nature of the case will admit, it should be, in the first place, the total abolition of all the present parish laws. 2 To this radical measure, Malthus added, as measures which were akin to it, encouragements favourable to agriculture at the expense of manufacturers. Chief among these encouragements to agricultural labour was the suppression of all corporative privileges. Everyone, at the end of the 18th century, was agreed as to this measure, but not for the same reasons. Adam Smith denounced the spirit of monopoly, the egoism of the industrialists, Malthus the protection afforded to the industrial labourer at the expense of the agricultural labourer. Finally, for cases of extreme distress, workhouses might be opened in every county, and assistance might be granted in exchange for labour provided, but these would always be mere palliatives, for an evil which did not admit of a remedy. Hard as it may appear in individual instances, dependent poverty ought to be held disgraceful. Such a stimulus seems to be absolutely necessary to promote the happiness of the great mass of mankind, and every general attempt to weaken this stimulus, however benevolent its apparent intention, will always defeat its own purpose. 3. The first edition of Malthus' book met with so great a success that a second edition was needed. It appeared in 18°3, after Malthus had devoted 5 years to completing his theory by travelling for research, and to rearranging and developing the first edition. The essay of 1798 chiefly consisted of a criticism of the utopias of Godwin and Condorcet. In the 1803 edition Thieu's critical part was reduced to its simplest expression, as vast fitting at a period when Godwin's philosophy had fallen into discredit. In 1798, in the preface to IV Malthus had apologized for not having brought enough statistical justifications to support his principle. In the second edition the statistical part was greatly developed. But above all, the second edition contained a modification of the thesis itself. Already in 1798, Malthus had drawn a distinction between two checks to the increase of population, the positive check which puts obstacles in the way of an increase in population which has already begun, and the preemptive check, consisting of a moral restraint which avoids an increase in population which is only foreseen. Moreover, according to Malthus, the second of these two, the preventive check, which consists in foreseeing the difficulties involved by the education of a large family, only operates in the upper classes of society, while the first operates in the lower classes. 3. But, in the mind of Malthus, the idea of the preventive obstacle was united by a kind of inseparable association with the idea of viet, and here, again, it is necessary to know Condorcet in order to understand Malthus. Condorcet had relied on a reasoned diminution in the increase of the population for the solution at the moment of crisis of the problem of the insufficiency of subsistence. According to Malthus, the gravity of the problem is always actually present. Already in the first edition he had taken up Condorcet's idea when, recognizing that every obstacle in the way of marriage must undoubtedly be considered as a species of unhappiness, he observed that as from the laws of our nature some check to population must exist, it is better that it should be checked from a foresight of the difficulties attending a family, and the fear of dependent poverty, than that it should be encouraged, only to be repressed afterwards by want and sickness. 4 But Condorcet joined to his observations an attack, which clearly worried Malthus, against the ridiculous prejudices of superstition and the morality of austerity. Is not the remedy advocated by Condorcet a kind of concubinage, or mixing of the sexes, freed from all vexation, which would prevent fecundity, or some other means of attaining the same end, which would be no less contrary to all the prescriptions of nature? This is why Malthus, in the first edition, made the distinction between vice and the preventive check a very slight one. Impelled to the increase of his species by an equally powerful instinct, reason interrupts his career, and asks him whether he may not bring beings into the world for whom he cannot provide the means of subsistence. These considerations are calculated to prevent, and certainly do prevent, a very great number in all civilized nations from pursuing the dictate of nature in an early attachment to one woman, and this restraint almost necessarily though not absolutely produces vice. He added that in old states such as England, the preventive check operated though with varied force through all classes of the community. The effects indeed of these restraints upon marriage are but too conspicuous in the consequent vices that are produced in almost every part of the world. 1 In the second edition, the association of the T/ideas is broken, and Malthus developed without reservations Tuesday's idea that the action of the preventive obstacle must be increased at the expense of the action of the positive obstacle. In the first edition he stated that it was impossible for the human race to escape from poverty, and demanded that humanity should refrain from resorting to so-called remedies which were absurd and costly, palliatives only were conceivable. 2 In the second edition he rejected certain suggested measures, emigration for example, precisely because he considered them to elie not remedies but merely palliatives. Even more explicitly than in the first edition, he denied the right of the poor to support and proposed that a law be passed declaring that no child born from any marriage, taking place after the expiration of a year from the date of the law, and no illegitimate child born 2 years from the same date, should ever be entitled to parish assistance. 3 The remedies to be used, apart from private charity, are institutions likely to increase the action of the preventive check-friendly societies which were already spreading in Great Britain, and above all institutions for public instruction. Till the language of nature and reason has been generally heard on the subject of population, instead of the language of error and prejudice, it cannot be said that any fair experiment has been made with the understandings of the common people, and we cannot justly accuse them, till they act as they do now after it has been brought home to their comprehensions that they are themselves the cause of their own poverty. 4. Malthus, therefore, wished a pedagogic function to be assigned to the state. Like Adam Smith before him, he advocated the system of parish schools where the children of the poor should receive an elementary education. Adam Smith had already demanded that the education given in these schools should be of a more practical nature than that which was given in the small charity schools already in existence, and that the elements of geometry and mechanics should be taught there. Malthus went further than this, and demanded a popular and practical teaching of political economy. He was desirous that the current prejudices both as to the sale and hoarding of corn and as to the principle of population should be dissipated. It was objected that popular instruction made revolutionaries, and that the people only learned to read in order to read Thomas Paine's pamphlets. Adam Smith had already refuted a statement of this kind, but the additions to the programs of popular teaching suggested by Malthus made it possible for him to refute it still more strongly. Bentham's scheme for reform of the poor laws came in the end to a program of popular education. In Malthus also, in the last resort, it can be reduced to this. Popular education had already developed in England, through the efforts of the nonconformists and especially of the Methodists. But Malthus brought a utilitarian formula to the already existing movement. It is just, said the Protestants, that all men, since they are equal before God, should share as equally as possible in the knowledge of the sacred books, of the divine law and of the moral law. It is useful, said Malthus, that all men should know the physical laws which determine the development and the increase of the species, so that they will understand how to regulate the increase of their needs in accordance with the increase in the amount of pleasures which nature puts at their disposal. We are now able to define Malthus' intellectual attitude. In a certain sense, the essay of 1798, The Refutation of Godwin and of Condorcet, may indeed be taken to be a manifestation of the reactionary opinion which held sway in England round about 1800. Was it not Malthus' aim to point out the illusory nature of the theory of indefinite perfectibility? He tells us that the conception of human life resulting from his doctrine is melancholy. He did not intend, however, that a political theory of passive obedience or a moral theory of resignation should be derived from it, or that life should be concluded to be a state of trial, and school of virtue, preparatory to a superior state of happiness. 2 God desires the good of man in this world, and the purpose of the needs of the body is to rouse the spirit and make it capable of progress. It is to provide stimulants of this kind, to constrain man to put the whole earth under cultivation, that it has been ordained that population should increase faster than food. If it increased according to the same law, man would never have emerged from the savage state. 3 Malthus therefore stood for the human idea of progress as against the supernatural idea of redemption. In fact he was, and always remained, a Whig. For in the very first pages of his book, he proclaimed his desire to hold the scales evenly between the advocate for the present order of things, who regards political philosophers indiscriminately as ambitious men or as seers, and the advocate for the perfectibility of man and of society who regards the defender of established institutions as a slave of prejudice or as a man who lives by abuses. He did not reproach Paine for having laid down the rights of man. Man has rights, and it is useful for him to know them. But there is nothing which counterbalances the evils occasioned by Paine's rights of man so effectively as the knowledge of the real rights of man. It was in America that Paine constructed his system, and America differs from Europe in that its physical conditions allow the population to double itself every 25 years. Godwin said that man had the right to subsist prior to all social laws. You might as well say that he has the right to live 100 years. But the important question, in both cases, is the question not of right but of power. Social laws increase the power, and so, if you like, the right of individuals to subsist. But neither before nor after the institution of social laws did an unlimited number of individuals enjoy the faculty of living. Thus, before as after, anyone who has been deprived of this faculty has been deprived also of the right of exercising it. Education and civil liberty alone will contribute to lessen poverty by giving the individual an enhanced feeling of his responsibility, a more developed power of reflection, and a greater prudence, hence the appearance on the scene of the preventive check. A people which is ignorant and robbed of social rights justifies reaction and oppression by its violence and by its excesses. It is this which is fatal. Give to a state but liberty enough and it is impossible that vice should exist in it. 2 And besides, is not the very idea of public instruction an equalitarian idea? Does it not require that the state should rectify certain inequalities and diminish at the expense of the rich the distance which would otherwise separate the intelligence of the rich from that of the poor? Thus, the checks imposed by man's physiological nature and by the physical nature of the earth to the indefinite progress of the human species do not fundamentally contradict the idea of progress. Malthus rejects the utopian part in the views of Condorcet and Godwin. He refuses to treat man as a pure intelligence, of which nothing can therefore stay the progress. But a distinction must be made between an unlimited progress and a progress whose limit cannot be determined. The first kind of progress, if not applicable to man, granted the actual laws of his nature. The second incontestably is applicable. Men will be gradually better and better instructed, and so will learn to regulate the increase in population by the increase in subsistence and will wait to found a family until they are assured that they can support it. But did not Condorcet say just the same thing? Was Godwin mistaken when, in 1801, he declared in Thoughts Occasioned by Dr. Parr's Spittal Sermon, that Malthus' observations, far from destroying his theory, were a confirmation of it. The more men are raised above poverty and a life of expedience, the more decency will prevail in their conduct, and sobriety in their sentiments. Where everyone has a character, no one will be willing to distinguish himself by headstrong imprudence. Where a man possesses every reasonable means of pleasure and happiness, he will not be in a hurry to destroy his own tranquility or that of others by thoughtless excess. One Condorcet had already expressed the same opinion. But Godwin and Condorcet were looking for the day when every distinction between rich and poor should be swept away. Malthus was only aiming at the numerical increase of the middle class, to an important thesis, which later became fundamental for the economists, politicians, and moralists of philosophical radicalism. It is necessary that there should be needy people, but the number of them could be constantly reduced. From this it can be seen how it was that Malthus' influence was first felt by the liberal section of opinion, since he only differed from the theorists of indefinite progress by adopting a more moderate interpretation of their own theory. In spite of Malthus' efforts to prove the providential nature of the law of population, Christians condemned a doctrine according to which providence did not arrange the normal increase of subsistence in a harmonious manner. The Edinburgh Review, of Whig sympathies, was Malthusian from the start. The Tory Review, the Quarterly, never became converted. The influence exerted by the book will be better understood if a comparison be made between two speeches about the Poor Law, made by one Member of Parliament, Samuel Whitbread, in 1796 and in 1807.3. In 1796, he demanded that the Justices of the Peace should be authorized to fix the wages of labour at every 3 months' session, and his motion, which had the support of Fox and of Jekyll, Lord Lansdowne's lieutenant, was opposed by Pitt who, a year before the introduction of his own philanthropic bill, protested against this policy of governmental intervention, reproached the Poor Laws for making no distinction between the unfortunate and the lazy, and authorized the development of societies for mutual aid. 11 years later, Whitbread, applauded by Malthus, proposed a bill whose principal features were a regularization and democratization of the right of suffrage in parochial assemblies, and a system of universal popular instruction. Between 1796 and 1807, the influence of Malthus had been felt by the Liberal Party. It was a democratic influence. As concerns the education of the poor in particular, the radical theory of popular instruction is Malthusian in origin. Historical conditions in part explain the success achieved by Malthus' book. Between 1794 and 1800 there was a series of bad harvests in England at a time when the continent was only able to supply very small quantities of corn, as against an ever-increasing number of inhabitants. The crisis reached its most serious point in 1800, when the price of corn rose to 127 shillings a quarter. It had already begun as early as 1795 when Burke wrote his thoughts and details. It is possible for the industrial production of a country to increase while its agricultural production remains stationary, and consequently, because of the increase in population, it is possible for the wealth of a society to increase without a corresponding increase in the happiness of the laboring class. I really cannot conceive anything much more detestable, wrote one Alphys, than the idea of knowingly condemning the labourers of this country to the rags and wretched cabins of Ireland, for the purpose of selling a few more broadcloths and calicoes. The wealth and power of nations are, after all, only desirable as they contribute to happiness. Godwin had drawn Malthus' attention to this economic phenomenon, which had been neglected by Adam Smith, but Godwin explained it by an overproduction which benefited only the rich, whereas Malthus, on the other hand, explains it by what may be termed overconsumption. Men are too numerous, do not work enough and cannot work enough for all to be able to live in abundance. Still, it might, no doubt, be possible to treat this phenomenon as a temporary one, and to impose empirical remedies for it, such as free trade, which increases the number of objects to be consumed, and emigration, which diminishes the number of consumers. Malthus, however, believed in protection, in order that the equilibrium between agriculture and industry might be maintained, and he considered emigration a partial expedient absolutely insufficient to make room for a population which grows without any limit. He was out to prove that the phenomenon with which he was concerned, the pressure exerted by the population on the means of subsistence, was a phenomenon which was not temporary but constant in virtue of a necessary law. And perhaps the absolute and mathematical nature with which Malthus endowed his doctrine, explains, apart from any historical conditions, the prodigious credit which it secured. The nature of Malthus' double law is indeed doubly approximative. Population when it receives no check increases, according to Malthus himself, at least in a geometrical ratio. Under the same conditions food grows at most in an arithmetical ratio. Nevertheless, it is the pseudo-mathematical nature of the law, inspired by the vague analogy of certain physical laws, which conferred on the new doctrine a sovereign prestige. As Ricardo said 20 years later, surely in the minds of all reasonable men the principle for which Malthus contends is fully established. 1 As to its mathematic basis, said Hallam, there is no one who could question it that might not as well dispute the multiplication table. 2 Now Malthus' main idea is possibly true, but it is common to him and to others, who, as we shall see, discovered the theory of differential rent at the same time and independently of him, and who were able to discover it without needing to know the law of the two progressions. Malthus' law, on the other hand, is certainly false. This law is peculiar to him, and constitutes his fame. In sum, whatever may have been the historical causes of the success obtained by Malthus' book, we had to show how close were the links which bound the new theory to the utilitarian tradition, incarnated in Adam Smith and Bentham. The philosophy of indefinite progress itself originated in Hartley and Priestley, the forerunners of the associationism of the utilitarians. Malthus' achievement was to incorporate in a theory of progress the law of labor, which was fundamental to Adam Smith, and to give to that law itself the form of a law of progress. Moreover, Malthus was a conscious supporter of the philosophy of utility, whose formula he borrowed not from Bentham but from Paley. 3 I do not see how it is possible for any person who acknowledges the principle of utility as the great criterion of moral rules to escape the conclusion that moral restraint, or the abstaining from marriage till we are in a condition to support a family, is the strict line of duty. For to be more precise, he is referring to the principle of the natural identity of interests. The happiness of the whole is to be the result of the happiness of individuals, and to begin first with them. No cooperation is required. Every step tells. He who performs his duty faithfully will reap the full fruits of it, whatever may be the number of others who fail. This duty is intelligible to the humblest capacity. It is merely that he is not to bring beings into the world for whom he cannot find the means of support. 5 Besides there is a vis medicatrix republici, the desire of bettering our condition, and the fear of making it worse, the pursuit of personal interest, egoism, which is continually counteracting the disorders arising from narrow human institutions, and acts, particularly in England, as a natural countercheck to all the artificial encouragements given by law to the marriage of the poor. 6. But we must be clear on this point. If egoism, which is an instinct, commands the individual, in his own interest, to avoid an excessive increase in population, and first of all in our own family, egoism understood as obedience to all the three pulses of instinct, commands us to obey among other impulses the impulse of the sexual instinct, and of all the affectionate instincts which are bound up with J. In all societies, even the most vicious, that inclination to a virtuous attachment is so strong, that there is a constant tendency towards an increase of population. 1. The result is poverty, which results not from defective social institutions but from the physiological nature of man set face to face with physical nature. Hence arises a modification of the principle of the natural identity of interests, a modification which will perhaps allow us once more to define the difference which divides Malthus from the philosophers of indefinite progress. For the latter, moral constraint is in conformity with nature, or it consists in act of reason. Now the law of progress, for Condorcet as for Hartley, is in its essence an intellectual law, and man is, in essence also, nothing but an intelligence. On the other hand, according to Malthus, man is by definition a physiological being who peoples nature, intelligence, which is in direct opposition to instinct, therefore works against nature. We are concerned less with two different conceptions of progress than with two different conceptions of what in progress is natural and what is artificial. In other questions, at a later date, Malthus expressly referred to the principle of the artificial identification of interests. In the introduction to his Political Economy, he tried to show with what reservations the principle of Adam Smith may be accepted, according to which governments should not interfere in the direction of capital and industry, but leave every person, so long as he obeys the laws of justice, to pursue his own interest in his own way, as the best security for the constant and equable supply of the national wants. 2. He was a protectionist, and his pamphlet of 1814, bearing on the problem of duties on cheap importation of corn, is a model of moral arithmetic, since Malthus, after examining in detail the reaction of the abolition of the duties on the interests of various categories of citizens, concluded that this measure would be contrary to the happiness of the greatest number. 3. But as early as 1798, he contradicted Godwin, who had followed Priestley in condemning every kind of state teaching and compulsory instruction. Priestley and Godwin held intellectual progress to be a normal and spontaneous development of our nature. According to Malthus, on the other hand, egoism must be enlightened, the blind impulses of instinct must be artificially restrained, and for this purpose education must be developed. Adam Smith, it is true, had admitted that the state ought to take over popular education, at the same time that he accepted the principle of the natural identity of interests. But it is interesting to note that, in the two passages in his book in which he attributes a pedagogic function to the state, he is consciously violating the principle which he had originally laid down. For example, the principle of the equality of wages is a derivative phone of the principle of the natural identity of interests. But it is contradicted, in certain cases, by the policy of states of Europe, which increases the crowding in certain occupations beyond what it would naturally be. This is particularly true of the clergy and of men of letters, who are brought up at the expense of the state only to find themselves afterwards without employment, badly paid and losing caste. All the same, Adam Smith does not reproach the states concerned for being prodigal of education. This inequality is upon the whole, perhaps, rather advantageous than hurtful to the public. It may somewhat degrade the profession of a public teacher, but the cheapness of literary education is surely an advantage which greatly overbalances this trifling inconveniency. 1. Similarly, the principle of the division of labor is the actual expression of the principle of the natural identity of interests. The state's first obligation is to encourage it, or to speak more exactly, using a negative expression, not to impede it. Normally the division of occupations ought to place the greater part of individuals in such situations as naturally form in them and without any attention of government, almost all the abilities and virtues which that state requires. But Adam Smith agrees that the progress of the division of labor, by confining every laborer to an occupation which is more and more both absorbing and specialized, tends to make him as stupid and ignorant as it is possible for a human creature to become. The laborer is incapable of realizing the great interests of his country, and incapable of defending his country in war. His dexterity in his own particular trade seems, in this manner, to be acquired at the expense of his intellectual, social, and martial virtues. But in every improved and civilized society this is the state into which the laboring poor, that is the great body of the people, must necessarily fall, unless government takes some pains to prevent it. It therefore becomes obligatory for the state, in the interest of the greatest number, to correct, by means of education, the effects of the division of labor, which are fatal in at least one particular. In other words, it becomes necessary to restrict the bearing of the principle of the natural identity of interests, and to say the interests of all individuals are identical, provided that the individuals know what their interests are. It is a function of the state to teach them to know what they are. Chapter 3. Bentham, James Mill, and the Benthamites. 10 years preceding 1815 were marked in England by a general revival of liberal and democratic opinions, after the eclipse which William Godwin's utopian, anti-governmental, and communist utilitarianism had suffered. In 18°7, Cobbett, the famous journalist, who had been a demagogue all his life, though not always a Democrat, deserted the camp of the anti-Jacobins to go over to the party of peace and reform. He used his influence towards the triumphant election of Sir Francis Burdett at Westminster. In the same year, Romilly devoted himself to the study of the reforms which were required by the condition of English law, particularly penal law. Under Wordsworth, Southey, and Coleridge, who had all turned Tory, there arose a new generation of revolutionary poets, Byron, to begin with, and a little later Shelley and Keats, who scandalized and at the same time struck the imagination of their contemporaries. Moreover, in 1808, after the invasion of Spain by Napoleon, the whole Iberian Peninsula rose against the French occupation, and England helped the Spaniards by military expeditions and financial aid. As in the time of Louis XIV, England, though under a Tory government, once more began to play the part of the nation with liberal traditions, in the face of despotism à la Turk, the tradition of which was being renewed by Napoleon on the continent. In 1808, Bentham made the acquaintance of James Mill. James Mill was one of those hard-headed Scotsmen whose energy achieved the intellectual conquest of England towards the end of the 18th century. He was born in 1773, at the time when Bentham was first beginning to write, in that part of Great Britain which prides itself on possessing the monopoly of deductive and abstract metaphysical genius to the exclusion of England and Ireland, in the county of Montrose, where the birthplaces of Beattie, Reed, and Campbell were to be seen only a few miles distant. The son of a village cobbler, he had received an education superior to his status, under the direction of an ambitious mother, and through the protection of the aristocratic family of Sir John Stuart, the future godfather of his son. He was a tutor in important Scottish families, a student in theology at Edinburgh University, and even began to follow the profession of a preacher. As late as 1810 there was a satchel in his house containing a collection of the sermons he had delivered. But he was drawn by the high road that leads to London. In 1802, he carned to the capital in the suite of Sir John Stuart, who had recently been elected a Member of Parliament. "I am extremely ambitious to remain here, which I feel to be so much the best scene for a man of letters, that you can have no notion of it till you be upon the spot," one he wrote to Thomas Thomson, the friend of his early days. There he was living, following the trade of a journalist, sometimes as editor, sometimes simply as a contributor to the British Review, the Monthly Review, the Eclectic Review, the Annual Review, and the Edinburgh Review, at the time when he got to know Bentham. Too, was he already Bentham's disciple? He leads us to believe, in one place, that he was, and his testimony may be relied upon. 3. In any case, Bentham appears to have noticed him for the first time in IG-08. The following winter we see him passing on to Dumont the complimentary notice which had been given him in the Annual Review, by the man who was to become to him a kind of second Dumont. "This is excellent," Dumont exclaimed. "I like the man, he expresses his feelings out loud and in an intelligible manner. He is not like some lukewarm, half-ashamed admirers, whom I know, who tell you 20 fine things in conversation, and who either dare not or will not express a single one of them in writing." For Mill began to make frequent visits to Bentham from Pentonville, where he was living, going often to dine and pass the evening at his house. In 18°9, he lived with him for 3 or 4 months in the summer, together with his wife and his son John, at Bentham's country house at Barrow Green. In 1810, Bentham gave him Milton's house, which was next door to his own in Queen Square Place and which belonged to him, to live in. The house was unhealthy, and Mill soon left it, but in 1814, in order to sublet it to him at half price, Bentham rented another house, close to the first one, where Mill lived for 16 years. Since 1806, Mill had been working at his History of British India, the idea of which may perhaps have been suggested to him by a passage in the treatises. One, he was poor, and the review articles he wrote provided barely enough for him to live on, until the time when his history was completed, and he was granted, in 1818, an important position in the offices of the East India Company. Thus by helping him to live, Bentham rendered James Mill an inestimable service. But the truth is that Bentham could not do without this man at his side, who, with as much zeal and more perseverance, took up the note of editor and expositor which had hitherto been filled by Dumont alone. With his need of someone to admire, which made him the ideal disciple for Bentham, with his energetic temperament and despotic character which made him, to all except to Bentham, a dreaded master, with his genius for logical deduction and exposition, which gives a kind of originality to his works even when they are expressing someone else's ideas, Mill rendered Bentham as much service as Bentham rendered Mill. Bentham gave Mill a doctrine, and Mill gave Bentham a school. The birth of radicalism. In 1808, when he became acquainted with James Mill, Bentham was 60 years old. Nevertheless, strange though it may seem, it must be realized that he was still very little known by the English public as a theorist and reformer of the science of law. For the wider public, he was principally and almost exclusively the man who wrote the Panopticon. He was one of the men of one idea who were at that time so numerous in England. Spedding, who preached agrarian communism, c. Wright, who advocated universal suffrage, Rob R. T. Owen, the man who stood for the moral regeneration of humanity by means of quadrangular villages. Or, to be more exact, for Bentham had no universal one panacea, he was a philanthropist of the type of Howard, the prison reformer, or of Wilberforce, the opponent of slavery, who were both of them his friends. But, towards 1808, Bentham might well have considered his philanthropic campaign a lost cause. He was growing old, and had every reason to ask himself whether his life had not been a failure. In his case disappointed philanthropy changed into misanthropy, he was dissatisfied and discouraged. The beginnings of his campaign go back as far as 1790, when his brother Samuel Bentham's return to England gave him a competent collaborator for the architectural part of the project. Since 1791, Bentham had been in negotiation with Pitt. In 1792, the death of Jeremiah Bentham, the father, gave him possession of a considerable capital. In March of the same year he addressed to Pitt, the first Lord of the Treasury, and to Dundas, the Secretary of State, a proposal for taking charge of convicts to the number of 1,000, according to the above-mentioned plan of construction and management upon the terms therein mentioned. In 1793, Pitt and Dundas came in person to examine the models of the penitentiary establishment at Bentham's house. Finally, in 1794, a law was passed which authorized administration by contract, and fixed as site for the prison the place called Battersea Rise, which Blackstone and Eden had already thought of utilizing for the same purpose. Bentham's negotiations with the owners of the land came to nothing, and it was beyond the other bank of the Thames that he finally bought from the Marquis of Salisbury a site of the value of £12,000 to £14,000, instead of the £2,000 which Parliament had originally allotted to Bentham. But the matter still dragged on, though it was again introduced by Calhoun, with the warmest recommendations, before the Finance Committee of 1798. Bentham was ruined. I am reduced to shut up my house, the residence of the family for 33 years, fortunate in finding a brother's to take refuge in. Round about 1790 his project attracted the attention, in Ireland, of Sir John Parnell. It was at his request and in the hope that it would be printed at the expense of the Irish Parliament that Bentham wrote his work entitled Panopticon, but matters remained at this stage, and Bentham printed the work at his own expense. At Edinburgh, the architect Adam had drawn his inspiration from Samuel Bentham for the construction of a semicircular prison, but it was Adam who secured both the moral and the material profit from the enterprise. At last Pitt fell from power, but Bentham came up against the same indifference in his successor. M.R. Addington's hope is what Mr. Pitt's hope was to see me die broken-hearted, like a rat in a hole. I may die any day, but so long as perfidy and treachery and oppression, and corruption, and arbitrary power, and contempt of Parliament, and the persevering propagation of immorality and misery are the order of the day with him, so long as I live he will find me living to his annoyance. Living, did I say? Yes, and even when I am dead, he will not be rid of me. 2. He was now engaged on the production of 3 pamphlets, the first, entitled Panopticon vs New South Wales, in which, in a letter addressed to Lord Pelham, he set forth a parallel between the two systems of the Panopticon and of deportation, the second which was successively called the True Bastille, then the Constitution Conquered, and lastly a plea for the Constitution, in which he drew his inspiration from documents which were furnished innocently and without polemical intent by a former judge advocate of the colony, and pointed out abuses of power which had been committed, undue prolongations of punishment, roundabout forms of slavery, in breach of Magna Carta, the Petition of Right, the Habeas Corpus Act, the Bill of Rights, 1, and finally, some observations on a late exercise of legislative power by the Duke of Portland, in declared contempt of Parliament. 2. Which was so violent an attack against the person of the Duke that Bentham's most zealous friends Romilly, who was spreading his ideas among the Whig circle at Holland House, and Wilberforce, who acted as intermediary between Bentham and the ministry, were perturbed on receiving the manuscript. En effet, iblet tout ce tu en exagère, Romilly wrote to Bentham, but he naively added that the pamphlet was, in point of law, a libel, and the more a libel for being true. 3. Wilberforce pleaded the cause of the ministers with Bentham. Pitt had been negligent, but he was absorbed by so much business. Lord Spencer had brought about the failure of the first negotiations about the land, but was he personally responsible? And finally, why these attacks on Lord Belgrave? You speak with levity at least, if not ridicule, of his religious character. And is it for Mr. B., the reformer of the vicious, and in no character has he ever appeared to me in a more amiable or dignified light, than when exercising the resources of his ingenious mind for so laudable a purpose, is it for him to laugh at anyone as a propagator of Christianity? For the two philanthropies, the Christian philanthropy of Wilberforce, and the philanthropy of Bentham inspired by Helvetius, are seen beginning to diverge. Wilberforce was a conservative, a man with many friends, who would be very glad if none of these were in the wrong. None the less he had the deepest pity for Bentham's sickness at heart and was interceding actively for him even while he was revolting him by his apparent lukewarmness. 5. He came to his aid in difficult times. Never was anyone worse used than Bentham. I have seen the tears run down the cheeks of that strong-minded man, through vexation at the pressing importunity of creditors and the insolence of official underlings, when day after day he was begging at the treasury for what was indeed a mere matter of right. How indignant did I often feel, when I saw him thus treated by men infinitely his inferiors. I could have extinguished them. He was quite soured by it, and I have no doubt that many of his harsh opinions afterwards were the fruit of this ill treatment. 6. The insulted philanthropist, the unrecognized inventor, the projector who is continually treated as a madman, may end by falling into a melancholy state. But Bentham was too thick-skinned for this. He only modified, or to be more exact, completed his philosophy under the pressure of circumstances. He threw the responsibility for his mortification on the king, who, he imagined, had not forgotten the controversy of 1789.1. He also threw the responsibility on the apathy and egoism of the entire aristocratic caste and of the interested factions into which it was split up, and which loudly disputed over the enjoyment of political power. He remembered with irony the days of his youth when, a great reformer, he thought that it would suffice to enlighten the aristocracy in order to convert it to ideas of reform. He was mistaken, as he admits in a marginal note added to the introduction, and he now understood that the aristocracy was in its essence hostile to reforms. 2. Judicial reform presupposes political reform, since, in politics as everywhere else, the spirit of corporation is the worst enemy of the spirit of the principle of public utility, and the aristocracy is a corporation, a particular society formed at the heart of society as a whole, with interests other than those of that society. This was the conclusion whose premises were for Bentham, not so much abstract principles, as the actual events which marked the last 20 years of his life. The day came when he reproached James Mill with detesting oppression less through love of the many than through hatred of the few. 3. Would not the observation in some ways apply to Bentham just as well? The disappointment and the distress which he suffered made him a democrat. In hatred of the monarch and his ministers, he became a deliberate enemy of monarchic and of aristocratic institutions. These were the remoter causes which made the evolution of Bentham's thought take a democratic direction. It will be well to examine the proximate causes which hastened this evolution and which, in about the year 1808, gave to it the nature of a sudden revolution. Until this time, Bentham found himself by the force of circumstances in relations with the Whig party. His two most intimate friends, Romilly and Dumont, were welcomed as friends at Holland House, the social centre of the faction. It was in Spain, in Portugal, and in South America that the work of Bentham and Dumont secured the largest sale. Bentham therefore quite naturally became an Iberophile as they were at Holland House. In order to denounce abuses, he could not do otherwise than speak the language of the Whigs, enter a plea for the Constitution, and denounce the true Bastille. Nevertheless, from his Tory education, and from his instinctive antipathy to the politics of parties and coteries, he preserved a tenacious hostility to the Whig party. As he himself confided to Dumont in a private letter, he despised those politicians who are sometimes so profligate that they would be glad to give over the world to blood and fire for the sake of doing more harm to the ministry. 4. He detested Fox, and avoided all the attempts which Dr. Parr had made, in the interests of his philanthropic designs, to get him into touch with the leader of the opposition. But the following is the most characteristic fact of all. Since 1792, Bentham had lived in Westminster, and towards 1810 Westminster was to assume the importance in the political history of England which the county of Middlesex had had round about 1770. The two historical parties lost some of their prestige by the deaths of Pitt and Fox, and when, in the 1807 elections, the Tory party exploited patriotic and anti-Catholic passions against the Whig party, and the Whig party retorted by denouncing the Tory party as the party of King's friends and unprincipled and corrupt courtiers, a great many electors were tempted to treat both charges as justified and to grant success to neither party. The old spirit of hostility, directed equally against both factions of the aristocracy, who though rivals were also accomplices, the ins as well as the outs, was revived, principally in the big cities and particularly at Westminster. The city and liberty of Westminster, under the incoherent electoral regime which persisted until 1832, was an area with a widely extended electorate, but one in which the 17,000 electors had for long years obeyed the counsels of the aristocratic factions and regularly, at every election, given one seat to a Whig and one to a Tory representative. In 18°7, the charm was broken. Sir Francis Burdett, who had grown rich by his marriage with the daughter of the banker, Coutts, but was disgusted by the unavailing and ruinous attempts he had made to get into Parliament, consented to stand as a popular candidate, on condition that it should not cost him a single penny, thanks to the intervention in the struggle, with his letters to the electors of J. Westminster, of the famous journalist Cobbett, who had recently become a Democrat thanks to the action of some influential electors, chief among whom was Francis Place, the merchant tailor of Charing Cross. Thanks above all to the awakening of public opinion, he was elected. It was a sensational event. Henceforth it was demonstrated that the electoral ancien regime itself allowed elections which were favourable to the popular party. Now, it was at Westminster, under the influence of the same men who caused the election of Sir Francis Burdett, that the group of Bentham's friends was finally organised as a party for political action. It was the borough of /Westminster, in whose electoral body pig's flesh predominated, with its host of tradesmen and shopkeepers, worthy heirs of the tradition of Hampton, that Bentham was shortly to set forth before everyone as the model, already in existence at the heart of a ridiculous constitution, of the representative democracy which he was advocating. Yet there is nothing in Bentham's letters to indicate that the election of 1807 moved him in any way. It seems as though the intrusion into his life of James Mill was needed to make him a Democrat. 3. For some years James Mill had been a Whig and, perhaps, an advanced Whig. He stood for the theory of indefinite perfectibility. He agreed with the publishers of the Edinburgh Review in demanding the emancipation of the Catholics. Freedom of opinion and of the press was the cause which he defended with the greatest ardour. Now from the time when he made James Mill's acquaintance, we find Bentham giving his attention to political questions, and to the question of the freedom of the press in particular. The Times of February 20, 18°9, pointed out abuses in the application of the laws concerning the press, and Bentham laid down the principle, in a study which he gave up to the question, that the libel law was incompatible with English liberties, and need only be executed coherently and completely in order to reduce the government to a despotism, that it was the business of Parliament alone, by a formal definition of libel to supply a radical remedy for the evil, but that, in the meantime, juries could act as palliatives to the law, granted that they performed their function, and were not special juries packed so as to conform to the desires of the government instead of controlling them. Bentham devoted himself to the criticism of this fraudulent institution, hence the title which he gave to his book The Elements of the Art of Packing, too, and James Mill urged Bentham to complete and then to publish a work which had perhaps been begun at his own instigation. As to the elements, he wrote in the first letter of his to Bentham, which has been preserved, for the outcoming of which I appear to be far more impatient than you. I have told Baldwin, that it must be, through thick or through thin, published in 6 weeks. 3 James Mill undertook the advertising of the book in the Edinburgh Review. He wrote again, on September 27, I offer up my devotions every morning for the prosperity of libel law. He had just been present at the debate on the freedom of the press in the Commons, and the weakness and timidity of all concerned, even of Sir Francis Burdett, had revolted him. They were afraid they should commit some blunder in regard to the requisite provisions of law, and, therefore, eat in their words. Oh! If they but knew what law is, and ought to be, as well as you can tell them, on this most interesting of all points, we should find the boldness, I trust, on the other side, equal to that of the lawyers. But Bentham had another intimate friend in Romilly, who was a lawyer, and for reasons of prudence adjured Bentham sincerely and anxiously, not to publish the Elements of Packing. Consequently the printed work was not put up for sale. However, a restricted number of copies were distributed to Mill, Brougham, Wishaw, and Burdett, all of whom were Democrats. At about the same time Bentham had dealings with the family of Lord Cochrane, Sir Francis Burdett's colleague in the representation of Westminster. One Romilly himself took an active part in the defence of Burdett in 1810, when he was imprisoned in the Tower for a crime in connection with the press, and in 18il and 1812 we find Bentham in a direct friendly relationship to Sir Francis Burdett. Now this politician, with whom Bentham became connected, was a disciple of Home-took III, a disciple that is to say of the patriarch of the popular party and the survivor of the revolutionary societies of 1776, Sir Francis Burdett was thus connected with the old school of English Democrats. For Home-took had always been a moderate and had never shared Thomas Paine's convictions, even in the times of their common persecution. He claimed before his judges in 1794 to have been the constant upholder of the traditional constitution of England. But, in fact, in Home-took's works, tradition and custom became in the end confused with natural right, with the prescriptions of reason. Right is what is commanded, rectum, from Régere. Are there therefore as many rights as there are contradictory commandments among various nations? But the right revered by Home-took was not the jus vagum, the capricious command of princes or ministers. The laws of human nature are derived from the law of God. I revere the Constitution and the constitutional laws of England because they are in conformity with the laws of God and nature, and upon these are founded the rational rights of Englishmen. In short, Home-took seems to advocate together and indivisibly the restoration of the inalienable rights of man as man and the return to the origins of the constitution of the English people, two conceptions which were both equally empty of meaning for anyone taking the point of view of the Benthamite doctrine. Moreover, he did not become a advocate of universal suffrage, and Burdett was really taking up his ideas when, on June 15, 1809, he demanded the vote for all those, but only those, who paid rates. 5. It was at this first stage that Bentham, who had started from Toryism, and from now onwards was on the road to radicalism, paused in 1809, in spite of the difference between the two principles. For the moment, the Benthamites did not go further than this. Such, notably, was the case with James Mill, who was the first of the rising group of Benthamites to try, in January 1809, to base the theory of representative government. th_principlet of UTIG, y else an article published. GITLTL pound 4I. L. Tyene, IBEU 6 Deli QK. WILT_TH Repuli TIN Constitutions of South America:*A. Whenever the interests of four sets of people are co. by d together in one concern, if the entire management be left to one, it is perfectly clear that this managing set will draw, by degrees, all the advantages to their own side, and throw all the disadvantages to the other, and if the joint interest is so wide and unwieldy a concern as that of a nation, so far is this inequality sure to proceed, as to ruin the interest itself, and destroy all national prosperity. Clearly, it was no longer a question, as it was for Paine and Godwin, of introducing into politics the anti-governmental principle of the natural identity of interests. James Mill's thesis was akin to the traditional thesis of the Whig-liberalism, and he based himself, as Priestley had done before L1im, on the principle of the artificial identification or interests in order. Demand that, granted the necessity of governmental control, the government itself should be submitted to an organized control. Sides, James Mill W. ID. He was prepared to grant T. Tate's Zero Erica a democratic constitution, but he refused to entrust to the people the task of forming the constitution at the outset, and as to the composition of the electoral body, while he did not wish it to be too restricted, for this would be to expose it to the disadvantages of corruption, he required that care should be taken not to make it too wide, for this would be to give rein to the ignorant and headstrong passions of the common people. It was in the same year that Bentham attacked the problem, and began to draw up a catechism of parliamentary reform, in the form of questions and answers, which he suggested to Cobbett in 1810 should be published in his register. Cobbett refused to put it in, and this is perhaps a reason for the antipathy which Bentham always felt for him. 1. But is it necessary to have recourse to such petty reasons in order to explain the continual scorn with which Bentham regarded Burdett, the hero of the mob? 2. No less than Cobbett. 3. That odious mixture of egoism, malignity, insincerity, and mendacity? They might be made use of on occasion, for the basest criminals have their uses. But Bentham felt for them the antipathy which the political philosopher feels for the politician. In effect, his essay of 18io was a purely philosophical essay, consisting entirely of the enumeration of the reasons to be given in favor of Burdett's propositions, by an adherent of the principle of utility. Everything can be reduced, it argued, to a calculus of the profits to be obtained, and of the losses to be avoided or reduced. Care must be taken to make sure that there are present in the highest degree in the members of the electoral body, or, to be more exact, in the greatest possible number of these members, those faculties which are needed to make them competent to accomplish their function exactly, and the elements of suc. 01I, potence the self c missist, according o Bentham, 3 probity, m's intellectual aptitude, and 3 active talent. It is necessary also to avoid, or to reduce to the smallest possible extent, the inconveniences involved in elections, and also to avoid, or to reduce to the smallest possible extent, the inconveniences involved in the discussion of the validity of elections. We now come to the remarkable part of Bentham's doctrine at this precise point in its evolution. He enumerates 5 measures necessary for the realization of the positive ends: the exclusion of placemen, the introduction into Parliament of official persons without the right to vote, but with the right to make speeches and to propose motions, frequent elections, Bentham wishes them to be annual, the complete, authentic, regular, and quick publication of speeches, and permanence, punctuality, and universality of assistance. Now the extension of the right of suffrage is not included in these 5 fundamental measures. To these demands for constitutional reform, Bentham does, it is true, add others concerning the organization of the electorate. While maintaining, under new names, the traditional British distinction between boroughs, population electoral districts, and counties, territory electoral districts, he requires that the number of electors should be approximately equal in all the electoral districts. He demands secret instead of public voting, and wishes the title of every elector to be payment made to a certain amount to certain taxes. 1. But these measures, which seem essential to us, have no other advantage, in his theory, than that of suppressing, or, as he says in his geometrical language, of reducing to the least possible dimensions, the inconveniences involved in elections, that is to say, expense and annoyance for the candidates, and loss of time, idleness, drunkenness, quarrels and riots, for the electors and for the public in general. The secret ballot, with the power of seating by post, would abolish the need for the candidates to convey the electors to the poll, would do away with the tumultuous nature of the elections, and would simplify the examination of their validity. In the same way, the regularization of the right to vote would simplify the task of the judges. And moreover, the reform would have the collateral advantages of developing the appropriate intellectual aptitude in the electors, and of improving the condition of the lower classes, by identifying their interests with the interests of the wealthy classes. The reform has no direct advantages in its democratic aspect. Strictly speaking, even, the regularization of the right to vote does not imply its democratization, and, in the reform of the electoral regime, it is the institution of the secret ballot, rather than the extension of the right of suffrage, which appears essential to Bentham. It was nevertheless fated that, under the influence of his surroundings, the democratic idea should be unceasingly developing in Bentham. From 1811, Bentham was in touch with Major Cartwright, the first English theorist of universal suffrage, who had been a popular man round about 1780, before the reaction by which, for 15 years and more, all idea of reform was discredited in England. There is nothing to prove, however, that Bentham had given his support to the thesis of universal suffrage by 1811. They began by exchanging letters on the question of the reform of penitentiaries. Cartwright notified Bentham of the presence in London of 3 free colonists from New South Wales who would be able to supply information on the scandals over there, and Bentham suggested that Burdett ought to bring the matter before the House of Commons. But above all, Bentham made the acquaintance in 1812, through James Mill, oft that remarkable person, Francis Place, who was at that time 40 years old. He was only a manual worker and a member of revolutionary societies round about 1792, and then, after 1800, became a merchant tailor at Charing Cross, an influential elector, and before long the chief political wire-puller of the locality. He contributed to Bentham's group his powers as an agitator and organizer, and became the political agent of the sect for 30 consecutive years. He was living in retirement when James Mill, in 1810, and Bentham, in 1812, made his acquaintance. It was Francis Place who organized Sir Francis Burdett's election in 1807, but at the time, in 1810, when Sir Francis Burdett was barricaded in his house in Piccadilly and resisted the efforts of the entire London police, Place recommended him to capitulate. It so happened that at the same moment Place was a member of the jury which was charged with the inquiry into a tragic death, for which public opinion held a member of the royal family to be responsible. He had concluded, with the whole of the jury, that it was a case of suicide, and the advanced Democrats, led by Henry Hunt, having thrown against him the accusation, so common in parties of popular agitation, that he was in the pay of the government, that he was a government spy, an agent provocateur, Sir Francis Burdett quarrelled with him and did not make it up until 1819. But from 1814, James Mill, Place and Bentham were Indiana agreement in an attempt to get Brougham into Parliament in place of Lord Cochrane, who had just been turned out because of a financial scandal. Brougham was a compatriot of James Mill, had collaborated with him on the Edinburgh Review, and promised to support the program of parliamentary reform which Burdett had supported in 1809.3 place. Moreover, knew Cartwright, who paid him frequent visits in his shop at Charing Cross, and Cartwright, who had become rich again, resumed after 1810 with a new enthusiasm his campaign of propaganda. In 181 he founded the Society of the Friends of Parliamentary Reform, in 1812, the Hampden Club. In 1813 he applied to the propagation of political ideas a procedure, which had long been applied by the Methodists to religious propaganda, and became a field preacher, holding meetings in the open air, through the length and breadth of England. It was after the peace, in particular, that the movement became important. Until this time political agitation had been confined to Westminster, economic troubles had not yet reached the manufacturing districts of the Northwest. After ISI 5, when the resumption of industrial production on the continent lessened the demand for English products, and while the supply of corn remained stationary, through the obstinacy of the landed proprietors in defending the system of prohibitive taxes on the importation of corn, the crisis became general. Town laborers broke up machinery. Country laborers fired hayricks. Radicalism at last became a force in politics. Already, some time before this, the expression radical reform had become a part of ordinary language. It had first been in fashion for a time round about 1797 and 1798, when Fox and Horne Tooke, derided by the anti-Jacobin, had come to an agreement in order to demand a radical reform, and in the epithet is represented that idea of return to origins, or roots, which is so widespread in the philosophy of the English democrats of the 18th century, then the expression seems completely to have disappeared and does not occur again before about 1810. In a private letter of 1811, Cartwright contrasts the radical reformer, who offers the nation the Constitution itself in all its simplicity of excellence, with the moderate reformer who offers something of his own fabrication and of his own fancy, something which, as he himself admits, is complex and very imperfect. 1. The adjective radical and the substantive reformer are used henceforward with increasing frequency. 2. The radical reformers declared Ward in Parliament, certainly constitute the great majority of the reformers out of doors, and the moderate reformers the greater part of the opposition, and by radical reformers he meant not merely the supporters of annual parliaments and universal suffrage, but all those who wished to alter the constitution in accordance with some grand general sweeping plan, while by moderate reformers he meant those who were content with partial alterations, applicable to what they deemed particular grievances. But it appears that it was not until 1819 that the adjective radical was used, by an abbreviation, as a substantive. For now, this was precisely the time when a considerable event in the history of radicalism had just come to pass. In 1817, Bentham had at last published his plan of parliamentary reform, in the form of a catechism, with reasons for each article, made 10 times more important by the addition of an introduction, in which he tried to show the necessity of radical reform and the insufficiency of moderate reform. In February 1818, Henry Ilkersteth, a young disciple of Bentham's, opened negotiations with Bentham and Sir Francis Burdett, with a view to getting them to agree to a common action to be taken in Parliament in favour of the cause of reform. Now England possesses 2 distinguished friends of reform, who, by their joint labours, are able to give the most advantageous promulgation to the best possible plan. The characters of Mr. Bentham and Sir Francis Burdett are too well known to each other to make it necessary or proper to say anything on that subject. Conceive a plan of reform drawn up by Mr. Bentham the best possible because framed by the person best qualified, and promulgated by Sir Francis Burdett. Burdett added his persuasion to Bickersteth's, Bentham and Burdett. The alliteration charms my ear. Some difficulties arose. Bentham stood above all for the secret ballot. He considered that it was he who had initiated the idea, and although Cartwright's biographer rightly points out that as early as 1776 the ballot was included in Cartwright's program, it is none the less true that for him the ballot was only one of the 5 fundamental points of the program, while to Bentham, and to the members of his group after him, the organization of the secret ballot appeared to be the really essential part of electoral reform. Burdett, while he did not object to it, emphasized the inopportuneness of the demand because of the prejudice to be surmounted. Finally, Bentham made up his mind to draw up 26 resolutions on parliamentary reform, which Burdett accepted and which, on June 2, 1818, he made the subject of a motion in the Commons. It was the principle of the artificial identification of interests which was here rigorously applied in conformity, so Bentham insisted, with the traditional spirit of the English Constitution. Bentham. I asserted that no adequate security for good government can have place, but by means of, and in proportion to, a community of interest between governors and governed, that under the government of this country, no such community of interest can have place, but in so far as the persons in whose hands the administration of public affairs is vested, are subject to the superintendence and control, or check, of the representatives of the people, such representatives speaking and acting in conformity to the sense of the people. Finally, that it is only in so far as the members of this House are in fact chosen, and from time to time removable by the free suffrages of the great body of the people, that there can be any adequate assurance, that the acts done by them, are in conformity to the sense and wishes of the people, and, therefore, that they can in truth, and without abuse of words, be styled, or declared to be, representatives of the people. He therefore demanded that Parliament should affirm the expediency and necessity of a comprehensive, free and equal suffrage, and that it should make one great sacrifice of all separate and particular interests, and proposed to institute universal suffrage, in other words to add in it to a participation in the election suffrage, all such persons as, being of the male sex, of mature age, and of sound mind, shall, during a determinate time antecedent to the day of election, have been resident either as householders or inmates, within the district or place in which they are called upon to vote, the secret ballot, a fresh election at least once a year for more effectually securing the unity of will and opinion, as between the people and their representatives, the division of the territory of Great Britain and Ireland into 658 districts as nearly as possible equal in population, each district to return one representative, elections begun and ended on the same day. For the prevention of unnecessary delay, vexation, and expense, as well as of fraud, violence, disorder, and void elections, the subdivision of election districts into sub-districts for the reception of votes. As early as March 23, 1818, a public meeting of the householders of Westminster instructed Cartwright to transmit to Bentham, that profound reasoner and preeminent writer on legislation, their thanks for his philosophical and unanswerable vindication of universal suffrage and of the ballot. To the Black Dwarf, a radical journal edited by a friend of Mill, named Wooler, announced the publication, by installments, of a new edition of the Catechism, which was out of print. A few days after the proposal of Burdett's motion, Parliament was dissolved. In July, Mill and Place were united to support his popular candidateship at Westminster, and Bentham, for the first and last time in his life, intervened personally in an electoral struggle. To the surprise of everybody, he drew up a poster to oppose the candidature of his old friend Romilly, who, he said, is no better than a Whig, and, what is most serious of all, is a lawyer. 3 Bentham had arrived at the last stage. For a long time he had been, indifferent or even hostile to democratic ideas, but now he found himself, under the pressure of a number of circumstances, insensibly led to profess the same doctrine as Cartwright, though basing himself on different principles. The spirit of corporation was, by definition, hostile to the principle of general utility, and the political aristocracy was a closed corporation. For long years, Bentham had suffered from the indifference which this aristocracy had shown to his philanthropic projects. He was living at Westminster, that is to say, at the very centre of the democratic agitation. There he made the acquaintance of James Mill, and through James Mill, of Sir Francis Burdett, of Place, and of Cartwright. These are the many reasons which explain how, in the interval of 10 years between Sir Francis Burdett's first speech in 18°9, which preceded, and prepared the way for, Bentham's first pamphlet on reform, and Sir Francis Burdett's second speech, delivered in 1818, which was the ult of his collaboration with the head of the utilitarian school. Bentham, along with Cartwright, the father of reform, became the philosopher of the party, the chief thinker of radicalism. 1 But the very fact that Bentham had become a radical was destined to change the nature of the radical party. Adlersvnedvokals were confused with the revolutionaries, robbers, and incendiaries, disciples of Spence, who advocated that the ownership of land should return to the community, who struck terror into aristocrats and bourgeois in the famine years. Brougham, who, in 1814, had been a radical reformer, in 1818, broke with Bentham, as represented by Burdett, and in 1819 cursed the proceedings of the radicales, who, by abusing popular privileges, establish precedents for abridging them, and declared them to be so odious that a number even of our own way of thinking would be well enough pleased to see them and their vile press put down at all hazards. 2 Bentham, however, repudiated the doctrines of the new sea levelers, and in 1820 wrote his Radicalism Not Dangerous. 3 To separate the cause of radicalism from the cause of what would today be called communism. There was no longer any question of demanding that established governments should be overthrown by means of violent revolution. Bentham soon quarrelled with demagogues such as Cobbett and Hunt. Nor was there any question of aspiring, with Godwin, to the day when, by the natural progress of intelligences, all governments would become useless and would be abolished. Tom and Mill applied to political affairs not the principle of the natural identity, but the principle of the artificial identity of interests. By means of the institution ot universal suffrage, they counted on organizing the representative regime under conditions such that the general interest, and the harmony of the interests of the governors with those of the governed, would infallibly result from the legislative decisions adopted. At bottom, the radical theory of the representative regime, interpreted in this way, tended to be assimilated to the thesis of traditional English liberalism. The party tended to elose its utopian and revolutionary character, and to become a party of bourgeois doctrinaires, the party that, 15 years later, was to be called the party of intellectual or philosophical radicals. In October 1808, in an article in the Edinburgh Review 4, James Mill noted, with curiosity and regret, the great difficulty with which the salutary doctrines of political economy are propagated in this country. Between 1776, the year in which Adam Smith published his Wealth of Nations, and 1817, the year in which Ricardo published his Principles of Political Economy and of Taxation, not a single complete treatise on political economy appeared in England. Adam Smith remained the only authority, and he was little heeded. The late Orders in Council, respecting the trade of neutrals, the popularity of Mr. Spence's doctrines in regard to commerce, our laws concerning the corn trade, a great part of our laws, in fact, respecting trade in general, the speeches which are commonly delivered, the books which are often published, and the conversations which are constantly held are the melancholy proofs, enumerated by James Mill, of the low esteem in which were held the principles which he held to be the true principles of political economy. Does this mean that economic thought made no progress at all during this long period of war, political reaction, and protective duties? In the first place, without the knowledge or the assistance of the legislature, a new industrial world had arisen, which raised new problems. William Godwin worked out socialism, while Malthus refuted Godwin and gave an unexpected prominence to certain ideas which had already been recognized by political economists before him. Further, the suspension by the Bank of England of payments in kind in 1797 raised a controversy which, carried on through a long series of years, did a good deal towards perfecting the service of finance. It was with the study of questions of banking that there opened, with Ricardo, the last historical period of the orthodox political economy, just as in its first stages, in the time of Locke, it had begun with these questions. Lastly, England was still a great agricultural country, while it was becoming a great industrial country also, it was constantly concerned with the search for means to make the production of the country sufficient for its consumption. Hence there were instructive parliamentary inquiries, which seem likely to have determined the actual formation of the theory of differential rent in Ricardo and his disciples. It is, moreover, enough to compare Ricardo's book with Adam Smith's in order to measure the progress that had been secured. We now propose to inquire into the part played by Benthamism in this evolution of utilitarian political economy between Adam Smith and Ricardo. This part is inter alie held to have been an important one. Bentham and James MDL were friends of Ricardo. Bentham never tired of giving his attention to political economy, not to mention his defense of usury and his Emancipate Your Colonies. He wrote a manual of political economy, which appeared in IBII, incorporated with the rationale of punishment. He took an interest in the problems of the science of finance, and only gave up his labors when he discovered on reading Thornton's Inquiry 1 how unoriginal his views were. 2 is. To James Mill, he had always been particularly interested in economic questions. He published, in 18-4, an essay on the impolitic nature of a bounty on the export of corn. In 1808, at the time when he made the acquaintance of Bentham, and may we not conjecture that it was because he had read this work that Bentham wished to become acquainted with him, he published his Commerce Defended, in which he pleaded the cause of free trade against Spence, a disciple of the physiocrats and an advocate of the policy of economic protection, drew the ultimate conclusions from the thesis of T4e natural identity of economic interests, and, denying the possibility of overproduction, that is, of excess of supply over demand, restated the theory of markets which had already been formulated by J.B. Say. After 1807 Ricardo was in touch with James Mill, who, in I8I1, introduced him to Bentham, at the moment when Ricardo's labors on the depreciation of the banknote had just established his reputation as an economist and brought him into relation in another connection with Malthus. From this time, James Mill became his intimate friend and confidant. Ricardo, who had not received the education of a man of letters, mistrusted his aptitude to express his thoughts clearly, wrote with difficulty and hesitated to publish. Mill was the man of action who served, so to speak, as the will to Ricardo, who was timid and circumspect. It was James Mill who, in 1816, decided Ricardo to complete and publish his proposals for an economical and secure currency too, and, in 1819, to make himself responsible for the article on the funding system 3 in the 6th supplement to the Encyclopaedia Britannica. To James Mill is due the honor of having made Ricardo make up his mind to write his principles for between 1815 and 1817, and it was through Mill's persuasion again that Ricardo entered Parliament in 1819. All the actions in Ricardo's life, after 181, were willed by James IV Lill. I was the spiritual father of Mill, said Bentham, and Mill was the spiritual father of Ricardo, so that Ricardo was my spiritual grandson. 5. Wherein, then, lie the fundamental differences between Adam Smith's book and that of Ricardo? And how far should they be explained by the influence of Bentham and James Mill, of the one or of the other, or of both together? The first difference between Ricardo and Adam Smith is this: they do not both understand the expression political economy in the same sense. For Adam Smith, political economy means the sum of the practical applications of a certain number of observations bearing on the phenomena of the industrial and commercial world. In the theoretic part, which is preliminary and no more than preliminary to the constitution of political economy understood in this sense, deductive reasoning is mingled with induction in proportions which are not easy to determine, but certainly Adam Smith, the friend and disciple of Hume, wished to proceed as an observer and as a historian. What for Adam Smith had been a preliminary became, for Ricardo, the essence of political economy. Political economy was now a theory detached from practice, whatever might subsequently be its practical consequences. The produce of the earth, all that is derived from its surface by the united application of labor, machinery, and capital, is divided among three classes of the community, namely, the proprietor of the land, the owner of the stock or capital necessary for its cultivation, and the laborers by whose industry it is cultivated. To determine the laws which regulate this distribution, is the principal problem in political economy. 1. According to Ricardo, the object of political economy is laws, and this expression is significant, it does not occur in Adam Smith. Thus political economy, which was for Adam Smith a branch of politics and legislation, has become for Ricardo the theory of the laws of the natural distribution of wealth. Is this change in definition due to the action of Bentham and Mill? 2. Let us notice in the first place that this new conception of political economy, understood as a theoretic science and as a science of laws, did not even originate in England. It was in France, in the physiocratic school, that it developed. Hume in one passage 3 reproaches Montesquieu with the fact that, at the beginning of his Esprit des lois, he had borrowed from Malebranche the theory of morals which makes the essence of law consist in abstract connections or relations. Now, the physiocrats did in fact borrow their notion of economic law from Christian theology, and, more exactly, from Malebranche's theology, from which there are barely disguised quotations in Quesnay, and which is expressly quoted by La Rivière in his Ordre naturel des sociétés, and by Mirabeau in his Philosophie rurale. Hence arose a rationalistic optimism which is different from Hume's naturalistic optimism. According to Hume, we live on the idea of the regularity of natural laws. No doubt, the exercise of reason shows us that this regularity is not founded on the nature of things, but is an instinct. But to live we are obliged to trust to instinct. Let us therefore renounce reasoning and live. According to the physiocrats, on the contrary, reason itself teaches us of the existence of laws which are laws of finality at the same time as laws of harmony. Positive laws are nothing but simple acts which state natural laws, the necessary consequences of the needs of man, of the diversity of men's talents and of the necessity of applying capital to the land. The existence of evil is undeniable, but Quesnay falls back on his theology to solve the difficulty. The immutable rules instituted by God to form and to preserve his work are the causes of physical evil at the same time as of physical good. But they produce infinitely more good than evil, they are instituted for good, and only produce evil by accident. They are obligatory laws for good only, they impose on us the obligation to avoid, as far as we can, the evil which we ought to foresee by our prudence. Besides, it is likely that the true cause of physical and moral evil is man's transgression of natural laws, the bad use made of man's liberty. 1. It is of the essence of order, says Mercier de la Rivière, that the p9. Particular interest of one man should never be able to be separated from the common interest of all. We find a very convincing proof of this in the results naturally and necessarily produced by the fullness of freedom which must prevail in commerce, in order not to injure property. 2. Here is recognizable the principle of the natural identity of interests, which has become, so to speak, the principle of the rational identity of interests. Should this conception of the law be condemned, as it was condemned by Hume, because it cannot serve as the basis of a positive science, in principle, it may be remarked, finalism is a legitimate method and one that is constantly used in the study of nature. To admit that there exist relations of cause and effect is to assume that there exist in nature successions of phenomena which are similar to one another, and that consequently there exist classes and kinds which are endowed with permanence and fixity, in which, consequently, the principles of existence prevail over the principles of destruction, in which good prevails over evil, and which may be taken at will to be either the ends whose means we are seeking, or the effects whose causes we are seeking. In fact, it is sufficient to notice that the physiocratic conception of law was immediately transmitted, without its theological element, to thinkers who were not merely indifferent in affairs of religion, but hostile to the religious idea. And who were the first theorists of what in the 19th century was known as the positivist spirit. Perhaps it is not sufficiently recognized today that about the year 1800 it was France and not England that owned a school of economists. It was in France that there was being formed a political economy I understood as the science of the laws of the distribution of wealth. Quesnay's natural law became for Turgot 3 physical necessity, physical law of nature, and Condorcet expressed himself in his esquisse with a precision which was unsurpassed even by Ricardo. What are the laws according to which this wealth is made or divided, preserved or consumed, increased or dissipated? Also, what are the laws of that equilibrium which ceaselessly tends to establish itself between needs and resources, and from which there results a greater facility in satisfying needs and consequently more well-being, when wealth increases, until they have reached the limit of its increase, and on the contrary, when wealth is diminishing, there result more difficulties and consequently more suffering until depopulation and deprivations have established the level again? How, in this astounding variety of labors and of products, of needs and of resources, in this terrifying complication of interests which bind the subsistence and the well-being of an isolated individual to the general system of societies, and make him dependent on all the affluence of nature and all the events of politics, and which in a sense extend his faculty of experiencing both enjoyments and sensations over the whole globe? How comes it, in this apparent chaos, that there is nevertheless apparent a general law of the moral world causing the efforts of everyone in his own behalf to serve the interest of all, and also that, in spite of the external shock of opposed interests, common interest demands that everyone should understand his own interest and be able to pursue it without opposition? 1 Derham, in 1796, Germain Garny, Adam Smith's first French disciple and editor, already assigned as the first object of political economy. 1y. The laws or principles in accordance with which wealth is formed in a society as a whole, and distributed among the different members of which it is composed. 2. In 1801, Kennard made a rough attempt to find the mathematical formulae for the laws which are the object of political economy. 3. But most important of all, in 1803, I.B. Say published his Traité d'économie politique, a simple exposition of the way in which wealth is formed, distributed, and consumed. This is an important date, not perhaps in the history of economic doctrines, but in the history of the methods of exposition of political economy. For I.B. Say, in this treatise which soon became popular, emphasized the theoretic and systematic character which should be manifested in the teaching of this science. Say does indeed praise Adam Smith for having substituted the spirit of analysis for the spirit of system, for having applied to political economy the new method of treatment of the sciences, in not seeking for principles in the abstract, but in going back from the most constantly observed facts to their causes. Nevertheless, he condemns Adam Smith's book for being no more than a confused assembly of the sanest principles of political economy, supported by luminous examples, and of the strangest notions of statistics, mingled with instructive reflections, but it is a complete treatise neither of the one nor of the other. His book is a vast chaos of sound ideas, jumbled up with positive knowledge. 4. It is, as Ricardo maintained, the logical arrangement of the contents which constitutes the superiority. F. Say's hook. 1. Political economy, according to Say, shows how wealth arises, is distributed and destroyed, the causes which favor its development, or bring about its decline, its influence on the population, on the power of states and on the happiness or misery of peoples. It is an exposition of general jacks, which are constantly the same under the same circumstances. Laws of the production, distribution, and consumption of wealth. This is the order of treatment invented and made classical by J.B. Say. In the subject under consideration, as in all subjects, there are general or constant facts, which are the subject of political economy, and particular or variable facts, which are the subject of statistics. The complexity of phenomena alone conceals the link between particular facts, and this does not prevent the link from existing. The principle of gravitation is a general fact which explains the rise of a jet of water no less than the fall of heavy bodies. In political economy, it is a general fact that the interest on money rises when the lender is exposed to greater risks. Shall I conclude that the principle is false because I have known money to be lent at low interest under risky conditions? The lender may have been ignorant of his risk, gratitude may have required sacrifices from him, and the general law, disturbed in a particular case, would resume all its sway once the disturbing cause ceased to act. 2. Hume condemned the definition of natural law proposed by Malebranche. The physiocrats, on the other hand, took it as the starting point of their speculations. Now it is true that Hume was one of Adam Smith's masters in political economy, but the physiocrats were his masters too. From this dual influence springs the uncertainty in Adam Smith's method: is it inductive or deductive, empirical or rational? At this time it was this same French rationalism, which, transmitted from the physiocrats to the ideologues, was once again influencing English thought, and was giving the victory as between the same two tendencies, naturalistic and rationalistic, which were contending with one another in the thought of Hume and Adam Smith, to the rationalistic tendency. The conclusion is that the systematic and deductive nature of Ricardo's political economy might have originated from a French influence, introduced through the mediation of Bentham and James Mill. As regards Bentham, in any case, the matter is very doubtful. No doubt, Bentham had intended, as Say and Ricardo later intended, to put order into the chaos of Adam Smith, and the Russian statesman Speransky, on receiving from Dumont the manuscript of Bentham's Political Economy in 1804, commended it in terms that could be applied to Say's book without any alteration. He praised the extent of its views, the clearness and precision of its classifications, and the systematic character of its arrangements. At last the prayers of Necker had been fully answered. Adam Smith has furnished us with inestimable materials. But, as he was more occupied in proving and deducing from experience the truths he established, he did not think of making a core to doctrine out of them. The more closely he is examined, the more obvious is the want of method. I believe that in following the plan of Mr. Bentham, political economy would occupy a position much more natural, more easily to be studied, and more scientific. 1 But the point of view which Bentham adopted in order to systematize political economy was diametrically opposed to the point of view of J.B. Say and Ricardo. For Bentham the principle of utility had always been essentially a precept, the basis of a system of obligations. It is necessary to work in the interests of the general utility, it is necessary to secure the identity of private and public interest. Such is the art of the legislator, of which political economy constitutes one branch. Therefore, far from neglecting that part of economics, to which Adam Smith gave the name of political economy, in order to transfer this name to that other part of Adam Smith's work which consists of really theoretic investigations, Bentham in his pamphlet completely suppressed the inquiry into the nature and the causes of the wealth of nations, and, instead of separating theory from practice, he on the contrary completely absorbed the theory in the practice. But perhaps, within the limits which we have defined, the influence of James Mill was more real. He had a taste for abstract deduction, and his son Stuart Mill, when he later set himself up to judge his father and master, held his chief fault to be that of trusting too much to the intelligibleness of the abstract, when not embodied in the concrete. 2 Nothing is so characteristic in this respect as his definition of history in the preface of the History of British India. History for him is not a recital, but a methodical description of social phenomena and the laws which regulate them. The historian needs the most profound knowledge of the laws of human nature, which is the end, as well as the instrument of everything, the most perfect comprehension of the principles of human society, or the course into which the laws of human nature impel the human being, in his gregarious state, or when formed into a complex body along with others of his kind. Finally, he requires a clear comprehension of the practical play of the machinery of government, for, in like manner as the general laws of motion are counteracted and modified by friction, the power of which may yet be accurately ascertained and provided for, so it is necessary for the historian correctly to appreciate the counteraction which the more general laws of human nature may receive from individual or specific varieties, and that allowance for it with which his anticipations and conclusions ought to be formed. In this program, which was much admired by Ricardo S., can be seen an attempt to apply to general history the method which is proper to the new economic science, and it must be admitted that Mill, during the long walks which he loved to take with Ricardo, was chiefly concerned to give him lessons in method. It should also be noted that Mill was acquainted with French economic literature. Since 1814, he had been personally acquainted with J.B. Say. Say had gone to place, with a letter of introduction from Godwin, and Mill told Place that he would like an interview with Say to be arranged for Ricardo and for himself. This was arranged in December, when Say returned from Edinburgh, where he had been visiting Dugald Stewart. He went to see Ricardo at Gatcombe, and Ricardo went with him to Bentham's house at Ford Abbey. Thus, through the mediation of Place and Mill, the three principal representatives of the new ideas were together for a day. Was not James Mill a disciple of J.B. Say? Later on he borrowed from him, with some modifications, his arrangement of economic subjects. He had already borrowed from him, in 1808, in his Commerce Defended, the theory which J.B. Say had called the theory of markets. According to this theory, the production of commodities is the only cause which creates a market for the commodities produced. If the number of commodities is very great, then the people is abundantly provided; if it is small, they are scantily provided. In the first case, the country is rich; in the second case, poor, but always, one half of the goods is exchangeable for the other half, and the demand is equal to the supply. This is a new development of the fundamental thesis of the natural identity of interests, and J.B. Say is right to include among the consequences of his theory the following: see that each is interested in the prosperity of all, and that the prosperity of one kind of industry is favorable to the prosperity of all the others. This is proved not by an appeal to experience, which might be deceptive, since economic phenomena are constantly being changed by the arbitrary intervention of governments, but deductively, on the basis of the laws of human nature, like a theorem of Euclid. It was Mill who, about the same period too, introduced for the first time into the language of political economy the Euclidean metaphor, which is even more audacious than the Newtonian metaphor. James Mill moreover had studied the physiocrats. He undertook the article on economists in the supplement of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, and attempted to prove the fundamental identity of Quenet's philosophy with that of Bentham, in spite of the difference of expression. At the same time he emphasized the nobility of the ambitions conceived by the physiocrats to transform society without a revolution by taking stand upon a small number of simple theoretic principles. In one of the notes he had added to his translation of Villers' work on the Reformation, he had already pointed out how few authors there were in France whose writings sufficiently prepared the way for the revolution in the 18th century. Obviously, when working, with as much success as persistence, at making Ricardo and Bentham, both of them heads of schools and heads of parties, together the heads of the same school and of the same party, he was thinking of the philosophers, of the encyclopedists and of the economists. He intended to make of Ricardo the Quenet of 19th century England. 2. Thus James Mill exercised a profound influence on Ricardo's intellectual destiny. But he was less a master than a professor, teaching the application of a method which he had not himself invented, and which he had learnt less from Bentham than from J.B. Say and his French predecessors at a time when he may perhaps have already adopted the Benthamite philosophy of civil and penal law, but had not yet become personally acquainted with Bentham. To mark the difference, however, between the two economic philosophies, is it enough to say that Adam Smith's method is more inductive and more historical, and Ricardo's more demonstrative and more deductive? This seems to have been the opinion of Stuart Mill, at the time when he escaped from his father's yoke and began his series of pitiful and fruitless efforts to escape from the narrow-mindedness of the philosophical radicals, and set out to search for a complete philosophy. One of the first ideas he discovered on his journey of intellectual exploration was, so he tells us, the idea which was then in vogue among the thinkers of Germany and France, that the progress of the human spirit follows a certain necessary order. That all questions of political institutions are relative, not absolute, and that different institutions not only do in fact but ought to correspond to different degrees of human progress, i.e. short, that any general theory or philosophy of politics presupposes a preliminary theory of human progress, in other words a philosophy of history. 3. Now this gives rise to yet another distinction between Bentham and James Mill. It can indeed be said that the idea of a philosophy of history is totally foreign to Bentham's thought. It is, on the other hand, fundamental to James Mill, and, under his influence and also under other influences which were contemporary with his, Ricardo's political economy may be held to be more imbued with the idea of history or progress than Adam Smith's political economy had been. Certainly, the same difference always persists between the two thinkers. The elements of philosophy of history which occur in Adam Smith he owed to the empirical observation of facts, while in Ricardo, progress is held to be submitted to laws, the necessity of which can be established by arguing from certain simple and constant data. In 1809, in the Edinburgh Review, Mill lamented that philosophers had not yet succeeded in agreeing on the rules suitable for determining the principal degrees of civilization. And his history of British India, which was begun as early as 1806, was perhaps, for the most part, an attempt to define the notions of civilization and progress, by reference to a particular example. James Mill laid down the principle that a nation is civilized to the precise extent to which utility is the object of all its efforts, and, far from using the empirical knowledge which he obtained from the history of British India to determine inductively the necessary movement of progress from the barbarous state to civilization, he rather writes conjectural history, and, in most cases, he takes as point of departure a definition of progress based on the constant facts of human nature, and deduces from that what, in fact, the progress of Hindu society must have been. 3. According to Stuart Mill, the idea of a theory of progress and of a philosophy of history was due to a reaction against the ideas of the 18th century, against the philosophy of enlightenment. This estimate is false. The Saint-Simonians and Auguste Comte owed their philosophy of progress to Turgot and Condorcet, and it is perhaps to Condorcet at least as much as to Hartley, Priestley, and Godwin that James Mill from the earliest years of his literary production, owed the doctrine which he held to be fundamental, that is, the doctrine that the human species is essentially perfectible, or capable of progress. For political economy was still thought of as a knowledge of laws, but these laws were no longer merely static laws, laws of equilibrium, but were also dynamic laws, laws of evolution or of progress. It was no longer a study, as it had been for Adam Smith, of the nature and causes but of the nature and progress of economic phenomena. The two new truths which Ricardo incorporated in political economy, and made in a sense classical, were the invention of Malthus, that is to say, the law of population and the law of rent on land. 5. At the beginning of 1810, Ricardo had just made Malthus' acquaintance. The two families were on friendly terms after 18u. 6. At this time James Mill and, it seems likely, Ricardo also were already Malthusians, in the sense that they accepted the principle of population. In 1815, Ricardo used against Malthus the law of rent which Malthus himself had just formulated. Now these two laws are laws of progress. In this way the dominant idea of Condorcet was perpetuated through his adversary Malthus till it reached James Mill and Ricardo. Let us try to work out the stages through which was brought about this introduction into the utilitarian political economy of the idea of a law of progress, or, if you like, a law of evolution. Condorcet had demanded that, in the study of man, the knowledge of the laws of his individual nature should be completed by the knowledge of the laws of his social nature. Above all, he had demanded that a science be constituted which should study not the coexistence of individuals in one and the same society, but the succession of social phenomena in time. If there exists a science of foretelling the progress of the human species, and of directing and hastening it, the history of what it has achieved should be the primary basis of this science. Even prejudices and errors would be justified at every stage of our progress, by the general laws of our faculties, and the development of intellectual and moral faculties, if followed from generation to generation in the mass of individuals, would present a picture of the progress of the human spirit. This progress is submitted to the same general laws which can be observed in the individual development of our faculties, since it is the result of this development considered at one and the same time in a large number of individuals united in society. But the result supplied by L.ch moment depends on that supplied by the preceding moment s and has its influence on those in the time to come. Hence it is possible in the social sciences as in other sciences, to found on the experience of the past a prophecy regarding the future destinies of the human species, from the results of its history. Since opinions formed from the experience of the past, on objects of the same class, are the only rule of the conduct of the wisest men, why should the philosopher be forbidden to rest his conjectures on this same basis, provided he does not attribute to them a certainty superior to that which can spring from the number, the consistency, and the exactness of the observations? 1. Malthus discussed the theory of indefinite progress and objected to the current formula as not being sufficiently complex to square with the facts. Human beings are not only creatures endowed with intellectual and moral faculties, they are physiological organisms, submitted to physical conditions of existence. Population on the one hand and subsistence on the other do not increase according to the same law, and there is here at once a double law of progress, which is stated by Malthus. Further, man is able, by the free exercise of his intelligence, to put a moral restraint on his instincts, and so to re-establish the harmony between the two graces. But is this different from what was maintained by Condorcet? Does not the difference between the two apparently rival philosophies of Condorcet and Malthus tend to disappear? It seems that this was indeed the opinion expressed by James Mill in 1805 in a note in his edition of Viller's book. No doubt he maintains that those circumstances in the constitution of this world, which have been so largely descanted upon, which seem opposed to the establishment of perfect happiness or virtue on the earth, prove nothing, that the causes which check the natural and fixed tendency of human nature towards perfection can only be temporary and accidental. He does, however, pay attention to Malthus' objections. He intends, so he tells us, to free the doctrine of perfectibility from the erroneous application which may be made of it, and, in accord with Malthus on this point, he confines himself to seeing in the idea of perfection the great model on which wise men and politicians must bring their attention to bear with wisdom and discretion when they are sketching or carrying out plans for the administration of public affairs. In short, the problem is to reconcile the law of perfectibility with the law of population, to see in the latter no more than the simple statement of the conditions which must be considered in order to bring man nearer to perfection. Malthus had already approached this problem in the second edition of his book, and this became James Mill's main preoccupation, especially from the time when, about the year 1808, he frankly gave his support to Malthus' principle. In James Mill and in Ricardo we shall again come across the conflict, always springing up again but always beneath the surface, between the two conceptions of economic progress, the one optimistic and the other pessimistic. But the problem to be solved became still further complicated when, in 1815, Malthus formulated a new law of evolution derived in the main from the two first laws, since it places face to face and in conflict intelligent man on the one hand, and on the other hand, land of limited quantity and fecundity. This is the law of rent. It may be laid down, as an incontrovertible truth, that as a nation reaches any considerable degree of wealth, and any considerable fullness of population, which cannot occur without a considerable fall at once in the profits of capital and in the wages of labor, the separation of rents, as a kind of fixture upon lands of a certain quality, is a law as invariable as the action of the principle of gravity. 2. Now the law of rent on land, like the law of population, became an integral part of the economic doctrine professed by Ricardo and James Mill. To what extent should Malthus be taken to have discovered the new law? It is possible, as Buckle claims, Tha Burn may have had an inkling of it. 3. As early as 1777, Anderson gave its precise formula. 4. But isolated intuitions cannot be held to constitute the invention of a fundamental theorem. Does not Anderson himself appear not to have realized that his observations contradicted Adam Smith's ideas on rent? The new theory of rent on land is, from one point of view, the end of the logical development of economic thought. It may be taken to be implied in the law of population of 1797, and its formula can be seen disentangling itself with a growing clearness, in the successive editions of Malthus' book. But above all, historical circumstances should here be taken into consideration. The period of the Great War set up against each other in Great Britain two distinct economic worlds, whose interests only coincided by accident. Agricultural produce and industrial commodities are not produced under the same conditions. From the earliest editions of his book, Malthus made many observations on this subject, roused by the scarcity years of 1794 and 1795, and then of 1800 and Ibor. Inferior land had been put under cultivation during the war, and the price of com had gone up, but at the same time rent on land had risen. Parliamentary inquiries showed up the correlation of the two facts, and when in 1814 and 1815 the re-establishment of peace looked like putting an end to the accidental isolation of the English people, the landed proprietors, in defiance of the general interest, demanded a new corn law which, by protecting English corn, would prevent the inferior land from going out of cultivation, and the rent on land from falling. 2. In 1814, the state of the countryside, the bad harvests, and the increasing difficulty of finding agricultural labourers disturbed the economist Wakefield, and he communicated his anxieties to his friend Francis Place. 3. Place himself studied the question, and declared to James Mill that, after a certain amount of statistical research, he would be able to shew a clear and concise view of the operation of the corn laws on the mass of the community. It was the people who must be enlightened, since nothing could be done with Parliament, which was given over to the influence of the large proprietors. 4. Mill encouraged Place to converse with him on these questions. 5. In return, Place ventured to suggest to Mill that he should deal with the problem himself in writing. The truth which needed to be spread was still the doctrine of Malthus. When will the wholesome truth be acknowledged, that population is constantly pressing against the limits of production? When will governments cease their attempts to counteract the inimitable laws of nature, cease to sacrifice one part of the community, to gratify the pride, the ignorance, and the folly of another part, cease to promote the misery of the many, to increase the power but not the happiness oft few? When will they learn that a virtuous and happy population is more worth than mere numbers, that a wise and free people are infinitely more to be desired than a nominally rich nation of tyrants, slaves, and fools? 1. The Malthusian work, which Place demanded from James Mill, was to be written by Ricardo, and Malthus preceded Ricardo. Besides, though the Benthamites were not called upon to discover the new theory, did they not foresee it? In 1814, in an article published by the Eclectic Review, James Mill stated that there was a divergence between the interests of the landed proprietors and the general interest, and warned the landowners of the consciousness of itself which the majority would inevitably gain in the advance of knowledge, and of the power which it could use so as to make its interests prevail by force. He pointed out a divergence between the interests of the landed proprietor and the interests of the farmer. The farmer would not suffer from the free importation of com if he could escape paying the exorbitant rents extorted from him by the landlord. To escape from this abnormal situation, he advocated measures which were almost revolutionary, that all the leases should be annulled or bought back. To buy them back would cost less than the subsidy paid annually by England to a single foreign sovereign, and it was just that the landowners, like the officers on land and sea and like the military caterers, should lose, on the re-establishment of peace, the exorbitant gains which were brought them by the war. 2. These class conflicts seriously compromised, as we shall see in the sequel, the principle of the identity of interests, but they attracted attention, and the Benthamites, who were the defenders of the interest of the greatest number, were waiting for a doctrine capable of accounting for them. Then the moment would have come for them to play, as always, their role of assimilators and organizers. On every side, the new theory was in process of elaboration. In 1814, Buchanan, commenting on Adam Smith, remarked that, rent being a surplus above wages and profit, whatever yields this surplus may be said to pay a rent. The inventor of a machine for abridging labor, were he to keep his secret, might sell his goods for such a price as would yield a rent or surplus above wages and profit, but when the secret is known, and others come to abridge labor in the same way, the competition reduces the price and his advantage is lost. In this manner improvements in manufactures benefit society by a fall of price on the goods manufactured, but improvements in agriculture, which occasion no fall of price, benefit only the landlord by an increase of rent. Further, why do not improvements in agriculture involve a fall in prices? It is because manufacturing industry increases its produce in proportion to the demand, and the price falls, but the produce of land cannot be so increased, and a high price is still necessary to prevent consumption from exceeding the supply. Point 1. Does not this application of the principle of population include all that is essential in the theory of differential rent? Then West, in an anonymous treatise entitled An Essay on the Application of Capital to Land, in which he set out the reflections roused in him by the labors of the parliamentary committees, and attempted to point out the uselessness of increasing the duties on importation, and, defining the laws of diminishing returns more rigorously than Malthus had done, tried to prove that, in the progress of the improvement of cultivation, the raising of root produce becomes progressively more expensive, or, in other words, the ratio of the net produce of land to its gross produce is continually diminishing. He rejected the explanation proposed by Adam Smith, according to whom the lesser increase in the product of agricultural labor is due to a lesser development in the division of labor, for in this case the slow progress in agricultural labor as compared with industrial labor would be comparative, not positive, while, according to West, there is an absolute or positive diminution of return for every equal quantity of labor. The difference depends on the very nature of agricultural labor, which must be used either to take new land into cultivation or to submit to a more intense cultivation land which is already under cultivation. The gradual diminution of the produce is, according to the particular case, either more than compensated, just compensated, or less than compensated for by the progress of the division of labor and of machinery. But, in the last resort, the causes which tend to make agricultural labor less productive must outweigh those which tend to make it more productive. 2. If returns from land and from industry were to increase in the same proportion, the profits on capital ought to be constantly increasing. If they fall, it is because of the law of diminishing returns. At the same moment, Malthus made known to the public his notes on the nature and progress of rent 3, which he had compiled while teaching at the East India College. It has been my intention, he said, at some time or other, to put them in a form for publication, and the very near connection of the subject of the present inquiry with the topics immediately under discussion, has induced me to hasten its appearance at the present moment. Point 3. In the cultivation of land, man is constantly obliged to have recourse to land of inferior quality by reason first of the constant increase of population and of the demand far forward, and secondly, of the limited amount of land which provides a given fertility. Necessarily, therefore, the price of the objects of primary necessity rises without ceasing, and consequently the remuneration of the labor and of the capital applied to the first lands under cultivation would rise, if it were not that, by virtue of the principles laid down by Adam Smith, profits and wages, like the price of food, tend to be the same everywhere. Hence, on the more fertile lands, there is a residue, which is precisely rent, that is that portion of the value of the whole produce which remains to the owner of the land, after all the outgoings belonging to its cultivation, of whatever kind, have been paid, including the profits of the capital employed, estimated according to the usual and ordinary rate of the profits of agricultural capital at the time being. Finally, it was in reply to Malthus' book that Ricardo almost immediately drew up and published an essay in which he treated of the influence of a low price of corn on the profits of stock. Ricardo accepts the definition of rent given by Malthus. But, in regard to this definition, he devotes himself to a task of logical revision in which may be distinguished the influence of the peculiar genius of James Mill. He simplifies the theory. Malthus distinguished between 3 causes of the phenomenon of rent: in the first place, the power of the land to provide a greater quantity of necessaries than are required for the subsistence of the people employed in cultivating it; in the second place, the tendency of the supply of food to create its own demand and to increase the population; and in the third place, the relative scarcity of fertile lands, which is necessary if a portion of the general surplus is to be separated off in the specific form of a rent offered to a landlord. Ricardo retains only the third cause. He also universalizes the theory. Apart from the necessity for agriculture to have recourse to less fertile land, Malthus admitted the influence on variations in rent of other causes, such as accumulation of capital which lowers the profits on capital, increase of population which lowers wages, and progress in agricultural industry. Ricardo neglects the last cause, to which can be attributed only very temporary effects, and above all, he treats the theory of rent, understood as the difference between the costs of production on lands of unequal fertility, as the fundamental theory from which are derived the theories of wages and profits. Variations in wages have an influence not on rent, which is given, but on profits, and Malthus was wrong still to retain partially, on the subject of profits, Adam Smith's theory, according to which profits rise and fall for commercial reasons which are independent of the supply of food. Profits of stock fall only, because land equally well adapted to produce food cannot be procured, and the degree of the fall of profits depends wholly on the increased expense of production. This, Ricardo tells us, is a very important principle and one that has been almost entirely neglected by the economists. Finally, Malthus, like the advocates of the Corn Bill, argued from his theory of rent to the necessity of a policy of protection. Ricardo sets out to prove, like West, the necessity of tolerating the free importation of corn, the rise in profits and in real wages will compensate, and more than compensate, the loss suffered by the landowners. Now, between the members of any one group of theorists, agreement is reached as much on the program of practical applications as on the principles, and perhaps even more so, and it was by associating the theory of differential rent with the theory of free trade, that Ricardo definitely incorporated it with the tradition of Adam Smith and the orthodox political economy. This little treatise was the sketch of the large work which Ricardo published 2 years later. I hear from Mr. Mill, wrote Ricardo to I.B. Say, on August 18, 1815, that a number of people in this country do not understand me because I have not developed my ideas enough, and he exhorts me to resume the exposition from the beginning and in a lengthier manner. Point 2. These principles, the principles of rent, profit, and wages, he wrote to Trower on October 29, 1815, are so linked and connected with everything belonging to the science of political economy, that I consider the just view of them as of the first importance. It is on this subject, where my opinions differ from the great authority of Adam Smith, Malthus, etc., that I should wish to concentrate all the talent I possess, not only for the purpose of establishing what I think correct principles, but of drawing important deductions from them. For my own satisfaction I shall certainly make the attempt, and perhaps with repeated revisions during a year or two I shall at last produce something that may be understood. 3. We can now see clearly enough the part played, in the formation of the new political economy, by the principle of population, as completed by the law of rent which was derived from it. It was a principle of unification. Henceforth, variations in rent, wages, and profits could not be studied separately as they could in the time of Adam Smith, they are derived from one and the same law. And political economy, in conformity with the dream of James Mill, now resumed, though in a new sense, the rigorously systematic character which it had presented in France in the 18th century with Quesnay and the physiocrats. In 1817 appeared the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation. To sum up, to what can the influence exerted on Ricardo by Bentham and James Mill be reduced? James Mill's personal influence was considerable, and it is perhaps to this that political economy owes the systematic and deductive character which it assumed in Ricardo. But the idea of political economy understood as a science of laws, laws of equilibrium and laws of progress, static laws and dynamic laws, does not come from Bentham. The new ideas which, with Ricardo, were incorporated with the classical political economy, came to him from Malthus. The theoretic and rational method came to him from the French economists. It was taught him by James Mill, who had the temperament of a logician but also the temperament of a disciple, and borrowed his doctrines from others, being content to give them a new rigor and nothing more. James Mill did not so much give Ricardo his doctrine as transmit to him a doctrine, or rather, he did not so much give him a doctrine as develop in him the doctrinal leaning and make him a doctrinaire. The question of knowing to what extent the useful qualities of human nature do or do not come within the range of the power of education, is one of the most important ones, wrote James Mill in the article which, in 1818, he devoted to education in the supplement to the Encyclopaedia Britannica. According to Helvetius, leaving aside the relatively small number of individuals who are born incomplete and obviously below the average, the vast majority of men may be taken to be equally susceptible of mental excellence, and remediable causes of their inequalities are discoverable. Certainly, only Helvetius was of this opinion, but, said James Mill, Helvetius, alone, is a host. Bentham himself had been a disciple of Helvetius, and moreover he had already, in 1797, in his Administration of the Poor, touched on the pedagogic problem. He had sketched a program of popular education, and advocated the method, invented by Dr. Bell, of teaching by monitors. But it was after 1808 that this part of Bentham's doctrine received all its development. James Mill was a born propagandist, and if education, as Helvetius maintained, was powerful in the formation of character, then education was the instrument to use in order to invert the nation to the utilitarian morality. James Mill tried on the person of his eldest son, John Stuart, the first experimental verification of Helvetius' theory. Stuart Mill, born in May, 1806, was 2 years old when his father made Bentham's acquaintance, and it was in the following year that he took up the education of his son 010L, a systematic plan. 3. It is, then, a fact, that the early sequences to which we are accustomed form the primary habits, and that the primary habits are the fundamental character of the man. The consequence is most important, for it follows, that, as soon as the infant, or rather the embryo, begins to feel, the character begins to be formed, and that the habits, which are then contracted, are the most pervading and operative of all. Education, then, or the care of forming the habits, ought to commence, as much as possible, with the period of sensation itself, and at no period, is the utmost vigilance of greater importance, than the first point. We see, therefore, that James Mill took charge of the intellectual guidance of his son as early as possible. Did not Mill hope in R809 to make his son follow the example of Bentham, who had begun his classical studies at almost as precocious an age? John attacked the study of the Greek language with Aesop's fables and with the Anabasis, and of arithmetic, while reading, for his own amusement, historical books and works which exhibited men of energy and resource in unusual circumstances, struggling against difficulties and overcoming them. Then opened the second cycle of his studies. At the age of 8 he was learning Latin. Soon he was studying Aristotle's Rhetoric, the first expressly scientific treatise on any moral or psychological subject which I had read. This his father made him study with particular care, and then sum up in the form of synoptic tables. At the same time, during the second cycle, he was learning elementary geometry and algebra, the differential calculus and other parts of transcendental mathematics, and finally manuals of experimental science, and of chemistry in particular. His father excused him Latin composition more or less and Greek composition entirely, but he made him practice writing in English verse for 2 reasons. First, that certain things are better and more strongly expressed in verse than in prose, which is a real advantage, and secondly that men as a general rule attach more value to verse than it deserves. For this reason it is worthwhile acquiring the power of writing it. Fina, why, at age of 12, Stuart Mill entered on the third and last stage of his Mistructlon. It was now no longer a question of the auxiliary instruments of thought, but of the thoughts themselves. It is characteristic that Stuart Mill did not know Bentham's own works until later, after the completion of his education. 2. His father had not wished John Mill to accept Bentham's ideas without examination, simply because they came from the venerated friend of his father, or for Benthamism to become for him a kind of religious belief of ipse-dixitism or of dogmatism in the disparaging sense which Bentham had given to the word. Nonetheless, he strove with all his powers to make of Stuart Mill, by a more arduous way, a typical thinker, citizen, and man, in accordance with the doctrine of Helvetius and Bentham. 3. Stuart Mill studied logic Indiana Aristotle's Organon, in some of the Latin treatises on scholastic logic, and finally in Hobbes' Computatio Civ Logica. In R819, he passed to the study of political economy. Ricardo's book had already been out 2 years, and applied the art of reasoning to the study of the mechanism of interests, to what has been called the dogmatics of egoism. The method of instruction was as original as the plan of studies. James Mill was an admirer of the Greek philosophers and, in particular of the Socratics, and he used the maieutic method with his son. Intending, to what was perhaps an exaggerated extent, to awaken the activity of the faculties by leading the pupil to discover everything for himself, he gave his explanations not before, but after, his son had fully recognized the seriousness of the difficulties. He, not only gave me an accurate knowledge of these two great subjects, logic and political economy, as far as they were then understood, but made me a thinker on both. Having pedagogic principles of his own on all teachable subjects, even on the art of reading aloud, James Mill tried them on his son. He experimented on him with the method of teaching by monitors, and John Mill, as he learnt Latin, taught it to his brothers and sisters as a supplementary method of learning it himself. In 1820, John Mill, at the age of 14, closed the period of his earliest instruction by a journey to Paris. On the eve of his departure, his father took him for a last solemn walk in Hyde Park, and revealed to him the fact that he had received such an education as would single him out among men. The fact that he knew more than others know was to be attributed not to his personal merit but to the exceptional and accidental advantage of having had a father capable of instructing him, and prepared to devote the necessary care and time to it. He was not to be proud that he knew more than others who had been less favored. It would be disgraceful if he did not know more. 1. It was a systematic education, of which even the artificial nature was to some extent intended. One cannot make an experiment without having recourse to artifices and without isolating the phenomenon which is to be observed so as to avoid the intervention of any disturbing action, but also to some extent involuntary. For James Mill wanted to make his son at once a man of thought and a man of action, but to attain the second end, was it enough to make him read accounts of energetic lives and of heroic actions? 2. John Mill's education was a constant subject of conversation among Bentham's friends. It was discussed in Francis Place's shop. Wakefield, Road Place, is a believer in innate propensities, and so fully is he satisfied of the truth of his theory, that he expects to see your John's innate propensities break out presently and form his character. The position I take against him is that the generality of children are organized so nearly alike that they may by proper management be made pretty nearly equally wise and virtuous. 3. If we are to believe Stuart Mill's testimony, for the facts would have justified the disciples of Helvetius as against the partisans of innate tendencies, and truly, no one gives the impression of a manufactured personality more than he does. Stuart Mill was indeed the work of James Mill, working on the model suggested by Bentham. Nevertheless, although James Mill succeeded in making of his son a citizen and a thinker, who if not eminent was at least eminently useful, there are hints in Stuart Mill of an original nature, which was sentimental and almost religious, and which was not made for the purely intellectual and abstract system imposed on it since childhood, and which was all the time trying to react against it. But James Mill, who was the disciple of Bentham and who, as it were, set himself up as his master's prime minister, did not confine his efforts to this isolated experience of individual pedagogy. Bentham and he, and Bentham through him, entered into relations, round about 1810, with the philanthropists, religious or irreligious, who at this time were obsessed with the idea of reforming humanity by pedagogy. They were numerous, Bentham, and more particularly James Mill, who put Bentham's ideas into action, were only distinguished from the others by a more enlightened understanding of the principles on which they took their stand, together with more good sense and tenacity in action. The tradition of Helvetius was perpetuated alongside of Bentham, in Robert Owen, to whom it had been transmitted by William Godwin. Owen denied the ideas of liberty, responsibility, merit, and punishment, and wished to reform humanity, and to form human character by placing individuals, from birth, under certain social conditions which he himself realized artificially in his model factory in New Lanark. In 1813, Bentham became a shareholder in this famous establishment, which was at that time under the direction of Robert Owen and William Allen. Romilly urged him to be prudent, warning him that Owen was a madman. "No," replied Bentham, "Owen was not mad simpliciter, he was only mad secundum quid, and had not he himself been treated as a madman, in the days of the Panopticon?" Bentham, who was so often unlucky in his loans of capital, was justified this time as against the too circumspect Romilly. He drew profits from this philanthropic investment. It was probably James Mill, the friend of William Allen, who acted as intermediary between Bentham and Owen, for in the same year we find James Mill and Francis Place engaged on revising Owen's essays on the principle of the formation of the human character. William Allen was a Quaker, and from 181 James Mill collaborated with him in his journal, The Philanthropist. In 1809, he had been persuaded by him to take an interest in the scholastic enterprises of another Quaker, Joseph Lancaster by name, copying the methods applied by Dr. Bell at Madras. He had founded a school in London, and dreamt of covering England with establishments in each of which 1,000 children should receive, in squads of 10, instruction from 100 monitors, at the cost of 5 shillings per head per year. He was a pure madman, lacking both the austere morals and the financial prudence which usually characterize Quakers, and he only escaped bankruptcy on 2 occasions thanks to assistance received from rich Quakers, dissenting ministers, and independent philanthropists. In 1809, when the Royal Lancasterian Institution, patronized by the King, the Queen, and the Prince of Wales, was being organized to direct the enterprise, William Allen was one of the trustees and James Mill a member of the Financial Committee. It was in this society that he made the acquaintance of Francis Place, who had been Lancaster's collaborator since 1810. Lancaster started his extravagances again. In 1813, after many efforts to reconcile Lancaster and the Society, the decision was made to retain the Lancaster system and to get rid of Lancaster, on whom an honourable title was bestowed. While the association was being reorganized under the name of the British and Foreign School Society, James Mill, Place, Wakefield, and Brougham were sketching the plan of a complete system of primary and secondary education for the town of London. The school which Lancaster had directed in London in the Borough Road was to be transformed into a training college, and Elkington was to be divided into districts which were to be governed by independent school committees. To begin with, the West London Lancasterian Association was organised with the motto "Schools for All," which was also the title of a pamphlet published by James Mill in 1812 to act as manifesto for the group. The novelty, in the idea of James Mill and his associates, was the extension of the Lancasterian system to secondary education. The idea came from Place, who belonged to the class of artisans who had become masters, and who suffered personally from the absence of educational establishments in which he could give his 9 children a suitable education, not a simple classical education, but rather broad notions of mathematics, of the living languages, and of political and moral theory. It is the middle class which contains, beyond all comparison, the greatest proportion of the intelligence, industry, and wealth of the state. In it are the heads that invent, and the hands that execute, the enterprise that projects, and the capital by which these projects are carried into operation. In this country at least, it is this class which gives to the nation its character. The proper education of this portion of the people is therefore of the greatest possible importance to the well-being of the state. 2 First Wakefield and then Mill gave their adherence to it. Mill, wrote Wakefield to Place, is always at work, but never shows himself. 3 James Mill submitted the idea to Bentham, who made it his own. He offered his garden for the site of the school. 2 magnificent cotton trees stood there, they were to be felled. A tablet on the wall of the garden recalled the fact that the house had once belonged to Milton. The wall and the tablet were to be destroyed. Bentham was especially concerned with tracing the architectural, administrative, and pedagogic plan of the institution. The result of his labor was the work entitled Chrestomathia, a collection of papers, explanatory of the design of an institution proposed to be set on foot under the name of the Chrestomathic Day School, for the extension of the new system of instruction to the higher branches of learning, for the use of the middling and higher ranks in life. 1. The work was in essence composed of 2 tables of contents, the first containing the detail and the reasoned order of the subjects taught, the second, the principles of the new pedagogic system which was advocated. Both program and method were justified, from the point of view of the principle of utility, by a comparison of the advantages received and the disadvantages suffered, of profits and of losses. It was the instruction which cost least, £6 a year, Bentham estimated, £42 for 7 years. It was the instruction which brought in most to the pupil, by reason of the arrangement of the subjects taught, in order of decreasing utility, in such a way that no pupil who left the establishment at any age lost the benefit of the years of schooling that he had already had. Now for the first time, the program of a utilitarian education, OFA Chrestomathia, was outlined. Classical teaching was suppressed. 2. Scientific teaching was justified by its utility. 3. Another way of comparing profits and losses was to compare the amount of instruction carried to its maximum on the one hand, and on the other, the amount of pain used to produce this effect, reduced to its minimum by the application of the methods conceived by Bell for making work attractive. 4. The program was concluded by a series of appendices. The first of these, which was drawn up by Mill and Place, bore the title, See Chrestomathic Proposal, being a proposal for erecting by subscription, and carrying on by the name of the Chrestomathic School, a day school for the extension of the new system to the higher branches of instruction and ranks in life. The following 2 contain documents relative to similar pedagogic enterprises, previously undertaken. There remains a 4th appendix, of enormous proportions and of a purely theoretic nature. The Chrestomathic School reminded Bentham of one of his earliest manuscripts. In 1769, when he was discovering the principle of the greatest happiness, he had seen in it the basis of what seemed to him to be the only correct and instructive encyclopedic arrangement, a map or plan of the field of thought and action, and he relates how he experienced the feeling of Archimedes, on discovering his famous principle, when he scribbled on a sheet of paper his first rough and imperfect draft. 5. After the lapse of 40, or nearly 40 years, he took up this draft again. It was a question a remodeling of D'Alembert's classification of the sciences, which was now resumed from the point of view of the principle of utility. The sciences were classed in relation to each other not by reason of the intrinsic character of their objects or of their methods, but by reason of their greater or less utility. Now, this was also the order in which things should be taught in the Chrestomathic School. Bentham had long since given up the study of principles, to pass to the examination of practical applications. The examination of the pedagogic problem now brought him back to the study of principles. The same was true, at the same period, of James Mill, and this new turn which James Mill gave to his intellectual activity was to have the most important consequences as regards the formation of philosophical radicalism. It was James Mill who composed the article on education for the supplement of the Encyclopaedia Britannica in 1818. He took the word in its wide sense as it was understood by Helvetius. Our inquiry is concerned with everything which, from the first germ of existence up till the final extinction of life, operates in such a way as to affect the qualities of the mind on which happiness depends in any degree whatsoever. 1. There was therefore a physical education, which was little developed so far, but the elements of which were to be found in Erasmus Darwin and in Cabanis. A moral education, which comprised domestic education, technical or scholastic education, the only kind which is usually thought of in connection with the word education, and finally, social education, in which James Ivell distinguished, in another part of his article, between social education properly speaking and political education. The end of education is first the happiness of the individual who is being educated, and then the happiness of his fellows. It is defined by James Mill as the best employment of all the means which can be made use of, by man, for rendering the human mind to the greatest possible degree the cause of human happiness. Further, practice cannot be separated from theory, for theory is nothing but the whole of the knowledge, which we possess upon any subject, put into that order and form in which it is most easy to draw from it good practical rules. 2. Now, the solution of the practical problem of education presupposes the preliminary solution of two great theoretic problems. First, in order to know in what way things act on the spirit, it is necessary to knmv how the spirit is constructed. The least evil which can befall him who tries to act on the spirit in ways which are not adapted to its nature, is to lose his labor. In the second place, since happiness is the end, and the means must be exactly adapted to the end, it is necessary to know which qualities of the spirit are chiefly conducive to the happiness, as much of the agent himself as of his fellows. The solution of the second problem lies in a theory of virtue which James Mill outlines, drawing his inspiration from the Greek theory of the four virtues. The solution of the first problem constitutes a theory of the mental life, and thus James Mill found himself led, in a pedagogic essay, to sum up, in a historical form, the theory of the association of ideas. For the laws of the succession of mental phenomena are the laws of human nature on which the science of education is based. As the happiness, which is the end of education, depends upon the actions of the individual, and as all the actions of man are produced by his feelings or thoughts, the business of education is, to make certain feelings or thoughts take place instead of others. The business of education, TN, is to work upon the mental successions. 1 The article of 1818 was an outline of Mill's great work, The Analysis of the Phenomena of the Human Mind, which appeared 11 years later, and which determined the psychological doctrine of philosophical radicalism. But at the very moment when Bentham and his friends were trying to superimpose onto a reformed primary education, a secondary education conceived on the same plan, serious difficulties were threatening the execution of the first part of the program. For the pedagogic problem was complicated by a religious problem. In opposition to the Royal Lancasterian Institution for the Education of the Poor, which was directed by dissenters, liberals, and freethinkers, there was founded in IAU the National Society for Promoting the Education of the Poor according to the principles of the established Church. To the name of Lancaster, who was applying Bell's principles, was opposed the name of Bell himself, a member of the Anglican Church. A bitter controversy arose between the Edinburgh Review and the Quarterly Review. James Mill was the acknowledged polemicist of the Lancasterian institution. In 1812 he wrote the anonymous paper already mentioned, the full title of which was, Schools for All Not Schools for Churchmen Only, and in February 1813 he contributed to the Edinburgh Review a long article devoted to the question. Bentham's Chrestomathia in 1818 and James Mill's article Education, in 1818, were only the sequel to this controversy. James Mill, in the essay in the Edinburgh Review, recalled the fact, as a Scotsman proud of his origin, that the idea of popular education was a Scottish idea. 2 On the question whether the instruction of the people should be made a public service he admitted 3 that it was in conformity with the lessons of experience and with the principles of Adam Smith, to be as chary as possible of governmental intervention. Nevertheless, when it unfortunately happened that the people were extremely ignorant and too poor to pay for their instruction, it was necessary for the state to intervene to give the enterprise a push. To prevent the state abusing the powers which were entrusted to it and establishing a sort of intellectual despotism, one guarantee is enough: freedom of the press. Grant, in any quarter of the globe, a reading people and a free press, and the prejudices on which misrule supports itself will gradually and silently disappear. 1 And he declares that he is disposed, though with some hesitation, to desire that the state should come to the help of this great work, at least as concerns the erection of school buildings, and payment of small salaries, sufficient and no more than sufficient to ensure the residence of a master, chosen by the heads of the families of the district, and mainly paid by the pupils. One thing, in any case, is certain, and is demonstrated by the analysis of ideas, this is that the universalization of education is good in itself. If education consists in communicating the art of happiness, and if intelligence is composed of 2 parts, the knowledge of the order of the events of nature on which our pleasures and our pains depend, and the sagacity which discovers the best means of attaining ends, the question of knowing whether the people ought to receive an education comes back to the question whether they ought to be happy or miserable. 2. It may be objected that, in order to produce food and other objects of primary necessity, a great part of the human race must be condemned to toil, and consequently, in the absence of leisure, to ignorance. But it is now almost universally acknowledged that on all conceivable accounts it is desirable that the great body of the people should not be wretchedly poor, that when the people are wretchedly poor, all classes are vicious, all are hateful, and all are unhappy. If so far raised above wretched poverty as to be capable of being virtuous, though it is still necessary for them to earn their bread by the sweat of their brow, they are not bound down to such incessant toil as to have no time for the acquisition of knowledge and the exercise of intellect. This again is inspired by Malthus, though Mill seems to rely on a decrease in poverty to increase the aptitude for instruction, whereas Malthus counted on progress in education to decrease poverty. But, if education is to be universal, it must also be neutral. It is thus that the Lancasterian school thought of it. Now here was a group of individuals wishing to supplant these schools, because they were open to all, without making any distinction between creeds, without giving any religious instruction. The Church, having so often reproached the sects with their intolerance, had become sectarian in its turn. James M. Ill provided the partisans of the Lancasterian schools with their classical arguments. The Anglican system was financially extravagant, exclusive and restrictive. It necessitated the erection of 2 schools where 1 school would suffice. To say that the Church was in danger if all the children of the working classes were brought up in establishments which were open to all, was rashly to admit that it was lost as soon as it found itself on a footing of equality with other creeds. The doctrine of the alliance of Church and State stood condemned by public opinion, together with the notion which it involved of a clergy, a corporation of priests to whom political powers were entrusted. 1. It was in the course of this controversy that the anti-clerical and irreligious nature of Bentham's school was manifested. Bentham, who had been a freethinker in the 18th century at Lord Lansdowne's, in a circle whose incredulity scandalized Priestley, found himself a freethinker once more, this time in alliance not with an aristocracy disdainful of plebeian superstitions, but with the popular party. Was James Mill already irreligious, in the sense in which he later became so, before he knew Bentham? Although he voluntarily renounced the career of a Presbyterian minister, it is a doubtful point, in spite of an assertion of Stuart Mill's. A family tradition, related by Bain, has it that his irreligious views did not take definite shape until 1808 and 1809. Mill was apparently coniured to irreligion not by Bentham, but by Miranda, a former general of the French Revolution, and a revolutionary general in South America. 2. The quarrel over schools for all definitely made Bentham, James Mill, and the whole group break with the Church. In 1818, Bentham published his Church of Englandism, and its Catechism Examined, in which he outlined the program of a moral Christianity simplified in the extreme, and it was about the same time that he composed his Not Paul but Jesus, which was only published in 1823, in which he devoted himself to proving that Paul was an impostor and an ambitious man, that his doctrine was on almost all points different from the doctrine of Jesus, and that he was the true Antichrist. 3. But the most direct expression of his anti-religious philosophy is contained in the little work entitled Analysis of the Influence of the Natural Religion on the Temporal Happiness of Mankind, which was published in 1822, this time young George Grote, who, in 1818, had made the acquaintance of James Mill through Ricardo, and of Bentham through James Mill, established himself, under a pseudonym, editor of the papers of the master. Just as, at about the same time, Bentham was founding a classification of the sciences on the consideration of their relative utility, so likewise, in this little work, he estimated the value of the religious idea from the point of view of utility, as distinct from the point of view of truth. Should the following reasonings be deemed conclusive, a clear idea may be formed of the temporal gain or loss accruing from the agency of natural religion. Whether the doctrines which this term involves be true or false, is a point on which I do not intend to touch. Point 5. If false, they might be useful; if true, they might be dangerous. Besides, the warmest partisans of natural religion cannot deny, that by the influence of it, occasionally at least, bad effects have been produced, nor can anyone on the other hand venture to deny that it has on other occasions brought about good effects. The question therefore is, throughout, only as to the comparative magnitude, number, and proportion of each. Thus, to estimate the efficacy of the idea of posthumous penalties and rewards. Bentham applies the rules of his moral arithmetic. All inducements are expectations either of pleasure or pain. The force with which all expectations act upon the human bosom varies according as they differ in intensity, 2. Duration, 3. Certainty, 4. Propinquity. These are the four elements of value which constitute and measure the comparative strength of all human motives. 2. Now it is true that we are told that posthumous pleasures and pains are endowed with an infinite duration and intensity, but this is an infiniteness which is conferred on them by a fiction in order to counterbalance their real lack of propinquity and certainty. Happily, for if the expectations actually created in the mind corresponded in appalling effect to the descriptions of the fancy, and if the defects of certainty and propinquity could be so far counteracted as to leave these expectations in full possession of the mind, the result must be absolute privation of reason, and an entire sacrifice of all sublunary enjoyment. 3/Note that Bentham's dialectic has always the same nature, it borrows as few elements as possible from empirical observation. It is not from history that Bentham draws arguments against the various religions, examined in detail. He defines religion a priori, and looks for the necessary consequences of religion as so defined. The religion he is discussing is, he warns us, natural and not revealed religion, and we are tempted to see in this a use of the tactics current among irreligious polemicists, when they are addressing a religious public. If our present inquiry, Bentham does in fact write, should demonstrate that natural religion has produced a large balance of temporal evil above temporal good, this will evince still more forcibly the necessity of a revelation such as to purge and counteract its bad effects. But Bentham's method is more subtle than this. He is not content, in opposing natural to revealed religion, to represent it as a religion simplified and freed from particular beliefs and accidental historical proofs which various revelations have added to it from one side or another. Rather he puts forward an original definition of natural religion. By the word religion he means the belief in the existence of an almighty being, by whom pains and pleasures will be dispensed to mankind, during an infinite and future state of existence. 5. And it is from this abstract notion of omnipotence that he seeks to deduce the consequences which logically follow, on the practical side. Bentham's thesis is that natural religion invariably leads its votaries to ascribe to their deity a character of caprice and tyranny, while they apply to him, at the same moment, all those epithets of eulogy and reverence which their language comprises. 1. It is the revealed religions, here Bentham speaks sincerely and without any of the artifice of the polemicist, which, to avoid the scandal of a like conception, have laboured to represent God as a providence proposing as his end the good of the whole, and as a beneficent judge, not as a despot. But why is a human judge beneficent? It is because he exercises a delegated power, because he is dependent and responsible. On the contrary, without a revelation, God cannot be considered as other than wicked, since his authority is absolute. Henceforth we have the means of estimating the loss resulting from such a belief for the individual considered in himself, his sufferings without profit or useless privations. For you wish to give proof of your attachment to the deity, in the eyes and for the conviction of your fellow men? There is but one species of testimony which will satisfy their minds. You must impose upon yourself pain for his sake, and in order to silence all suspicion as to the nature of the motive, the pain must be such as not to present the remotest prospect of any independent reward. 2. Need the fatal consequences of the religious idea be enumerated? A censorship of pleasures by precedent scruples and by subsequent remorse, indefinite terrors which, as experience proves, may lead to madness, a degradation of the intelligence from the moment when, by recognizing extra experimental beliefs, we separate belief from experience, from the moment when belief is set up as a virtue, and incredulity as a crime, and we are thus given other motives for believing and for not believing than the consideration of the intrinsic proofs. So far, therefore, as the reward is at all effective, it entices him to believe upon inadequate proof so far as the punishment acts, it deters him from disbelieving, upon adequate disproof. Point 3. Finally, there are dire social consequences. Religion is harmful not only to the believer himself, but also to others through him. It creates, in the heart of society, factitious antipathies between men who believe and men who do not believe, between men who practice religion and men who do not practice it, or again between men who practice it in one way and men who practice it in another. Its worst effect is what may be called by the one-word clericalism, what Bentham calls the creation of a class whose interest is irreconcilably at variance with that of society, for composed of men who, on the religious hypothesis, are held to be capable of interpreting the supernatural interventions of the hand of God. For this reason, the priests are naturally led to ally themselves to the heads of the state, for the state and the church are two bodies having an interest incurably at variance with that of the community, and all sinister interests have a natural tendency to combine together and to co-operate, inasmuch as the object of each is thereby most completely and easily secured. But between the particular interest of a governing aristocracy and a sacerdotal class, there seems a very peculiar affinity and coincidence, each wielding the precise engine which the other wants. The one physical force, the other moral ascendancy. James Mill adopted the same uncompromising attitude. He brought up his son in ignorance of all religious ideas. He held that it was logically impossible either to affirm or to deny the existence of God, and one of his intellectual peculiarities was his sympathy for the Manichaean heresy, for it seemed to him intolerable to attribute to God the creation of a universe in which evil abounds. I have 100 times heard him say, that all ages and nations have represented their gods as wicked in a constantly increasing progression, that mankind have gone on adding trait after trait till they reached the most perfect conception of wickedness which the human mind can devise, and have called this God, and prostrated themselves before it. This ne plus ultra of wickedness he considered to be embodied in what is commonly presented to mankind as the creed of Christianity. Point 2. At bottom, in Bentham and James Mill, anti-clerical and democratic opinions were confused. They thought of the relation of man to God as the relation of the oppressed to the oppressor, and of religion as the servility of the weak towards the all-powerful, of the slave towards the tyrant. In the jargon current among the group, churchmen were termed jugical, from the chariot of Juggernaut beneath whose wheels the faithful in India allow themselves to be crushed. 3. There were, moreover, at this time a number of publicists around Bentham who were shocking public opinion by preaching atheism. It was at this precise moment that the deistic propaganda spread by Thomas Paine's book On the Age of Reason was succeeded by really atheistic propaganda. Bentham made the acquaintance, probably through Wooler, manager of the Black Dwarf and editor of the Catechism of Parliament Me Reform, of Richard Carlile, whose first exploit was the clandestine hawking of the Black Dwarf, during the period of anti-democratic persecution which followed the passing of the 6 Acts of 1819. Bentham likewise collaborated with Hone over his Reformers' Register, and it was Hone who, in 1817, inaugurated the publication of his blasphemous and anti-Christian works with his political litany, illustrated by Cruikshank and printed by Carlyle, in which he parodied the litany, the Athanasian Creed and the Anglican Catechism. In 1818, Carlyle published Paine's theological works, then began his 7 years' internment in the prison at Dorchester, where he was later joined, in 1821, first by his wife and then by his daughter, and whence he nevertheless managed, thanks to cooperation from various sources, to carry on without interruption the publication of his periodical, The Republican. Carlyle's imprisonment once more raised the question of freedom of opinion. Carlyle entered his prison a deist and went out of it an atheist. Persecutions created a fanaticism of incredulity. Bentham's friends took up Carlyle's defense Ricardo by a speech in Parliament, and Stuart Milfhy 5 letters addressed to the Morning Chronicle, and then by an article in the Westminster Review. 1. It was by T2 R. Gi Anticlerica, TLLJH. At Bentham's disciples may detun themselves most unpopular. If6 Milly, with as always prudent hut from whose control Bentham had definitely escaped since becoming acquainted with James Mill, made every effort to stop Bentham publishing his Church of Englandism. His Natural Religion and the Not Paul but Jesus appeared under pseudonyms. In the complete edition of Bentham's works published by Bowring there is no trace of the Church of Englandism nor of the Not Paul but Jesus, and Mrs. Grote men are ever betrayed by their own kin carefully covered up, in the biography she devoted to her husband, the part Grote had played in the publication of the Natural Religion. The fact was only revealed 60 years later in a biographical notice by Alexander Bain. But it was not only the resistance of the Anglican Church, from the outside, which threatened the prosperity of the British and foreign society, it was torn internally by religious dissensions. Among the promoters of popular education between 1810 and 1820 there were at the same time dissenters with pietistic tendencies and political liberals with lay tendencies. William Allen, the friend both of James Mill and of Robert Owen, was not pleased to see the latter tending towards aggressive irreligion for the same reasons and at the same time as the Benthamites. The members of the Clapham Brotherhood were hostile from the start to the suspect liberalism of the Society too, and their great man, Wilberforce, whom Allen and Fox would have liked to make Vice President of the Society, declined the honour. In the British and Foreign Society itself, Place and J. Ames Mill secured in the first place that the rule in the statutes of the West London I Lancasterian Association, that reading lessons should be taken only from the Bible, should be modified, and that the rule that all children should be taken to places of worship every Sunday, should be suppressed. But in 1814, Lancaster, who had been turned out, revenged himself by denouncing Place's atheism, and Sir Francis Burdett also revenged himself by accusing Place of being a government spy. Place left the West London Lancasterian Association. In 1815 THP evangelicals definitely got the upper hand in the British and Foreign School Society, and Place withdrew from it also. The project of the Superior Crestomathic School likewise came to nothing. Funds were lacking, £4,000 were wanted, and in 1817, only 2,500 had been collected. Even Bentham's own enthusiasm cooled. In the end, in 1820, he refused the site which he had promised for the erection of the shop, but 10 years of effort had not been wholly wasted. The speech which Brougham, who owed all his ideas to James Mill, pronounced in the Commons in 1820, in favour of the organisation by the state of a complete system of primary education, was the direct result of the Benthamite propaganda. University College and the Mechanics' Institute, which were founded in London, the one due to Mill and the other to Place, were new forms of Crestomathic institutions, modified and better adapted to the circumstances. For Ben T. Hams G. Row ing reputa Ti on the cases wrote Bentham in 1810, though I have neither time nor room to give you particulars, that now at length, when I am just ready to drop into the grave, my fame has spread itself all over the civilized world, and, by a selection only that was made AD 1802, from my papers, by a friend, and published at Paris, I am considered as having superseded everything that was written before me on the subject of legislation. 2 Yet in France 3 and in Germany 4 Bentham's influence was insignificant. 5 But in less civilized countries, which lacked a philosophic tradition of their own, Bentham's reputation grew without check. These was the case in Russia. Could you have believed, wrote Dumont to Romilly in 18°3, that as many copies of my Bentham would have been sold in Petersburg as in London? 100 copies have been disposed of in a very short time, and the booksellers are asking for a new supply. 6 Bentham and his brother had kept up relations there. Dumont himself stayed there from X802 to 18°3, and caused Speransky to read and admire the work. 7 I long to settle in England, wrote the Russian Admiral Mordvinov to General Bentham in 1806, and, settling there, to be acquainted with your brother. He is, in my eyes, one of the 4 geniuses who have done, and will do most for the happiness of the human race. Bacon, Newton, Smith, and Bentham, each the founder of a new science, each a creator. 8 A panopticon was built at St. Petersburg. 9 In 1814 the Emperor Alexander called for Bentham's cooperation in drafting a code, although on conditions which did not suit him. 10 But 10 and the failure of the movement. See Graham Wallaw's Life of Place, ch. It was in Spain, above all, that Bentham became a kind of demigod. What do you think of Spain taking off 300 copies? Wrote Bentham to Eden in 1802. Thrice as many, I believe, as it was thought worthwhile to send to England. This was the number which, according to the calculations of the French bookseller, would find customers before the Inquisition would have time to fasten upon them. 1 But the French invasion suppressed the tribunal of the Inquisition in Spain, then liberal Spain rose against the invader, and appealed to England for help, and Bentham's books entered the peninsula with the British troops. 2 The Spanish editions of Bentham's works multiplied. The Cortes of Spain and of Portugal voted that they should be printed at the national expense. 3 Bentham intervened in the political discussions which were dividing the Spaniards, advocated the single-chamber system, and wrote to Count Torino his letters. 011 The Penal Code. From Spain, Bentham's reputation spread to the Spanish-speaking countries of America. First a disciple of Bentham's, Lieutenant Colonel Aaron Burr, a former vice president of the United States who had withdrawn to England on account of a scandal, entered into direct negotiations with him, and suggested that he should set out for Mexico. Burr was to be emperor, and Bentham legislator. 5 General Miranda, a native of Venezuela, set off to organize a revolution over there, and Bentham thought of following him to Caracas. The temperature is delightful, summer temperature all the year round. Within sight of the sea, though almost under the line, you have a mountain topped with ice, so that you may absolutely choose your temperature, and enjoy the vegetable luxuries of all countries. If I go thither, it will be to do a little business in the way of my trade, to draw up a body of laws for the people there. 6 At Buenos Aires and in Chile, Rivadavia was his disciple and propagandist. 7 In Guatemala, José del Valle aimed at substituting Bentham's codes for the Spanish codes. In Colombia, the traits de legislation were adopted or suppressed as textbooks according to whether the Liberal Party or the Reactionary Party, the party of Bolívar, was in power. 9 Bentham's doctrine spread also in the Mediterranean, to Italy. 10 And as far as Greece. Edward Blackwire LL, an enthusiastic lieutenant of Marines, made himself Bentham's wandering apostle in these regions, the new Saint Paul of the new God. He was in Sicily 12, then in Spain 13, and then in Greece, whither he was sent by the Greek committee which had been organized to assist the Greek revolutionaries, and which was in the hands of the Benthamites. A curious dispute arose between Lord Byron and Colonel Lester Stanhope, a fanatical disciple of Bentham's, and a delegate of the Greek committee. Byron demanded arms and munitions. Stanhope, out of about £500 which he spent for the cause, used about 100 only for aiding and arming the Greeks, and spent the rest in buying printing presses, in printing newspapers, and in founding Lancasterian schools at Athens and at Missolonghi. 1 It was the eternal quarrel of the philosopher and the man of action, of the idealist and the realist. J.B., wrote Bentham himself some years later, the most ambitious of the ambitious. His empire, the empire he aspires to, extending to, and comprehending, the whole human race, in all places, in all habitable places of the earth, at all future time. 2 Drunk with the praise that had long been showered on him by the zeal of his English disciples, and by the panegyrics of his Spanish-American devotees, Bentham, who had never very clearly distinguished between the domains of jurisprudence and morals, felt that he was becoming the equal of the legislator of old, of Solon or of Moses. He offered his project of a panomion, a complete body of laws, without distinction, to the President of the United States and to the Emperor of Russia. He dreamed of setting out for Switzerland, for Spain, for Mexico, for Venezuela, and of landing among a people whose traditional and local prejudices he ignored, like Epimenides at Athens or Plato at Syracuse. A prophet has no honor, except out of his own country, and was Bentham not on the way to becoming a prophet in far-off lands? 3. In my own country, of course, wrote Bentham in the same letter in which he boasted of the advance of his doctrine outside England, less said of me there in any other, but still my fame is spreading, frequent references and quotations in books, and every now and then a panegyric in Parliament. The treatises of R802 received, in 18°4, the anxiously awaited criticism of the Edinburgh Review, and the reviewer was good enough to say that so large a quantity of original reasoning has seldom, we believe, been produced by one man. But the principle of utility was condemned 5, and this was enough to make Dumont shocked at the scandalous irreverence of the article in 1806 and 1807. We find Bentham exchanging views on the reform of judicial institutions in Scotland with the ministry directly. 7. Finally, in R808, Romilly entered Parliament and assumed the task of devoting himself to law reform, or, to be more exact, to the reform of the criminal law. 8. Already, in 18°7, Romilly had introduced the draft of a law, which was quite in conformity with Bentham's ideas, to diminish the unequal conditions imposed by English law on the transference of movable goods and of land. 1. And already, in proposing the draft, Romi11Y had defined his own conception, which was opposed to the Benthamite conception, of a policy of reform. It was wrong to take a simple principle as starting point and draw from it certain consequences which would be true independently of considerations of time and place. It was enough constantly to adapt the laws to the changing conditions of customs and civilization. Bentham's influence on Romilly was none the less direct and profound. Never has there been an affiliation of ideas that was easier to trace. In fact, though Romilly appears previously to have taken an interest in the reforms that should be made in English penal law too, he took a continuous interest in this kind of question only after he made Bentham's acquaintance at Rowood. The friendship between Bentham and Romilly, which developed more slowly than the friendship between Bentham and Dumont, was constantly growing more intimate. 3. On Romilly's side it was a boundless devotion, the almost filial affection that a pupil feels for his tutor. It was Romilly who had formerly communicated to Dumont Bentham's manuscripts, and who untiringly pressed Dumont to publish them. He even considered for a moment, after the publication in French, undertaking the English translation of the work. For Romilly, a celebrated barrister, was much better known than Bentham, and was his regular go-between with political circles, communicating to the Attorney General in 1801 one of Bentham's works and again acting as go-between. In 1808, on the occasion of the reform of the Scottish Courts of Justice. In his conversations with Bowring, Bentham spoke with some disdain of Romilly's work, of what he called his reformationcules, miniature reforms. Had they been considerable, they would have been resisted with all Lord Eldon's might. 6. And no doubt it is true that Romilly was only demanding reforms of detail. Nevertheless, when, at Cowes in 1807, he determined to present 2 bills tending, the one to give the criminal courts the power of indemnifying people who had been detained and who were afterwards acquitted, the second to modify the severity of the criminal code, it was indeed the friend and the disciple of Bentham who was moving into action. Dumont had just brought him the manuscript of the Théorie des Polices, and Romilly's private letters bear witness to the profound impression produced on him by reading this work. 7. Thus it was certainly from Bentham that Romilly drew his inspiration, when he declared that one principle is evident to all, namely, that it is the certainty much more than the severity of punishment that makes it efficacious. 1. All the same he seems systematically to have avoided naming Bentham, preferring to invoke the authority of Blackstone, the great commentator to or of Beccaria. 3. His complaint against the English penal law was that it was no longer applied, and that consequently it was in contradiction with current opinion. Now it was discrediting law constantly to vindicate opinion against law. Laws must be put in harmony with opinion. But we may ask whether all this opportunism was at any rate crowned with success. Almost all Romilly's attempts, between 1808 and 1813, to abolish some few capital felonies, came to nothing either in the Commons or in the Lords. After this, it can be understood why Romilly did not fulfill the conditions necessary for becoming Bentham's ideal disciple. He was a moderate, a conservative, and an opportunist. When in relation with government circles, he found himself unable, despite the respect his friend inspired in him, to be in complete community of feeling and ideas with Bentham, who was unknown, isolated, dissatisfied and revolutionary. He was constantly using his influence with Bentham, to urge him to moderate his violence. He prevented him from publishing his Truth versus Ashurst in 1793, his letter to Teke Duke of Portland in 1802, and his Elements of Packing in 1809. In 1818, he was anxious to persuade Bentham to hang up first the printing and then the sale of Church of Englandism. The subject is treated with so much levity and irreverence that it cannot fail to shock all persons who have any sense of religion. But at this time James Mill's influence was too strong and prevailed over Romilly's. 4 Besides, Romilly was Bentham's contemporary, an ornament of the English bar, he was more illustrious and more popular than Bentham. James Mill, in contrast with Romilly, had all the qualities requisite for becoming the disciple, one might almost say the apostle of Bentham. He was 25 years younger. He was indebted to Bentham. A journalist and a man of letters, he as yet belonged to no established body. His was an aggressive and militant temperament, and it was not his doing that the Elements of Packing were not published. Romilly's opinion prevailed once again. He set himself up, alongside of Dumont, with a like zeal but with that systematic pig-headedness which was peculiarly his, as the arranger and editor of the master's manuscripts. Since 1803, Bentham had been engaged on a new task, the theory of evidence. In 18-4, in a letter to Dumont, he regarded his work as almost completed. But, as usual, he lacked the spirit of continued effort necessary for completing things. He was distracted by other occupations, and the question of the reform of the Scottish tribunals diverted his attention. It was at this point that James Mill stepped in, and he possessed to the highest degree just this gift of tenacity. Mdr 1808, we see Dumont and James Mill both engaged at the same time in extracting illegible work from Bentham's illegible manuscripts, Dumont for use on the continent, Mill for use in English-speaking countries. Already, in December 1809, the terminology and the philosophy of the work supplied the material for an article which James Mill wrote for the Edinburgh Review. The English work was completed in 1812, under the title Introduction to the Rationale of Evidence, but its tone was so bitter that all the publishers thought it too dangerous to publish. Despite Mill's efforts, only part of it was printed, most important of which was the part called Swear Not at All, a criticism of the formality of the judicial oath, and even that was not published. In 1814, James Mill revised the Table of the Springs of Action, which appeared in 1817.4, but James Mill was perhaps even more useful to Bentham in other ways. No doubt through its director, Geoffrey, whom he may have known formerly at the University of Edinburgh in the days when they were both students, James Mill had already become a collaborator in the great liberal review, the Edinburgh Review, when he made the acquaintance of Bentham in 1808. After 1808 he systematically made use of his critical essays for the propagation of Bentham's ideas. The Emancipation of the Spanish Colonies in South America 5, a work in French on jurisprudence 6, the Napoleonic Code 7, everything was made a pretext for calling the attention of the public to the name, the works, and the doctrine of the master. His zeal did not fail to meet with obstacles. It happened that Geoffrey considered that James Mill was abusing his rights as a writer, and he suppressed Bentham's name in some article or other while retaining his ideas. This resulted in Mill's being treated at Holland House as an impudent plagiarist. He pursued the same task in The Philanthropist of his friend William Allen S., and again in the fifth supplement to the Encyclopaedia Britannica, in which all his articles were just so many attempts to fix the Benthamite doctrine on various points. In legal questions, he accepted his master's doctrines to the letter, following him in his definition of the subject matter of jurisprudence, the principles of the law of nations and the rules to be followed in the administration of prisons. Did he not even at the outset make excuses to Napier for having undertaken this article, so strongly did he feel that he could add nothing to the Panopticon? 9. He again makes excuses at the end of the article. The only merit, he writes, we have to claim is that, if our endeavour has been successful, of adding perspiety to comp ct, less.l. In his articles Begar A. LD Benefit Societies, he drew his Mispratlan from Bentham's treatise on the administration of the poor. The ideas he set forth in the article on the freedom of the press alone were his own, long before he became acquainted with Bentham. In the article Colonies he combined Malthus' ideas on the question of population with Bentham's ideas on penal deportation. In the article Education, he drew his inspiration in defining utilitarian pedagogy as much from Helvetius and from Hartley as from Bentham. Finally, in the article Government, which rapidly became a classic, he enunciated, alongside of Bentham, the fundamental principles of the doctrine as applied to constitutional affairs. In 1807 appeared the History of British India, which had been undone in 1806. It was Mill's great work, on which his reputation was founded, and may itself be considered, in a certain sense, as an instrument of Benthamite propaganda. In his analysis of the institutions of Hindustan, James Mill does not separate critical judgment from historical exposition, and it is by confronting the institutions with Bentham's principles that he estimates their value and suggests possible reforms. For these many years a grand object of his ambition, says Bentham, has been to provide for British India, in the room of the abominable existing system, a good jadam of judicial procedure, with a judicial establishment adequate to the administration of it, and for the composition of it his reliance has all along been, and continues to be, on me. 2 And also, proud of the work that had been accomplished by his disciple under his inspiration, he declared, Mill will be the living executive. I shall be the dead legislative of British India. 3 For Mill was now famous, he never even had the leisure to undertake the literary projects that he was making at this time to write a history of English law, and a complete system of jurisprudence. For through the efforts of his friends, and particularly of Ricardo, he got a place in the offices of the East India Company. 6 Ought this powerful company to be congratulated for having been magnanimous enough to pardon a bitter critic? Or should it rather be congratulated for being cunning and silencing a dangerous adversary? Hazlitt ironically remarked some years later that the utilitarian organ, the Westminster Review, showed respect for practically no established institution except the East India Company. In 1813, occurred a considerable event in Bentham's life. It was now 2 years since a parliamentary committee of 21 members, except Abercrombie, and myself, and Wilberforce, wrote Romilly to Bentham, no person friendly to you was present, had published its second report, on the laws relating to penitentiary houses. Bentham's long philanthropic campaign was now about to result in the erection on the bank of the Thames of Millbank Prison, in which several of Bentham's ideas were to be carried out, though not the idea of contract management. Further, the report of the committee recognized that Bentham has a just right to expect, not only that the money so laid out should be repaid, but that a liberal remuneration should be made for his trouble and ultimate disappointment, he on his part accounting for any advantage that shall have accrued to him from the lands. The question of the indemnity was decided by 2 arbiters, John Halleck named by the Treasury, and John Wishaw named by Bentham, and finally, in 1813, Bentham received an indemnity of £23,000. He became a rich man once more, and began again to spend his money rashly, not only in reformatory and philanthropic experiments, but also for his personal pleasure. In 1814, he rented the castle of Ford at Bay in Devonshire. He went on renting it for 4 years until the time when his financial difficulties began again. The contrast between the old radical philosopher and his sumptuous feudal dwelling amused all his friends, who have left us many full descriptions of the building. 3 There Bentham enjoyed a pure happiness. It is the theatre of great felicity to a number of people, and that not very inconsiderable. Not an angry word is ever heard in it. Mrs. S., the housekeeper, governs like an angel. Neighbors all highly cordial, even though not visited. Music and dancing, though I hate dancing. Gentle and simple mix. Crowds come and dance, and Mrs. S. at the head of them. The reality was more austere and hardly corresponded with this exalted description of a haunt of delights. During the months which Bentham spent there the castle was like a lay monastery. where the hours of study, of meals, and of exercise were fixed for everyone, for Bentham and his secretaries, for James Mill and his wife and children, and in 1817 and 1818 for Francis Place. The master worked until dinner, he breakfasted alone, and during breakfast, listened to the reading of the Morning Chronicle. Meanwhile, James Mill, who had always been up since 6 o'clock, divided his time between his history of British India and the education of his children. Then, after dinner, came the time for walks and conversations, the guests taking turns day by day to accompany Bentham. James Mill was serious, Bentham played the fool and scandalized by his sacrilegious jests his secretary Colas, who later betrayed him. 5. Francis Place was amazed, and wrote long letters giving his wife an account of this life of toil. All our days are alike, so an account of one may do for all. 1. Thus Bentham's life was still what it had always been, a lonely and regulated life. Bentham remained the hermit of Queen Square Place, a quiet, painstaking inoffensive recluse, in whom though no man has a companion, every man has a friend, and who, though an Englishman by birth, is a citizen of the world by naturalization. A recluse, who takes no part in society and whose person is as completely in the hands of destiny as if he had shut himself up in a solid New York cell. 2. For a long time Romilly's had been the only house he had frequented, and it was the last. 3. In his own house, he was difficult of access. When Madame de Staël and Benjamin Constant visited England he refused to exhibit himself. James Mill 4. And later Drive Bowring, who, after 1820, gradually came to fill for Bentham the position of trust that had previously been occupied by James Mill. 5. Had the right of entry. Various accounts tell how through their offices young men and strangers secured an audience with the master, and the honour of dining with him, or of accompanying him after dinner on his hygienic walk at a running pace. 6. From writing, always in solitude, manuscripts which he knew the public would not read, at any rate until they had been revised and corrected by a disciple, he came to write in a language which grew more and more obscure, and he made for himself a new terminology which he might indeed call natural in contrast to the technical terminology which was in use in the courts, but which in reality constituted a new technical terminology, as unintelligible to the layman as was the jargon of Westminster Hall, and which discouraged both his readers and his editors. Dumont, who was working at the French edition of the Rationale of Evidence, trembled at it. Brougham and Francis Place complained of it to James Mill. The article devoted by the Quarterly Review, in 1818, to the plan of parliamentary reform was one long satire of the Benthamite jargon. 7. Romilly himself, in the Edinburgh Review, protested against the obscure style used by Bentham in his codification papers. 8. This is not to say that Bentham's phraseology was not always rich, living, and expressive, nor that the new words which he made from English analogies were not often picturesque, nor that those he made from Latin analogies were not often useful and destined to secure a successful reception. 9. But it remains true that his syntax made faulty use of subordinate clauses, and his vocabulary of neologisms. He became obscure by dint of wishing to be precise. It was not only the obscurity, but also the violence of the language which Romilly deplored in the codification papers. He was grieved to see one of the first philosophers of the age speaking the language of that unhappy class of literary persons, whom necessity impels, or the capricious appetite of the public invites to exaggerate and misrepresent and calumniate, in pursuit of a subsistence at once discreditable and precarious. Bentham descending to the level of Cobbett. Long humiliated by the indifference of his fellow citizens, by the insolence of the ministries, he turned satirist. He who, in his introduction, had condemned the spirit of satire, his attacks on men and on institutions became more bitter every day. He spared neither the fee-fed magistrates nor the aristocrats, the scum of the population, for whether it is a question of a saucepan or of a kingdom, is not the top the scum? 2. Nor yet the priests. Nothing could be more caustic than his criticism of the technical and corporative system, in the Rationale of Judicial Evidence. But above all, he reached the very paroxysm of satiric violence in his indications concerning Lord Eldon, a work in regard to which his friends read Legal Action in 1824, because of its long parallel between Jeffreys and the Lord Chancellor. 3. The death of the victims dispatched by Lord Jeffreys was swift, the death of Lord Eldon's victims was as slow as his own designs. The death of the victims of Lord Jeffreys was public and the sufferers were supported by the sympathy of the people who were present in thousands. The victims of Lord Eldon perished far from the sight of everyone, in that sadness and isolation that vanished wealth leaves behind it. Lord Jeffreys was an assassin, not a thief. Lord Eldon plundered his victims as well as killed them. Jeffreys' heart leapt with joy at the sufferings of his victims. Lord Eldon's unalterable good humour remained unaffected by them. Jeffreys was a tiger, Lord Eldon was a stone. But maybe there was some system in this flow of rhetoric. Bentham did not agree with Romilly that on a faible tout ce chuan exagere. He thought that men erred more through excess of moderation than through excess of violence and indignation. His aim was to strike and to shock the imagination of the public and make them dissatisfied with existing institutions. His life's work was to expose that system of abomination under which I have had the misfortune to live, to that full and general abhorrence which must take place before any effectual reform can be accomplished. 4. The obscurity of Bentham's writings had the effect of enhancing the oracular and sibylline character of the WPRDS of the old master. The violence of his attacks may perhaps have gained him the approval of the malcontents, for he had a genius for scurrilous wit. But above all, it was to James Mill that this hermit, this maniac, owed the fact that he became the popular chief of a party that was half philosophical and half political. The disciples of Mr. Bentham, wrote Mackintosh some years later, when trying to define the characteristics of the group, are more like the hearers of an Athenian philosopher than the pupils of a modern professor, or the cool proselytes of a modern writer. They are ill-general men of competent age, of superior understanding, who voluntarily embrace the laborious study of useful and noble sciences, who derive their opinions not so much from the cold perusal of his writings as from familiar converse with a master from whose lips these opinions are recommended by simplicity, disinterestedness, originality, and vivacity, aided rather than impeded by foibles not unamiable, enforced of late by the growing authority of years and of fame, and at all times strengthened by that undoubting reliance on his own judgment which mightily increases the ascendant of such a man over those who approach him. 1. Now, this judgment has been contested by Stuart Mill, who declared that this conception of the influence exerted by Bentham was simply ridiculous. The influence which Bentham exercised was by his writings. Through them he has produced, and is producing, effects on the condition of mankind, wider and deeper, no doubt, than any which can be attributed to my father. He is a much greater name in history. But it was James Mill who, in contrast to Bentham, exercised a personal ascendancy. He was sought for the vigour and instructiveness of his conversation, and did use it largely as an instrument for the diffusion of his opinions. It was my father's opinions which gave the distinguishing character to the Benthamic or utilitarian propagandism of that time. They fell singly, scattered from him, ip. Many directions. 2. Stuart Mill goes further and denies that James Mill was simply Bentham's disciple. He shows him to have been an independent thinker whose philosophy is composed of parts borrowed from Hartley, from Malthus, from Ricardo, and not only from Bentham. We think that these remarks are well founded. If a philosophical radicalism was in fact coming into being about the year 1832, the formation of this collective dogmatism is no doubt explicable on general grounds. Certain reforms in the political, economic, and juridical orders had been demanded by certain distinct sections of public opinion since the end of the 18th century. In 1815, it may be said that a considerable and daily increasing section of opinion was demanding them all with equal intensity. From this time it was inevitable that man, who is an intellectual being, should feel the need of systematizing all these particular needs for reform in relation to a single principle. It was even almost inevitable that this principle should be the principle of utility, because this principle was the very foundation of the English understanding of the term. And because all English thinkers, whether conservatives or democrats, communists or partisans of individual and hereditary property, referred back instinctively to this principle. And because of this, in one sense, Bentham found himself chosen to be the head of the movement. But had he been left to his own genius, would Bentham ever have realized what had long been his dream? Bentham based the science of morals and the science of law on the principle of utility, or, to be more precise, on the principle of the artificial identification of interests. He adopted the economic notions of Adam Smith, which were derived from the principle of the natural identity of interests. But in 1808, he was still neither a radical nor a Malthusian. It was James Mill who converted him to advanced political liberalism. It was James Mill who, having become a Bentham elfe, perkelved the logical link which connected the ideas of Bentham and of Malthus, became a Malthusian and made use of Ricardo to incorporate the ideas of Malthus with the tradition of Adam Smith. James Mill was, by the qualities of his mind, the logician and the scholastic who was needed to complete the formation of the doctrine, at the same time as, by his moral character, he was the ideal disciple, destined to determine the existence of the group and of the school. An acquaintance with the general facts of modern history, wrote James Mill in the Edinburgh Review in 1810, is, after all, but an introduction to that accurate knowledge of affairs which can only be gained from the study of biography. Into this all the details of the analyst, and much of the speculation of those who write the philosophy of history, resolve themselves. In very long periods of time, or in certain critical conjunctures, the operation of general causes may be traced with considerable certainty, but, in the details of particular events, the opinions and actions of a few eminent individuals are generally quite decisive, and, while the eyes of the multitude are fixed on the great movements of politics or war, the governing springs are generally concealed from their viewpoint. 1 James Mill believed in the influence of individuals on history, and it is this conviction which explains his sectarian zeal at Bentham's side. For if he was ambitious, it was for Bentham, not for himself. In Bentham he had found a great man, his great man, and he set it before himself as the purpose of his life to give Bentham an influence in his own time and in his own country. In his relations with Bentham, he was systematically docile to and determined, without ever abdicating his own personal dignity, never to allow any whim on Bentham's part to cool or extinguish a friendship which he considered necessary to the good of humanity. In 1814, it happened that Bentham reproached James Mill, with an offensive asperity, for riding with Joseph Hume, instead of accompanying the philosopher in his walks. James Mill understood that he had let himself get into the way of living on a footing of too great intimacy with Bentham, and that he had made a mistake in accepting money from him. In a long, serious, and beautiful letter, he explained to him that he was going to reform his life in these two particulars. But he knew, and he explained in the same letter, that his presence was necessary at Bentham's side, because he had adhered to his principles more completely than anyone else, and had devoted more years than anyone else to training himself in the trade of a disciple, and because he, more than anyone, was in a position to devote his whole life to the propagation of the system. It was in the interest of their friendship that he wished it to be less intimate. I could not suddenly depart, without proclaiming to the world, that there was a quarrel between us, and this, I think, for the sake of both of us, and more especially the cause which has been the great bond of connection between us, we should carefully endeavour to avoid. The number of those is not small who wait for our halting. The infirmities in the temper of philosophers have always been a handle to deny their principles, and the infirmities we have will be represented as by no means small, if, in the relation in which we stand, we cannot avoid showing to the world we cannot agree. 1 James Mill was rightly aware that he was the indispensable intermediary between Bentham and the external world. The voluntary servant of Bentham, he became a tyrant everywhere else than with Bentham, a domestic tyrant when he was concerned with the upbringing of his children, a social tyrant when he was concerned to develop, to organize, and to create the Benthamite group. There were some, like Roebuck, in whom he always inspired a profound aversion. To George Grote, after his first interview with the man whose influence he subsequently felt so profoundly, was aware of his faults. His mind has, indeed, all that cynicism and asperity which belong to the Benthamian school, and what I chiefly dislike in him is the readiness and seeming preference with which he dwells on the faults and defects of others, even of the greatest men. 3 He made himself dreaded more than loved, but the kind of antipathy which he inspired was perhaps itself responsible for a part of his prestige. Apart from Bentham, Ricardo was the only man whom he really loved, but Ricardo was for him another great man, a master far more than a disciple, or an agent for spreading Bentham's ideas. All the others he appreciated according as they were of greater or less use from the point of view of the end, disinterested indeed, which he was pursuing. His efforts were rewarded with success. Bentham's French works began to be translated into English, and it was to his son John that James Mill entrusted the publication of the English edition of the Rationale of Judicial Evidence, after Dumont had published the Theorie des Preuves Judiciaires. Thanks to James Mill, a whole sphere of influence is created around Bentham. Francis Place, whom Mill had converted to Benthamism, had a shop at Charing Cross which was a centre of political action. It was there that preparations were made for Hobhouse's election to Westminster in 1818-2 and also for the repeal of the Combination Laws in 1824. He had pushed Ricardo into Parliament. Joseph Hume, who had a heavy mind, but who later won a reputation for himself by his pig-headedness in discussing budgets and in obtaining the necessary economies, was, in a sense, the creation of James Mill. 3 In the press, the great radical organ, the Morning Chronicle, belonged from 1817, and more especially from 1823, to John Black, an intimate friend of Mill's, and it was waged an active campaign for judicial reform. In the Scotsman, at Edinburgh, McCulloch, another friend of Mill's, propagated the principles of Adam Smith and Ricardo. For a new type of humanity, with its virtues and its failings, began to be sketched out around Bentham, thanks not to Bentham but to James Mill. Bentham, despite his fits of impatience, was jovial, amiable and pleasant. He liked the country, he liked music, and he liked good cooking. 5 He was neither solemn nor serious. He described himself as a comical old fellow. 6 Francis Place, putting this definition right, said he was the most affable man in existence, perfectly good-humoured, bearing and forbearing, deeply read, deeply learned, eminently a reasoner, yet simple as a child. The childish and naive side of Bentham's character was absent in James Mill. He was nothing more than the man of abstract convictions, a living example of the utilitarian morality and of the absolute identification of private interest with the good of humanity, the type of the religious man if the religious man is he who does not separate his existence from his ideas, and of the party man if it is by ideas that men are united without eyes or ears for the beauties of nature and art, having systematically destroyed in himself the spontaneous impulses of feeling, in short. The utilitarian whose caricature was soon to become popular. Is the precise date important when the denomination became in some sense official with the Benthamites of the second generation, who were between 15 and 20 years old in 1820, contemporaries and friends of Stuart Mill, and formed by James Mill. As early as 1791 we see Bentham rejoicing to find in Joseph Townsend a man whose studies have lain a great deal in the same track with mine. He is a utilitarian, a naturalist, a chemist, a physician. 120 years later, when Dumont was looking for a name for the new doctrine and suggested Benthamite, Bentham protested, "Benthamite? What sort of animal is that? To be sure, a new religion would be an odd sort of thing without a name, accordingly there ought to be one for it. Utilitarian, angl, utilitarian, Gaul, would be the mot proper. 2 But the word, whose use became general, acquired a bad sense. It is so in Miss Austen's Sense and Sense #B Lighty. It is so in the Annals of the Parish, a kind of historical novel in which the author, Galt, in telling the story of an English parish during the last 30 years, makes the priest of the place, in 1793, denounce the revolutionaries by the name of utilitarians. It was from this source that Stuart /L, when in the winter of 1822 to 1823, he founded under the direction of his father a society of young people for the discussion of problems of morals and politics, took the unpopular word, and, with a kind of philosophical sansculottism, gave the society the name oft utilitarian Sociedad. For some years I called Michelfond others by it as a sectarian appellation, and it came to be occasionally used by some others holding the opinions which it was intended to designate. Point 3. Part 3. Philosophic radicalism. Foreword. The difference between error and fallacy is easy to grasp. Error designates merely a false opinion, fallacy designates also a false opinion, but which is made the means to an end. Point 1. Thus writes Bentham in his Political Fallacies. Now what, according to him, are the causes of fallacies? Every public man is constantly submitted to the influence of two distinct interests, the public interest, constituted of the share he has in the happiness of the whole community, and private interest, constituted of the share which he has in the well-being of some portion of the community less than the major part. Point 2. A public man will have recourse to fallacy to the extent to which, when his private interest conflicts with the general interest, he necessarily wishes to defend the interest of the particular corporation to which he belongs against the general interest. To show that there was no identity between the interests of the governors and the governed, and to work for the realization of such an identity was the tendency of the efforts of the reformers. To make people believe that this identity of interests between the governors and the governed had already been brought about was the tendency of all the speeches of the members of the governing corporation, grouped under the banner of Bentham and James Mill, and finding at last, on the re-establishment of peace, a public to listen to them, the philosophical radicals attacked, systematically and en bloc, all the fallacies of the conservative parties. First, they attacked economic fallacies. Each group of producers demanded the protection of the state against foreign competition, but the result of this policy of protection was that all the consumers, that is to say all the citizens without exception, suffered. There was a conflict between the private interest of the groups and the general interest of the nation. The utilitarian economists, Ricardo and his disciples, demanded that this policy, which was both absurd and complicated, should be abandoned, and that the interests of the groups should be sacrificed to the general interest. The industrialists were already giving up demanding the protection of the state, so that the owners of land and their clients made up the whole of the protectionist party. Yet the new political economy proved, with a mathematical exactitude, that the operation of the laws of nature enriched them necessarily, and without any effort on their part, at the expense of all the other classes of society. The utilitarian reformers did not demand the confiscation of land, for such a policy of confiscation would imply the increase of the functions of the state, and of all corporations the governmental corporation appeared to them the most detestable. But they did demand that the state should stop increasing, by an iniquitous protection, the naturally enormous advantages enjoyed by the landowners, and that it should reduce its economic functions to nothing, and promulgate the free exchange of all products between all individuals throughout the whole world. Secondly, they attacked fallacies which may be called specifically political. The conservative parties had succeeded in securing credit, in England, for the idea that complex government and liberal government are synonymous expressions. The truth was that the complexity of the political and judicial institutions in Great Britain was the bulwark of aristocratic privileges and not of popular liberties. If the electoral regime were simplified by the institution of universal suffrage, and all holders of executive power were put in close dependence on Parliament, and Parliament itself in close dependence on the majority, it would then become unnecessary to protect the liberty of the individual against the usurpations of the administrative power, by complexity of institutions and procedure. Since the administrative power would emanate directly from the will of the greatest number, it must happen that its decisions were in general in conformity with the interests of the greatest number. These should therefore be made as easy and as swift as possible, by means of the simplification of constitutional laws and formalities. While the Whigs opposed the complexity of the liberal regime to the simplicity of the despotic regime, the radicals of Bentham's school opposed the energy of the democratic regime to the delays of complex and aristocratic governments. Finally, they attacked philosophical fallacies. These were, in a sense, the basis of all the others. According to Bentham, sentimental and particularly ascetic morality was the product of an aristocratic regime. Those who taught the morality of sacrifice, who exhorted the individual to sacrifice his interest to a higher ideal, who illogically opposed the interest of the individual to the interest of society, as if society were anything other than the collection of all the individuals, were not, properly speaking, the victims of an error. They had, more or less consciously, become guilty of a fallacy. Themselves members of the governing corporation, they had urged individuals to sacrifice themselves to the interests of this C corporation. But the utilitarians preached to men neither obedience nor humility. It was by the egoistic defense of their own rights and their own interests that they invited them to realize the general prosperity. In order to convince them, they set about destroying the dualism established by the traditional philosophy between reason and sensation, between duty and interest. As reason is the natural product of the arrangement of sensations, moral order necessarily results from the equilibrium of interests. Thus, thanks to Bentham and James Mill, the sophistical obscurities of morals and logic melted away, and the simplification of philosophic thought prepared the way for the simplification of law. Chapter I. The Natural Laws of Economic Society. It is instructive to compare the state of philosophic and scientific opinion in England and in Germany about the year 1820. In Germany, the thinkers who were forming public opinion were philosophers who believed that they had discovered a synthetic form of speculation, more comprehensive than any special discipline, and such that it would satisfy at once all the needs of the spirit, of the sentimental and the rational, the poetic and the positive, the religious and the scientific. In England, the thinkers who were in the public eye adopted, on the contrary, a point of view which they systematically chose as being as narrow and as exclusive as possible. They looked at man under one aspect only, as a member of economic society, as a producer and consumer of wealth, and they devoted themselves to the methodical definition of the economic categories. In France, there were enthusiastic followers of both schools. To Victor Cousin, the admirer of Germany, Germany was the home of metaphysical speculation. To Jean-Baptiste Say, the admirer of England, England was the home of political economy. In addition to this, both German metaphysicians and English economists quarrelled amongst themselves, and these disputes dismayed Victor Cousin and Jean-Baptiste Say. They threatened to obscure the points on which agreement was fundamental to all, and to compromise, in the world at large, the prestige of German metaphysics, and of English political economy. In England, it was the economists who opened the campaign against the laws regarding the importation of corn, against the navigation laws, and against the whole system of customs protections and prohibitions. Until the re-establishment of peace, discussions on political economy had barely passed the bounds of a narrow circle of philosophers. Now, at last, public opinion did justice to the great, 316 discoveries of economic science. Malthus and Ricardo were held, on the same grounds as the great inventors Arkwright and Stevenson, to be benefactors of humanity and initiators of a new era. In 1816, Mrs. Marcet published her Conversations on Political Economy, in which, says the subtitle, the elements of that science are familiarly explained, and this popular work gained an immediate success. Political economy penetrated into the University of Cambridge with Prynn in 1816, into Parliament with Ricardo in 1818, and into the University of Oxford with Senior in 1825.1. All the economists were optimists, and agreed in adhering, in words, to the principle of the natural identity of interests. But, on the one hand, what interpretation of this principle must be given? The naturalistic interpretation, which was more in conformity with the spirit of Hume, or the rationalistic interpretation, which was more in conformity with the new tendencies of the school? And, on the other hand, how can the thesis of economic optimism be reconciled with the discoveries of Malthus, the law of population and the theory of rent on land, which imply an increasing divergence of interests? It was in vain that the economists regarded political economy as an objective science which would sooner or later impose the acceptance of its principles on people as a whole. In fact, they interpreted it, for the moment, in different ways. Ricardo published his Principles of Political Economy and Taxation in 1817, but he immediately found in Malthus II and in Torrens III adversaries and not friends as he might have expected. Then in 1821, James Mill published his Elements of Political Economy, and McCulloch, in 1825, his Principles of Political Economy J. And these two works are alike in that they are two manuals. 1 Political Economy, two expositions of a science which its authors held to be complete in its definitions, its laws, and its practical applications. James Mill, Ricardo's interpreter, represented the economic doctrine of philosophical radicals. McCulloch, though he did not belong to the group, was Ricardo's avowed disciple in economic matters, the popularizer and publicist of his ideas. He stood for those ideas at the precise moment when they were becoming collective, popular, and commonplace. For this reason, after Ricardo and James Mill, we shall give some attention to McCulloch. 4. Sismondi visited England in 1818, and returned to the continent shocked by the spectacle that had met his eyes. He had come across nothing but incoherence and anarchy, excess of industrial activity and excessive poverty. The manufacturers, taken unawares by the re-establishment of peace, went on producing for markets which were not sending them any more orders. Badly paid workmen were dying of hunger in the face of this pile of useless wealth. As against these realities he found in possession of public opinion a supposed economic science which suggested no other remedy for the crisis than the abstention of the government, and which was so speculative that it seemed divorced from all practice. 1 Ricardo, with his Principles of Political Economy, symbolized for him the new economic school whose triumph he deplored. As a whole his system tends to the conclusion that nothing matters, and that nothing does any harm to one thing. This simplifies science to a remarkable extent. There is only one step from this doctrine to denying the existence of evil. 2 Such was, indeed, the current opinion about Ricardo's book, his doctrine, which became the orthodoxy of the utilitarian group, was held to represent economic optimism and quietism in their most absolute form. This way of thinking of Ricardo's economic philosophy will appear less justified if it be remembered that his researches set out from a double starting point. To this is due the character of his speculations, which is less oversimplified than one is at first tempted to believe. It was by his labors on the phenomena of monetary circulation and on the depreciation of the banknote that, in 1809, he revealed to the public his capacity as a theorist, but it was in these matters also that the demands of the deductive and optimistic political economy were best satisfied. The phenomena studied were so simple in form and so abstract, that their details seemed able to be deduced, theoretically from the general conditions of exchange. If the equilibrium of the monetary situation is sometimes compromised, it is the fault of governments with their excessive issues of paper money, the interested activity of particularly shrewd merchants, particularly well informed on the state of the world's market, for may be counted on to keep this equilibrium normally and safely established, and to ensure that from the free choice of the parties there shall result an appearance of natural necessity. 5 And that in the free competition of all with all, the interests of the individual and that of the community are never at variance. 6 Then, in 1815, he brought his research to bear on the Malthusian theory of rent on land. No doubt he maintained that this theory, which was unknown to Adam Smith, left intact the free trade theory which he had defended. Nevertheless he arrived at a new definition of political economy, conceived no longer as an inquiry into the nature and causes of wealth, but into the way in which wealth, once produced, is divided, outside of exchange, between t.e. classes which combine to make it. Now, will this distribution be harmonious? Will it be accomplished according to laws which favor equally the interests of all the classes between which the division is made? This does not appear to be the case. Further, the laws of the distribution of wealth, as conceived by Ricardo, beginning with the fundamental law of rent, are derived from the law of population, which is at once a law of disharmony and a law of evolution. It seems to us therefore that a distinction must be made, in Ricardo's economic philosophy, between the static and the dynamic points of view. To anyone who confines himself to considering in Ricardo the static laws of exchange, his doctrine is optimistic, though the law of value, which seems to confirm the principle of the natural identity of interests, is limited in its operation by many disturbing influences which Ricardo sets out to define methodically. Anyone who analyzes in Ricardo the dynamic laws of population, rent, wages, and profits, the doctrine is, on the contrary, relatively pessimistic, and the principle on which it rests might better be called the principle of the natural divergence of interests. Let us first adopt the static point of view. The equilibrium of economic interests is held to be established by exchange. The cause and the measure of objects in exchange is the amount of labor which has been used in producing them. Hence, if it be recognized as just to reward every producer in proportion to the labor he has provided, it is only necessary to leave exchanges to conform freely to the law which determines them, to make equity reign in the economic world. The natural laws of economic society appear to be the laws of justice, and optimism seems to be the true philosophy. But the optimism authorized by the classical law of value, taken as unrestrictedly true, is by no means absolute. Does Ricardo hold the law of value even to be unreservedly true? We shall see that it admits of many exceptions, and it is by a conscious artifice in his method that he neglects these exceptions for the convenience of his scientific demonstrations. Is it even simply in the interests of theoretic exposition that he decides to neglect them? Actually, his whole theory is dominated by the practical preoccupation of justifying freedom of commercial exchange. The proof of this, as we shall see, is that if the theory of value, stated strictly, results in compromising, in any one particular, the success of the free trade argument, Richard at once sacrifices the theory and the methodical rules of simplification which had made it possible for him to establish it. In the first place, the law which determines the value of the product in proportion to the amount of labor which has produced it does not justify a purely optimistic conception of economic society. It would perhaps be better to have a world in which abundance reigned, and in which every pleasure was not bought at the price of some labor. Ricardo knew this, and reminded Malthus of it, when he was indignant at the laziness of Irish workmen. The same thing, Ricardo pointed out, was said of the Mexican Negroes. The land there yields a great abundance of bananas, manioc, potatoes, and wheat, with very little labor, and the people, having no taste for luxuries and having abundance of food, have the privilege of being idle. But should they be pitied for this? Happiness is the object to be desired, and we cannot be quite sure that, provided he is equally well fed, a man may not be happier in the enjoyment of the luxury of idleness than in the enjoyment of the luxuries of a neat cottage and good clothes. 1 Ricardo also recognized that it would be better to have a world built like the communist villages dreamed of by Robert Owen, in which it would never be to the interest of the producer to restrict production and diminish abundance in order to increase the total value of the amount produced. But in an economic world constituted in this way, a man might indeed possess wealth, but he would not know the value of it. He might perhaps possess happiness, but he would know of no instrument wherewith to measure this happiness. If political economy is to be, as on the principles laid down by Bentham it aspires to become, a rational science of happiness, it must define value not by utility but by labor. J.B. Say 3 and after him Destutt de Tracy, wished to derive the idea of value directly from the idea of utility. \v Whatever may be the variety between the tastes and the needs of men, there is among them, said J.B. Say, a general estimate of the utility of every particular object, and what this estimate is may be gathered from the amount of other objects which they are ready to give in exchange for it. I can, for example, judge, if J.B. Say is right, that the utility of a coat is 3 times as great as the utility of a hat, when I find that men in general are ready to give 3 hats in exchange for a coat. But this is confusing value in use, which may be called simply utility, with value in exchange, which may, in an absolute way, be called value. For a product to have value on the market, it must have utility, but this in itself is not enough, for, as J.B. Say himself asks, How can utility be measured? What seems necessary to one person seems most superfluous to another. Point 4. The only conceivable objective measure of utility is the amount of labor which every individual is prepared to provide in order to acquire the object. It is the competition not of consumers but of producers which determines the price of things. A society of individuals for whom the difficulty of producing objects for consumption was continually increasing, would constantly tend to become less rich exactly in proportion as everything would assume for them an increasing value. In short, utility can only become an object of science in cases when it is bought at the price of a pain. Thus Ricardo's political economy is optimistic, but its optimism is limited by, as well as founded on, the rationalism of the doctrine. But is the law which determines the value of the product in proportion to the amount of labor which produces it unrestrictedly true when taken by itself? Ricardo knows the restrictions to which the operation of the law is submitted by the nature of economic phenomena. The quantity of labor applied to the production of a commodity, he wrote in the Principles, is, under many circumstances, an invariable measure correctly indicating the variations of other commodities. 1. What are these circumstances? Within what limits is it true to say that commodities exchange in proportion to the amount of labor which has been needed to produce them? This amounts to asking within what limits the actual phenomena of exchange justify the economic optimism which is deduced from the abstract law of exchange. In the first place, by equal quantities of labor Ricardo means labors of equal duration. Yet labor is not a homogeneous quantity, it includes a variety of qualities. The working day of the jeweler, for example, is of more value than the working day of the day laborer. Should it be said as Adam Smith was tempted to say too that the consideration of various distinct elements, such as the hardship of labor and the skill of the laborer, must be taken into account in the valuation of the quantity of labor? But these elements differ from duration in that they cannot be estimated objectively, they cannot be calculated in a science of the measure of value. To escape from this difficulty, Ricardo borrowed from Adam Smith another observation according to which the scale of wages, once fixed, is held to be subject, during the course of centuries, to insignificant variations only. In this case, the relative estimation in which various kinds of labor may be held matters little. If a piece of woolen material which used to be worth 2 pieces of linen material, is now worth 4, this means either that more labor is required to make woolen cloth, or that less is required to make linen. There is, however, a difference to be maintained between Adam Smith's thesis and the thesis which was supported by Ricardo. Adam Smith believed that the scale of wages remains sensibly the same at all stages of civilization, that any variations it may suffer are temporary revolutions which cannot be prolonged over any considerable lapse of time. 3. Ricardo was more circumspect. He wrote at the time when the Industrial Revolution was beginning to transform the aspect of the economic world, and, with the spread of the use of machines, was changing the scale of wages in various branches of industry. He conjectured that the relative estimation of different amounts of labor remained almost the same from one generation to another, and, in the end, H. confined himself to maintaining that, if there was any variation, it was very inconsiderable from year to year and had little effect for short periods on the relative value of commodities. Here, then, is a first restriction on the general theory of value. It is true to say that to variations in the amount of labor there correspond equal variations in the value of the product, but only in so far as the relative estimation of different kinds of labor remains invariable from one period to another. But there is a second restriction, which is equally necessary. The general theory of value is not true of all the objects which are brought to the market of exchange. There are rare objects, works of art, archaeological curios, wines of famous vintages which are absolutely limited in quantity. It cannot therefore be a question of measuring the intensity of the need they satisfy by the intensity of the effort devoted to producing them, since they are such that, ex hypothesi, no amount of effort can increase their quantity. Their price is said to be a monopoly price, fixed by the competition of the consumers and not of the producers, and varying indefinitely with the wealth and the tastes of the purchasers. 2. In short, the condition which is necessary if value is to be measured by the amount of labor, is that the objects of exchange should be produced by labor and should be able to be increased at will by labor without any assignable limit. This second restriction is still insufficient. Not only is the general theory of value not true of all objects, but DSO it is not true, absolutely, of any of the objects which are brought to the market of exchange. The natural value of an object, as defined by the amount of labor, is only a limit towards which the current price is constantly tending, L11LD about which it is always oscillating. In the words of Ricardo, if we had an invariable standard, by which we could measure the variation in other commodities, we should find that the utmost limit to which they could permanently rise, was proportioned to the additional quantity of labor required for their production. Point 3 as to knowing what will be the extent and duration of the oscillations which actually keep real value distinct from natural value, experience alone can tell, and this for two reasons. In the first place, it is impossible to foresee the extent of the oscillation to which prices will be subject on the basis of observation of the variations to which supply is subject in relation to ordinary demand. All the calculations attempted on this basis have been deceptive. Too many elements are involved: the wealth or poverty of the country in question, its power of preserving the superfluous amount of the produce for the satisfaction of future needs, and more or less probable conjectures concerning the future state of supply and demand. 1. In the second place, it is impossible to define once for all, and without having recourse to experience, what is likely to be the duration of the oscillations in each branch of the national economy. The agreement between the natural price and the market price depends on the facility with which supply can be increased or diminished, but this facility is variable. 2. Consider, for instance, hats, shoes, comb and cloth. These are goods which are consumed and reproduced from year to year. In this case, the interval which elapses between the contraction of demand and the contraction of supply is held by Ricardo to be a short one. But this is not the case with gold, houses, and labor. The diminution of the amount of gold in circulation, which would be necessary to increase its value, could only be produced slowly, by a diminution in production, and by the hoarding of money already coined. The quantity of gold would be a little diminished in 1 year, a little more in another, and finally its value would be raised to the desired extent. Again, take the case of diminishing the supply of houses, in order to adapt it to a lesser demand. This diminution can only be brought about by the slow collapse of existing houses. 4. Take the case, finally, of labor, understood as Ricardo understands it, as a commodity which has its price in the market. In order for an increase in the supply of labor to bring back the price of labor to its natural level, which is assumed to have been exceeded, it would be necessary for children to be born and to grow up to be wage earners. This likewise requires an interval of many years. 5. For different objects to exchange in a natural proportion, according to the quantity of labor which they have cost, it is necessary, in principle, that the exchange should be free, and that the various individual egoisms should have every faculty of adapting themselves to one another. But the abstention of the legislator is not enough to realize these conditions. For these oscillations of value to be as slight and as short-lived as possible, it is necessary for individuals, the atoms of the economic world, to be absolutely mobile, and also capable of knowing immediately what their interest is, and of immediately acting in accordance with it. Now Ricardo does not think that it is always possible for them to do this. Human egoism is profoundly modified by the desire which every man has to keep his station in life, and to maintain his wealth at the height which it has once attained. 6. And the system of acquired habits, by diminishing the mobility of economic agents, prolongs crises and postpones the moment when the needs of the community will find their satisfaction in a new state of equilibrium. The fact that workmen will refuse to work for wages below a minimum fixed by their previous habits may diminish the supply of a given product for an indefinite time. The fact that capitalists feel disinclined to transfer their stock may prevent the solution of an industrial crisis for a long time. On the other hand, some crises are due to the fact that, since all labor is dependent upon capital, it is definitely difficult, in so far as this capital is fixed, to pass from one economic occupation to another without making a sacrifice of capital which annuls the advantage of the operation. such was the crisis which followed the end of the war in 1815.2. These crises are more serious in proportion as nations become more powerful and richer and, consequently, machines become more numerous and more costly. The theory of value, which seems to be the basis of Ricardo's economic optimism, is therefore only true with a great many reservations. In order to understand the extent to which Ricardo's doctrine is optimistic, however, it should be estimated to what extent the disturbing influences which have just been enumerated hide the operation of the law. Now it is a fact that Ricardo constantly tends to minimize the influence of disturbing factors. He holds to be negligible the variations which occur in the estimation of different qualities of labor. While the principle is true only of those commodities whose quantity labor can increase indefinitely, these objects, according to him, form by far the greatest part of those goods which are the objects of desire. 3. Finally, while prices are always oscillating round natural value, and while the equilibrium of the economic world tends to establish itself at the cost of a perpetual disequilibrium, Ricardo clearly tends always to insist on the temporary and fugitive nature of these oscillations. For a letter which he wrote to Malthus, in a year of industrial depression, betrays Ricardo's uncertainty on this point. He deplored the prejudices and obstinacy with which men persevere in their old employments. They daily expect a change for the better, and therefore continue to produce commodities for which there is no adequate demand. In defiance of his principles, Ricardo dreamed of correcting these prejudices by means of an enlightened despotism, an industrial providence. If a superior genius led the arrangement of the capital of the country under his control, he might, in a very little time, make trade as active as ever. In short, he felt it difficult to understand the crisis, though he was obliged to state that it existed. If I wanted cloth and you cotton goods, it would be great folly in us both, with a view to an exchange between us, for one to produce velvets and the other wine. We are guilty of some such folly now, and I can scarcely account for the length of time that this delusion continues. Finally, he tried to hope that he had deceived himself. After all, the mischief may not be so great as it appears. 1. This is the instinct of the logician and the rationalist who, in order to work out the fundamental principles of science, has to isolate the principles and abstract the disturbing causes, and in order to understand the abstract better, has to persuade himself that the abstract is identical with the real. He was aware himself that he used this method of systematic abstraction, of elimination of the accidental. If I am too theoretical, which I really believe is the case, you think are too practical, he wrote to Malthus. It appears to me that one great cause of our difference in opinion on the subjects which we have so often discussed is that you have always in your mind the immediate and temporary effects of particular charges, whereas I put these immediate and temporary effects quite aside, and fix my whole attention on the permanent state of things which will result from them. Perhaps you estimate these temporary effects too highly, whilst I am too much disposed to undervalue them. 2. Thus, on this point, Ricardo's rationalism strengthens his optimism. For anyone who adopts the static point of view and neglects the temporary oscillations of supply and demand, the dominating principle of Ricardo's economic philosophy is indeed, in the last analysis, the principle of the natural identity of interests. Because Ricardo was essentially a theorist, it does not, on the other hand, follow that he was not inspired by any practica.l preoccupation. The practical consequence of the principle of the natural identity of interests was the policy of free trade. It was free trade which assured to every nation the advantage of the commodities produced in all climates. It was free trade which, by breaking down economic frontiers, compensated for the irregularity of the seasons in each part of the globe. Under a system of perfectly free commerce, each country naturally devotes its capital and labor to such employments as are most beneficial to each. The pursuit of individual advantage is admirably connected with the universal good of the whole. By stimulating industry, by rewarding ingenuity, and by using most efficaciously the peculiar powers bestowed by nature, it distributes labor most effectively and most economically, while, by increasing the general mass of productions, it diffuses general benefit, and binds together, by one common tie of interest and intercourse, the universal society of nations throughout the civilized world. 3. But is it certain that the theory of value adopted by Ricardo supplies an absolute justification of the thesis of the universal identity of national interests? Ricardo was too exact a logician to believe this. According to him, Adam Smith was wrong in thinking that freedom of commerce, which undoubtedly promotes the interest of the whole, promotes also that of each particular country. 4. For instance, Adam Smith thought he could prove that the policy of protection adopted by the countries of Europe in colonial affairs, which was obviously harmful to the colonies, was likewise harmful to the mother countries. Ricardo, who is less sure of the harmony of interests, shows, in contrast to Adam Smith, that the trade of the mother country with the colony can be regulated in such a way that it will be at the same time less useful to the colony, and more useful to the mother country than an absolutely free trade. Does Ricardo therefore abandon, at least partially, the thesis of free trade, since it appears not to be normally derivable from the principle of his economic philosophy? On the contrary, we see here a remarkable reaction of conclusions on principles. The imperative need felt by the industrial classes in England about the year 1817 for universal free trade, is the historical fact which doubtless explains the success of the new doctrine. Now the theory of exchange, defined as it is by Ricardo, justifies the policy of free trade in many respects, but on certain points it tells against it. Does Ricardo therefore sacrifice the cause of free trade in order to preserve intact his theory of value? It is the opposite which happens. In order to strengthen the free trade cause, and show that the policy of free trade is really favorable to the interests of the English people, Ricardo modifies the law of value and the psychological theory on which it is based. It is necessary first to analyze his theory of foreign trade, in which the law of value no longer applies, in order properly to understand what we have called the static part of his economic philosophy. For economic optimism to be rigorously true, it must be granted that all individuals are naturally egoistic and intelligent, that they are constantly occupied in seeking, and are capable of immediately discovering, the means of satisfying the demands of their pecuniary interest, and the obstacles which time and space put in their way must be held to be negligible. But is not man's attachment for the soil on which he was born, and on which he has become accustomed to live and work on, is not the feeling of solidarity which unites individuals of the same nation, who are attached to their native land, a psychological reality, a datum of experience, which the economist must take into account on the same grounds as he takes account of the egoistic motive? Ricardo, far from underestimating the importance of this new motive, bases his whole theory of foreign exchange, or, as Stuart Mill later put it, of international value, on the consideration of it. 2. So long as every individual is left free to use his capital as he likes, it seems that he must look for the most advantageous use for it. He will be dissatisfied with a profit of 10% or if, by transferring his capital, he can secure a profit of 15%. It is the restless desire, common to all capitalists, to leave a less profitable for a more profitable concern which tends to equalize the rate of profit over the whole market of exchange. Nevertheless, this law of the equalization of profits only applies, according to Ricardo, in the interior of any one country. Let us consider, on the other hand, the case of two different countries which exchange their respective products. If to produce a certain quantity of woolen material, the labor of 100 men is necessary in England, and the labor of 90 men in Portugal, while 120 men are necessary in England to produce the quantity of wine which can be produced by 80 men in Portugal, it is not at first clear how, on Ricardo's theory, any exchange can come about between the wool of England and the wine of Portugal. The product of the labor of 100 men could never be exchanged for the product of the labor of 80 men as between two parts of the same country, for example, between London and Yorkshire. It does nevertheless happen that, under these conditions, it is to the interest of Portugal to exchange her wines for English wool. The exchange value of two products is determined, as between two countries, not by the respective amounts of labor which are necessary to produce the two objects, but by the respective amounts of labor which would be necessary to produce them in each of the two countries considered by itself. Why is there this difference? It is because capital can be less easily transferred from one country to another than from one province to another. Why, again, is there this difference? Here we come back to the fundamental reason of the phenomenon, that is to say, the natural disinclination which every man has to quit the country of his birth and connections. Point 1. No doubt it would be to the interest of English capitalists to go and manufacture woolen material in Portugal, but experience shows that the real or imaginary insecurity of capital when it escapes the direct supervision of its owner, combined with the natural aversion which every man feels to breaking with everything to which he is accustomed in order to go and submit himself to a strange government and to new laws, puts obstacles in the way of an exodus of capital. Capitalists will be satisfied with smaller profits in their own country rather than go to seek a more advantageous use for their wealth in foreign lands. As a result of the feelings we have been analyzing, nations are so many economic worlds, relatively isolated from one another. These feelings, adds Ricardo, I should be sorry to see weakened. Point 2. Thus, in Ricardo, the theory of value and the theory of foreign trade rest on two psychological principles which are distinct and almost contradictory. But why do Ricardo and his disciples attach an equal importance to the two theories, almost without noticing that they contradict each other? It is because there are two ways in which logical propositions can agree, either by the identity of the principle from which they are derived, this is not the case here, or by the identity of the conclusions to which they lead. An ever-increasing section of the English people desired free trade. This need for free trade was met, in the first place, by the theory that the interests of all men are identical, and that humanity is a single nation, and nations are its provinces. But when several provinces unite to form a nation, may it not happen that some of them find themselves sacrificed in spite of the general prosperity? Is it not to be feared that the same thing will happen when the commercial barriers which divide nations are broken down, and that the whole of industry will leave the nations where labor is dear and move to those where it is cheap? Will it be possible to set at rest the anxieties which may be aroused by this displacement of industry merely by showing that one day, after how many years, or centuries labor will grow more expensive in the places where it is cheap today, and the equilibrium of the economic world will be re-established to the advantage of the nations which were temporarily sacrificed? These anxieties are answered, much more directly, by the new theory of foreign trade, which is in contradiction to the preceding one, and according to which international values are governed by a different law from the law which governs interprovincial values, according to which, in other words, humanity is not a great nation and the nations its provinces. There is a true logic, in which the principle justifies the consequences, and there is a false logic, the logic of men of action and of party men, in which the end justifies the means. Thus the static part of Ricardo's political economy can be summed up in the following terms, that it is possible, in conformity with the principles of the science of wealth, to establish a commercial cosmopolitanism by means of universal free trade, and that the principle of the spontaneous identity of the interests of all men is true. If, moreover, the theory of value on which this static economics is based, calls for reservations, either these reservations are so unimportant that they can be neglected by the economist, who considers production as a whole and brings his observations to bear over long lapses of time, or else they are of such a kind that they reinforce the arguments which are favourable, in England, to the policy of free trade. But at this stage a fresh logical restriction should be made of the theory of value, and one which is more serious than any of the preceding ones. When a certain number of objects identical in their nature and in their utility are thrown on the market, they are all sold for the same price. In order for the law of value to find its application here, it would be necessary for the production of each one of these objects, whose market value is the same, to have cost the same amount of labor. But it is the opposite which does occur. The truth is that the value of each one is regulated not by what it cost to produce, but by the real difficulties encountered by that producer who is least favored, or by its cost of production to those who were the least favored. Point 1. However, the restriction would still be negligible, and the theory of value would tend to be applicable with an increasing exactitude, if it could be proved that with time the difference between the costs of production of each category of objects tend towards zero. But if it were the opposite which occurred, if, for some classes of objects, and those the most essential of all to human life, this difference were constantly increasing, what would be the effect of this law of evolution on the general interest, on the greatest happiness of the greatest number? It is a law of this kind which, as we shall see, is the basis of the whole of the dynamic part of Ricardo's political economy. Thus there is a diametrical opposition in Ricardo between the fundamental principles of economic statics and dynamics. Population tends constantly to increase. But on the other hand, land, from which the human population demands its food, is limited in quantity, or, to be more exact, for the moment has not yet come when the human species is about to encumber the whole surface of the earth. Land is of varying quality, and those lands which have a given degree of fertility are limited in quantity. It is because the land is neither unlimited in quantity nor uniform in quality, and because, with the increase of population, lands of inferior quality come into cultivation, that rent arises for the land of superior quality. For without prejudicing his farmers in their competition with other farmers, the owner of the land can obviously exact, under the name of rent, the difference between the produce obtained by equal portions of labor and capital employed on land of the same or different qualities. 1 While the spread of new technical processes makes this difference constantly smaller in the case of manufactured products, the physical conditions to which the human race is subject make it constantly greater as regards the food produced by agriculture. Thus it is true to say, with Adam Smith, that the income raised by owners of land as such will rise with the natural progress of society and wealth. But Adam Smith did not see the reason of this phenomenon, and this was why he concluded wrongly that the interests of the landlord are identical with the general interests of society. Actually, the rise in the natural price of corn is to the interest of the landlords alone in the whole of society, for the rise in rent is the inevitable result of difficulty of producing without which the natural price could not suffer a rise. Not only then is the landlord's position improved with the increase of population on land which is scarce and unfertile because he obtains an increased quantity of the products of the soil, it is improved also because the value in exchange of this quantity is increased. If rent rises from 14 to 28 quarters, it is more than doubled because the landlord can buy, in exchange for the 28 quarters, more than double the amount of commodities he could formerly buy with the 14 quarters. In short, it is a necessary law that the landlord grows richer by the very fact that life becomes more and more difficult for the human species. The interest of the landlord, we are quoting word for word from Ricardo's pamphlet of 1815, is always opposed to the interest of every other class in the community. His situation is never so prosperous, as when food is scarce and dear, whereas, all other persons are greatly benefited by procuring cheap food. 1 In order to establish the law of the increase of rent, it is requisite to make a certain number of preliminary logical abstractions. Especially, it must be assumed that there has been no improvement in the agricultural industry, for the progress of human industry might be able to substitute for the diminishing fertility of the soil a sort of increasing and artificial fertility, might equalize the natural inequalities between landed properties, and hide the operation of the law by making the price of the food necessary for life fall as quickly or more quickly than the physical conditions tend to make it rise. But then these improvements are fatal to landlords, at least temporarily too, until the population has once more become too great, because they make rent fall. It is to the interest of the landlords that the cost of production of corn should be increased. But this is not to the interest of the consumer. He requires corn to be cheap in relation to money and to all exchangeable commodities, for it is with these commodities or with money that he buys corn. Nor is this to the interest of the manufacturer. For the rise in the price of corn brings about a rise in wages without bringing about a rise in the price of the commodities which he manufactures and sells, therefore he has not only to give a greater quantity of these commodities for the corn which he himself consumes, but he has also to spend more in wages. All classes, therefore, except the landlords, will be injured by the increase in the price of corn. The dealings between the landlord and the public are not like the dealings in trade, whereby both the seller and the buyer may equally be said to gain, but the loss is wholly on one side, and the gain wholly on the other. Point 3. It is at this stage that the new aspect of Ricardo's political economy makes its appearance. Political economy, he wrote to Malthus, you think is an inquiry into the nature and causes of wealth. I think it should rather be called an inquiry into the laws which determine the division of the produce of industry amongst the classes who concur in its formation. Point 01. Now the evolutionary law of rent is the foundation of political economy as thus defined, and it is so precisely in so far as it is the principle of a divergence between certain class interests. For we now have to consider in society not merely individuals freely exchanging the product of their labor one with another, but classes, and these classes are not the work of governments setting against each other interests which are naturally identical, they are the work of laws of nature. It is by basing himself on the dynamic law of differential rent, and by studying the way in which it contributes to the formation of the various economic classes that Ricardo works out the theory of the distribution of wealth and of the incidence of taxation which Adam Smith had merely outlined. Ricardo accepts in a modified form the law of wages formulated by Adam Smith. What had been for Adam Smith the minimum below which the price of labor cannot fall, becomes for Ricardo the natural price of labor below which wages cannot fall for any length of time, but also above which they cannot rise, except temporarily. This natural price of labor is that price which is necessary to enable the laborers, one with another, to subsist and to perpetuate their race, without either increase or diminution. Point 1. It may indeed occur that the workman may profit by a rise in wages to increase his own comfort instead of taking on responsibilities as head of a family. But, if we are to believe Ricardo, so great are the delights of domestic society, that, in practice, it is invariably found that an increase of population follows the amended condition of the laborer. 2. Hence arises a greater demand for food which cannot be indefinitely satisfied from a soil which is limited in quantity and mediocre in quality. In this way wages are, in the last resort, perpetually prevented from rising. Should wages then be treated as a constant quantity while rent is a variable, varying according to a known law? Because it is the normal increase of population which constantly brings back the market price of labor to its natural price, and because the law of population is preeminently a law of evolution, the first to be introduced into English political economy, is it not to be presumed that there must be an evolutionary law of wages like the evolutionary law of rent? Actually, the natural price of labor has always a tendency to rise with the natural progress of society. But it must be noticed that this rise in wages is caused by the rise in the price of common of objects of primary necessity due to the increase in population and the increasing difficulty of producing agricultural commodities. If wages, estimated in terms of money, were to suffer a fall while all the objects which they serve to buy were more expensive, the workman would be doubly affected and soon would not be able to live. It is obvious therefore what is the essential difference between the rise in wages and the rise in rent. Rent is increased not only when estimated in terms of money, but also when estimated in terms of com. The landlord receives more corn, and each given portion of this corn is exchangeable for a greater quantity of all the goods whose value has not varied. The workman's lot is less fortunate, he receives wages which are higher if estimated in money and lower if estimated in corn. While the price of corn rises 10%, wages will always rise less than 10%, but rent will always rise more. The condition of the laborer will generally decline, and that of the landlord will always be improved. Point 1. There is a real fall in wages, and only an apparent and nominal rise. We thus have a law which defines the divergence of interest as between the class of wage earners and the class of landowners. The law having been determined which regulates the evolution of rent and wages, the nature and the evolution of profit remain to be defined. For it is legitimate that the laborer should be able to make whatever use he wishes of the product of his labor, and especially should be able, if he wishes, to draw a profit or some interest from it. It is moreover useful to society as a whole, that instead of consuming the fruit of his labor unproductively he should use it to increase production in the form of wages or machinery. It is therefore fitting that the capitalist should be remunerated in direct proportion to the time during which he refrains from using his capital unproductively. But what is the law which is to define the rate of profit and interest, the amount of the annual product of labor which is destined to fall to the capitalist? On that land and on that part of the produce of human industry which pays no rent, the value produced can be split up entirely into profits and wages. Thus, if wages rise, profits fall, and conversely, if profits rise, wages fa11. 2. Does there not follow from this law of the inverse variation of profits and wages a fresh divergence of economic interests, as between the class of capitalists and the class of laborers? It was in this direction that the theory of the distribution of wealth, made classical by Ricardo, was soon to be developed by more democratic and equalitarian economists. William Thompson and Thomas Hodgkin were both utilitarians. Thompson was a correspondent of Bentham's, 3. Hodgkin a friend and protégé of Francis Place. 4. These neglected the divergence of interest between the landlords and the other classes of society which Ricardo had pointed out, but they both of them borrowed from Ricardo the definition of natural wages and the law of the inverse variation of profits and wages, from which they very logically concluded that the capitalist regime was incoherent. 6. In this same direction Robert Owen had tried to show, on the publication of Ricardo's great book, how the introduction of machinery falsified the mechanism of the distribution of wealth. Machines compete with the workmen and reduce the number of workmen necessary for the same production, and the rate of wages for an equal number of men employed. Manufacturers get into the way of producing for foreign markets, which they imagine can be indefinitely extended, produce which they know cannot be absorbed by their own workmen, who are badly paid and dying of hunger. This theory is diametrically opposed to the optimistic theory of markets, invented by J.B. Say and popularized in England by James Mill, according to which all production creates its demand and, consequently, the results of the progress of machinery must always be universally and immediately beneficial. Yet, in the third edition of his book, J.I. Cardo I includes a theory which is recognizable as Robert Owen's theory, very much modified. Suppose that a capitalist, who is both a farmer and a manufacturer, with a capital of £20,000, pays over to his labourers a circulating capital of £13,000, and draws from his industry an income of £2,000 at the end of the year. His gross income amounts to £15,000, and his net income to £2,000. Suppose that the following year he uses £13,000, half for the production of the same commodities as the first year and the other half for the production of a machine. The total value of the product would still be £1.500, the net income of the capitalist would still be £2,000, but the gross income would have fallen from £15,000 to £7.50, and the third year the capitalist would only have £5.50 for the employment of labour. This matters little to the capitalist, but it is clear how much it matters to the labourers. It is a truth as demonstrable as any of the truths of geometry, too, and the hostility to machinery manifested by the working classes is not founded on prejudice and error, but is conformable to the correct principles of political economy. 8. No doubt Ricardo is inclined to believe that the fall in the value of the produce of the machines and the greater facility, resulting from this fall in value, with which the manufacturer can transform his income into capital, would ultimately find labor for a greater number of Whirlunen. For thus the momentary crisis would have a normal solution. It would be one of the accidents which the static economics systematically ignores. But on the other hand, Ricardo emphasizes the fact that it is an accident which tends to reproduce itself in a permanent way, under the influence of the dynamic law of population. In proportion as the population increases, foodstuffs are subject to a rise, because they become more difficult to produce on the last land taken into cultivation. Hence a corresponding rise in wages. Hence, finally, a tendency for capital to take the shape of machines and of fixed capital. Machinery and labor are in constant competition. 5. Thus the law according to which profits and wages vary in inverse ratios seems to represent a natural divergence of interest between the class of capitalists and the class of wage earners. Ricardo himself recognized that the constant tendency of capital to take the form of fixed capital brings about a rivalry between master and THIRD-WORLDism and between machinery and labor. It is nevertheless certain that Ricardo never considered the accumulation of profits as the essential cause of the fall in wages, and the reason for s. fact is to be found likewise in the dynamic part of his economic philosophy, for Ricardo considered profits as subject to a law of evolution, which is a law of constant diminution. The fall in profits in a progressive society had already long been asserted by the economists, but Adam Smith was wrong in wishing to explain it by the increase in the supply of capital, and by the very accumulation of profits. As capital increases, so the demand for capital increases in exactly the same proportions. As J.B. Say and James Mill had proved, all supply constitutes a demand. It is from the law of differential rent combined with the law of wages, that is to say, in the last resort, from the law of population, that, according to Ricardo, the evolutionary law of profits is derived. Because the levying of rent equalizes for all portions of the land under cultivation the part of the value of the produce which is divided between the capitalist and the laborer, and because, on the other hand, when the population increases and recourse has to be had to less fertile lands, the price of food necessary for human subsistence ceaselessly increases, it is necessary for the natural price of labor to increase in the same proportion, and consequently for the share oft capitalist to diminish constantly. The share of the value of the produce is always decreasing, the rate of profit decreases according to a still more rapid progression. Finally, the accumulation of capital cannot compensate, beyond a certain point, for this double diminution, and the total quantity of the profits received by the capitalist itself diminishes. It is conceivable ideally that the natural value of labor might end by absorbing all the annual produce of industry which is not levied by the landowner, but long before this ideal limit is reached, society would stop in its natural progress at a state of things at which the rate of profit was so low that it would prevent all accumulation, and almost all the produce of the country, after the laborers were paid, would be the property of the owners of the soil and the collectors of tithes and taxes. 2. It is not therefore the manufacturer but the landlord who grows rich by the poverty of the laborer, and the manufacturer grows poor for the same reason that the landlord grows rich. The regula, evolution, the permanent variation 3 of profits is as necessary, so Ricardo tells us, as the gravitation of the heavenly bodies. 4. The metaphor is not perhaps perfectly appropriate, for the law of gravity is a static law which should be likened rather to the tendency of market price to confuse itself with natural price. The law of profits, on the other hand, is a dynamic law. If, to manifest its necessary or natural character, one wished to borrow a metaphor from the domain of the physical sciences, it could more exactly be compared, today, with the law of entropy or of the diminution of energy. Some months before completing his principles, Ricardo was stopped by an unforeseen difficulty. He observed that the theory of the distribution of wealth reacts on the theory of value in exchange. He consequently made the necessary modifications in this latter theory. This particular point of Ricardo's doctrine is especially instructive, if we are to understand the way in which, on his view, the distributio of wealth between the landowner and the capitalist, after the laborer has received his wages, is brought about. Commodities possess in exchange values which are proportional to the quantities of labor which they have respectively cost. But economic production presupposes, as a general rule, the cooperation of labor and capital, and the capital engaged in the production may, according to the case, possess the qualities either of fixed or of circulating capital. It may be more or less rapidly degraded, and may need to be built up more or less often. It may, in short, vary very much in durability. Point 2. In all cases in which men do not use fixed capitals, and in all the cases also in which men use fixed capitals of the same value and durability, it is rigorously true to say that exchange value is proportionate to the value of the labor expended. But this is no longer true when producers, in various branches of production, use different proportions of fixed capital, or, if you like, capitals of different durability. A farmer and a manufacturer employ 100 men each, the farmer to produce corn, the manufacturer to make a machine. The corn and the machine, which are the products of the same amount of labor, will have the same value at the end of the year. The second year, the farmer again employs 100 men to produce corn, the manufacturer employs 100 men to manufacture woolen material with the machine. For the law of value to be true, the value of the woolen material, the produce of the labor of 100 men for 2 vares, would have to be double the value of the corn, the produce so, the labor of 100 men for 1 year. Actually, it will be a little greater, for the farmer has begun his second campaign with the same capital as the first year, while the manufacturer, on the other hand, has added to his capital the profit which he received at the end of the first year, and is now demanding profits proportionally equal to those of the farmer on a greater capital than his. In short, the labor of 100 men employed during 2 years produces more value than the labor of 200 men employed during 1 year. Thus the duration of the cycle of production is a fresh cause of the increase of value over and above the amount of labor expended. Thus the more the natural progress of human ingenuity multiplies machines and prolongs the cycle of production, the more industrial products grow dearer in relation to agricultural products, in the production of which a smaller proportion of fixed capital is involved. Will it not follow from this law of evolution that industrial producers are constantly benefited as compared with agricultural producers and tillers of the soil? But the conclusion which Ricardo draws is quite different. No sooner has he laid down the principle which we have just stated, than he raises a new problem and asks how the relative value of two commodities, produced with different quantities of fixed capital, is affected by a rise in the value of labor. We know that the necessary and constant rise in the price of corn brings about a corresponding rise in wages, and an inverse movement of fall in profits. Let us therefore take up once more our example of the farmer and of the manufacturer of woolens, and let us suppose that the normal movement of a fall in profits is felt in the course of the second year under consideration. The fall in profits will have no influence on the price of the corn which the farmer will bring to the market at the end of the year, for it is exactly equal to the simultaneous rise in wages. To compensate, it will cause a fall in the value of woolens as compared with the value of corn, for the woolen merchant pays, ex hypothesi, the same wages as the farmer, but the fall in his profits affects a capita which is larger than the farmer's. Thus all commodities which are produced by very valuable machinery, or in very valuable buildings, or which require a great length of time before they can be brought to market, would fall in relative value, while all those which were chiefly produced by labor, or which would be speedily brought to market, would rise in relative value. 1 Thus Ricardo started by asserting that the greater the amount of fixed capital, the greater is the rise. He finished by asserting that the greater the amount of fixed capital, the greater the fall. It is easy to see, however, that this fall only partially compensates for the inverse movement of rise which has been defined and explained above. But Ricardo's whole attention is concentrated on the second proposition, because it is closely connected with his philosophy of economic evolution, based on the theory of the decreasing fertility of the soil, and because it implies that agricultural products must necessarily grow dearer as compared with manufactured products, and that landed proprietors must grow progressively richer at the expense of the rest of society. It is in this way that the laws which govern the evolution of rent, profits, and wages produce not a harmony but a conflict of interests between the three classes of the economic world, and Ricardo's abstract formulae are but the faithful expression of the spectacle presented by the history of his own time. A duel was being fought out under his eyes between two societies, the one immovable, and attached by its interests and its feelings to the corner of the earth on which the individuals which made it up were born and died, the other infinitely mobile, without local attachments and always ready to transfer its capital, at a moment's notice, from one part of the world to another. Is not the whole difference, in Ricardo's political economy, between capital and land ad hotum reducible to the fact that capital is a mobile, and land an allomobile auxiliary of labor? As soon as capital becomes fixed and immobile in the land, it can be said, in the economic sense of the word, that it becomes land, and that profit, according to Ricardo himself, will appear in the form of rent. 1 Before 1815, manufacturers and landowners had lived in peace. The landowners, who were masters in Parliament, granted to the manufacturers the suppression of all the obstacles which the legislation of the 16th century had imposed on masters in their relations with workmen. The manufacturers allowed the continuation of the system of prohibitive duties, thanks to which the large landowners artificially raised the price of corn and the rent of land, and that without much inconvenience to themselves, to such an extent were they the uncontested masters of the commercial market of the whole world. The rupture occurred after 1815. With the end of the war, industry was resumed on the continent. Europe had less need of the products of English industry had less need of workmen, and the workmen, on lower wages, could no longer tolerate the regime of dear bread. The question arose as to whether there would ultimately be a fusion between the old landed aristocracy and the new commercial, industrial and financial aristocracy. Actually, the fusion did eventually take place. The new moneyed aristocracy acquired the same prestige in England that it had formerly acquired in Venice and in Holland, and England became a primarily industrial and commercial nation, without in any way losing its aristocratic character as a nation. But in England, in contrast to what had taken place in Venice and in Holland, the merchant aristocracy found itself opposed to an aristocracy of landlords who were in possession of all the political privileges, and whose interests were not identical with its own. Hence arose a crisis which at times took on an almost revolutionary aspect. The alliance of the bourgeoisie and the people, of capitalists and laborers, against the landed aristocracy. This was the formula which led finally to the economic reform of 1846, even more important perhaps in the social history of modern England than the Poitiers reform of 1832. The theory of the distribution of wealth, as set forth by Ricardo, is the expression of this critical period in the economic history of England. In England, at the beginning of the century, rent had risen, the rise in wages had been insufficient to counterbalance the rise in the price of corn, and profits had fallen. There might perhaps be conflicts of interests between masters and workmen, but in the common poverty of both, these conflicts were unimportant. The only really serious conflict of interest, and one which was made constantly worse by the natural progress of things, was the conflict between the owners of the land and all the rest of society. Ricardo defines and denounces it. How, then, can it be claimed that his system is reducible to a kind of absolute optimism? But nevertheless, and it is this which justifies his opponents in condemning his fatalism. Ricardo wished that the state should refrain from interfering in economic relations as much as possible. On this point, in spite of divergences in doctrine, he remained faithful to the tradition of Kenne and Adam Smith. It seems as though no logical reconciliation were possible between the principle of the natural identity of interests, which sums up Ricardo's theory of economic equilibrium, and the principle of the natural divergence of interests, which sums up his theory of the distribution of wealth. Indeed, Ricardo is satisfied with a practical reconciliation, a reconciliation through consequences. From both the law of differential rent and the law of value he draws conclusions in favor of commercial liberty. If the high price of com is really due to excessive taxes, which the landlords seek to escape at the expense of the consumer, it is legitimate that imported com should pay a duty equal to the tax. But if the rise in price follows the rise of rent and the cultivation of less fertile lands, in the interest of the greatest number rent should be lowered by allowing foreign com to be imported duty-free. It is clear, however, that this is only a temporary remedy. Ricardo knows that, after a time, less and less fertile lands must necessarily be exploited and consequently that the rent of the landowner must rise. He does not accept the principle of the natural identity of interests, and yet he unreservedly adheres to the principle of commercial and industrial liberty. Does this mean that the two principles are up to a certain point independent of each other? Ricardo, having defined the laws by which wages are regulated, and by which the happiness of far the greatest part of every community is governed, added without any transition, like all other contracts, wages should be left to the fair and free competition of the market, and should never be controlled by the interference of the legislature. Point 1. Now these laws of wages are the laws which, according to Ricardo's definition, perpetuate the poverty of the laborer and of his family, by virtue of a natural necessity. What then is the logical link between the two principles which Ricardo thus sets down one after the other? Why, for no given reason, forbid the legislative power to interfere to restore to the laborer a more justly proportioned share of the produce of his labor? Is it because the policy of laissez-faire and laissez-passer can stand by itself, when the principle of the identity of interests is no longer accepted? Does it necessarily imply optimism, or can it be reconciled, perhaps, with a relative pessimism? Let us consider the problem of taxation, with the discussion of which the second half of the Principles is concerned. Ricardo retains Adam Smith's four rules, the first of which presupposes the principle of the natural identity of interests. Apart from this, he bases his whole theory of taxation on a single principle, the statement of which amounts to a fifth rule, to be added to the rules of Adam Smith: taxation should fall as much as possible on income and not on capita. J.1 Now this new rule again implies, in a way, the principle of the identity of interests. According to Ricardo, capital should not be taxed, because this would be to impair the funds for the maintenance of labor, and thereby diminish the future production of the country. In other words, in formulating this fiscal principle, Ricardo is implicitly accepting the optimistic theory of Say and Mill, according to which all production constitutes a demand, and so a general overproduction is logically impossible. But, on the other hand, does not the law of rent, with the radical opposition of interest between the landlord and the capitalist which it establishes, imply that the income of society can be distributed in different and more or less beneficial ways as between the various classes of economic society, according to whether it takes the shape of profits for the capitalists or is annexed under the name of rent by the unproductive class of landlords? Is it not then conceivable that the state, by seeing that taxes fall in preference on such or such particular incomes, should artificially re-establish an equitable division of public wealth? A tax on rent, for example, would hit only the landlord, and could not be passed on by him to the consumers. 2. It would, it is true, be a class tax, but since it would help to re-establish the equilibrium between the interests of a class privileged by nature and other classes of society, why, in the logic of utilitarianism, should this tax be held to be unjust? Yet Ricardo hesitates to accept this solution. He repeats Adam Smith's formula that it would surely be very unjust to tax exclusively the revenue of any particular class of a community. Yet Adam Smith's rule is not applicable to a case in which there is no natural harmony of the interests of all classes. Besides, Ricardo makes other objections to the tax on rent. These objections, which strike him as more serious, concern the question as to whether the tax, which is in essence just, is at the same time practicable. It is very difficult to draw the necessary distinction, within the tribute which the farmer actually pays to the landlord, between differential rent, whose abstract definition is provided by political economy, and the profits of the capital advanced by the landlord to the tenant, which is confused with economic rent. Ricardo fully recognizes indeed that by altering the form of their contracts, the landlords could easily find a way of dividing the two elements. He ultimately concludes, however, that if this distinction were not successfully made, the tax would fall, after a short interval, not on the landlord but on the consumer, in so far as it hit elements other than actual differential rent. Consequently he condemns the tax. 4. He also points out that, in many cases, the land is purchased by a man who has earned his fortune himself by his own labor. In this case it represents the reward of this labor. Could a general tax on rent make an exception for this man? Would it not be at once more useful and simpler to facilitate the transmission of real property by suppressing the taxes which in fact make it impossible, than to make it more difficult still by imposing on the land a tax which can be indefinitely increased? 2. In the last resort, Ricardo hesitates to advocate the tax on the income of the landlord chiefly because of considerations of a practical nature and not because interests are naturally identical, but because the state finds that it is powerless artificially to re-establish harmony as between interests which are naturally discordant. Looking at it from the dynamic point of view, the economic universe is necessarily tending, according to the expression used by Torrens in a very orthodox article in which he supports Ricardo's principles against Owen's communism, towards a stationary and melancholy state. 3. The danger is always that the state, by intervening either by regulations or by taxes, may hasten an already fatal evolution. Even from the static point of view, Ricardo admits that in much industrialist countries there may occur economic crises which are both serious and prolonged. But attempts should not be made to prevent or to shorten them by governmental artifices. This is an evil to which a rich nation must submit, and it would not be more reasonable to complain of it than it would be in a rich merchant to lament that his ship was exposed to the dangers of the sea, whilst his poor neighbour's cottage was safe from all such hazard. Point 4. The theory of economic freedom, in Ricardo, is on occasions less like an act of faith in nature than a recognition of man's powerlessness to correct the calamities which assail him. It is a fatalism rather than an optimism. The government must not try to interfere in economic relations, for possibly the remedies it tried would be worse than the evils to be cured. Is this an exceedingly simple optimism, or a redoubled pessimism? In 1819, Ricardo entered Parliament. He remained there for the last 4 years of his life, as the acknowledged representative of the See New Sion. Point 6. Now, it is undeniable that both in the speeches he delivered in Parliament and in the pamphlet on agricultural protection which he published in 1822, the language of optimism predominates. No doubt he reminded his hearers that if the price of the necessaries of life tends to rise, it is because of the inevitable rise in the cost of production, and not through the fault of the government which is making laws. No doubt he recalled, in opposition to the theories of Robert Owen, that the true explanation of the economic crisis should be sought in the insufficiency of capital in relation to population, and that the insufficiency of capital was itself explicable. High the limited quantity of available land. The legislator could therefore only supply palliatives for the evil, notably he could avoid letting artificial causes, such as customs barriers and a crushing debt, be added to the natural causes of the exodus of capital. It might also restrain a superabundant supply of labor, by teaching the work-ig classes prudence. But Ricardo preferred to insist on the fundamental identity of economic interests. More than once he defended himself against the charge of being a capitalist, who, by his class interest, was hostile to the interests of the landlords. Was he not himself a landlord? Did he not buy an estate in order to secure the right of sitting in TK Commons? But this did not prevent him, a financier and the son of a financier, from continuing to see economic phenomena from the point of view of the capitalist. One, he did not seek to emphasize, in his speeches in Parliament, the divergence of the respective interests of landlord, capitalist, and wage earner. 2. He liked to think of the landlord as an agriculturist, that is to say as a capitalist, a laborer like the manufacturer. The only opposition of interests on which he insisted was that between groups of producers, who are all concerned to sell their respective products as dear as possible, and the sum of consumers, in other words all the individuals put together who are all without exception concerned that all products should be sold at the lowest price. Now it is absurd to wish to protect, at one and the same time, by a series of detailed laws which will almost infallibly contradict one another, the interests of all the groups of producers, taken one by one, in order to assure the greatest happiness of the greatest number. It is the interests of the consumers that must be aimed at, the interest of all the individuals, considered as individuals and not as members of such and such an economic caste. In this sense, the new school can be called individualist, because it tends to consider the general interest as consisting not in a sum of group interests, which are often in contradiction with one another, but in a sum of individual interests which happen all to be identical. The remedy for the crisis is to wipe out the debt, however drastic the necessary measures, and above all to abolish the corn laws, which unduly favor a special category of citizens the expense of the community as a whole. 4. And the landlords would gain from this by receiving their farm rents more regularly, because of the increased steadiness in the price of corn. 5. Once their two evils were abolished, all prices would become natural and just, and England would attain a pitch of prosperity and happiness which human imagination can hardly conceive. 6. This is the language of optimism. But why was Ricardo, the parliamentary orator, more favorable to the thesis of optimism than Ricardo, the theoretic writer? It is because Ricardo, when in Parliament, ceased to think for himself. He became the member of a party, for the sake of which, and, to a certain extent, by which, he thought. Once again we see collective thought using the thought of the individual tyrannically and for its own ends. Ricardo only passed for the incarnation of economic optimism because the practical notion of commercial liberty was quite wrongly confused with the theoretic notion of the natural identity of interests. Actually, the impotence of laws to bring about good does not prove the power of good to come about spontaneously, and also although the utilitarian morality which Bentham and James Mill taught Ricardo lays it down that the general interest and the particular interest ought to tend to become identified, it in no way implies that this identity comes about spontaneously. This is a question of fact, independent of the fundamental precept. Ricardo himself, in so far as he was an autonomous thinker, though he might perhaps, by an instinct for logical simplification, tend to neglect the importance of accidents and crises, did nevertheless state that evil is present in economic society, and that its tendency is to grow incessantly, by virtue of a law of necessary evolution. But, by an accident of history, he found that he had become at once the representative, the theorist, and the orator of a class which was optimistic by profession, the great English manufacturers, who dreamed of making the economic conquest of the world. They needed to be freed from all regulations regarding labor. They needed, in the historical conditions in which England found itself placed about the year 1820, to see the customs barriers broken down. They needed to believe that overproduction was impossible, and that all production immediately created a corresponding demand. They took over a doctrine which seemed to justify their claims as against the interrogations of the class of landlords' claims, which were on some points identical with those of their workmen, and the temperament of the men of action gave its tone to the doctrine of the thinker. In the spring of 1818, the Edinburgh Review published an enthusiastic article on the principles. Ricardo knew that James Mill was not the author of it, and without hesitation concluded that the Scottish journalist McCulloch was the author. For he knew of only two economists who could be so completely in agreement with him. I have not many converts of which to boast, but when I can number amongst them yourself, and Mr. Mill, I think mine is no mean triumph. 2 Ricardo recognized in McCulloch many qualities which he himself lacked: a clearness of language and a faculty for calm position. Those who do not understand me, he wrote, understand you clearly, and he advised him to draw up a complete system of political economy, written in so popular a way as to be easily understood by the generality of readers. 1 Before carrying out his master's wish, McCulloch in the meantime disseminated his doctrine in the Scotsman, in the Edinburgh Review, in the lectures on political economy which he started at Edinburgh too, and in the supplement to the Encyclopaedia Britannica, in which he published, under political economy, an article in conformity with the new orthodoxy. 3 James Mill, on his side, organized in London the Political Economy Club, in which, from the year 1821 on, Ricardo and Malthus, James Mill and Torrens, and others besides, tried to come to an agreement as to the fundamental propositions of their science, and in 1821, in his Elements of Political Economy, he summed up the lessons which he had given to his son Stuart Mill and which were in conformity with Ricardo's theories. James Mill and McCulloch were two intransigent disciples who brought to bear on their economic propaganda the zeal of the Scottish religious enthusiast. But their intransigence had the result of making them go beyond the doctrine of their master. Ricardo admitted that there were limitations and exceptions to his principles. James Mill and McCulloch systematically neglected all these restrictions, and became, so to speak, more Ricardian than Ricardo himself. Let us examine in turn the parts of Ricardo's doctrine, the static laws and the dynamic laws, the theory of value in exchange and the theory of the natural distribution of wealth, in order to see how they were transformed in passing from the master to the disciples, that is, in ceasing to be the opinion of an individual and becoming the common doctrine of a school, the faith of a sect. Commodities exchange, after oscillations which ultimately balance each other, in proportion to the quantities of labor which have been expended to produce them. This is the law of value which Ricardo formulated, a law of equilibrium and of justice. But no sooner had the principles appeared than an economist, Torrens, who was on many points in agreement with Ricardo, put forward objections. 5. The principle might perhaps be true in primitive society, previous to the accumulation of capital, for which it had been formulated by Adam Smith, but for a capitalist society, that is for society as it was not enough to admit, with Ricardo, that the principle ceased to be true in all cases where capitals of unequal durability were engaged in production. It must be added also that capitals of equal durability might put into action different amounts of labor and yet produce equal values. Take the case of two capitalists who both advance a capital of £2,000. He first capitalist manufactures woolen and the second silk material. The value of the two products must be equal, otherwise capital will leave the less remunerative industry and transfer itself to the other. But this does not mean that the quantities of labor are equal, for wages, in the manufacture of silk, may be double what they are in the manufacture of wool. Take the case of our two manufacturers each with a capital of £2,000. The first advances £500 for machinery, £500 for raw material and £1,000 for wages. The second likewise advances £500 for machinery and £500 for raw material, but he uses steam for working some of his machines, and so advances £500 for coal and only £500 for wages. Twice as much labor is expended in the first industry as in the second. Yet the value will be the same, because the capitals are the same. It might be said in answer to the first objection that Ricardo had recognized the existence of various qualities of labor, although he thought he could rest all his economic proofs on the principle of the equality of wages. It might be said in answer to the second that if the sum of £1,000 instead of being spent entirely on wages is spent half on raw material and half on wages, the raw material also cost labor and the price of purchasing this raw material is proportional to this labor. It was McCulloch who took up the defense of Ricardo in the very review in which Torrens' article had appeared. According to McCulloch, it is not refuting Ricardo to measure the value of the product by the quantity of capital advanced, instead of by the labor expended, for Ricardo had included in the amount of labor the labor expended in forming the capital. What is capital? Asks McCulloch, taking over an expression from Adam Smith and Ricardo too, if not accumulated labor. Ricardo himself does not seem to have troubled himself about the objection made by Torrens, but with the circumspectness which was characteristic of him he threw greater emphasis, in the second edition of his Principles, in R819, than he had done in the first edition, on the particular case in which the capitals used are hot of the same durability, and commodities do not exchange in proportion to the amount of labor which they have cost. Malthus was a more unexpected opponent. Had not Ricardo set himself the task of revising Adam Smith's political economy on the basis of the new principles discovered by Malthus? But, ever since the appearance of his Prink-Pound Pleas, Malthus seems to have adopted towards Ricardo the role of a contradictor with a preconceived opinion. He was, however, and remained his intimate friend and assiduous Isets magazine, November 1818, pages April 29, 43 correspondent. As early as the month of August 1817, when he had RF'd the Principles for a second time, he inquired of Ricardo whether his theory of international exchanges did not constitute an exception to his theory of value, and Ricardo agreed. The theory of the measure of value, which in 1820, in his Principles of Political Economy II he opposed to Ricardo's theory, did not originate, if we are to take his own word for it, in any polemical intention. He had apparently deduced it, at an earlier date, from his theory of differential rent, 3, and we shall in fact see that this theory is the logical consequence of the principles of Malthusianism. It is difficult, however, to avoid the impression that the reading of the first chapter of Ricardo's book, though it may not have given Malthus the original idea of his theory, undoubtedly helped to strengthen his dawning conviction. Ricardo blames Adam Smith for having measured the value of commodities sometimes by the quantity of labor bestowed on their production, sometimes by the quantity of labor which they can command in the market. But for these two quantities to be equal it would be necessary, he tells us, for the reward of the laborer to be always in proportion to what he produced for, and this is not the case in an industrial and civilized society in which, not to mention rent, the capitalist can levy the difference between these two quantities under the name of profit. It is recognized besides, and Ricardo himself states it, that the quantity of productive labor is not exactly commensurate with the value of the products, in a society in which capital cooperates with labor in the production of commodities. But if, as Ricardo acknowledges, the two ways of understanding the expression quantity of labor cannot be used indiscriminately, and if, as he also acknowledges, the first results in an inexact theory, should not recourse be had to the second, and should not value be measured by the amount of labor which the product can purchase in exchange? Ricardo is unwilling to do so because this latter is, in his view, a quantity subject to as many fluctuations as the commodities compared with it. 5 But to support this assertion he brings forward two examples, and bad luck will have it that the tendency of these two examples is to prove just what he is contending, that is to say the invariability of the value of labor. Let us suppose that, in a given country, twice as much labor as was previously expended is now needed to produce a given quantity of food and commodities of primary necessity, the wages of the laborer, which constitute what, in the political economy of Ricardo and Malthus, is called the value of labor, could be very little lowered by this, for, if he had a smaller quantity of food and objects of primary necessity, the laborer might die of hunger and cold. Let us suppose, conversely, that the advance of industry permits of an economy of 3/4 of the labor needed to produce the laborer's shoes and clothes. This would not put the laborer in a position to buy 4 suits or 4 pairs of shoes instead of 1, his wages would adjust themselves to the new conditions of labor and fall until he could buy just the same number of clothes as previously. Thus, on the strength of Ricardo's own observations, a day's labor always produce, for the laborer, no matter what may be the productivity of his labor, approximately the same amount of food, clothes, and objects of primary necessity. In fact, it is a fundamental proposition of Malthusianism that the value of labor is a constant quantity, and that there is a natural and invariable wage, the wage, that is, which is necessary to enable the laborers, one with another, to subsist and to perpetuate their race, without either increase or diminution. 4. On Malthus' theory, this constant value of labor is the actual regulator of population. And first let us, writes Malthus, suppose, for the sake of clearness, that the common agricultural labor of each period, which may be taken as the standard, is exactly of the same degree of strength, and is employed for the same number of hours, and further, that there are some commodities which, both at these periods and during the whole interval between them, are produced by this one kind of labor alone, and brought to market immediately. 3. And he tries to establish, on this hypothesis, a procedure for the comparison of values, whether they be contemporaneous or separated by an interval of time. The hypothesis is strictly in conformity with the Malthusian theory TJF population, and consequently with Ricardo's political economy. It is the very condition of the existence of the human species on this earth that there should be poor men, men who toil and provide a maximum quantity of labor in return for a minimum quantity of subsistence. But, Ricardo objects in his letters addressed to Malthus, if the number of laborers is increased or diminished by a sudden immigration or emigration, by an increase in the number of births or by an epidemic, will not the value of labor be changed? For a time doubtless, however, from Ricardo's own point of view, these temporary fluctuations do not prevent a constant law from bringing wages back to their lower and normal level. But, Ricardo again objects, if there are two countries, which are both equally skilled and equally industrious, and the inhabitants of one live on potatoes while those of the other live on bread, and if someone sends a barrel of wine from the potato country where it costs £100, to the bread country where it costs £110, are we to say that wine is dearer in the exporting than in the importing country on the ground that it would command more labor there? Certainly not, but the example chosen by Ricardo implies that natural wages are permanently different in the two countries. This contradicts the principle of the equality of wages. In short, if it be admitted that the amount of simple labor of which an individual is capable is a fixed amount, of which the various kinds of specialized labor are multiples, and if we admit further that this fixed Rn01 Nt of labor is purchased with a minimum quantity of food, a quantity which is also fixed, then it does indeed seem that the unit chosen by Malthus may serve as a measure of value S in a capitalistic regime. Values are then no longer considered, abstractly, as exchanging one with another according to the quantity of labor which is incorporated in them, but in relation to the individuals who, in the existing distribution of wealth, have the power to dispose of them. The value of a thing is now measured by the number of men which it enables its possessor to put to work for his own advantage. The Malthusian theory of value implies the separation of the capitalist and the wage earner, and the power of the first over the second, on the strength of the dynamic laws of distribution on which, at bottom, Ricardo and Malthus are agreed. Is not the economic world a world in which labor is a commodity, and the one of all commodities whose value varies least? The Malthusian theory of value contains, in a latent form, the Marxian theory of labor power, just as the law of wages, in Ricardo, is the almost explicit statement of the brazen law of Lassalle. It sets in relief the inharmonious nature of the economic world. Already, before 1820, Thomas Hodgkin, in his private letters to the Bentharnite, Francis Place, had remarked the equivocal nature of the theory which proportions value to the quantity of labor in two distinct senses, and had noticed the conclusions which should be drawn from it, from the point of view of the economic condition, the laboring class. But Ricardo's disciples ignored these obsessions as they ignored the criticisms of Malthus, for a kind of instinct led them always to separate, in their expositions, the theory of exchange and the theory of the distribution of wealth, in order to preserve for the world of exchange the appearance of a static, equilibrated and harmonious universe. It is doubtful, however, whether Malthus had perceived these consequences of his theory, hence the abstract and scholastic nature of the controversy which he kept up by letter with Ricardo. This does not mean, moreover, that Ricardo was pig-headed about his own theory. He recognized that the theory of value was encompassed with difficulties. He would be only too glad if one of his disciples succeeded in establishing a measure of value which shall not be liable to the objections which have been brought against all those hitherto proposed. If he were writing his chapter on value over again, he would now assign to the relative value of commodities two causes instead of one: quantity of labor, and profit, varying with the durability of the capital, though he immediately adds, perhaps the difficulties nearly as great in this view of the subject as in that which I have adopted. Point 1. However, the third edition of his Principles bears hardly a trace of these anxieties. He does, it is true, throw more emphasis than ever on the exception, important from the logical point of view, which the principle involves, yet he still maintains that the influence exerted on the variation of prices by the variation of profits is relatively small, and that much the most important effects are those which are produced by variations in the quantity of labor required for production. 2. We have now come to the time when James Mill and Mac Culiach were becoming the acknowledged advocates of Ricardo's system, and were bringing to its defense an enthusiasm of which Ricardo was no longer capable. In 1821, Torrens incorporated his theory of value in a complete work on the production of wealth. 3. And it was James Mill who undertook to reply in the name of the new school. In actual society, says Torrens, the real agent of production is the capitalist. He expends no labor but advances capital in the expectation that this capital will be restored to him entire, plus an increase termed profit. This capital, which is a necessary condition of production, is further split up into machinery, raw material, and wages, but the producer demands the same rate of profit on all parts of his capital, a rate that is fixed at approximately the same amount in all branches of industry, by the competition of capital. The capital originally advanced constitutes the cost of production, or what Torrens, in his terminology, calls the natural value of the product. The market value of the product is always higher than the natural value, because it is equal to the natural value, plus the profit, but the variations of the two values, the natural and the market values, are always more or less equal. 4. Consequently, natural value is equal and market value is proportional not to the quantity of labor which has been expended, but to the quantity of capital. Equal capitals produce equal values. 5. But what are we to understand by the phrase equal capitals? Obviously capitals whose value is equal, but this value must in its turn be measured. Should capitals be said to be equal if they produce equal profits? This would involve a vicious circle, A and D. Besides, how could the value of the profits, which are presumed to be equal, be measured? Should capitals be said to be equal when they suffice for the subsistence of an equal number of workmen, that is, when, according to an expression once used by Torrens, they are worth the same number of working days? 6. In this case they would be measured by the quantity of labor, understood as it is understood by Adam Smith and Malthus. 7. Or should we follow Torrens, who borrows the expression from McCulloch, his critic of 1818, and call capital accumulated labor? 8. This would be to say that two capitals are equal when they have cost, at the moment of their original production, the same quantity of labor. Is this not to approximate by a roundabout way to the theory of Ricardo? This is the objection which James Mill urges against Torrens in his Elements of Political Economy. The works of Torrens and James Mill appear at practically the same time, but already several months previously, Torrens had opposed his theory to Ricardo's at the Political Economy Club, and it is clearly the errors of Torrens that James Mill sets out to put right. 2. He agrees to say, with Torrens, that the cost of production determines the relative value of commodities in exchange, but he points out that the expression is obscure. Production presupposes the cooperation of capital and labor. Either, then, value comprises two irreducible elements, capital and labor. This, at bottom, was Ricardo's theory, although he considered labor as by far the most important factor, or else, one of these elements is reducible to the other. Now, is it to be labor which is to be reduced to capital, as Torrens wishes? James Mill does not think so. For the first capital was produced by pure labor without the assistance of capital, it is this quantity of labor which then determined its value, and which indirectly determines the value of the commodities which this capital has subsequently helped to produce, thus capital can be resolved into labor. But the labor which produced the capital is labor which is past, or accumulated, according to the formula of McCulloch and Torrens, in actual capital, in machinery, in tools, in materials, and in wages. Thus, while workmen were laboring to complete a product, the value of the product would in no way be determined by their labor, but only by the previous labor of other workmen, which was necessary to produce the capital which they were using, and the theory of value, when interpreted in this way, would give expression to yet another disharmony of economic society, the power exerted by past labor over the present laborers. True, answers James Mill, if wages are included under capital, but this cannot be done without absurdity, if capital and labor are treated as two factors of production which are actually distinct. It is a contradictqull to go on to treat wages as part of capital. According to James Mill, the idea of wages is by definition included in the idea of labor, for in order to labor, it is necessary to have the wherewithal to subsist for the duration of the labor. Consequently, the value of the product represents nothing but labor, not only past or accumulated labor, but, in distinct proportions, past labor and present labor, accumulated labor, and immediate labor. James Mill thinks that in Th1's way he has re-established Ricardo's theory in its entirety. But what becomes of the restriction which Ricardo himself had made on his own theory? How explain that two commodities, containing an equal amount of accumulated and immediate labor, can have different values? Also that one man laboring for 2 years produces more value than 2 men laboring for 1 year? It is impossible, without being equivocal, to speak James Mill's language, and be satisfied with saying that wages and profits both of them represent labor. If wages represent labor, it is in the sense that they allow the capitalist to purchase labor, that is to say in the sense of Adam Smith and Malthus. If profits represent labor, it can only be that labor which originally produced the capital, this original labor could only be commensurate with the value of the capital if profits were proportional to it, but, on Ricardo's theory, profits vary out of all proportion to the quantity of labor in question. James Mill is right as against Torrens when he points out the vicious circle contained in his theory. How can the value of commodities be measured by capital, which is itself a commodity? But it is not clear whether he thinks that his theory is the same as Ricardo's or that it constitutes an advance on the latter. The fact is that in either case he is deceiving himself. Ricardo had counted on James Mill to steer clear of the difficult word value. We shall see that James Mill's manual did succeed in giving Ricardo confidence in a theory of which he was the original author. In 1823, Malthus published his Reflections on the Measure of Value, in which he resumed his thesis of 1820 and tried to confirm it by fresh arguments. The discussion by letter between Malthus and Ricardo was resumed and proved as barren as it had been in 1821. But Ricardo now found himself placed in a more difficult position, for McCulloch, after James Mill, had just made himself vice champion, in terms which Ricardo felt obliged to disavow. When discussing the theory which measures value by the amount of labor expended, Malthus, in 1820, had brought as an objection the case of 50 oak trees valued at £20 each, which nevertheless do not contain as much labor as a stone wall, which costs £1,000. Did you ever believe, answers Ricardo, that I thought 50 oak trees would cost as much labor as the stone wall? I really do not want such propositions to be granted in order to support my system. 24. In the first place, it would be necessary to be able to subtract from the price of the oak that part of the price which represents neither profits nor wages but only the rent of land, and moreover Ricardo never believed that the law of profits establishes a relation between the rate of profits and the quantity of labor which produced the initial capital. In 1821, Torrens admitted that his theory did not apply, any more than Ricardo's, to products which were limited in amount by natural causes, and concluded, then this particular wine, the product of 100 days' labor, or of 100 days' subsistence, might exchange against, or, in other words, be of equal value with, the products of 1,000 days' labor, or of a capital of 1,000 days' subsistence. 1 In 1822, in Torrens' own paper, Stuart Mill, when making his debut as a writer, and taking up his father's defense, came up against the same decisive objection on the part of Torrens. 2 Yet it is just these exceptional cases which H. McCulloch, in the supplement to the Encyclopaedia Britannica, expressly claims to reduce to the general law laid down by Ricardo. He holds that the capital employed in preserving the barrel of wine until the day when it will be drinkable is setting in motion the activity of nature, that is, the forces which nature develops in the barrel, instead of putting into action human activity. The agent is different, but there is always labor. Thus profits may be considered as the wages of accumulated labor, and all value can be resolved into wages. But it is obvious that the word labor is here used in an unusual sense, and that McCulloch is suggesting a new theory of profits, according to which they represent the fecundity of nature, and not human labor, and according to which they partake of the nature of rent, and no longer, as R. J. A. C. Culloch would have it, of the nature of wages. This is in conformity neither with the intentions of McCulloch nor with the doctrine of Ricardo. Both are agreed that the element constituting differential rent should be eliminated from the cost of production, and Ricardo always held that profit can be estimated at so much % per annum on the capital without reference to the variable productivity of the forces of nature. At first, Ricardo rejoiced to see his doctrine adopted by so important a publication as the Encyclopaedia Britannica, and congratulated McCulloch on having loyally formulated and victoriously refuted all the objections raised to his ideas. 3 But soon he began to ask himself whether McCulloch's argument was really so loyal. I cannot get over the difficulty of the wine which is kept in a CEUAR for 3 or 4 years, or that of the oak tree, which perhaps originally had not £2s expended on it in the way of labour, and yet comes to be worth £100. 4 In a conversation with McCulloch 5 he secured from him the admission that the quantity of labour of which he spoke was not the quantity of labour actually worked up in commodity, and consequently was not the cause of the value of the commodity, but only a measure of this value, which convention has chosen for the convenience of the science. A pipe of wine kept £0.13 years has no more labour worked up in it than a pipe of wine kept for a day. But he says the additional value on account of THIRD must be estimated by the accumulations which a like amount of capital actively employed in the support of labour would make in time. But had McCulloch really meant only to suggest a conventional measure of value? And if this was really all that he meant, why choose this measure of value rather than any other? Ricardo was not convinced on this point. The barren discussions which took place on this question at the Political Economy Club 1 in 1822 and 1823, ended by discouraging him. I am, however, only labouring in my vocation and trying to understand the MPST difficult question in political economy. As far as I have yet been able to reflect upon McCulloch's and Mill's suggestion, I am not satisfied with it. They make the best defence for my measure, but they do not really get rid of all the objections. Point 2. And barely a month before his death he wrote, "My complaint against you is that you claim to have given an accurate measure of value, and I object to your claim, not that I have succeeded and you have failed, but that we have both failed. In answering you I am really using these weapons by which alone you say you can be defeated, and which are I confess equally applicable to your measure and to mine, I mean the argument of the non-existence of any measure of absolute value." Point 3. Ricardo died, but his disciples remained to spread a theory in which he himself had ceased to believe. In the second edition of his Elements 4 James Mill enlarges on what he asserted in 1821, drawing his inspiration from McCulloch. He makes to himself the common-sense objection which, as we have seen, Malthus made to Ricardo, and Ricardo made to McCulloch, and which Malthus had just taken up again in an article in the Edinburgh Review, the objection of the oak tree and the old wine, but he thinks that he is in a position to prove by the most rigid analysis, that profits are commensurate with the quantity of labour. The producer of a machine who, instead of selling it, once it is finished, at a price commensurate with the quantity of labour expended, chooses to sell it on credit terms, obtains payment in annuities which are the profit on his capital. It matters little whether these annuities repay the producer for his advances in 10 or in 20 years, they are fixed by the competition of the market. Consequently, concludes James Mill, they are the exact equivalent of the capital. But what competition is it which is here conceived? Is it the competition of the labourers who produce the capital, or of those who employ it? If so, it is forgotten that the labourers are wage earners, that they do not possess the capital which they create or which they employ, and that they are not interested in the question of knowing at what rate this capital will be remunerated. Is it a question of the competition of the capitalists, who withdraw their capitals from all branches of industry in which they perceive that the profit is less than elsewhere? But, then, we have fallen back again into the equivocal theory of Torrens, which James Mill of course wished to refute. From the point of view adopted by Ricardo, even if it is true to say that at any given moment of time equal capitals yield equal profits, yet equal capitals nonetheless yield unequal profits at different times, and there is no relation between the variation of these profits and the quantity of expenditure involved, either of capital or of labour. Always there is the same trick, whether it is conscious or unconscious, namely, to neglect the theory of distribution in Ricardo's political economy, because the landlord and the capitalist receive shares of the whole value of the product which are not proportionate to any quantity of labour, and to pretend that exchange takes place between labourers, who are masters of the product of their labour, and thus, in accordance with the Ricardian theory of value, receive equal values for equal quantities of labour. But James Mill was too good a logician not to be aware that the limitations which Ricardo himself makes to his own theory are serious. In order to save the theory, however, he has recourse to a distinction which had just been suggested by De Quincey, another enthusiastic disciple of Ricardo. It is not the same thing, said De Quincey, to treat labour as the cause and to treat it as the measure of value. Labour, says James Mill, in the same sense too only measures value in a purely ideal sense, it is the regulator of value and cannot serve as the practical measure of it. In the first place, two kinds of labour are applied to production, and immediate labour and accumulated labour are not rewarded at the same rate, hence arise variations in the value of objects of exchange, which depend on the variable division of the product as between the two factors of production. In the second place, we have no practical means of determining in advance the exact quantity of accumulated labor which contributes to the production, because our only possible way of measuring this quantity is by the price which it fetches. In short, the law of value in exchange, with the optimistic consequences which it involves, is deduced a priori from the laws of human nature, but it remains indeterminate as well as abstract, and is incapable of experimental verification. This is not the nature of the law of gravitation, from which the economists borrowed THEIR favorite metaphor when they wished to demonstrate the necessity and the universality of the laws of economic nature. But even the logical distinction suggested by De Quincey and James Mill is not enough to make Ricardo's theory safe from criticism. Ricardo himself had refused to resort to it. 3 in 1825, in a critical dissertation on the nature, measures, and causes of value, an economist-philosopher, Samuel Bailey, showed that the quantity of labor can be considered neither as the measure nor as the cause of value. As matter of fact, all the elements of his criticism are borrowed from Ricardo's book. He established the fact that the quantity of labor is not the cause of value in cases of monopoly, and that the value of labor is itself a monopoly value, that it is not the cause of value in cases in which a certain commodity can be produced in indefinite quantities, but with a constantly increasing cost of production, that value cannot be explained by the quantity of labor, because labor is not a homogeneous non-unity, and can be of various qualities. Ricardo had already said all this. Bailey confined himself to insisting on the importance of the cases which Ricardo persisted in treating as exceptional. On another point he made an innovation. He emphasized the analogy between the benefit of rent and the extraordinary remuneration which an artisan of more than common dexterity obtains beyond the wages given to workmen of ordinary skill. The owner of fertile soil and the possessor of unusual skill secure a monopoly price, a monopoly which is restricted in the first case by the existence of lands of inferior quality, and in the second case by the existence of inferior degrees of dexterity. But the origin even of this idea that value contains differential elements is to be found in Ricardo. Bailey's work was discussed as soon as it appeared in the little group of young men who at this time gathered round Stuart Mill at George Grote's house. 25 years later, in his Political Economy, Stuart Mill took up again the theory of what came finally to be called rent of ability, and passed it on to the socialists of the Fabian school. Once again, the Ricardian theory of the distribution of wealth serves to refute the Ricardian theory of value in exchange, which has done so much to conceal, under the appearance of a state of static equilibrium, the natural disharmonies and injustices which the system really involves. But, for the moment, Ricardo's disciples were not disconcerted by Bailey's criticisms. In 1825, in his Principles of Political Economy, which was only a development of the article of 1823, McCulloch once more defined capital as the accumulated produce of labor. According to him, there is no difference between the work of laborers and that of machines. A laborer is himself a portion of the national capital and may be considered in the light of a machine. The wages which he earns, yield him, at an average, only the common and ordinary rate of profit on his capital, exclusive of a sum to replace its wear and tear, or, which is the same thing, to supply the place of old and decayed laborers with new ones. 4 Moreover, McCulloch expressly admits that the rise in wages and the fall in profits causes the fall in the exchange value of certain objects in rela to others, but he suggests a logical expedient or amid this difficulty. If several commodities are produced with one, a critical dissertation, ch. 11. Pages 196 to 197. Autobiography, p. 120. Paul. Econ, BK2. ch. 14. Section 2. Macaulay, Paul. Econ, p. G19. SEPP. II41 I6 and 313. Law S0 Phi 0 Nam ICSOC let Y 355 different proportions of material and of wages, or again what in McCulloch's language comes to the same thing of fixed and circulating capital, the sum of the values of all these commodities taken together will be the same as if the value of each of them taken separately were measured by the quantity of labor which it contains. In this way the possessor of each commodity will receive a share which varies according to the quantity of capital engaged. But, granting that this hypothesis is admissible, the fact remains that each of these products under consideration does not exchange for others in proportion to the quantity of labor which it has cost, and this needs to be proved, if the law is to be saved. In this way Ricardo's doctrine, in proportion as it becomes popularized, degenerates into a verbal scholasticism. In the following year, James Mill, in the third edition of his book, added fresh developments to his chapter on exchange value. Let us suppose, he wrote, that 100 people manufacture a machine in one day and that 100 other people make use of it the day after and wear it out. The two groups of individuals will divide the product equally between them. Once this is granted, James Mill thinks he can prove that profit represents labor. But the question is to know precisely whether this initial hypothesis can be granted him. For, on the system of Ricardo and James Mill, the 100 workmen of the first day become the owners of the capital which they have created by their labor, whereas the workmen of the second day are their employees, and the laws of rent, of wages, and of profits attribute to each of the two groups shares in the final product which bear no relation to the respective productivity of the labor of each. Also, the hypothetical case chosen by James Mill is one of the cases in which those who own the capital have also produced it, and in which the payment of capital happens accidentally to be the payment of labor. But is this always the case, and when it is not the case, how can profits be justified? James Mill did however ask the question. It is no solution to say, that profits must be paid, he wrote in his third edition, because this only brings us to the question, why must profits be paid? To this there is no answer but one, that they are the remuneration for labor, labor not applied immediately to the commodity in question, but applied to it through the medium of other commodities. The produce of labor. Point 2. The problem which here exercised the disciples of Ricardo is clearly a juridical problem. If the productivity of labor is increased by the assistance of capital, they do not hold it just that the laborer should benefit by an increase in value which his lab QW alone would not have sufficed to create. But on the other hand, how is it possible to remunerate laborers who have perhaps long since disappeared? Will the irreparable nature of past injustices be able to be hidden, by justifying the present remuneration of the capitalist? It was their instinctive taste for theoretic simplification which enabled one McCulloch, Paul. Econ, pages 312-313. Laments, 3rd ed., pages 102 sec. 356 Philos 0 Phi Eredialis M. James Mill and McCulloch. To escape the dilemma they conformed to the optimistic principle, which is at once moral and aesthetic, of the simplicity of the laws of nature. That in the exchange of products every equal value should remunerate an equal quantity of labor. Here is a law which has the aspect of a law at once simple and just, and which seems to be the foundation at once of the intelligibility and of the harmony of the economic universe. Strengthened by this principle, the disciples pushed their dogmatism and optimism to the point of denying the difficulties which had caused embarrassment to their master. Ricardo consoled himself on seeing his theory justly contested, with the reflection that it might not involve the ruin of the rest of his system. Perhaps, he wrote to McCulloch, I should find the difficulties nearly as great in this view of the subject as in that which I have adopted. After all, the great questions of rent, wages, and profits must be explained by the proportion in which the whole produce is divided between the landlords, capitalists and laborers, and which are not essentially connected with the doctrine of value. Point 1. Now the laws of rent, wages, and profits depend on the dynamic law of population, which is a permanent cause of disharmony and poverty in economic society. If we consider what becomes of this pessimistic element in Ricardo's doctrine in James Mill and McCulloch, we notice that they are not both under the influence of the same preoccupations when reducing the system of the master to the simplest possible terms. James Mill primarily simplifies as a teacher, with a view to the needs of doctrinal exposition, McCulloch as a publicist with a view to the justification of industrial and commercial society against the protectionist state. When it is a question of developing those among Ricardo's theories which explicitly affirm divergences of interests between the various classes in the economic society, we shall see that James Mill tends to accentuate them, in the cynical language of the logician, precisely because he is reducing them to their simplest form, and that McCulloch, on the other hand, tends, of his own accord, to lessen and almost to efface them, in the loose and confused language of the journalist. Ricardo, in a work which does not, it is true, claim to supply a systematic arrangement of contents, had given an exposition of the theory of value and of exchange before the theory of the distribution of wealth. James Mill reverses the order and explains first how the distribution of products between landlords, capitalists, and wage earners is brought about. Outside of exchange too, the laws of exchange are dominated by the three great laws which are derived from the Malthusian law of differential rent. We shall begin with the explanation of rent, or the share res and ved by landlords, as it is the 1 Ricardo to McCulloch, June 13, 1820. 2 elie 11 lent 31, ch 2. Nd ed. p. 27. E. Law S0 Fe con 0 MICSOC let Y 357 most simple, and will facilitate the explanation of the laws, upon which the shares, of the laborers, and of the capitalists, depend. 1. He gives an exposition of the theory of Ricardo, that is of the theory of Malthus simplified, in all its rigor, setting himself to prove the perfect agreement of real phenomena with the abstract theory. The differential of fertility of the lands which the human race is forced progressively to put under cultivation is the accident too which accounts for all the contradictions of the system of economic distribution, considered in its historical development, and in particular of the divergence which exists between the economic interests of the landlord and those of the rest of society. The landlord endeavors to represent his own case as perfectly similar to that of the manufacturer, but their positions are entirely different. He also endeavors to mix up his own case with that of the farmer, and upon the success of this endeavor almost all the plausibility of his pretensions depends. But these pretensions are unfounded. The case of the landlord is peculiar, that a high price of corn is profitable to him, because, the higher the price, the smaller a portion of the produce will suffice to replace, with its profits, the capital of the farmer, and all the rest belongs to himself. To the farmer, however, and to all the rest of the community, it is an evil, both as it tends to diminish profits, and as it enhances the charge to consumers. 3. But if the law of rent sets in opposition the interest of the landlord and that of the capitalist and the wage earner, this is because of the reaction of this law on the laws which determine wages and profits. In the analysis which he gives of this reaction, James Mill shows up more clearly perhaps than Ricardo had done, the strictly Malthusian and pessimistic nature of the doctrine. Leaving out of consideration rent, which is external to the price of each commodity, the distribution of the value of a given object between the capitalist and the laborer results from a bargain, the conditions of which are determined by competition, according to the state of supply and demand. In the case in question, there is, according to the point of view adopted, a supply of, or a demand for a certain quantity of capital, and a supply of, or a demand for a certain quantity of labor, or, if you like, of a certain number of laborers. If population increases without there being a simultaneous increase in capital, wages fall. If capital increases without a simultaneous increase in population, wages rise. If both increase, but at a different rate, the result will be the same as if the one had not increased at all, and the other had increased by an amount equal to the difference. Actually, capital increases less quickly than population. This can be proved, according to James Mill, by an appeal to the facts. If capital were to increase faster than population, wages would necessarily be increased, they would place the laborers in a state of abundance and would free them from want. Now, it may be affirmed that in almost all countries, the condition of the great mass of the people is poor and miserable, that the general misery of the human race is a fact. It seems that on this point James Mill accentuates the thesis of Ricardo. In the ordinary way, according to him, granting some exceptions, wages are subsistence wages too. By definition, the condition of the wage-earning laborer is servile. In the language of James Mill, since wages are the equivalent of labor, the capitalist who owns the wages owns the labor also, in the same way as if he employed not wage earners but slaves. The only difference is in the mode of purchasing, since the slave owner has acquired the perpetual claim to the labor of his slaves, while the capitalist only owns a month, or a week or some other limited duration of the labor of the laborer whom he pays. In the state of society in which we at present exist, it is in these circumstances that almost all production is effected. Point 3 Now, according to James Mill, this state of society is produced by the operations of the laws of nature. How then can it be said that according to James Mill, nature spontaneously establishes the identity of all interests? James Mill does not confine himself to stating the divergence which exists between the rates of increase of population and of capital, he wishes to explain it by its causes. For he does not repeat the demonstrations of Malthus, nor the mathematical formula of the two progressions, the arithmetical and the geometrical. Malthus based his theory on statistical observations, but James Mill was faithful to the method of Adam Smith and condemned this method as too empirical for his taste. Statistics, supposing that they were ever accurate, would inform us of the pure and simple fact of the rate of increase of population. They can tell us nothing of the causes which explain this increase. In order to know these causes, we must follow a deductive method and take a small number of well-verified facts as the sure basis of our argument. James Mill took as his starting point the properties of human nature and in particular the facts respecting the physiological constitution of the human female. He estimated the normal fecundity of woman at 10 births, and reduced this figure by half so as to take account of cases of sterility and of infant mortality, thus there remain 5 children per couple. Thus it is possible to show by a calculation that, at the normal rate of increase, population would be doubled in a few years. But the tendency of capital to increase is not so strong, and this James Mill also showed deductively by taking his stand on the knowledge of certain laws of nature, psychological laws which govern man's inclination to save, physical laws which make the cost of production of the food necessary to life progressively higher on the surface of the earth. In the first instance, all increase in capital is due to saving. But the principles of human nature prove that the inclination to save is very weak in almost all the economic situations in which human beings may be placed. The poor are unable, and the rich are indisposed, to save. There remain the men of easy but moderate fortunes. These may have the desire to save, with the view of one day putting THF.ir children in the same position as regards wealth in which they think elves are. Thus a certain increase of capital is possible, but this increase can only be a moderate one, like the fortune possessed by the members of the class in question. Yet this is the case which is the most favorable to accumulation, if it be agreed to neglect the quite exceptional case when civilized men are transported into an uncultivated land and can cultivate to an unlimited extent land of the most fertile kind. The same truth can be proved more directly by pointing out that the tendency of population to increase is a tendency which is always the same. On the other hand, in proportion as capital accumulates, the difficulty of increasing it becomes greater, up to the point when all increase becomes impracticable. This proposition, according to James Mill, is the evident consequence of the law which determines the return on capital, when applied in successive doses to land. In short, in the Malthusian theory of population, James Mill substitutes for the law of arithmetical progression the law of diminishing returns, yet another law, that is, which, though Mill uses it in a form which is perhaps more akin to that given it by West, was first discovered by Malthus. From the law of rent and the law of wages is derived the law of profits, which was defined by James Mill as it was by Ricardo. The diminution of the productivity of capital on less fertile land, and the rise of nominal wages, submit profits to a double downward movement. This is a necessary consequence of the two inseparable laws of population and of diminishing returns. Such a philosophy of progress obviously cannot be considered to be an optimistic philosophy. It seems that all that man can do in such unfavorable conditions is to counteract the normal course of things by artificial means. James Mill had no preconceived hostility to the idea of an artificial organization of economic society. He defined political economy by analogy with domestic economy. Political economy is to the state, what domestic economy is to the family. But he adds that the art of him, who manages a family, consists in regulating the supply and consumption. It may be asked, therefore, to what power in the state, on the analogy of what occurs in the family, shall be assigned the essential function of regulating the supply and consumption. 1. Should it be left to the natural play of exchange, to the spontaneous division of labor? This is the classic, thesis of all the economists since Adam Smith, whose disciple James Mill declared himself to be. But here James Mill condemns the division of labor for being performed badly, precisely because it was performed practically as they call it, that is, in great degree accidentally, as the fortuitous discoveries of individuals, engaged in particular branches, enabled them to perceive that in these branches a particular advantage was to be gained, and it is his wish that philosophers should take up the question, and should succeed in making a systematic and considered redistribution of task by means of analysis and synthesis. It is therefore not surprising that he puts the problem concisely. Man has the choice of two methods of raising and keeping wages higher than the miserable figure to which they almost always fall, through a dreadful consequence of the increase in difficulty with which the human race subsists on this earth. He can either accelerate artificially the natural rate of the increase of capital, or he can slacken artificially the natural rate of increase of population. Once this practical problem is set, James Mill discusses it with that logical minuteness on which Bentham's disciples prided themselves. 2. In the first place, James Mill does not think it possible to induce an artificial increase in capital. For if the legislator tries to use indirect means, if he attempts to influence the tastes of the community and make economy fashionable, or else bring about the distribution of wealth most favorable to saving by means of sumptuary laws, these are means which, according to James Mill, will either be inefficacious, or else will constitute an unbearable interference by the legislator in private affairs. There remains the use of direct means, the setting free of some portion or other of the net produce of the year, and the conversion of this portion into capital. But by what means is this portion to be got hold of, and by what means is it to be converted into capital? It appears that the legislator can, by some fiscal method, get hold of that portion of the annual produce of labor which he wishes to have capitalized, and James Mill perceives, more clearly than Ricardo, the possibility of correcting by a tax on rent the divergence which naturally exists between the interests of the landlord and those of all the other members of the community. He was profoundly influenced by the physiocrats, who were the apostles of a single land tax. Further, when studying the history of British India, he noted that this was the system generally in force over there. It is a system which conforms to the nature of things. Previous to allotment, the productive powers of the soil are the joint property of the community, and hence are a fund peculiarly adapted to the joint or CQM, TON purposes and demands. 3. That a different system has prevailed in Europe is due, according to James Mill, to the fact that the landlords, who became masters of the government in feudal times, were able to impose on others the charges which the sovereign ought to have imposed on them. In actual fact, it matters little to the capitalist, once he has paid the wages of his workmen and secured a return for his initial capital at the usual rate, whether he pays the surplus in the form of rent to an individual landlord, or in the form of tax to a government collector. Consequently, in a new country, in which the land had not yet become private property, if the government levied the whole of the rent for its requirements, it would not cause the slightest industrial depression, and would defray the expenses of the government without imposing a charge on anyone. However, James Mill is faithful to the principle of security as Bentham had formulated it, and recognizes that the theory would be difficult to apply in countries where land has been converted into private property, where it has been bought and sold upon such terms, and the expectations of individuals have been adjusted to that order of things. 1. But this is only a difficulty of a practical kind. James Mill himself indicates that it might be removed, if it were possible to distinguish between two elements: on the one hand, that quantity of rent which should be regarded as conferred on the possessor by previous legislation, this it would be unjust to remove from him, and on the other hand, all that could be held to be in excess of this benefit, this could be retained for the service of the state without injustice to the possessor. Does James Mill, then, advocate the solution of the single land tax as it was advocated later by his son and disciple Stuart Mill and by the agrarian socialists of the school of Henry George? Not at all. James Mill, like Ricardo, remained faithful to the principle laid down by Adam Smith, the true principle of distribution in regard to the sums required for the service of the state is, in his view, that a tax, to operate fairly, ought to leave the relative condition of the different classes of contributors the same, after the tax, as before it. Point 2. But this principle implies the thesis of the natural identity of interests, which is nevertheless contradicted by the law of differential rent. This inconsequence is in truth constant in James Mill, and is the more surprising the cruder its form of exposition. In the Encyclopaedia Britannica he condemns castes, taking his stand on the principle that everything is to be considered as beneficently important, in proportion as it favors his, i.e. man's, progression. Everything is to be considered as mischievously important, in proportion as it obstructs and impedes that progression. Point 3. Now the landlords may be regarded as a sort of hereditary caste, and if we stop at the definition of the laws of economic progress suggested by James Mill, the appearance of at least one caste is the natural product of progress. But the logician that there are castes or classes in nature was instinctively repugnant to James Mill. Elsewhere he differentiates a class by community of interest, in other words, something or things, to be obtained, secured or augmented, by the common endeavors of the class, and operating as a cause of pleasure to all of them. Point 1. Do not the landlords then constitute a class, since ETHCY are distinguished by the differential rent which is allotted to them by the operation of the laws of nature? No, since James Mill adds immediately afterwards that there is no love of class but in a privileged order, and the privileges which constitute a class and which consist of power, dignity, one, or all, conferred by legislative act are not the result of natural acquisition, but of a sort of force, or compulsion, put upon other people. Point 2. According to James Mill, therefore, there is no longer any social class which enjoys private interests in opposition to the general interest. Except through the fault of some government intervention, which changes the natural identity of interests. It remains to solve the second problem. How is income, once confiscated by the state, to be used productively? How is it to be converted into capital? At this point appears the real and conscious reason of the distrust inspired in James Mill by the intervention of the government in economic affairs. The state may be conceived either as lending at interest to the manufacturers, or as making its capital bear fruit itself. But both methods, Robert Owen III had advocated the adoption of the second, are equally impracticable, if we are to believe James Mill. If ever capital were to increase more quickly than its normal rate, the increase in population would itself at once be more rapid in the same degree. It would thus be necessary to have recourse to the cultivation of lands of inferior quality, or to more costly methods of cultivation, and the return on the capital would itself decrease so much the more quickly. It is thus the pessimistic element in Ricardo's doctrine which forbids the envisaging of the hypothesis that the state might undertake to accelerate the formation of capital. The state must not interfere in the play of economic laws, not because it would compromise by this a supposed identity of interests, which does not exist in nature, but because its intervention would only aggravate existing divergences of interests, by hastening a progress whose march is no less disastrous because it is necessary. Since WAG0s cannot be raised by using strictly economic methods, there remains the use of an extra economic method, limiting the number of births. But how can this be brought about? By direct melhods? By rewards and penalties? The crimes would be singularly difficult to define, the punishment and the rewards singularly difficult to apply. Colonization is the only legislative method which supplies some kind of solution of the problem, and J. Eanes-Attil, who devoted an article in the Encyclopaedia Britannica to the question, thought that emigration to the colonies was, with one certain reservations, the best remedy which could be provisionally conceived for an excess of population, for it is highly desirable, on many accounts, that every portion of the earth, the physical circumstances of which are not inconsistent with human well-being, should be inhabited, as fully as the conditions of human happiness admit. 1 But the surest methods, those whose use promises to be the most constantly efficacious, are indirect and moral methods. The legislator can put in action, is not James Mill. WHQ is here using Bentham's terminology, mindful also of Helvetius, the powerful weapon of popular sanction. He can bring it about that an intense degree of disapprobation be directed upon the men, who, by their folly, involved themselves, through a great family, in poverty and dependence, of approbation upon those who, by their self-command, preserved themselves from this misery and degradation. 2 The poor laws are to be condemned because they are laws which in a way legalize and sanction the condition of beggary. What the state ought to institute is a system of education to teach men about the conditions of existence, which are laid down for them on this earth by the combined laws of psychology, physiology, and physics. Moreover, savings banks and benefit societies, institutions whose theory is laid down from the Malthusian point of view by James Mill in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, are likewise of a kind to make a Milo prudent and look ahead, to give him the taste for accumulating capital, to postpone the time of marriage and to diminish the number of births. 3 Thus, the moral which is immediately derivable from James Mill's political economy is the moral of prudence, but prudence is not an optimistic virtue. During an evolution of ideas of which the head of the utilitarian school remained completely unaware, two conceptions of progress come to contradict themselves in James Mill, who was a disciple of Hartley, Priestley, and Condorcet, as well as of Malthus. To the first group he owed his belief in the progressive character of intelligence, which he considered to be the grand and distinguishing attribute of our nature, its progressivity, the power of advancing continually from one degree of knowledge, one degree of command over the means of happiness, to another. 4 Ricardo Itquius held that the retrograde condition was always an unnatural state of society. Man from youth grows to manhood, then decays, and dies, but this is not the progress of nations. When arrived to a state of the greatest vigor, then further advance may indeed be arrested, but their natural tendency is to continue for ages to sustain undiminished their wealth and their population. 5 But this B.C. Etienne itself contradicts the optimistic philosophy of progress, as if W.D. when James Mill borrowed it from Priestley and Condorcet. It implies a condition of wealth and of population which is simply stationary and not progressive, and even this is not all. For anyone who accepts the theory of Malthus, an increase of population, on land of varying quality and of limited quantity, cannot be reconciled with a corresponding increase of wealth unless wealth and value be confused. The problem then is to realize all the progress that is possible, and our thinking nature is susceptible of infinite progression, under physical conditions which are unfavorable to progress. James Mill and his friends, though disciples of Malthus, soon went further than he did and came nearer, in one particular, to Condorcet. When in 1820, in his article on colonization, James Mill demanded that, in order to solve the problem of pauperism, if the superstitions of the nursery were discarded, and the principle of utility kept steadily in view, a solution might not be very difficult to be found. 1 When in 1821, in his Elements of Political Economy, he mentioned the case when a desire, which gratifies itself in a hurtful course of action, and cannot easily be counteracted by reward and punishment, is drawn to gratify itself in a less hurtful or an innocent direction, and, in order to reconcile the institution of marriage with the limitation of the number of births, he counted on the progress of legislation, the improvement of the education of the people, and the decay of superstition. 2 Such expressions can hardly be said to be equivocal, and Condorcet had not said much more in the phrase which scandalized Malthus. But Francis Place, in his Illustrations and Proofs of the Principle of Population in 1822, was still more explicit. Defending Malthus' theory against the objections that had recently been made by Godwin, he thought he ought to reproach Malthus for using the phraseology of an aristocrat and a lawyer. According to Malthus, the rich man has the right to enjoy his wealth without working, while the poor man on the other hand has not the right to live when he is out of work. According to Place, it is impossible to explain to the people that they have not the right to eat, they must be taught that they can have something to eat, if they use the right means. Point 4. If, above all, it were once clearly understood, that it was lot disreputable for married persons to avail themselves of such precautionary means as would, without being injurious to health or destructive of female delicacy, prevent conception, a sufficient check might at once be given to the increase of population beyond the means of subsistence. Point 5. Sooner or later, with the advance of knowledge, this remedy would be approved by opinion, but the moment had come when those who knew the means of preventing THI redundancy of population should clearly, freely, openly, and fariously point out the means, and Francis Place concluded in Benthamite terms, with that scorn manifested by all Benthamites for the fallacies of vulgar morality, it is childish to shrink from proposing or developing any means, however repugnant they may at first appear to be. Our only care should be, that we do not in removing one evil introduce another of a greater magnitude. Neo-Malthusianism had just been born, it enthusiastically adopted by the young MEP of the group, by Stuart Mill and his friends. The doctrine of Malthus, which had originally been offered as an argument against the possibility of indefinite progress by improving human happiness, this doctrine we took up, wrote Stuart Mill, with ardent zeal in the contrary sense, as indicating the sole means of realizing that improbability by securing full employment at high wages to the whole laboring population through a voluntary restriction of the increase of their numbers. Point 1. It was by the intransigence of their Malthusianism as of their anti-clericalism that the Benthamites chiefly shocked public opinion. 2. But it is a far cry from the Malthusianism of James Mill Place to the optimism of Condorcet. The systematic limitation imposed on human fecundity was to Condorcet primarily a natural result of the progress of the human spirit, while to the disciples of Malthus it was an artifice conceived by intelligence to combat conditions of existence for man on the earth which are naturally growing ever more difficult. Condorcet thought that he perceived in the history of the human race a constant tendency, favored by nature, towards absolute equality of conditions. The utilitarians insisted on the unsurmountable difficulties, which the natural laws of political economy set in opposition to absolute equalitarian. Bentham had always considered equality as a merely secondary aim of legislation. This original opinion could not but be strengthened by the introduction of the law of Malthus into the integral doctrine of the party. To those who tried to identify the radicals with the levellers of Spence's school, Bentham and his followers replied that the utilitarian doctrine precisely demonstrated the impossibility of an equal division of goods. Was it not this very impossibility which, according to the utilitarians, was the basis of the necessity of political government? A man must work in order to live, this is any doubt, wrote James Mill, the primary cause of government, for, if nature had produced spontaneously all the objects which we desire, and in sufficient abundance for the desires of all, there would have been no source of dispute or of injury among men. 3. Bentham held the tame view, if such were the condition of human beings, that the happiness of no one being came in competition with any other, that is to say, if the happiness of each, or of any one, increased to an unlimited amount, without having the effect of producing decrease the happiness of any other, then the above expression, viz., the greatest happiness of all, might serve without limitation or explanation. But on every occasion, the happiness of every individual is liable to come into competition with the happiness of every other. If, for example, in a house containing 2 individuals for the space of a month, there be a supply of food barely sufficient to continue for that time, not merely the happiness of each, but the existence of each, stands in competition with, and is to one compatible with the existence of other. 1. Nature has instituted inequality of conditions. Economists tell us the laws by whose operation this is brought about. If this inequality were destroyed by force, there could only be substituted for it either a worse inequality, or universal poverty. To protect the inequality of fortunes against violence is, according to the definition which Bentham harrowed from Adam Smith, the raison d'etre and the justification of governments. Equality is still, indeed, a good, but only in so far as nature allows this good to be realized, the plan of distribution applied to the matter of wealth which is most favorable to universality of subsistence, and thence, in other words, to the maximization of happiness, is that in which, while the fortune of the richest is greatest, the degrees between the fortune of the least rich and that of the most rich are most numerous. In other words, the graduation most regular and insensible. 2. The aim should be to develop the middle class. To this can be reduced the equalitarian of Bentham and James Mill. According to James Mill, it would be absurd, in order to draw a greater amount of nourishment from the soil, to employ for the purpose not only an ever-increasing number of individuals, but an ever-increasing proportion of the total population. The result would be that finally all men would have food, and none would have anything else. No more learned men, no more inventors, nor doctors, nor legislators. The leisured class which society needs in order to ensure the progress of useful knowledge, is the middle class, the most useful of all classes and at the same time the happiest, being free from the necessity of manual labor without being exposed to the vices and excesses of the very rich. 3. Already in 1810, James Mill had seen in the existence of a middle class the best guarantee of public liberties. Years later, the utilitarians destined their pedagogic establishments for the education of the middle class. Finally, their political economy is a bourgeois political economy. James Mill, a small journalist who had become the head of an office, and Francis Place, a small artisan who had become a master tailor, were no doubt more democratic than the rich financier Ricardo, and ADEC_T.UELE represent the spirit of the doctrine. They were hard-working and J5 men. They knew at the cost of how many pains nature finally gave them a comfortable position. They saw with anxiety their famille growing while, according to a law whose necessity struck them as evident, the income on their capital, the fruit of their savings, was constantly falling. But though these doctrinaires of prudence James Mill and Francis Place may have had the narrow and rigid virtues necessary in the founders of an orthodox faith and the organizers of a school, they obviously lacked the capacity for illusion and optimism which was necessary in order to endow Ricardo's system with the universal popularity, which it was nevertheless destined to acquire. To understand how it acquired it, and the laws in accordance with which the logic of a system is deformed when it becomes the logic of a popular party, and even the opinion of a whole age, the deviations to which the theory of the distribution of wealth was submitted must be studied in the works of the publicist McCulloch. McCulloch borrowed the laws of wages and profits from Ricardo, but he either modified them or failed to understand their logical bearing. Take, for example, the case of wages. Ricardo's natural or necessary wage was for him no longer the central point around which occur oscillations in the price of labor, but only the lower limit below which the current price cannot fall. J.1 Take again the law of profits. McCulloch, as opposed to Ricardo, held that profits depend on the proportion which they bear to the capital by which they are produced, and not on the proportion which they bear to wages. 2 He thought he could conclude from this that, although the proportion of profits to wages remains fixed, yet profits can, at the same time as wages, increase in absolute quantity. Thus there is a way of raising profits without there being a proportional fall in wages, and in this way there is one less disharmony in the system of economic interests. Now these modifications of the law of wages and the law of profits imply a new conception of the final state towards which economic progress tends. The stationary state is no longer defined by him as a state towards which economic progress is necessarily tending, but as a purely possible state whose advent can be indefinitely put off by the accumulation of a sufficient quantity of capital. To continue stationary or to retrograde, is not natural to society. Man from youth grows to manhood, then decays and dies, but such is not the destiny of nations. The arts, sciences, and capital of one generation are the patrimony of that which succeed them, and in their hands are improved and augmented and rendered more powerful and efficient, so that if not counteracted by the want of security, or by other adventitious causes, the principle of improvement would always operate, ere it would secure the constant advancement of nations in wealth and population. 3 This passage, which is almost copied from Ricardo, does nevertheless form a profound modification, in an optimistic direction, of the theory of progredi. These two opposite conceptions of economic progress, held by Ricardo and by McCulloch perhaps rest on two different psychologies, that is, on two opposite ways of thinking of the fundamental economic motive. Ambition to rise, writes McCulloch, is the animating principle of society. Instead of remaining satisfied with the conclusion of their fathers, the great object of mankind in CVCRYH has been to rise above it, to elevate themselves in the scale of wealth. But Ricardo and James Mill allowed an important place in their psychology to a different motive, a motive which consists of the desire not to improve, but to preserve, the economic position acquired. According to James Mill, man, as an intelligent being, is capable of indefinite progress. He can accumulate intellectual capital indefinitely, but man, as a producer, is only capable of saving and of accumulating to a slight extent. James Mill, as we have seen, tried to prove this by starting from the known laws of human nature and based a new proof, the principle of population, on this assertion. According to McCulloch, on the contrary, the accumulation of capital is easy and natural. Thus the philosophy of progress once more becomes almost unrestrictedly optimistic. McCulloch could not, however, treat himself as a disciple of Ricardo, if he did not accept the theory of differential rent, which is the basis of the whole doctrine. Now rent, by its permanent variations, is an expression of the increasing difficulty of producing objects of primary necessity, and while it thus represents the increasing poverty of the human species, it progressively enriches the class of landowners, hence a divergence of interests whose natural or necessary character McCulloch was obliged to recognize. McCulloch was not prepared, however, to consider the possibility of a single land tax. 2. His objections were discussed by James Mill in the Elements. 3. He was so much in favor of landed property on a large scale that he justified the custom of primogeniture 4 in defiance of the principles laid down by Bentham. From this arose the first controversy between the Edinburgh Review, in which McCulloch had just been defending this conservative thesis, and the Westminster Review 6, recently founded for the propagation of orthodox Benthamism. Once again, in defiance of the logical connection of ideas, the principle of the natural identity of interests prevails over the thesis of disharmony in this representative of the orthodox political economy. At first, McCulloch tried to identify variations of rent, which are permanent according to Ricardo, with the temporary variations which make current value oscillate about natural value. He recognized that a rise in the price of raw produce, which is advantageous to the landlord, is prejudicial to farmers, capitalists, laborers, and every other class of society, that every increase of rent is, therefore, of had the power to accumulate capital and population, or to increase that fund, by whose extent the extent of the productive industry of the country must ever be regulated, is diminished. But he added, it is not possible, however, that in any society, rent and wages can ever absorb the whole value of a commodity, for, long ere this could happen, there would be no motive to accumulate, capitalists would live, not on profit but on capital, a want of employment would be universally experienced, population would rapidly diminish, and inferior lands being thrown out of cultivation, the price of produce would be reduced, rent and wages would fall, and capital would again yield a profit on its employment. In short, the dynamic point of view was in this way reduced by McCulloch to the static point of view, and economic evil was no longer anything but an accident in relation to the general good which results from the normal opinion of the laws. Some years later, he devoted a whole series of articles, in the Edinburgh Review, to a criticism of the duties which the great landlords had put on the importation of corn. The greatest possible number of people must be converted to the cause of free trade. Hence arose again a tendency to identify the interest of the landlord with that of the rest of the community. He pointed out, in the first place, that the benefit secured by the landlords from the tax on corn was far less than the destruction of wealth to which the nation as a whole was submitted by these taxes. Let us admit, said McCulloch, that their income is equal to a quarter of the value of the whole produce of the soil, and that a regime of protection raises the value of agricultural supplies. The landlords all then benefit by a quarter of this increase in value, but by a quarter only. The other 3/4 of the increase would increase the value of the share of the farmers and of the wage earners, without any advantage either for the farmers or for the wage earners or for the landlord himself. Besides, if free trade were to involve a fall in rent, it would at least ensure in it a stability which it lacked under the regime of sliding scales. Moreover, the poor rate was the price which the landlords were paying for customs protection. They would save on this from the day they accepted free trade. Finally, McCulloch brought to bear more trenchant arguments, and concluded, it is the extreme of folly to suppose, that a system, which is so essentially injurious to the other classes of the community, can be really beneficial to those who have so deep an interest in the public prosperity as the landlords. Whatever advantage they may derive from it, can only be fleeting and illusory, for it must of necessity be purchased at the expense of those with whom their own interests are inseparably and indispensably connected. 3. This amounts to postulating the natural identity of individual interests, whereas it had just been decayed in the statement of the law of differential rent. It is really abstrait of T. Ricardo to summarize his doctrine in the following terms: the relation between rent-old profits, between profits and wages, and the various general laws which regulate and connect the apparently conflicting, but really harmonious interests of different orders in society, may thus be discovered, and established with all the certainty that belongs to conclusions derived from experience and observation. If, in the long and honorable career which is still open to the adversaries of commercial restrictions, monopoly and preference declared Lord Grenville in 1825, the same resolution uphold the country and the legislature if full and uncompromising effect be finally given to a system confirmed by experience, and sanctioned by public applause, not this age, nor this country alone, will have reason to bless our exertions. There is no period so remote, there is no nation so barbarous, in which we may not confidently anticipate that these successful researches of British philosophy, this auspicious example of British policy, will become, under the favour of Providence, a pure and ample source of continually increasing human happiness. 2. This philosophy and this policy which Lord Grenville held to be national, are the philosophy and the policy of industrial and commercial freedom. But one of two things must be true: either the thesis of commercial and industrial liberty is really derived d from the principles of the new school of political economy, in which case it does not imply the natural identity of interests, or else it does imply this spontaneous identity of the interest of each with the interest of all, in which case the thesis of economic liberalism is not derived from the principles on which Ricardo based his system. About 1825, all the economists were in agreement in a general way on the conclusions which they drew from their doctrines. Should it be argued from this, as they like to argue, that fundamentally, and despite certain superficial disagreements, they were agreed about the principles themselves? Or, on the contrary, that their agreement in regard to conclusions dispensed them from thinking about principles? Merchants needed the thesis of the identity of interests to be true, in order to secure the most extended market for their products. Manufacturers needed to believe in the theory of indefinite progress, in order to be able to speculate on the progressive exploitation of the forces of nature. Consequently, it mattered little that certain economic laws brought serious restrictions to bear on the harmony of interests, or set a limit to the progress of the human race. The theorists were not free to keep their attention on considerations of this kind. In spite of them, optimism tended to prevail in their doctrine over pessimism. The Industrial Revolution, like the Poly-el Revoluti.on in France 30 years earlier, was demanding its principles. It was at this time that the statute of apprenticeship was repealed, that the prohibitions on importation and exportation were removed at many points, that a first attack was made upon and the system of the Navigation Acts, and freedom to combine was granted to workmen. Ricardo, in Parliament from 1818 to 1823, Francis Place at Westminster as organiser, and McCulloch in Edinburgh as publicist, were taking the initiative in the movement which was to grow and spread for 30 years more. Already, however, contradictory tendencies were appearing. The statute of apprenticeship had not yet been repealed, when the new factory legislation began to be organized, and the suppression of the laws regarding workmen's coalitions marked the first year of the era of modern socialism in England. Among the theorists of the budding socialist movement there were even to be found utilitarians, disciples, and friends of Bentham's. These men, if they wished to remain faithful to the principle of the natural identity of interests, would have to reject in Ricardo's political economy the supposed natural laws of rent and profits, which contradict this principle. But otherwise there was nothing to prevent them, without renouncing the principle of utility, requiring that the state should intervene, in order to correct by its intervention any disharmony which could be found in the system of economic relations. That Ricardo and his disciples were repelled by the idea of such intervention, may have been less through excess of confidence in nature than through excess of mistrust of the physician. It were better to resign oneself to necessary evils than to make them worse by inappropriate remedies. Again, even if economic liberalism is to be considered as an optimism, must it indeed be a rational optimism, founded on the knowledge of the laws of the universe? Is it not rather that naturalistic and skeptical optimism whose formula Hume provided? To be still more exact, in Hume we made a distinction between two tendencies, the one to some extent rationalistic and aiming at founding the moral science of psychological phenomena and the science of social phenomena on the application of a method at once experimental and abstract, analogous to the method of Newton, the other a naturalistic and skeptical tendency, which finally led to the abdication of the reasoning faculties, before the incomprehensible miracle of instinct. Now, in the orthodox political economy, as it was constituted between 1815 and 1832, if we consider what the doctrines really were, we see that the naturalistic tendency was prevailing. If economic science were like other sciences, it ought, as soon as it was framed, to make it possible for the legislator who has studied it to foresee economies by its means and to provide for them by rational intervention. But economic science in Ricardo, in James Mill and in L/Tioch recognizes that, up to a certain point, it is incapable of foresight. It counts on the free play of the forces present, to teach it what, from one moment to another, if the natural value of products, the natural price of labor, and the natural rate of profit. It recognizes in fact that it is incapable of providing for the crises which it mentions, except by a policy of systematic abstention, its CCLNTS, not on the power of knowledge, but on the vis medicatrix naturae. The philosophy of free trade is at bottom naturalism or empiricism. But, on the other hand, the new theorists would not have consented to call themselves naturalists. On the contrary, they held themselves to be rationalists. They believed and wished to believe that they were on the way to proving the thesis of the natural identity of intets, like a geometrical theorem. The very principles on which they took their stand, and which they had borrowed from Malthus, the principle of population and the law of differential rent, refute their claim. It is none the less true that in the last resort, nature remained for them a synonym for harmony, justice, and reason, that, almost without knowing it, they conformed to certain philosophical principles which did not justify their doctrine, such as the principle of the simplicity of the laws of nature and the principle of order, and further that from this illusion, which they shared with their public, was to a great extent derived their prestige and their influence. Chapter 2. The Organization of Justice and of the State. In 1789, in a final note to his introduction, Bentham had proposed to distinguish, in a complete body of laws, three distinct codes, the Civil Code, the Penal Code and the Constitutional Code. But in the Traits, which were published by Dumont, he suggested a new division of laws, into substantive and adjective laws. This second class of laws Bentham called adjective because they can only exist in relation to substantive laws, as the adjective, in grammar, exists in relation to the substantive. They are the laws of procedure whose object is, or ought to be, to give effect to the commands the sum of which constitutes substantive law. Now, as far as concerns the two fundamental parts of substantive law, civil law and penal law, Bentham's doctrine had long been definitely formed. The period of propaganda and of influence now succeeded the period of invention and of organization of ideas. At last, Bentham had become a prophet in his own country. his Sophismes politiques, which appeared at Geneva in 1816, were translated into English by Bingham 2 years later. In J822 there appeared almost simultaneously two third edition of the Fragment on Government and a second edition of the Introduction. In 1825, Richard Smith supplied an English translation of the Théorie des Récompenses, which was completed in 1830 by a translation of the Théorie des Peines. Meanwhile M'Tosh and Peel undertook one after the other the reform of penal law in Parliament. There remained adjective law on the one hand, and on the other constitutional law, the third branch. L.B.S. entive law. The introductory view of the rationale of judicial evidena, Eviche, was drawn up by James Mill from Bentham's manuscripts, had not found a publisher in 1812, but the Train des Preuves Judiciaires appeared in French in 1823. 2 years later it was translated into English. 2 years later again, the original rationale of judicial evidence appeared, arranged by Stuart Mill in a more developed form, from the manuscripts of the master. Moreover, while the theory of evidence appears to have been the subject of Bentham's labours during the first 10 years of the century, the last years of his existence and his labour were absorbed by the drawing up of a complete constitutional code. He died in 18J2 without having had time to complete the printing of it. In Bentham's theory, adjective and constitutional law may conveniently be studied together as a whole. In the first place, if we consider the definitions put forward by Bentham, adjective and constitutional law present numerous points of resemblance. According to Bentham, the purpose of constitutional law is to confer powers on certain classes of citizens and to prescribe corresponding duties for the people who are invested with the powers in question. Now the powers are conferred and the duties prescribed for the purpose of supervising the execution of civil and penal laws. Thus the definition of constitutional law is in part reducible to the definition of adjective law. James Mill, the orthodox disciple of Bentham, defined the code of procedure as constituting that subsidiary branch of law, by which an agency is constituted for the purpose of carrying those enactments into effect. 2. What operations are necessary to put them into execution? By what individuals is it more likely that they will be well carried out? What are the best guarantees to ensure the good behavior of these individuals? The general problem of adjective law, when it is thus split up into three special problems, includes the problem of judicial organization, which is however a problem of constitutional law. Bentham devotes a chapter of his Principles of Judicial Procedure to the question of judicial organization. He devotes a book of his constitutional code to the same question. Secondly, the combined study of adjective and constitutional law makes it possible, just because of the similarity of the problems dealt with, to understand what was the logical evolution which led Bentham, who was originally a Tory, to end by becoming, after 1815, the philosopher of the Radical Party. At all times and in all matters he was a simplifier. On this point his views were always those of Godwin, of Paine, and of Cartwright. 3. Complication he denounced as usury of fraud. As to simplicity he almost made it divine. 1. ICL worshipped it. 0. Rare simplicity. Handmaid of beauty, wisdom, virtue of everything that is excellent. 4. Now, the simplification of the Benthamites shocked the liberal, or supposedly liberal, pre-judices which were particularly dear to public opinion in England, but which had been sanctified throughout the whole civilized world by the testimony of Montesquieu. It is a commonplace to underscore elie q. One party that simple instituti _j, lc states _and p complex institutions to free states, judicial formalities, complicated const 1 ilifio oislone wnici 1 fne various organs of the state are arranged in some sort of equilibrium, would be so many guarantees offered to the individual liberty of the subject against the abuses of the executive and of the judicial powers. Burke, the theorist of liberalism and the partisan of complex government, fusuln one filin he same hatred the simplification fabsalurmerarchian the simplification of pure democracy. In the name of the same principles he opposed first the usurping policy of George III. Anthonth J. Acobinismoft French. What, in contrast to this -l, J. LKTK.AT1UD.E2F Bentham and his group. 1N Questions of procedure. Bentham had always demanded the abolition of all the rules which in the evaluation of witnesses and evidence are made to tie the opinion of the judge, and which appear to the disciples of Montesquieu as so many guarantees of the liberty of the accused. In regard to judicial organization, Bentham condemned the system of a multiplicity of judges and wished the judge to sit alone in order fully to feel his responsibility. He affected to disdain the institution of the jury, the pride of English liberalism, and was satisfied that the publicity of debates alone would make the responsibility of the judge real. The single judge of the Benthamite doctrine is the enlightened despot, as he had been dreamed of by the 18th century reformers, the master who drew his inspiration from the opinion freely expressed by a public composed of philosophers. Such was the Bentham of the first period, a philosopher of the type of Beccaria Ankh fa Voltaire in regardo constaferti oie law. The utilitarians now opposed the doctrine of UU1 vrs. L1 suffrage row the Whig theory of veined representationen die oftener presentation of interests, die representat 1 ve democracy of Bentham and James Ani, th_adapt tl on of de raci to tile necesslies f existence 0 a gr nanon. Furthermore, at a time Ullian the English were dealed pride in the local self-government which laid the prototype of the free peoples of Europe, the utilitarians were advocating a system of administrative centralization, inspired primarily by the French system. Any act whether of an individual or of a government implies two moments, the deliberation previous to the crit, and the execution of the act itself. The authoritarians, by the simplification of parliamentary routine, aimed at making the execution of governmental measures as swift as possible. Liberals, by the multiplication of constitutional organization, wished to prolong as much as possible the deliberation which preceded the act. Bentham had never been a liberal. Judicial procedure and organization. The terms in which Bentham put the fundamental problem of adjective law still show the same desire to give to legislation the nature of science, exact and as far as possible mathematical. Legislation has in view two kinds of end, a direct end and collateral ends. The direct end is this: it is necessary for justice to be executed as accurately as possible, and that as much time and money as possible should be expended for this purpose. The collateral ends are as follows: since loss of time, loss of money, and vexations are so many sufferings undergone, that is, so many evils, these evils must, if it is possible, be abolished, and justice must be executed with as little expense, as few delays and as few vexations as possible. Here, then, between the direct end and the collateral ends of justice there is a contradiction whose solution is reducible, once again, to a calculus of pleasures experienced and of pains suffered. It is tempting to believe that Bentham borrowed his distinction of the three collateral ends of justice from the triple vow exacted from the English monarch by Magna Carta: we will not delay, we will not sell, we will not deny justice to anyone. However this may be, only the merest germ of this view can be recognized in the rule of economy, which Bentham laid down when developing his project of panopticon. There is no trace of it in the confused and insignificant plan of procedure, contained in Dumont's treatises. It was by another route that Bentham at this time connected the theory of procedure with his moral arithmetic. To him, procedure was the sum of the means required to endow legal punishment with the element of certainty. The Benthamite theory of procedure is for the first time explicitly stated in its definitive form 3 in the pamphlet entitled Scotch Reform, in 1808. The formula was, accepted b. James Mill, in his introductory view of the rationale of evidence 4 by Dumont in the Traité des Preuves Judiciaires, and by Stuart Mill in the rationale of judicial evidence 5, whereas Bentham, one indefatigable analyst, modified it again and complicated it, without great profit, in his Principles of Judicial Procedure, which were drawn up by him between 1824 and 1828, and were only pub 1 shed in 1839, 7 years after his death. 6 Yentham, as a reforming philosopher, was always obliged to destroy, before he could construct, and, in adjective as in substantive law it was the regime of corporatio c, which hindered THEI. Application of the utilitarian system. The end to be desired from any body of laws is the greatest happiness of the greatest number of the members of the society concerned. The end actually secured in all bodies of laws has been chiefly, if not exclusively, the greatest happiness of those who made the laws. For man naturally obeys the prompting of interest, whether it be the individual interest which isolates him from all his fellow men, or the class interest which isolates the closed corporation to which he belongs from the rest of society. Bentham, who had been less categorical in 1780 when he wrote his introduction, now developed the theory of Helvetius without any restrictions, and it was at this time that James Mill, who was putting these manuscripts in order, himself became an uncompromising supporter of the psychology of Helvetius. As concerns the laws of procedure in particular, says Bentham, these are the work of the judges, but the judges, in so far as they form a class which is separate from the rest of society, have not the same interests as their fellow citizens, and the laws of procedure, as made by them, must favor the interests of the judicial corporation at the expense of the interests of the public. Procedure, as it is in fact practiced, pursues two ends, the one positive and direct, which is to increase profit, the other negative and collateral, which is to diminish pain. The feegathering system, combined with the increase in the cost of justice, allows the judges to secure the two ends at one blow. If the clients pay, their profit is increased; if to avoid the cost they give up pleading, the pain is diminished. A minimum of expense, of delay, and of vexations for the parties concerned. This is the end they claim to pursue, what is really pursued, on the ground that it is a means to the principal end, is the maximum of all these things. 1. The general procedure employed by the members of the judicial corporation, that is, the association of judges and barristers, what Bentham calls judge and co2w, with a view to making the operations of justice a lucrative and an easy matter, consists in increasing the number of judicial formalities, which make procedure obscure, long, and costly for the parties, and automatic for the lawyers and the judges. This complicated and intentionally complicated system, i.g. what Bentham calls the technical system as opposed to the natural system. The return to the natural system consists, not in the definition of new rules, which would be ex hypothesi in conformity with general utility, but in the abolition pure and simple of all existing rules and formalities. According to Bentham, the attempt to withdraw the SDAIon of the value of Ju.dc proofs from Tinct. In order to submit it to rules, is a task which, if it really falls WLTMHIF1e capacity of human faculties, should at least be kept for the increased powers 0 tons a riper CEJ in the meantime, the domain of procedure is encumbered with technical rules. If these rules cannot claim to have a scientific value, on what principle can they be justified? On the principle of their antiquity? But there is a method of administering justice which is older even than technical rules. On this point Bentham's doctrine assumed a definite form with the appearance of Dumont's traits. 1. Before there were states there were families. Nature has put before us a model of procedure. Let us look at what happens in the domestic tribunal. Let us examine the way in which a father of a family behaves to his children or to his servants. There we shall find the original leechers of justice, which, moreover, are no longer recognizable, since they have been disfigured by men who are incapable of seeing what justice is, or are interested to disguise it. A good judge is only a good father of a family working on a larger scale. The means which are suitable to direct the father of the family in his search for truth must be equally good for the judges. It is the original model for procedure from which man started, and it ought never to have been set aside. 2. Can it be said that the technical system, which is newer than the natural system, may perhaps be an advance on it? To be convinced of the contrary, it is only necessary to apply the technical system to the preservation of order in a family. There is no family, be it only composed of half a dozen members, which could subsist for 12 months under the government of such rules. Thus, flattering in this way certain prejudices which were current in the Democratic Party. 3. Bentham ended by assuming the strictly radical point of view, the point of view of a return to origins. Men have often spoken of the supposed necessity of submitting political constitutions, and especially popular constitutions, to some operation or other which would have the effect of bringing them back to their ancient principles, a contestable theory. However, continued Bentham, there is one branch of legislation in which it seems to me that primitive times had the advantage. This branch is procedure. Without going back to Greece or to ancient Rome, in England itself, where it is so complicated today, it was originally simple. 4 Already in the works edited by the two Mills, and above all in his Petition for Justice, of 1829,5 Bentham develops, in the matter of procedure, a theory which is nothing else than Cartwright's political theory transposed. The technical system was introduced with the Norman conquest, the natural system is the Saxon system. Then and there, people or lawyers made no difference, language was the same. From the presence of the judge, in any one of these small and adequately MMIEIOJ's tribunals, directly or indirectly, was suitor ever excluded? No more than in a private family contending children from the presence of their fathers. Here, as everywhere, the rule of utility is the rule of simplicity, the system of complication is a system of absurdity, of incoherence, and of injustice in all its forms. But the simplicity is here less the simplicity of rational science than the simplicity of common sense. Indeed, had not the philosophers of the 18th century been often inclined to confuse them? In fact, in his great work on judicial evidence, Bentham does not weary of opposing to the common law and the customs of the judicial corporation, what he calls common sense and common probity, common sense and common honesty, and unsophisticated common sense. 1 This is the measure of the distance which separates the utilitarianism of Bentham from what may be called the liberalism of Montesquieu. According to Montesquieu, laws are less simple in monarchic than in despotic states. It is not therefore surprising to find in the laws of these states so many rules, restrictions, and exceptions, which multiply particular cases, and seem to make an art of reason itself. In the formalities of what Bentham calls the technical system, Montesquieu saw so many guarantees of liberty. If you examine the formalities of justice with relation to the pains with which a citizen is able to get his goods returned to him, or to get satisfaction for some outrage, you will doubtless find too many of them. If you look at them in relation to the liberty and the security of the citizens, you will often find them too few, and you will see that the pains, the expenses, the delays, even the dangers of justice are the price which every citizen pays for his liberty. 2 And Blackstone, in his commentaries, insisted at length on Montesquieu's thesis. 3 But Bentham attaches little value to this vague notion of liberty, a logical fiction which men of law make use of to hide their abuses as much as the revolutionaries do to excuse their excesses. The judicial forms are the shields of liberty. What judicial forms? What liberty? Whose liberty? What in his dictionary means liberty? What? Unless it be liberty in rulers to oppress subjects, and to lawyers to plunder suitors? The judicial forms are the shields of liberty, if, instead of liberty, we may read despotism, oppression, degradation, and corruption. The screen for corruption, adds Bentham, the screen made out of the panegyric on delay and forms, I have seen it in use these 55 years, the name of the manufactory is visible on it. Esprit de Loya the manufactory, Montesquieu & Co. the name of the firm, a more convenient or fashionable article never made. 4 Montesquieu was a lawyer, and as such was insta de ve1y attached to the traditional custom of his caste. Bentham, since his youth, had broke with the judicial corporation by leaving the bar. Montesquieu lived under a despotic government, and criticized it with his eyes on England, a monarchic country in which the royal power was kept within just limits by the traditional resistance of the aristocratic and judicial corporations. Bentham, on the contrary, lived in England and had suffered personally from the conservative and routine pig-headedness of the corporative aristocracies, and he saw in this very regime of traditional and formalistic corporations the true source of the abuses he was denouncing. Let us first consider, with Bentham, procedure taken in itself, and, in order to understand how the natural system is here opposed to the technical system, the simplification system to the formalist system, let us confine ourselves to following the regular course of a suit. The first consequence of the adoption of the technical system, since this system at once makes the essence of law consist in the respecting of certain traditional formalities, which are unintelligible to the layman who does not know the history of the judicial corporation, is to complicate and to obscure the science of law, and to make necessary the intervention, between the pleader and the judge, of a man entrusted with the interpretation of the mystery of the law, that is, of an advocate. Thus advocates come to swell the ranks of the judicial corporation. Like the judges, they find it to their interest that the suit should last as long as possible and should be as costly as possible for the parties. For them, as for the judges, justice becomes a business proposition in which their interests are distinct from those of the parties. The advocate finds it to be particularly to his interest to avoid as far as possible the presence of his clients at the debates, to arrange things so that the whole matter should take place between barristers in front of a judge, that is to say between individuals affiliated to the same corporation. In fact, every suit opens, in England, with the first act, which has been given the name of special pleading, and which entirely consists of a sort of written correspondence between two attorneys. 2. The special pleading opens by the declaration of the counsel for the plaintiff, who affirms his client's grievances. The defendant replies by a plea in which he either denies the facts put forward by the plaintiff, or else recognizes them, while maintaining that the conclusions drawn from them by the plaintiff are unfounded. In the first case, the suit is reduced to a question of fact, and is put before a jury. In the second case it is reduced to a question of law which it will be within the province of the Jew to settle, without the assistance of a jury. The plaintiff, as represented b'm, may reply to the plea, then the attorney for the defendant may reply to the attorney for the plaintiff, and so on, the exchange of written matter going on and on. This first at of every suit is extremely important. It determines the manner and the matter of the suit, the manner, because on it depends the question of knowing whether the case should be conducted with or without a jury, the matter, because the plaintiff and the defendant will not be allowed to prove before the jury anything except what it has been agreed, in this preliminary phase of the suit, to treat as the point to be debated. Thus the interested parties do not play any part in the special ple1j. The science of special pleading, as it is called, presupposes an initiation of which men of the trade are alone capable. It constitutes a science not in the natural but in the technical sense of the word, a science of erudition, a learning. De Lolme, in his general admiration for English institutions, made an exception in the case of the civil procedure whose complications and refinements he criticized, and Bentham often seems to have drawn inspiration from his criticism. 2. In fact, the procedure of written pleas is the surest of all the procedures of the technical system to favor the interests of the corporation at the expense of the general interest, and to give up the parties uncontrolledly to the mercy of the advocates. That every man should be able to be his own advocate, and that anyone should be able to be the advocate of anyone else, was the wish always expressed by Bentham, from the time of his draft of Judicial Establishment of 1791. Every man his own lawyer, is a maxim which is constantly repeated in his rationale of judicial evidence. For it is a formula which brings to mind the economic formula, each man the best judge of his own interest. But it is a formula also which can be likened to the Lutheran formula, every man is a priest. In the same way as the first theorists of free trade had seen in the demand for freedom of commerce a kind of commercial Protestantism, so Bentham and the anti-clerical group around him saw in their utilitarianism the last stage of a movement of emancipation, which had been begun by Protestantism in the 16th century. Priestcraft and lawyercraft are all one. The law manufactured by the judges is as good as the religion manufactured by the priests. But men noticed the artifices of the clerical caste first. Near 300 years has religion had her Luther. No Luther of jurisprudence is yet come, no penetrating eye and dauntless heart have as yet searched into the cells and conclave of jurisprudence. 5 In order to bring about judicial reform, it is only necessary, however, to revert from the complications of the technical system to the simplicity of the natural and domestic system. When a father wishes to judge a question which is dividing his children or his servants, it does not occur to him first to drive out the children or servants from his presence, and to bid them delegate advocates. No doubt, the difference in setting may make necessary the p.lie and sel, c of advocates in suits properly so called, but we must remove ourselves as little as possible from the model offered us by nature, and so arrange things that advocates should never be substituted for their clients, but should remain merely advisers to the parties, who should themselves always be present at the debates. Special pleading must be suppressed root and branch. Bentham had insisted on the necessity of this reform ever since 1791. 1. In the natural system every process would open with an initiatory hearing, at which the judge would make an attempt at conciliation in the presence of the two parties. If the attempt at conciliation failed, the two parties would have to present themselves in person again for an anticipative survey of the cause before the judge. Each party would submit to the examination of the judge the budget of evidence and testimonies which it claimed to offer. The judge would decide what part of this evidence deserved to be retained for a profounder examination, and what part should be excluded at the outset. Then the actual suit would begin. Is an abolition, pure and simple, of special pleading possible? I do not know if it can be done, answered Bentham, but I know that it is done. Without mentioning the Danish courts of conciliation which had always attracted Bentham's attention, two certain English statutes had set up courts, called courts of summary procedure, which avoided the complicated procedure of the courts of common law and equity, and so veer exactly what Bentham meant by courts of natural procedure or of natural procedure restored. Such were the courts of appeal and of conscience, which were established by Henry VIIL, modified by James I. and reorganized by Act of Parliament under the first two Georges. Established in London and in other large commercial towns, they judged suits regarding unimportant debts. They came to their decisions in accordance with the principles of conscience, without being bound by any law, or by any form. 3. Such again were the courts of arbitration instituted under William III. Bentham demanded that the system should be extended, when the congestion of cases on the rolls imposed on Parliament the necessity of reforming. He Chancellor's Court, he intervened and suggested the institution of a court of summary procedure, which he called the Equity Dispatch Court. For what Bentham liked in these courts was precisely what shocked the jurists, and Blackstone above all. They were of statutory origin, their procedure had not been manufactured by the judges, it was not born of usurpations by the judicial corporation of t. elections proper to the Legislative Assembly. But here Agiain, Ella, in this apology for courts of summary procedure, Bentham was striking a blow at the national prejudices which passed as liberal convictions. In current language, summary procedure was opposed to regular procedure. Now the term regular was here not a neutral but a sentimental term. It was taken here in a good sense, as a eulogistic term, according to Bentham's expression. Respect for rules was taken to constitute the guarantee of liberty, and so the term summary was, by contrast, taken in a bad sense. 1. Further, the courts of summary procedure sat without a jury. Now the jury was taken to constitute the fundamental guarantee of the liberty of the accused before his judges. Thus the courts of summary procedure were despotically instituted. But the question is whether judgment by jury should be considered as an end or as a means, and whether, in the last resort, the ends of justice are secured better by the regular procedure, with the cooperation of a jury, than by the summary procedure without a jury. Here already is a definite point on which Bentham's juridical radicalism was opposed to the traditional and current liberalism. By the abolition of special pleadings, the suit can be opened without delay, and, from the outset, it is the business of the judge to examine the testimonies, and to weigh the value of the evidence. Of all the questions relative to adjective law, the theory of judicial evidence is the most important, and of all Bentham's works the rationale of judicial evidence, published in R829 by Stuart Mill from his manuscripts, is the most voluminous and also without doubt the most important. Bentham treated the question as a philosopher, going back to first principles, and starting with a theory of belief. It was when putting straight Bentham's manuscripts which bore on the question of evidence that James Mill and Stuart Mill, one after the other at an interval of 10 years, set themselves to study the Benthamite philosophy. On this particular point of adjective law, Bentham again contrasts the technical and the natural systems. it is here that he defines in the most circumstantial manner the contrast between the two systems. The fundamental principle of the technical system with regard to judicial evidence is what Bentham calls the principle of exclusion. When a certain amount of evidence, in a given case, is at the disposal of the judge, he will necessarily hold some of it valid or invalid. The first kind will moreover offer certain common characteristics. Hence the possibility, in course of time, of establishing general rules, and of deciding beforehand that such evidence can be accepted because it is of such and such a nature, and that such other evidence shall, on the other hand, be excluded because of its intrinsic nature. Hence, the intimate conviction of the judge _iy matter little, in any given case, legally speaking, the crime will or will not have been committed according to whether the rules of the corporatio allow or forbid him to hold the testimony as valid. The exclusion of certain evidence, considered unworthy of credence, and considered in the current language of English law, as not competent may, moreover, be either positive or negative. Positive when the testimony is not allowed, even in cases where, if allowed, it would be produced or offered, negative when, either by negligence or by design, the means needed to secure the testimony have been omitted and so the service is not rendered. But according to Bentham, the means used to exclude testern.oni matter little. Evidence is the very basis of justice, and all exclusion of evidence is a denial of justice. The principle of exclusion encourages all criminal tendencies, because it increases the chances of success for all evil causes. To exclude a class of witnesses is to allow all imaginable transgressions in the presence of a witness of this class. The principle of natural procedure is, by antithesis to the principle of exclusion, the principle of universal admissibility. Evidence may be held to be suspect either because the fact invoked does not involve the existence of the fact to be proved except by indirect inductive reasoning, or because the information is not received from the actual source of information, or because the evidence is not obtained by those methods which are the most suited to guarantee its exactness, or because the person who supplies the information is suspect by reason either of his moral worthlessness or of his intellectual incapacity. But in no case is it permissible to set up a motive of suspicion as a rule of exclusion. Should one, for example, exclude so-called inferior or makeshift evidence, and notably, as is the case in English law, hearsay evidence, that is to say, when the testimonial fact, the fact which is put forward as evidence, is such that neither one nor the other of the securities which serve to guarantee the exactness and the completeness of the testimony can be applied to it. But why exclude them unrestrictedly? Is it because it is believed to be necessary to check the tendency, innate in man, to put faith in testimony? But there are no innate tendencies. Belief in human testimony has only become natural to the point of seeming innate because it has been confirmed by a constant experience. If the disposition to believe is the habitual condition, and incredulity take exception, it is because true assertions do indeed far exceed false in number. Not to mention the other sanctions, political, religious and moral, the natural sanction acts in favor of truth. There is, Bentham tells us, a pain which appears on the side of mendacity, a pain which is not of human institution, which acts on the witness immediately and disposes him to tell the truth when there is no superior counter-motive, for it is easier to relate tlmn to invent, j. to tell the truth than to lie. 2. The tendency to believe test trilogy is well founded since it is general. On principle, it is proper to put faith in testimony except for suspending judgment, when, by exception, a particular reason for not believing is present. And, on the other hand, the very existence of rules of exclusion shows the falseness of the hypothesis on which they rest. The rules of exclusion imply a resolution on the part of the judge to ignore everything in the man of suspected evidence and to consider its falsity certain, instead of which it possesses in reality varying degrees of probability. Thus, since the judges are the authors of these rules, they prove that, at least in the judges, there is a tendency to estimate testimony, not above but below its true value. Or again, should circumstantial evidence be excluded, that is, indirect evidence in which, from the existence of a fact or of a group of facts is inferred by induction the existence of the principal fact. Here again no line of absolute demarcation can be drawn among the infinite number of degrees of probability. There are no rules for distinguishing the improbable from the impossible. The risk run by the judge who tries to lay down rules of this kind is that the rule must either be obvious, in which case it is useless, or else must succeed in modifying, in each particular case, the decision which the judge would have arrived at spontaneously, in which case its application is a dangerous matter. For instance, what rule should be established to define what circumstance should be considered as sufficient evidence of non-virginity? The birth of a child? But this is a rule of mere common sense which it is superfluous to state, since it will in any case be constantly applied. Then it must be some other physiological circumstance involving special scientific knowledge. In this case a complete system of physical science would have to be established by authority, and introduced into the system of judicial procedure. Limits would thus be set by law to the progress of all the branches of physical science, and particularly of the most important of all, the medical branch. 3. There is here recognizable, in the utilitarian theory of law, the familiar argument of the utilitarian economists against all fixed regulations, which are in contradiction with the mobile and progressive nature of the human intelligence. General rules about evidence are condemned like commercial and industrial regulations, because they are blind. What, then, is their origin, and why are they so general? In support of the technical system and of the rules of exclusion which bind the conscience of the judges, appeal is made to necessity guaranteeing the parties against the power which judges could abuse if this legal restraint did not exist. This is a mere pretext. 4. In the first place, the rules of exclusion are not a real guarantee against the abuses of judicial power. The nature of judicial reasoning is so bastard that the judge can at pleasure either exclude the evidence by invoking the rule, or admit it by taking his stand and reason of the rule. He can interpret the rule either in its narrow or in its wide sense, and take his stand in the party of rigorists with Lord Camden Jailer in the party of liberalists with Lord Mansfield. If you adhere to the rule, you will be praised for your constancy and the superiority of your probity. If you depart from it, you will be praised for your liberality and for the superiority of your wisdom. Thanks to the power of interpretation, the judge always escapes the supposed constraint which the rules of the technical system are believed to exercise over the variations of his judgment. He decides arbitrarily what is true and what false, as he decides what is just and what unjust, by virtue of what Bentham, in his satire on the technical system, called the double fountain principle. 2. Again, and most important of all, it is false historically to say that the rules of exclusion are a constraint imposed on the judges by the legislature for the very simple reason that they are the work not of the legislator but of the judge. Their origin is not statutory but jurisprudential. Like common law, they are of exclusively judicial manufacture. Now it is absurd, on the strength of the laws of human nature, to suppose that in creating these rules, the aim of the judges was to set limits on their own power. Granted the separation of interests existing between every corporation and the public, it was inevitable that these rules should aim, whether consciously or unconsciously, at favoring the sinister interest of the judges and advocates at the expense of the general interest. It is not the fault of the judges, who are proud of their honesty, proud of never having allowed themselves to be beseuged. The honesty of English magistrates is proverbial. If by the normal functioning of the laws of human nature and by the constitution of the body to which they belong, they are constrained to grow rich at the expense of the public, and to obey the promptings of professional corruption and indolence. Chiefly, perhaps, of indolence. It is too easy to make a distinction between two classes of evidence, evidence which is clearly acceptable, and evidence which is clearly of no value. Actually, these are the extreme terms between which there is a scale with an infinite number of degrees. But what, in the technical system, will be done with merely probable evidence? Since no limit can be set between that evidence which is probable enough and that which is not probable enough to be admitted, the system of excluding it will be adopted. In one way, it will always be to the judge's interest to collect the testimonies in an incomplete form, for the less complete they are, the less are his pains, and the more his love of ease is satisfied. 3. The judge's task is simplified in proportion as procedure becomes mechanical thanks to the multiplicity of legal rules. There would be an increase of pains for the judge, if he had to make a new effort of reflection in the examination of all of elie: in order to gauge its value. There is a diminution of pains, if he has to do nothing but refer to simple rules, laid down once for all, and which declare a certain kind of evidence to be absolutely valueless, and a certain other kind to afford a solid proof. There would be a further increased diminution of pains, if the mechanical procedure were to result in the exclusion of as much evidence as possible, and to reduce to a minimum the amount of evidence worthy of the consideration of the judge. In his critical examination of the principle of exclusion, Bentham does not confine himself to discussing the direct causes of the exclusion of evidence. Besides the direct causes, he discovers certain indirect causes which are due, especially, to the persistence of religious prejudices, hence the need for important reforms. Bentham gives the name pre-appointed evidence to evidence whose creation and preservation was commanded by law prior to the existence of some right or obligation in such a way that it would be necessary to exhibit this evidence in order to preserve this right or obligation. 1. It is in this way that it has been established in advance, pre-appointed, that a contract of marriage, an act of birth or of death, taking place according to certain forms and in the presence of certain witnesses, shall be taken in law as the sufficient and necessary evidence of marriage, birth, and death. But in the majority of civilized states, and particularly in England, religious policy has changed the nature of pre-appointed evidence. For the registration of a death, it has substituted the registration of the funeral ceremony, and that only in cases when it is accompanied by certain so-called religious formalities. For the registration of a birth, it has substituted the registration of the baptism, that is to say a ceremony which consists in sprinkling the newborn child with water, on the occasion of which operation, certain words are to be pronounced in the form of a dialogue, in which one of the interlocutors must have been a priest, and for the registration of the contract of marriage, the registration of the fact that a certain ceremony has been accomplished. An awe-inspiring formulary composed of vague generalities and historical allusions, and, by the careful exclusion of all specific delineation of rights and obligations, rendered as barren of useful and applicable instruction as possible. 2. In all cases where the ceremonies in question do not take place, there can be no legal evidence of birth, death, and marriage. In order to extend to all citizens the benefit of pre-appointed evidence, by abolishing the monopoly of the Church, Bentham demanded that the state should take over the registration of genealogical facts, and entrust it, for example, to the justices of the peace. The judicial oath also is a formality of religious origin, which acts as a cause of the expulsion of evidence. Ever since his childhood, Bentham had suffered bitterly from the perjury which he committed at Oxford, when he undertook to respect statutes and customs WLLIE2HC ignored, and adhered to the 39 Articles of the Anglican Church in which he did not belgeve. Now, fanatical for sincerity, he takes his revenge for the perjury formerly imposed on him by the violent and blasphemous campaign which he wages on the formality of the judicial oath, in a chapter of his introductory view of the theory of evidence, which he published by itself in 1817 under the title Swear Not at All, despite the remonstrances of the scandalized Romilly and Mackintosh, and also by a chapter in the Rationale of Judicial Evidence. The historical justification for exacting the oath lies in the fact that the priests found it to have the advantage of softening the customs of a barbarous age, and of exerting some control over the conscience of the soldiery. It is possible, therefore, that in the Middle Ages this formality offered more advantages than disadvantages. But such was not the case at the moment. The judicial oath is contradictory, says Bentham, because a false oath is punished, while the very formula of the oath entrusts to the Almighty the task of punishing the perjurer. It is contrary to a precept of the Gospel. It perpetuates, in the case of the coronation oath, the customs and prejudices of the past. It is favorable to perjury and lying by the admitted banality of customs house oaths and of university oaths. From whatever point of view it be considered, the judicial oath is a formality which stands condemned. It is easy to understand why the judicial corporation seeks to perpetuate it. It makes it unnecessary for the judges to think, and diminishes their pains. The less skillful or industrious a judge is, the more does he make the oath a pillow for his laziness, the more valuable does he hold it to be. Having satisfied the forms and saved his legal responsibility, he neglects the essential, and takes little pains to examine the intrinsic characteristics of the veracity of the witness. But the advantage of the judge is disadvantageous for the public. The purpose of exacting the oath is to add solemnity to the juristic ceremony. The opposite result is achieved, the oath is lowered to the level of a simple formality which everyone performs mechanically and without scruples. The atheist who will swear on the gospel without thinking anything of it, is admitted as a witness. The freethinker and the Quaker, whose convictions do not allow them to swear, are not admitted, so that the formality of the oath excludes the best and the most truthful of the witnesses, and retains the most suspect and the least conscientious. No evidence should be excluded. This is the single principle which Bentham adopts in his whole theory of judicial evidence. It is a strictly negative rule, consisting in the abolition of all rules. The judge must admit all testimonies, and use all means needed for their forthcomingness. 2. No means of collecting evidence should be excluded, but oral questioning is the best method of extracting testimony. If the written pleas which congest the opening of the procedure did far retard the beginning of the actual debates, English procedure would be superior to all other procedures in this respect. There is a word in English juristic language which has no equivalent in any other language, just as there is no equivalent in the institutions of any other country for the thing expressed by the word. It is the word cross-examination, an examination in the form of a cross, a contradictory examination. In an English suit, the witnesses for the prosecution or for the defense are examined by the advocates of the two parties in tum. The witnesses for the prosecution are questioned first by the prosecutor, examination, and then by the defendant, cross-examination. The same proceeding is followed with the witnesses or the defense, but in the opposite order. Now this freedom of asking questions orally in all directions, and without rules, is a feature of the natural system. The fact that it has been preserved by the English procedure compensates for the many vices in it which are due to the inroads of the technical system. The best possible method of extracting evidence, the method which would be used by a wise head of a family if he had to judge the conduct of a servant or child, in short, the method of extracting evidence by examination and cross-examination is a product of English origin. The complete realization of the natural procedure implies the universalization of this proceeding, not only by extending the examination to the first stage of the procedure, when special pleading has been suppressed, but also by abolishing certain restrictions on freedom of examination which are still maintained by English custom. The right to examine must be granted to every person who can exercise it for the ens augustus, that is to say, every person who has a natural interest in the cause, and who can provide information. Point 2. That all the actors in the judicial drama should be free to ask all the questions they like, when they like, and of whom they like. This is the final form of the natural procedure. There cannot, however, be so much liberty, without some anarchy, and, by a roundabout way, Bentham sets a restriction to the principle of the universal admissibility of testimonies. With a view to the direct end of justice, no evidence whatever must be excluded, since no rule of exclusion could obviate an error in judgment. This is true unreservedly. But occasion may arise accidentally for excluding certain evidence in view of the collateral ends of justice, when this evidence is either not pertinent, that is to say, having no relation to the matter of the case, or else superfluous so as to prevent the time lost and the money spent, together with the vexations suffered by tire parties and by the witnesses, producing a sum of evil exceeding the sum of good which results from a just sentence. Here again, however, it is impossible to lay down laws. The legislator should refrain from imposing rules on the judge. He should confine himself to providing him with instructions teaching him how to estimate the relative value and importance of judicial evidence. By 9. Many elements come into play for it to be possible to make generalizations on this subject. The amount of time which may, without excess, be devoted to the examination of evidence will vary. For example, with the importance of the suit, the importance of the suit will vary with the importance of the sum in dispute, and this in its turn will vary with the extent of the respective fortunes of the litigants j and so on, in a way, ad infinitum. All these considerations must be entrusted to the judge's discretion, and he will decide in each particular case, like a father judging in his own house a quarrel which has arisen between his children or his servants. I understand, writes Bentham, the objections to this whole doctrine. It is certainly arbitrary, and the judges could abuse their power. I answer, what is to be feared from the point of view of justice are the powers which they usurp from the law, rather than those which they hold from it and which they can only use under the eye of the public which is looking at them with mistrust. What is least to be feared is discretionary powers which are only entrusted to them on the condition that they justify on every occasion the use they make of them. This control is sufficient, because it leaves to them the whole responsibility. Point 1. The conclusion of the matter is that, on Bentham's doctrine, the judge is free to put what restrictions he likes, for reasons of non-pertinence or of superfluity, on the production of evidence with a view to the collateral ens offustus, whereas, on the other hand, he is free to demand the production of all evidence, without any rules of exclusion, with a view to arriving at a knowledge of the truth. This is what is required by the analogy of the natural or domestic procedure. The apprehensions which the summary procedure inspired in the liberals seem therefore justified by the definition which Bentham gives of them, and Bentham himself was very well aware that by his theory he was wounding not only the conservative prejudice of the magistral one side, but also the liberal prejudices dear to the majority of his fellow citizens. Not only were the English jurists agreed in disallowing that anyone should be a witness in his own cause, or should be allowed to accuse himself, or that the testimony of a person interested in the cause should be admissible, or simple hearsays be admitted, they were further convinced that these rules of exclusion, which favor the defense at the expense of the prosecution, were signs at once of the excellence and of the liberalism of English judicial institutio. Etarianism is not a sin, nym 4. Liberalism, in the oact of utility, liberty is not a good if 11 tself, and Bentham asked L1 himself whether these rules are not at cause of that weakening in the power of justice, from which are seen to result, in England, so inefficacious an administration of law and such numerous crimes. Hearsay evidence must be admitted. English procedure is wrong not to add it. 1:j:, r. Count of the last words of a dying man, all account which evidently cannot be controlled in a direct manner, but which can be discussed and held to be more or less probable. Charactio evidence must be admitted. English procedure is wrong to forbid mention to be made, during the proceedings, of the acts and gestures of the accused, and even of his previous judicial condemnations. Rationale of Etigence, B.0 Ring, Volume 6 and 7. The testimony of the husband against his wife should be admitted. What is the value of the sentimental argument according to which confidences between man and wife must be respected because they constitute a kind of confession? And what is the value of the technical argument according to which husband and wife, being but a single person, cannot bear witness against one another? Bentham goes further still. According to him, there is no reason for keeping a special place for the advocate among the characters in the judicial drama, no reason for not treating his plea as judicial evidence, and for not admitting his testimony against his client. Bentham allowed a restriction on this rule in one particular only: the secret of the confessional must be respected, in consideration of the fact that the confessor is the magistrate's auxiliary, and the confessional one method of preventing crime. But all these paradoxes disturbed liberal opinion. Ever since 1824, after the publication in French of the Traité des Preuves Judiciaires, the Edinburgh Review denounced Bentham's theory, the radicals of the Westminster Review replied, and Stuart Mill continued the battle in the notes which he added to his edition of the Rationale of Judicial Evidence. 1. Bentham mistrusted liberal sentimentalism for the same reason that he mistrusted all sentimentalism, and held to the opinion which he had expressed in the Traits of 1802. All precautions which are not absolutely necessary for the protection of innocence, offer a dangerous protection to crime. I know no maxim in procedure more dangerous than that which places justice in opposition to itself, which establishes a kind of incompatibility among its duties. When it is said, for example, that it is better to allow 100 guilty persons to escape, than to condemn one that is innocent. This supposes a dilemma which does not exist. The security of the innocent may be complete, without favoring the impunity of crime. It can only be complete upon that condition, for every offender who escapes, menaces the public safety, and to allow of this escape is not to protect innocence, but to expose it to be the victim of a new crime. 2 Nemo tenetur seipsum accusare, testis unus, testis nullus. These were two characteristic maxims of adjective law in Europe and in England, and which passed universally as having been inspired by liberal principles. What, according to Bentham, is their value? Nemo tenetur seipsum accusare. Notice first the ambiguous form which this maxim takes, that no man should be held, that is to say, and obliged, to accuse himself is incontestable, but the maxim came to signify, with the consent of all, that no man should j/r.l.u there is to bring an accusing judgment against himself. Unic is quite relevant, and is absurd. To neglect the testimony which the accused bears against himself is to exclude that which of all testimonies is most certain to prevent mistaken judgments and to serve the direct end of justice. It is to condemn oneself to resort to a mass of indirect and inferior forms of evidence. When the most direct and best evidence is available, it is to exclude the testimony which best serves the collateral ends of justice, that is, economy of delays, of vexations and of expense, because the witness is present in any case. This maxim was conceived in the interest of the delinquents. It is explicable, according to Bentham, by the liberal institutions of England, and in particular by party government, since the members of each party may any day become the oppositio. It is to their interest to protect themselves beforehand from any attacks, be they justified or unjustified, to which they may become exposed, and the natural, if not the necessary consequence of such a constitution is a procedure abounding in rules of exclusion which encourage injustice without protecting innocence. But, it will be said, it is hard to lead the accused to inculpate himself, and this objection is what Beccaриa's argument amounts to, beneath its juristic and technical form. To insist that a man should be his own accuser is, he said, to confuse all relationships. It is to insist that he hate himself, and act as if he were his own enemy. Now it is doubtless true that it is repugnant to a man to inculpate himself, but it is equally repugnant to him to be inculpated by others. It is likewise repugnant to him to suffer the punishment. But his repugnance is valued at nothing once the crime is proved. Why then should it be taken into account when it is a question of proving the crime? To argue against a judicial proceeding because it is hard, is a sentimental argument, the argument of an old woman, who protests against a surgical operation while knowing that it is necessary. And what is the result of this invasion of the juristic domain by sentimentality? It is because there are so many rules of exclusion to safeguard the impunity of acknowledged criminals, that the number of crimes grows in proportion, and that, so as to proportion in some way the gravity of the punishments to the increase in the number of offences, the men of law make things even by increasing the gravity of the punishment in the small number of asses in which they apprehend the crime. This is why English penal law is so prodigal of the death penalty. Ill-advised benevolence produces just the same results as cruelty forewarned. Again, it is said that the proceeding is not loyal, 'tis unfair. The critic in the Edinburgh Review discussing the trait des preuves judiciaires said that human beings must not be tracked like beasts of prey. Regard to the laws of the chase. If society has to sacrifice some one of its members, let it at least conform to general rules, to common principles. This, answered Bentham, is the argument of a fox hunter, the argument of a professional. There is a certain perversion of the sensibility common to all professionals and to all craftsmen. The fly fisherman is scandalized and hurt if the fly has been badly fixed onto the hook, but he is insensible to the suffering of the fly and also of the fish who bites the hook. The butcher is indignant if the joints of beef or lamb have not been cut according to the rules, but the site of the butchery does not touch his heen. If the rules of the craft are respected, the results of the actions matter little. This is technical prejudice par excellence. Fiat justitype, ruate m/, let the heavens fall provided the rules of the game, the judicial formality are respected, this is the maxim of the professional magistrate, but the authorization to make the accused bear witness against himself had been the characteristic of the court. The Star Chamber, of the Court of High Commission, courts of Roman and Catholic origin, which were of an inquisitorial nature and were justly unpopular. It is precisely in this association of ideas, answers Bentham, that the origin of the maxim lies. But comparison is not reasoning. The Roman inquisitors were men who ate and drank. Should Protestants as such abstain from eating and drinking? When the end pursued is evil, the means are evil likewise, but the fault lies with the end and not with the means. A sword to be perfect must be sharp, now the sharper it is the more dangerous it is if used against friends. Is this a reason for not using swords, or for using blunted swords only? Reason tells us to use as sharp swords as possible, but to take care not to wound our friends. There is no point in just supposing the existence of bad substantive laws and then organizing adjective laws for the purpose of eluding those laws. Certainly, as long as the law treats as crimes acts which are not crimes, it is desirable that certain technical crimes should escape the application of the law, but it would be better for the law to stop treating them as crimes. The object of adjective law is not to protect the subject against the execution of bad laws, it is, by definition, to ensure the execution of laws which are supposed to be good. L testis unis, testis nullus, this is another rule admitted by English law in spite of many exceptions and contradictions. Laws, said Montesquieu, which condemn a man to death on the evidence of a single witness are fatal to liberty. Reason demands too, because a witness who affirms and an accused who denies make 0-0 even vote, and a third person is necessary to settle it. In the same way Beccaria had said one witness alone is not enough, because when the accused denies and the accuser affirms, nothing is certain, and the supposition of innocence prevails. Blackstone supported their opinion, but he made some reservations on the subject of the judicial proof put forward, and Bentham borrowed £5 his objections from him. The laws which condemn a man to death. Said Montesquieu, it is here, therefore, FNLY a question of penal laws, and laws which involve the death penalty, yet Montesquieu concluded with a universal proposition, which seemed to be valid for civil as well as for penal laws. A witness who affirms and a witness who denies make an even vote. This proposition implies that two opposite testimonies are necessarily equivalent. This is absurd, for there are no two testimonies which are equal in the order of human things. The true method of valuing evidence is not to count the witnesses but to weigh the testimonies, pondere non one zumero. And finally the argument confuses and puts on the same level the different actors in the judicial drama, the witness, the accused, and the judge. The accused is not a witness, yet the witness who denies of Montesquieu's proposition is the accused, and his denials have very little value beside the affirmations of the witness, and to speak of an equal vote to be settled by a third party, is to call up the idea of a college of judges delivering a sentence by the majority of votes, but witnesses are not judges. All these technical reasons which are invoked in favor of the rule have only the appearance of being reasons, and the same is true of the vulgar and sentimental reason. The laws which condemn a man to death on the evidence of a single witness, are fatal to liberty. What is meant by this vague term, liberty? Security is the political end which Bentham has in view, security as against evildoers on the one hand, and security as against the instruments of government, on the other. Care must be taken not to sacrifice the first of these branches of security to the second. But to reform adjective law it is not enough to simplify procedure and to abolish all rules of exclusion concerning evidence and testimonies. The problem of procedure is closely bound up with the problem of judicial organization, with which Bentham had already been concerned in 1791,2 and the solution of which takes up almost a third of his constitutional code. 3. In fact, the technical system replaced the natural system, and the regular procedure was substituted for the summary procedure through the fault not of the judges who actually sat in the judges' seats, but of the judicial institutions which set their interests in opposition to the general interest. The principle of the artificial identification of interests had been violated in the organization of tribunals, and the utilitarian philos Jaffer, a disciple of Helvetius, knew that the true method of social reform consisted not in moral preaching addressed to individuals, but in modification of the social conditions under which they live, and which determine them of necessity to act in one way and not in another. For Bentham alternatively gave two names to the system wit.h he opposed I.L.A.J rationale of judicial evidence. Sometimes he called it the technical system. We have already seen what Bentham meant by that, and sometimes the fee-gathering system. The first name I, proper to the regular procedure itself, the second is more proper to the judicial organization, which is the first cause of the vices of procedure. The English judges were paid by fees. They took their remuneration out of the expenses of justice disbursed by the parties. This is a method of payment which directly violates the principle of the identification of interest and duty, or the artificial identification of interests. The judge is directly interested in the case costing the parties as much as possible. Moreover, as it is easier for him to increase fees by adding to the number of occasions on which fees are exacted than by adding to the fees themselves, he is directly interested that the process should involve the greatest possible amount of vexations and delays for the parties. When at the bar, Bentham had studied personally the mechanism of writs of error and of warrants, the interested system of delays which the clients suffered before the King's Bench or in Chancery. Point 2 To re-establish identity of interests between the magistrates and the public, to enable the judges to be honest, payment by salary must be substituted for payment by fee. It may be objected that the public as a whole bears the expense of the salary, whereas only the interested parties have to pay fees. But the really equitable method of dividing the expenses involved in the payment of judges would be to make the non-litigants bear it all, and to exonerate the litigants. For the object of justice is not so much to ensure reparation for crimes already committed as to prevent future crimes, and those who go to law are already paying by the expenses which they suffer and by the vexations inflicted on them, for the security which the tribunals are guaranteeing them, while it is those who elie not pleading who have unmixed enjoyment of this security. Point 3 For the benefits of the judicial organization to be really within reach of everyone, says Bentham, it is further necessary that the tribunals should sit without interruption and that they should be spread over the whole face of the national territory, instead of being concentrated in the capital, as they were in England. In the division of jurisdictions, the local or geographical principle should be preferred to the logical or metaphysical principle. As early as 1791, Bentham had congratulated the reformers of the Constituent Assembly for having applied the local principle, while reproaching them for not having applied it in full rigor, and for having still partly respected the logical principle. They had preserved the distinction between tribunals which judged civil and tribunals which judged criminal cases, and further, had made a distinction between different kinds of tribunal according to the pecuniary importance of th2l. Now the pecuniary principle is a form of the metaphysical principle of the division of jurisdictions, and is a principle which is always arbitrary or rather impossible in its application, for clearly it is the wealth of the interested parties which determines the true pecuniary importance of the suit, and the real pecuniary importance is almost in inverse ratio to the apparent importance. Why not allow all judges to judge all cases without distinction, since all advocates are allowed to plead them all? The local principle is simple, clear, and incontestable in application. The logical principle is complex, obscure, and continually raises disputes in its application. The apologists for the existing system, such as Adam Smith and Paley, in order to justify the plurality of courts at Westminster, were obliged to have recourse to a principle which is the very negation of the logical distinction of jurisdictions, that is the principle of emulation. Given an area which is too populous for a single court of justice to be sufficient for it, there is a choice of two methods. The area can be divided into two smaller areas. From this would arise an immediate economy of delays, of vexations and of expense. Or again, two courts can be established at the center of the area. From this would arise an economy of delays, of vexations and of expense, by reason of the rivalry which would arise between the two courts and of the efforts which they would make to attract customers. But, in the first place, the first of these two systems offers much the most secure advantages. The local principle admits of no discussion, because the distance between two places cannot change and no expedient can diminish it. The other advantage, which is based on psychological conjecture, on an estimation of the power of the feeling of emulation in the mind of the judge, is much more problematical, and it is because of this that it seduces the professionals, for whom the uncertainty of arguments is the sur-p.st guarantee of the prolongation of their monopoly. In the second place, for the argument to be valid, it would be necessary for the so-called rival courts to have the same competence and the same procedure. Now this is not the case in England, nor in any of the countries in which the logical principle is applied. Original short-sightedness had divided the business, upon the logical principle of division, among three arts. Mutual rapacity had by degrees broken down here and there the fences, mutual acitokli and impotence had ltft things at this state. The former arrangement, though made by the legislator, was made so long ago that it could not but have been a wise one, the latter, though made in the teeth of the former, being a work of lawyers, was still wiser. Required to prove it so. No other argument being found, the principle of emulation offered itself, and was received with open arms. 1 But the courts of Westminster have not the res duer, there is one procedure in equity and another in common law. They have not the same competence. The fact that with time the Court of King's Bench, the Court of Exchequer and Court of Common Pleas have encroached on each other's attributions, is only another proof of the impossibility of applying with rigor and fixity the logical principle of the division of jurisdictions. Moreover, they have only been able to lead to this confusion of jurisdictions by a series of juridical fictions, which are intelligible to judges and advocates alone. The logical principle is obscure, that is why it is an object of predilection for professional jurists. The local principle is as dear as it is simple. Thus arose a sort of antithesis between the notions olthe logical and the simple, which Bentham, at least in his theory of substantive law, had tended to confuse, therein following the example of the 18th-century philosophers. But Bentham's fundamental doctrine regarding judicial organization, the doctrine which is the most directly connected with the theory of the natural or domestic system, is the doctrine of the single judge. The system of a plurality of judges is once more the system of technical complication, as opposed to the opposite system, which is evidently a system of simplification. Only the presence of a more fatal evil, the law taxes and the law fees which are paid to the state and to the judicial corporation, hides the detestable results produced by the excessive number of judges, denial of justice, aggravation of delays, vexations and pecuniary expride. Now, on this point also, Bentham was consciously attacking a prejudice which was dear to traditional liberalism, a prejudice of which Montesquieu made himself the theorist. In the Esprit des Lois, Montesquieu condemned the system of the single judge. Such a magistrate can only exist in a despotic government. Bentham declares that this assertion is erroneous. All that can be said is that the system of the single magistrate may become a despotic institution under a despotic regime. When editing his constitutional code, during the reign of Charles X, Bentham admits that the system of a plurality of judges has its own peculiar advantages for a France submitted to the regime of an absolute monarchy. Their individual responsibility being sheltered by their very numbers, the judges, though they had lost their ancient right of refusing to register laws, were at least competent, to a certain extent, to paralyze the execution of them. The excuse for the system of the plurality of judges consists, therefore, in the fact that it weakens bad laws, but, once again, the problem, in the case of judicial organization as in the case of procedure, is not to assume thal, the substantive laws are bad and oppressive, and then to seek the most suitable means of guaranteeing the liberty of the subject against the execution of these laws. It is to assume that these laws are good, and to bring about their execution by the surest, the most economical and the most speedy methods. With a substantial code drawn up with a view to the greatest happiness of the lumber, the advantages of a plurality of judges become so many disadvantages. Montesquieu compare the system of the single judge to the jurisdiction of Turkish pashas. There the way in which disputes are ended does not matter, provided they are ended. The pasha, when he has been told the nature of the suit, commands blows to be distributed at his pleasure on the sales of the feet of the pleaders, and sends them back home. 1 But an historical example is not a reason. In Turkey, the judge may be single, but in Turkey, also, there is neither any written law, nor public, nor press, nor national assembly, nor municipal assemblies, nor reports of debates, nor possibility of appeal from one tribunal to another. These are all conditions which Montesquieu's epigram does not take into account. So Bentham does not give himself much concern on this point, but declares that, without being an admirer of the summary justice of the catus, it may be said that it is more like the justice of a father to the regular justice which is derived from the technical system. Montesquieu's dictum, however, probably had its effect on the reforms of the Constituent Assembly, when in the new judicial organization, they increased the number of judges in direct ratio to the in importance of the jurisdictions. First Condorcet and then Sieyes gave their authority in support of the thesis of the plurality of judges. Bentham was already opposing this thesis, and it may be said that except for certain changes in terminology, his arguments did not vary from this date until 1832. The simple system of the single judge conforms to the two types of end, the direct and the collateral, at which judicial organization, like procedure, should aim. There is a diminution in expense. For the salary of one judge costs less than the salary of several. There is a diminution in delays. For one judge dispatches a case more quickly than several would dispatch it. A single judge has only one opinion to give, one class of motives to bring forward. He has not to reckon with the opinion of others, he has no one to convel, no one with whom to dispute. At the same time, the direct end of justice is secured. All unjustified sentences are avoided. By sitting alone, the judge gains in probity, in professional activity and in intelligence, inasmuch as effort and exercise develop our faculties, and the most definite result of the system is to increase individual responsibility. A board is a screen. 3 Any board on which several people sit together confuses the results of the individual activity of the members, and, if there are other departments, finance, for example, in which, since emulation and publicity are lacking, it is not possible to count on the feeling of responsibility to ensure that the services should function well, it may be that the judicial functions are those in which individual responsibility operates with the most force. If you put several judges on the tribune, the responsibility of each in the sentence will be less the more it is divided. It will happen, it's a general rule, that one of the judges, the one who presides in the debates, will get an ascendancy over his colleagues strong enough to make HIR11 in effect the only one delivering sentence. Yet his colleagues will share the responsibility with him. Thus, the supposed disadvantages of the system of the single magistrate will be combined with those of the system of the plurality of judges, arbitrary power in a single man, and a diminution of the feeling of individual responsibility. The system of the single judge is a necessary but not a sufficient condition to ensure in the magistrate a feeling of his responsibility. Now, despite the opinion of the defenders of the technical system, we have seen that the judicial formalities in no way constitute such a check will limit the power of the judge. There are only 3 checks which can prevent the magistrate from usurping a sort of despotic power: the power of appeal, the assistance rendered to the tribunal by a jury, and finally the publicity of debates. It was no doubt a study of the new judicial system organized by the Constituent Assembly which attracted Bentham's attention to the chaotic state of the English organization concerning appeals. While admitting that the establishment of an appeal jurisdiction makes a complication in the judicial organization, aggravates expenses and delays, and consequently makes it more difficult to attain the collateral ends of justice, he thought that it would be possible to conceive processes which would obviate these disadvantages, and saw an excellent check on any abuse of judicial power in the liberty of appeal against a sentence delivered by the first tribunal. J.2 The regime of publicity, the establishment of the magistrate's legal responsibility, may, by increasing in him the feeling of responsibility, diminish the chances of voluntary error. They do not diminish the possibility of involuntary error, which is due to a lack of intelligence, or, to be more precise, they only diminish it to a limited extent, in so F41R as a feeling of responsibility, by increasing the judge's application, helps to develop his faculties. Moreover, the sinister motives which turn Agege away from the straight path may be strong enough to resist the control of publicity. How, asked Montesquieu when discussing the system of the single judge, could a pious in his judgment seat do otherwise than despise laws, since he violated even the law he had himself made? Yet, as Bentham himself agreed, it was not for lack of publicity to sustain it, that a pious virtue failed when he fell in love with Virginia. 3. Bentham insisted then on the necessity of organizing a jurisdiction of appeal, but perhaps, in the last resort, he was more preoccupied with the desire to simplify the jurisdictions of appeal, which were actually in existios in England, than to create a new, administrative routine, although he recognized, as early as 1790, that the virtues of publicity were not all suffices : he yet held them to be transcendent, and expressly declared that division, LLD subordination of judicial powers are no otherwise a guard to probity, than in so far as the chance of disagreement and altercation presents a faint chance of occasional publicity. Appeals without publicity serve only to lengthen the dull and useless course of despotism, procrastination, precipitation, caprice, and negligence. 1. The institution of the jury, which according to Blackstone is the palladium of English liberties, is, of all the liberal institutions designed to check the abuses of the executive, administrative and judicial power, without doubt the one which inspires most pride in English hearts, but in Bentham it inspired nothing but defiance and disdain. Only once in his life, in 1809, in his pamphlet, On the Art of Packing Special Juries, did he take up the defense of the institution, and demand that it should return to the purity of its original form, so as to be guaranteed against the perversions to which it was submitted by the arbitrary intervention of the executive. But it should be noted that at this time Bentham was under the influence of James Mill, a Democrat and a Liberal, and it was with him, and to some extent under his inspiration, that he defended so ardently the independence of the jury, as a necessary guarantee of the freedom of the press. Also, he took care to warn the reader, in this very work, that if, in the situation of judge, a man were not liable to stand exposed to the action of any sinister interest, or delusive passion opposite to the interest of the public, in respect of the ens augustus, the exercise of the functions of the jury would not, in the character of a check to the power of the judge, be of any use, and that, on this hypothesis, juries ought to be abolished. 2. Granted that they are an inevitable cause of factitious delays, vexations and expense for the 1 ublic. As a general rule, he always spoke in an ironical manner of this institution indiscriminately cherished and never enough to be idolized. 3. That parcel of people you know nothing of, except that they are housekeeping tradesmen, or something of that sort, are got together by haphazard, or by what ought to be haphazard, to the number of 12 and shut up together in a place from which they cannot get out till the most obstinate among them has subdued the rest. 4. Politicaf orthodoxy, adds Bentham, commands them to be looked upon as infallible. I have no great opinion of human infallibility, and if it were necessary to believe in it I would go to work by degrees, and begin with the Pope. About the year 1789, he expressly refused to allow himself to be duped by the classical arguments in favor of the institution of juries invoked by the acknowledged champion of Anglo-Saxon liberalism, Paley, Blackstone, and Halevy. He deplored the fact that the Constituent Assembly had adopted that superstition. For juries, though they are admirably useful in a barbarous century, are not suited to an enlightened century. Bentham repeated as against juries the objection of principle which he opposed to all the complications of the liberal system, which were expressly designed to make the execution of the laws long and difficult, and consequently were as harmful when the laws were in conformity with the principle of public utility, as they could be useful when the law was the expression of the particular and sinister interests of a despotic government. 1. There is only one quality, according to Bentham, which justifies the retention of the institution in England, and that is its popularity. Since it is popular, though it creates evils of the first order, it at least does not create evils of the second order. Now the number of individuals who suffer from the evils of the first order is restricted, while the number of those who are anted by the evils of the second order is indefinite. The first thing that is necessary is to possess the confidence of the people, to deserve it, only comes second. But Bentham denied that the institution deserved the popularity which it enjoyed. In connection with the reform of judicial organisation in Scotland in 1808, he intervened to suggest that if the English institution of the jury were to be introduced in Scotland, it should only be in second instance, for the use of people who might want to appeal against a first judgment given by a single judge in a court of summary and natural procedure. 3. For judgment by a single judge is the natural method, which must be departed from without special reason, and the addition of a jury constitutes, in fact, a harmful complication of the system, a multiplication in the number of judges, which is necessarily accompanied by a diminution of responsibility and by an aggravation of delays, vexation and expense. Some years later, Dumont, who was anxious to publish, after Bentham's theories on evidence, his theories about judicial organization, never ceased to protest, in his letter to his master, against that abominable heresy, the omission of juries. It was probably in order to yield to Dumont's entreaties, and to reconcile his per 50 conviction with the demands of the surrounding liberalism, that Bentham conceived in 1823 the formula of the quasi-jury. Since, to undo what legislators and lawyers have done, is the great use of juries, Bentham still maintains that in so far as WMT is done, these highest constituted authorities, is right conducive to the greatest happiness of the greatest number. The institution of a jury cannot but be prejudicial detractive from the sum of that same greatest happiness. Thus the powers of the quasi-jury were to be less extended than those of the jury. The quasi-jury was only to intervene after the initial audience, in which the judge ing alone, would have questioned the parties. It was to be composed of 3 members only, 2 ordinary members, and 1 select member, chosen by the judge. Its function would be to suggest alterations in the sentence, while the judge would remain free to take account of or to neglect the offered suggestions. It would allow the plaintiff to appeal to itself, if the defendant were acquitted or if the plaintiff held that the punishment was too light. Conversely, it would allow the defendant to appeal to itself, if he held that he was being too severely punished. The real and permanent utility of the jury is to ensure a representation of public opinion in the court, and this is why Bentham suggests substituting for a jury of judges a jury which is in a sense consultative. The institution of the quasi-jury makes necessary the presence of a public at all judicial debates. It is therefore useful to the public, to whom those debates should be, in Bentham's view, like an ever-open school of morality. It is useful to the judges in the performance of their function of judge, but, in the last analysis, it only constitutes a new way of establishing over them the control of publicity, to which we find ourselves once more brought back. De Lolme wrote, "It is in this very publicity of everything that lies that power which we have declared to be so necessary for supplementing the imperfections of the laws, and which keeps within their proper limits those who have any authority." Obviously on this point, as on so many other questions of judicial organization and procedure, Bentham was directly inspired by De Lolme. Anyone, wrote the same author, who reflects on what it is that forms the motive of what are termed grandes affairs, and on man's unconquerable sensitiveness to the way in which his fellows think, will not hesitate to affirm that if it were possible for the liberty of the press to exist in despotic government, and, what would be no less difficult, to exist there without changing the constitution, this alone would form a check on the power of the prince. That if, for example, in some Eastern empire, there were to be found a sanctuary, which was respected through the ancient religion of the people and which would ensure security to those who brought to it their observations of whatever kind, and if printed matter should be issued from this which should gain a like respect through the affixing of a certain seal, and if its daily publications it were to examine and qualify freely the conduct of the cadis, of the pashas, the viziers, the divan, and of the Sultan himself, this would immediately introduce liberty into that empire. Point 2. Is it not this passage from De Lolme that Bentham had in mind when he defied, as against Montesquieu, the procedure applied by the Cadi provided it was published? And might it not serve as a ref for the manuscript which he edited in 1822 under the title Securities Against Misrule, adapted to a Mohammedan state, and prepared with particular reference to Tripoli in Barbary. 3 On single word, the word for bad government, misrule, is enough, Bentham declared, to give a general idea of the disease to be cured. Another word, the word publicity, is enough to give the idea of a remedy, the only remedy which could cure the disease without changing the form of government. For actions of appeal serve chiefly to keep each case longer in the public eye, and a jury is essentially a delegation of what Bentham calls the tribunal of public opinion, composed of all the citizens. The fear of public opinion constitutes the essence of the feeling of individual responsibility. This is a conviction which Bentham acquired early and of which he was never rid. Without publicity, all other checks are fruitless. In comparison of publicity, all other checks are of small account. It is to publicity, more than to everything else put together, that the English system of procedure owes its being the least bad system as yet extant, instead of being the worst. It is for want of this essential principle, more than anything else, that the well-meant labours of Frederick and Catherine in the field of justice have fallen so far short of the mark at which they aimed. The motive on which he based his system of judicial organization in his constitutional code, is the same as that on which he had based his system of prison administration 40 years earlier, the one whose influence is the most powerful, the most continuous, the most uniform and the most general, personal interest corrected by the widest publicity. 3. In short, the judge, as conceived by Bentham's doctrine, is a kind of monarch isolated in his tribunal, delivering his sentences without legal forms, and without any really efficacious control to prevent eventual abuses of power, other than the purely moral control exercised on him by public opinion. But such a doctrine bears no relation to the so-called liberal doctrine. It was almost in the same tense 38 these that the Caesarists of the 19th century were to demand the establishment of a government which should be personal, and responsible just in so far as it was personal. Bentham invoked the analogy of the family and of domestic government, but in the 17th century, Sir Robert Filmer, who was refuted by Locke, had founded the theory of a theocratic and monarchic regime on the same analogy. Be curious dieter, as the Edinburgh TV 4. Just 1 observed, Bentham's radicalism, in the sphere of judicial procedure and organisation, involved a restoration of the patriarchal system advocated by Sir Robert Filmer, the defender of absolute monarchy. Also the historical, local, and personal influences which caused him to take an ever keener interest in questions of constitutional law, until he became the acknowledged theorist of the radical movement, along ide of the pamphleteer William Cobbett, the parliamentary orator, Sir Francis Burdett, and the popular propagandist, Major Cartwright. The Westminster elections almost dragged him, for an instant, into the conflict. Then insurrections broke out all over England, followed by violent repression. Hobhouse and Burdett were thrown into prison. Cartwright, who was committed for treason, barely escaped the same fate, and Bentham himself feared for his freedom. But, at least, even if his own country was ungrateful, he had found in Spain and in Portugal disciples who were asking him for a democratic code for their emancipated nations. Consequently, from 1820 onwards Bentham devoted himself to drawing up a constitutional code, which was addressed not only to the 2 states of the Iberian Peninsula, but to all the nations of the earth. As early as 1824, he considered the work to be complete in outline. He intended to divide it into 3 volumes, the first of which was printed in 1827. In 1830, we find him hurrying on the printing and publication of a chapter of the 2nd volume, bearing on the constitution of the army, in order to communicate it to Lafayette, at the time when the Revolution of July has broken out in Paris. The rest of the work was not printed and published until 9 years after Bentham's death, when it appeared with an introduction consisting of a series of general reflections regarding the philosophy of constitutional law, taken from Bentham's manuscripts and very indifferently arranged by the editor. 3. There is therefore no need to examine the influence, probably insignificant, which the constitutional code may have exerted at the time of its publication, and it must be sought only documents regarding Bentham's thought in the period between 1820 and 1832, when he had become the leader and inspirer of the group of intellectual radicals. 3 principles form the basis of Bentham's political, philosophy. The first principle, which Bentham calls the greatest happiness principle, is a practical principle which proposes an end for the activity of the legislator. The end which government ought to pursue in every political society is, Bentham tells us, the greatest happiness of all the individuals of which it is composed. But this is not an end which can be realized so long as it is enunciated in this universal form. By reason of the law of population and of the continual insufficiency means of subsistence, it is impossible simultaneously to realize the happiness of all the individuals who compose the society without exception. Thus, instead of saying the greatest happiness of all, one should say, to be more exact, the greatest happiness of the greatest number. 1. The second principle is a theoretic principle. As the first is practica, the first tells us what ought to be, the second tells us only it is. The second principle Bentham calls the self-preference principle, and he enunciates it as follows: the love of self is universal. All individuals are, essentially and naturally, egoists. All professions of disinterestedness and of purity of intentions must be taken as so many lies. 2. The only reason why Washington did not act in America as Bonaparte acted in France, must be sought not in a difference of motives, which were egoistic in both cases, but in the difference of political conditions. 3. Bentham further perceives in this principle of universal egoism a necessary condition of the subsistence of the human race. 4. But then, if Bentham is right, and if in the great majority of cases, the interest of the species implies egoism in the individuals, the principle of the natural identity of interests is the true principle. Yet, according to Bentham, this identity must not be regarded as absolute. 4. This is why, in contrast to the first utilitarian theorists of the democratic regime, that is, in contrast to Paine and particularly to Godwin, he did not arrive at the conception of a society without government but held it necessary, if what is and what ought to be are to be reconciled. And if the interest of the individual is to be subordinated to the general interest, to introduce, in cases where this subordination does not occur of itself, a third and last principle to complete the philosophy of constitutional law. Now this third principle, which discerns 0.2 of the means I to be usato tta1l1 the end of pot, es not jock. Else thi 3 tpnnc1 le of tl1 ef 11 dentalficatlon of mderisfs. In the Panopticon, in the theory of rewards, and in the Chrestomathia, Bentham had named it interest and duty junction prescribing principle. Here he calls it, the principle of the union of interests. The problem is to place each of the members of the political society in social conditions such that his own private interest shall coincide with the general interest, and the very statement of the problem presupposes that, in constitutional affairs, men are divided IRL to classes, the one governing, and the other governed. For we know, on the one hand, that the law of population formulated by Malthus necessarily creates conflicts between individual interests, hence the necessity for a government to give individual property the protection of the law. Evidently, moreover, by reason of the principle of the division of labor, the functions of government can carried out at the same time by all the citizens. Governing is work which absorbs the whole activity of the governors. Meanwhile it is necessary that the great majority should be constantly occupied in ensuring the subsistence of all, by work of a productive nature. To say that the best government is that government in which political power is exercised by all the members of the whole, is to enunciate a contradictory proposition. It is to maintain the existence and the non-existence of a government at the same time and for the same society. It appears, therefore, that the philosophy of constitutional law begins by creating a contradiction of interests, in order to suppress it later. The actual end of all government is the greatest happiness of the person or persons, who hold the governmental power. 2. The legitimate end of government is the greatest happiness of the greatest number, before all distinction between governors and governed. Thus the principle of the artificial identification of interests assumes a more definite form in affairs of constitutional law, once the distinction between governors and governed has been brought about, and becomes the problem of the artificial identification of the interests of governors and of governed. At the beginning of his constitutional code, Bentham explains the method which allows him to attach his system or your representative Dimmock QJ.9 the periods of TOEEY. Acor mg fo Bentham. The condition of man is such that every pleasure is bought at the price of a pain. It is perhaps the fundamental maxim of the utilitarian philosophy that of two evils the lesser must be chosen. This granted, how are we to act so as to bring happiness to its maximum, or, as Bentham also says, so as to maximize happiness? Two methods, and two only, must be used: official aptitude must be maximized, and expense minimized. 3. This is the general rule of which Bentham attempted a practical application in his project of a Crest mythic school, and of which there is already an approximate expression in the Catechism of Parliamentary Reform. Here is recognizable, under a slightly modified form, the fundamental problem of adjective law. In order that the functions of government may be well performed, they must be paid as much as possible, and the idea of expense must be given its widest signification. But all expense, since it involves a pain or the deprivation of a pleasure, is an evil. It is therefore desirable that the government should cost as little as possible. The problem is thus reduced to the mathematical form of a calculus of profit and loss. Moreover, the official aptitude itself is not a simple notion, it can be resolved into still more elementary notions. The intelligence, the morality, and the activity necessary to the exercise of his function must be demanded from the functionary. Point 4. As regards intellectual aptitude, LLD be ascertained by a preliminary examination that the candidate possessed the necessary judgment and knowledge. Also the political instruction of the candidates uphold be made easier by making the statement of the laws clearer, and by developing use of statistics. The obligation imposed on the legislative body of sitting uninterruptedly, and on the members of being present uninterruptedly at the sittings, would guarantee the necessary legislative activity on the part of the elected representatives. But the essential thing is to take guarantees against the eventual abuse of the power in the hands of the governors, abuses which would perhaps be all the more dangerous, the more intelligent and the more active the governors. In other words, the aim must be to secure the missation of appropriate moral aptitude. Every member of the government finds himself as such invested with the double power to punish and to reward, to threaten and to promise, to distribute pleasure and pain. He can use this power for good or for evil. The problem is to arrange things in such a way that he can use it for good and cannot use it for evil, and the solution of the problem depends, according to Bentham, on this single rule: minimize confidence. Point 1. Now Hill LLE-point 1 Yahich Benthia _ attached to the principle of the greatest happiness, is in real Hwifamagiahu _ all English liberals. The same formula, expressed in practically the same terms, occurred repeatedly in the articles of the first years of the Edinburgh Review. That the Overnd should mistrust the governors is a faith common to the most timorous Oliigs and T_JIIE Mosfmtrail Slogent RLC. ICLS, RT is the very foundation Otifiili Eori Ofliriglifo Fressels Tans, of the theory of the right of representation, which is, in a sense, the organized form of the right of resistance, and even perhaps of the theory of the division of powers which affirms the autonomy of the legislative power as against the executive power. Must it then be admitted that Bentham, under the influence of his friends, but also under the profound influence of contemporary opinion, came to incorporate, almost without knowing it, in his authoritarian utilitarianism, the formulae of Constitumel and UAL liberalism? Was his radicalism no more than a much more accent tech JRM of the tradition Afwa Filgasield 1 Fentnamoidi iota link of it in Thi sway in constitutional law as in procedure? Bentham formally rejected the commonplaces of the current Fjoralsfi. Phi democratic state WES constiti alone lie defines as a state 3 which the legislature, the representative organ of all adult citizens, is omnicompetent. FOC any limitation of the competence of the legislative body contradicts, according to Bentham, the greatest happiness principle. There must be no Bill of Rights, or Declaration of Rights, supposed to be perpetually obligatory from the day when it was promulgated. Although Bentham holds that the Constitution should be registered in a code, so that it can always be known in its entirety by public obj. Ion 2 and consequently be always subject to criticism and to form, he does not want this Constitution to be preceded by any declaration of principles held to be immutable and above all criticism. Suppose a project for a law is suggested, and receives the unanimous consent of the nation. Meanwhile it is found that it violates one of the Articles of the Declaration of Rights. In this case the law will not be able to be adopted, and why? Because it is contrary to the general interest? No, but because it is contrary to what was the opinion and the express will of the sovereign in the far-off time when the declaration was worked out. Why not proceed in political science as in all the other sciences, where no result is ever taken as definitely assured, where no limit is set to the present and future competence of the human spirit? The notion of an inviolable charter is a conservative notion, which will not submit to the reforming spirit. A public declaration of this kind is useful to the exact extent to which the Constitution is bad. If the monarch has undertaken, by a solemn act, not to commit certain specified acts of despotism, by that very fact public attention is drawn to the acts in question. And here is an obstacle, which is not legal and fictitious but real and to some extent physical, to the sovereign's abuses of power. For the people have the numerical superiority over the monarch. All the power the monarch possesses, he owes to public opinion. If popular confidence should come to fail him, his real weakness will be clear in the sight of all men. But a constitutional disposition which is only good in relation to a supposedly bad government, cannot be held to be itself absolutely good. 1 to the classical princi of the division of powers Bentham brings if artes me 0 is to t. Caaec erat, m of fit. It is impossible to take one's stand on T11 joctrme of I constitutional counterchecks in order to give the executive and the judicial power autonomy as against the legislative power. The assenti 31 function of the executive and judicial powers is to give effect to the wishes of the legislative power. If they refuse to obey the legislature, they falsify the whole constitutional machine. In the case of a rebellion of the military and of the judges, the legislative power must reserve to itself in the general interest, the right of usurping their functions. But, Montesquieu objected, to absorb the executive and the judicial powers in the legislative power is to establish a despotic government. Once again B.N.L. it's himself against the one authority of the name of Montesquieu. Montesquieu, he says, never thought clearly, his work is deserving of no respect. Of happiness, he says nothing. Instead of security for the people against their rulers, he talks of liberty, and assumes without directly saying so, that to establish the most perfect liberty is the proper object of all government, whereas government cannot operate but at the expense r.g. Rudy, and then and there only is liberty perfect, where no government has place. 2 The real despotism which is to be feared is that despotism which consists in the interested alliance of the officials for the exploitation of the people, and there is no separation of powers which can prevent the occurrence of this union between functionaries and magistrates, under the irresistible pressure of interest. Thus article il, s2eao, the \yb.n, will demand the introduction of counterchecks and counterforces 1 in the CM1's mechanism, utwrthae, .yg Fredlmian me. Po 1 idacat 1 bt 5 irasi I 1 re sts on amoraliasimism. Since man's nature is fundamentally bad, and incapable of understanding either the true interest of the city or the true interest of the individual, all governments are bad, and the least bad constitution will be the one which opposes the greatest number of obstacles to the execution of government measures. Hence arises the idea of a mixed or complex constitution, in which the democratic element forms a check on the aristocratic element, and vice versa, and in which the executive power and the judicial power and the legislative power, the executive power and the legislative power, are like so many equal weights which balance one another in the machine. The elie state is a state of which it may be said indiscriminately that it is a st without a savara, o_tna. Rir embrace avera I sovereigns. On the other hand, the radical state as defined by Bentham M's utilitarianism is a state which conrares soveral tionth people, after which thia peoplerids itself thuristramacrato delegate a certain number of political functions to a minority of individuals, elected either directly or indirectly, not so as itself to limit its own power, or to abdicate a part of its sovereignty, but so as to make the expression and then the execution of its will more effective and more concentrated. Then the problem is to prevent the representatives of the people from depriving those who have put them in power nir part of their sovereignty. Hence the NETIOP, 9, NZ counter forces cap, LE of hold NGI_CK dot, FLEGQLI, 1 of the clonaries. B1 Irtrier is no question OTC counter forces set up one against the oilier so as to form an equilibrium of the various and contradictory elements in a complex society. In the radical machine all the I counter forces are, broadly speaking, directed in the same direction, so as to preserve the energy of a purely democratic regime as much as possible intact, and to prevent anything which might violate the popular sovereignty. Nevertheless, the sovereign, y_ of the RE and U_ ERS_ inventable 2, lie.acl.e.i, L_JL_E1J.Tom S$MLT : strictly speaking, it means the sovereignty of all the citizens, and implies unanimity of suffrages. But it may happen, and is likely to happen, that the suffrages 0 the supreme constitutive authority are divided. This, Bentham admits. II in coevenance the E while we 9.hj.lin, tbxej7 ioted of. The case point 2 now, the ill convenience is a serious one, and the problem outlined off majorities was already disturbing some of the supporters of the utilitarian philosophy. It caused anguish to Joseph Hume, representative of the group in Parliament, and Hume communicated to Francis Place a whole series of objections with which he had been faced and which he had been unable to answer. 1. If it is really true that the will of the minority must bow before the will of the majority, and that the interest of the minority must be sacrificed to the interest of the majority, does it not appear legitimate that in a society composed of 30 individuals, 29 should agree to roast and eat the 30th, if they find pleasure in so doing? Does it not appear legitimate that the minority of the poorest should agree to appropriate the goods of the minority of the rich, and that they should divide them for the benefit of the greatest number? To this Piaçave 2 answers. In the first place, if the majority really thinks it is to its interest to eat or to despoil the minority, it is inevitable that it should carry out its design. The power of the majority over the minority is a necessity of nature, the more numerous are the stronger. In actual fact, we do resign ourselves to seeing constantly exercised about us the unjust power of the majority. Our laws relating to property are by no means such as they ought to be, but in respect of them the principle of utility badly understood is recognized. Does a man invade this right in certain ways, we hang him, and thus the 29 agree to destroy the 30th. Here the theorists of constitutional liberalism asked whether it was not desirable to conceive legal processes to slow down the action of the majority and to rein in its unjust violences. Bentham and his disciples did not believe in the efficacy of such constitutional expedients as might be conceived. They are more efficacious in slowing down the advance of reason than in opposing the force of passion. This is the general sense of the second answer which Place gave to the objections of Joseph Hume. The question is to know whether the real interest of the majority does coefficient it to destroy or to despoil the minority. The morals and the political economy of the utilitarians answer that it is not so. But the principle of utility can be clearly understood and practiced by enlightened men. The question is then whether men are really enlightened, and whether, when they are left free to formulate and to express all their opinions, they are more likely to reach the truth than to remain in error, to know their true interest than to pursue their apparent interest. Now James Mill, before Fran.C.is Place, had expressly stated that, every man, possessed of reason, is accustomed to weigh evidence, and to be guided and determined by its preponderance. When various conclusions are, with their evidence, presented with equal care and with equal skill, there is a moral certainty, though some few may be misguided, that the greater number will judge TGHT, and that the greatest force of evidence, wherever it is, will produce the greatest impression. Point 2. It is in this way that the Benthamites justified the sovereignty of majorities. As to Bentham himself, he barely discussed the problem. If he thought of it as an evil, it was a necessary evil, for nature confers sovereignty on the strongest. But is it certain that he did ever think of the sovereignty of majorities as an evil? Did it not perhaps appear to him as the immediately necessary consequence of the formula which sums up his moral philosophy? If every individual is really the best judge of his interest, all individuals are the best judges of the general interest, and the greatest number of individuals are in the best position for knowing the greatest happiness of the greatest number. In short, if the moral aptitude of the governors is to be brought to its maximum, it is first necessary, according to Bentham, to give the sovereign power to those whose interest it is that the general happiness should be brought to maximum point. The people must be sovereign. Next, it is necessary to bring to its maximum the responsibility to the possessors of sovereign power of all those to whom is entrusted the exercise of subordinate power. 2. But the responsibility of the governors to the governed can itself assume two forms: moral responsibility, when it results from effective subjection to the power of the moral sanction, as inflicted by the tribunal of public opinion, or legal responsibility 7 when it results from effective subjection to the power of the legal sanction as inflicted by the tribunals which are set up by law. Now, in his theory of procedure, of evidence, and of judicial organization, which was worked out long before his conversion to radicalism, Bentham tended to exaggerate the importance of moral responsibility. In the absence of any more regular institution, it seemed that the control of publicity sufficed to prevent all abuses of power. Even now, in his constitutional theories, he still attaches the greatest importance to the constant supervision which public opinion must exercise over the actions of the government. It is BC.E. House of Commons, in spite of its corruption and its vices, constitute a sort of permanent delegation of this tribunal, that the English government, which is always obliged to reckon with freely expressed criticisms and complaints, is still the best government in the world after the government of the United States. For the fear of unpopularity is a powerful motive in the mind of the governors, and the democratic constitution suggested by Bentham laid upon it the greatest emphasis. But moral responsibility is only imperfect responsibility and applies aller. The identification of interests can only be attained methodically and certainly by the application of legal rewards and punishments. In truth, Bentham's whole juridical the 0L1 rests on this notion that the law produces social union by artifices. No doubt, there is no legal sanction against him who is supposed to be invested with the supreme power. Who is to reward and to punish him, since the power to reward and to punish is put into his hands? All sovereignty is absolute, by the very nature of things. To speak of a divided sovereignty is to speak the language of legal fiction. But this difficulty which formerly made Bentham halt, and kept him from extending to constitutional law the application of his juristic theories, at this stage ceases to cause him embarrassment, for to escape from it, it is enough to attribute sovereignty to the people. In a monarchy the identification of interests cannot be brought about because the monarch is bound to pursue the robbery and oppression of his subjects, and, to secure his ends, he must make use of corruption and imposture with the help of his soldiers, his lawyers, and his priests. The only community of interest which can subsist between him and his subjects is the community of interests which exists between the beast of prey and the animals on which he preys. It is to the interest of the wolf that the sheep should be fat and numerous. In a pure monarchy, the positive end of constitutional law is the greatest happiness of a single individual. In a constitutional monarchy it pursues a more complex end, the greatest happiness of the monarch, limited by the greatest happiness of the ruling aristocracy. It is a pure representative democracy, that the positive end of constitutional law is the greatest happiness of the greatest number. 1. What, then, are the devices which Bentham conceived in order to prevent the governors setting themselves up as sovereigns, and ceasing to be, as they should be, the servants of the governed? The idea of the Constitution, at once democratic and representative, which Bentham described in his code, was inspired by the Constitution of the Anglo-American United States. 2. But this does not mean that it was a question of slavish copying, in order to define the Constitution which I::E1F proposed. Let us note the chief points on which Bentham deliberately departed from the model he had himself chosen. We are not speaking of the defense of the system of a single chamber. In his Constitution, Bentham does not want two coexistent chambers, because the second chamber will either constitute, as in England, an aristocratic corporation, and, by definition, have class interests opposed to the general interest, or else will be recruited, as in America, according to a procedure analogous to the procedure for recruiting the first chamber. In the first case as in the second, the institution of a second chamber implies a superfluous waste of time and money. It allows a minority of members, in underscore the two chambers taken together, to make its will prevail over the will of the majority. Above all, it makes the Constitution less simple. Now the more difficult it is for the people to understand the mechanism OT. The Constitutio PJ, by reason of its complexity, the easier it will be, for the same reason, for the governors to draw profit from the exercise of their functions, unknown to and at the exp. Ends of the Povern. To condemn the system of a second chamber amounts in sum to drawing the logical conclusion of the principle of democratic simplification on which the American Constitution rests. 1. To bring it about that the state functionaries should possess the maximum official aptitude, Bentham enunciated the responsible location principle, or the nomination of subordinates by an effectively responsible super-R. This is again an American and democratic principle. The Prime Minister of his Constitution, whose functions nomination of ministers, and communication with the Assembly by means of messages are very much akin to those of an American President, is elected not by the Constitutive Assembly, but by the Legislative Assembly. 2. The ministers in their turn appoint the functionaries of lower rank. Why is this appointment entrusted to the ministers and not, except very indirectly, 3. To the electors? Bentham J. L1, in dealing with the question of judicial organization, to which he devotes a disproportionately large space in his code, gives reasons for this which are valid as regards functionaries of all kinds. For if judges were elected directly by the people, or as Bentham puts it, by the Supreme Constitutive, the judicial elections would be party elections. Supposing that the same party were to carry off, under the same names, several successive elections, the injustices communicated for the profit of this party would never be able to be corrected. If the two parties were to gain the victory alternately, the injustices, instead of being committed to the prejudice of one party, would be alternately to the detriment of each. For similar reasons, the task of choosing judges ought never to be entrusted to the Supreme Legislative. Nevertheless, Bentham, in his Constitution, suppresses one degree between the judge and the Legislative Assembly. 1p. Minister of Justice, alone among the 14 ministers, is not nominated by the Chief of the Executive, but is elected directly by th Legislative Assembly. 5. Too much power would be united in the hands of the Prime Minister if he nominated the Minister of Justice. He could form a coalition with him to pursue some sinister intent. It is in this way that the Whig principle of the separation of the legislative and judicial powers, and separation of the judicial and executive powers finds a place in Bentham's system. Yet Bentham, who was anxious to compromise the principle of popular sovereignty as little as possible, reserves to the electors the faculty of exercising what he calls the dislocative function. The principle of the greatest happiness requires that there should be no irremovable functionaries. If the electors do not directly nominate the functionaries, they can at least dismiss them. On a petition presented by a definite proportion, say by a quarter df the electors of a district, all the electors are called upon to vote on the question whether there is good ground for dismissing a